As for Sasuke, he would become Orochimaru's spare tire in the future. He continued to pretend to be oblivious. What, you even know her name? Then this should be quick. Do took out 2 cards and placed them in front of Sasuke. Upon seeing the content on the cards, Sasuke's pupils involuntarily widened. Do explained for Sasuke and the others, Uchiha Sakura is a year older than you, a student who graduated last year. The rest of Do's words left everyone in shock, unable to close their mouths. In name, she graduated last year under the guidance of Jonin Kakashi. Task experience 1 drank 7 cranks and 3 branks. She did not participate in the Chunin exam last year, just like you guys. This is her first time. Do flipped over another card. The next one is even more heavyweight. Gaara task experience 8 cranks 1 brank. Because he is a ninja from another country and a newcomer, there is no more information available. At this point, Do's tone began to turn serious. However, both of them have returned from all their missions without a scratch. Upon hearing this, Sasuke felt a rush of pressure. He unconsciously clenched his fists. As a genin, he was already undertaking brank missions and managing to return unscathed. Yunyu yawned and walked in front of Do. He said to Do, the information is quite accurate. What this guy said was exactly the same as the information fabricated by Minato, a truly deserving of being a spy in the ninja world. Do scratched his head awkwardly. Thank you for the compliment. In any case, all the participants in this exam are elite among genin, including those from smaller nations. At this moment, the meditating Rokudo Tosu in the crowd felt displeased upon hearing this. I need to teach this white-haired guy a lesson. Jinchuriki shook his head. Do as you please. Tosa's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at Do. Let you see the power of the Sound Village. Tosa's figure instantly vanished from the crowd, rushing towards Do. Do's lips curled slightly. It was just right to let Tosu test the strength of Orochimaru's vessel in front of him. Yunyu's body flickered slightly, and then Tosa's fist swung towards Do's face. Do's pupils contracted. This guy's reaction was surprisingly quick. He hurriedly retreated, dodging the strike. After successfully evading, Do smiled at Tosu. With a loud crack, Do's glasses shattered. Do gently removed his glasses. So that's how it is, such an attack. Sasuke approached Do. What is wrong with this guy? You clearly dodged that attack just now. In the next moment, Do knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Tosu in disbelief. So strong. The surrounding candidates were also shocked. Tosu spat on the ground. Hey, turns out you're so weak. Yunyu gave Tosu a thumbs up. Truly impressive. He actually made Do's glasses shatter. At this moment, a voice of reprimand came from outside. Everyone keep it down, you bunch of kids. A bald man appeared among the crowd, and Yunyu focused his gaze. Wow, it's Marino Ibiki. Marino Ibiki coughed twice, and then spoke again. Sorry for the wait, I am your examiner for the first round, Marino Ibiki. Then he pointed at Tosu. Sound Ninja, don't mess around before the exam. Do you want to be eliminated right now? Tosu instantly became angry. This examiner dared to speak to him. He then focused his gaze on Marino Ibiki and said, I'm sorry, but it's my first exam, and I'm particularly excited. I didn't mean to. Marino Ibiki's previously tense heart relaxed at this moment. Because that bandaged man earlier had given him pressure that was even stronger than the 4th Hokage. I must have misjudged. Marino Ibiki comforted himself. He then adjusted his mindset and spoke again. This is also an opportunity. Let me clarify, no fighting without the examiner's permission. Even if the examiner allows it, you cannot engage in actions that would lead to the opponent's death. Upon hearing this, Yun nodded repeatedly at Marino Ibiki. Then he thought to himself, I am the examiner, so I can allow myself to take action. That's perfectly reasonable. If you dare to fight back, you will be eliminated. The more he thought about it, the more Yu's smile widened. Then the first round of the Chunin exam officially begins. Submit your exam numbers and receive this number plate. Then according to the numbers, take your seats in order. Before long, everyone had taken their seats with a group of proctoring ninjas seated along the classroom walls. Marino Ibiki walked onto the podium and held up a sealed bag containing the exam papers high. Everyone looked. The plastic bag is sealed and undamaged. After saying that, he began to tear open the bag, and the proctoring ninjas distributed the exam papers. Upon receiving the exam paper in his hands, Yunyu immediately felt a headache. Naruto, who was sitting in front of Yunyu, was even more troubled, gripping his head tightly. After distributing all the papers, Marino Ibiki began to explain the rules. All of you start the exam with 10 points. The written exam consists of 10 questions, each worth 1 point. This exam employs a point deduction principle. 1 point is deducted for each wrong answer. The total score of your team will be calculated, and cheating will result in a 2-point deduction. Marino Ibiki's gaze fell on Naruto, thinking to himself, I hope you pass, or I won't know how to explain to your father. The last question will be revealed 45 minutes into the exam. The total exam time is 1 hour. Alright, the exam begins. As soon as Marino Ibiki finished speaking, the people in the examination room began to write furiously. Although Yunyu knew the true purpose of the exam, he still chose to look at the questions. Alright, the first question. The password question, I don't know. Then the next one, draw the maximum range of a ninja's shuriken. It's physics plus geometric drawing. It's obviously not my strong suit. Isn't this just a matter of throwing it? Alright, I can't do this one either. On to the next question. In the end, he couldn't answer any of the 9 questions. Yunyu simply began to bite his pencil. The proctoring ninja Narashikaku looked at Yunyu and felt a bit speechless. Although he could guess that Yunyu was a proctor, his cultural knowledge level was too low. Curious about the other situations, Yunyu began to look around. Shikaku and the others could only pretend not to see and continue to watch others. At this moment, a grass ninja raised his hand. "Examiner, I want to report. She has been looking around and is cheating." The grass ninja pointed towards Yunyu. Shikaku's voice came through. "You are eliminated." The grass ninja looked at Yunyu with delight. "Did you hear? You are eliminated." Shikaku's reprimanding voice echoed throughout the classroom. "Bastard, I'm talking about you." The grass ninja's face was filled with disbelief. "Me." Then several proctors threw him out. Yunyu looked at Shikaku only to see him smiling at him in a fawning manner. He knew how ruthless Yunyu was. Just look at the Nine Tails and the previous attacks from the Mist Ninja, all suffered terrible fates. It wasn't worth offending Yunyu for the sake of justice. Yunyu nodded in satisfaction at Shikaku acknowledging his understanding. He looked up and saw a sand-made eye on the ceiling looking around. Yunyu will not tolerate those who cheat, and then the pen in his hand flew towards the ceiling. Gaara sitting in the front screamed and covered his left eye in pain. The entire classroom was filled with various cheating methods, but fortunately his few disciples were quite skilled in cheating. Chakra was on top of Kiba's head using dog language to relay answers. Hinata activated her Byakugan to observe the answers. Shino manipulated insects to cheat for himself. As for Kin, he knew all the answers, so he didn't cheat. If he were to cheat, none of these Chunin would dare to stop him. After all, no one wanted their behinds pierced by bone spikes. Time reached 45 minutes, and Marino Ibiki began to announce the last question. "Now I will announce the final question, which comes with a small condition. For question 10, you can choose whether or not to answer." Naruto slowly raised his hand. "What happens if I choose not to answer question 10? Marino Ibiki smiled at Naruto. "If you don't choose, you're immediately eliminated." Naruto's expression instantly froze. "And your two companions will be eliminated as well." Then Marino Ibiki spoke again. "If you choose to answer but get it wrong, you will not be allowed to participate in the Chunin exam in the future." All the candidates gasped upon hearing the rules. "Then let's begin. Those choosing not to answer, please raise your hands. After confirming your numbers, leave from here." Yunyu saw Naruto scratching his head anxiously and smiled at him. Actually, being a genin and wanting to become Hokage is not in conflict, little Naruto. In an instant, Naruto's brain raced, realizing that this made sense. Before long, many students began to leave the examination room. Naruto turned his head and smiled at Yunyu. He raised his hand and slammed it on the desk. "I want to participate. Even if I remain a genin for life, I will become Hokage with my own strength." This statement caused a stir among those around him. "By the way, who is this kid? I recognize that blonde hair. He is the son of Hokage." "Forget it, let's just go." This statement left Naruto speechless. Marino Ibiki, seeing that the remaining people had no intention of leaving, spoke again. "This is a choice that could determine your future. If you want to give up, now is the time." Naruto looked firmly at Marino Ibiki. "I will uphold my words. This is my ninja way." Marino Ibiki felt great joy inside. He had thought that the son of Hokage would be spoiled, but unexpectedly, he possessed such potential. Seeing the surrounding proctors nodding at Marino Ibiki, he finally announced, "Everyone remaining here has passed the first exam." As soon as Marino Ibiki finished speaking, a figure broke through the window. "I am your examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko." Then she looked in Yunyu's direction. "This child looks familiar. It seems to be Yunyu from when he was younger. All right, everyone follow me." Perhaps Anko was too lively as everyone around fell silent. Yunyu's applause rang out. "Let's go, examiner, we're off to the next round." Anko wiped the corner of her eye. Such a gentle and considerate demeanor. It must be Yunyu. "As for the next exam, as long as you don't cause any fatalities, I will pretend not to see." The sound ninja disguised as Orochimaru sneezed downstairs, feeling a sense of foreboding. Yunyu had already been sent on a mission by the fourth Hokage. No one in Konoha should be able to stop me now. Do truly did well. Unexpectedly, he found a vessel even more perfect than Sasuke. The girl named Uchiha Sakura had potential rivaling that of Yunyu, and I must capture her in the Forest of Death. Outside the wood leaf at the entrance of the Death Forest, towering trees shaded the blazing midday sun, and a chilling breeze wafted through the eerie woods. From the bottomless depths of the forest, the sound of snakes flicking their tongues echoed, sending shivers down the spines of the candidates at the entrance. "I really can't see any signs of life here." Yunyu stretched lazily and spoke weakly. "Yet it feels really eerie in here." Xiaoying clenched her fists, her voice trembling slightly. Hongdo heard the voices of the two and chuckled lightly. "This place is known as the Death Forest. You will soon experience it firsthand." Perhaps sensing the tense atmosphere around, Naruto boldly cheered for the group. "What Death Forest? I'm not afraid at all." Hongdo still wore a smile, her eyes narrowed as she replied in a kind tone, "Good, you're quite spirited." Just as she finished speaking, Hongdo suddenly vanished from the entrance. "Seriously, didn't the fourth Hokage teach you not to underestimate your opponents?" Hongdo's slightly mocking voice came from behind Naruto, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. Is this guy really the fourth Hokage's biological child? He seems more like the offspring of the Nine Tails. After giving Naruto a scare, Hongdo finally took out the examination consent form. Once signed, the examiners would not be responsible for any deaths in the second round. "What a hassle," Shikamaru muttered quietly from the back of the line. "If you don't sign, you can't take the exam. If you sign and something happens, the examiners are not responsible. Due to the vast examination area, instructors cannot monitor or protect everyone, so this document serves as a waiver." If one were to be killed outside the monitored areas, it would not be surprising. After everyone signed, Hong Do introduced the exam rules, which involved a scroll capture battle to seize scrolls from other teams. The team that first collects the Heaven and Earth scrolls and reaches the central tower of the forest will be declared the winner. The Death Forest examination site has 44 entrances, and each team can choose their own. All teams went to the examiners to receive their respective scrolls, and just as the examiner was about to give Yunyu her scroll, she waved her hand dismissively. No thanks. They'll just go directly to the tower and seize it myself. Hearing this somewhat arrogant statement, Hong Do couldn't help but twitch her lips. 666, she wasn't even pretending anymore. Of course, Yunyu had her own plans. Her true goal was to deal with the fish-free dog Orochimaru. A super shadow would go and beat down the lower ninja fish fry, and she would taunt them afterward. Yunyu certainly looked down on this fish fry dog. As the time reached 2:30 in the afternoon, the examiner promptly unlocked the massive gate, and the candidates officially entered the examination area. Yunyu entered the Death Forest along with the other candidates. At that moment, the long silent system suddenly spoke up. Crisis detected. The system will begin a shutdown update to respond to the crisis. The unlocked abilities will not be affected. Please be cautious in dealing with this crisis. As Yunyu navigated through the branches, she frowned, wondering what was going on. This was the first time she had experienced a shutdown update. System, are you still there? No response came, only the rustling of leaves in the forest reached her ears. What kind of crisis was the system talking about? Why had it suddenly vanished as if it were hiding from something? Yunyu wandered through the forest lost in thought. At that moment, she saw an old friend she hadn't seen in a while running towards her. Senior Eagles, was so you're here. Naruto gasped for breath as he stopped in front of Yunyu, bending down to gulp down air. Just as he was about to speak, Yunyu kicked at Naruto with one foot. Naruto immediately dodged, stumbling and falling to the ground, stirring up a bit of dust. What are you doing, Senior? Yunyu drew out her long blade from behind, aiming it at Naruto. Naruto would never be wary of his companions, and besides, you had your head down just now, so you couldn't possibly have noticed my move. You should be asking, who exactly are you? Suddenly Naruto smirked, licking his lips with his tongue. Since you noticed, I won't play along anymore. With a loud bang, the spot where Naruto stood was instantly enveloped in smoke. When the smoke cleared, there stood a pale-skinned sound ninja woman wearing a conical hat. She slowly tossed aside the hat and smiled as she spoke. How interesting. I hope you can bring me more fun. I have the Heaven Scroll and Earth Scroll here. You must be missing one of them, right? Missing both. Yunyu replied without hesitation. Huh. The two scrolls that Orochimaru was about to spit out suddenly lodged in her throat. Ugh. Cough, cough. Clearly choked by Yunyu's response, it took her a while to recover. Do you want these two scrolls? Orochimaru toyed with the two scrolls in her hands, looking at Yunyu with great interest. I wanted them, but now they are all covered in saliva, so I don't want them anymore. Seeing Yunyu looking at her with disdain, Orochimaru's forehead veins suddenly bulged. How can a ninja be so fastidious? It's too disgusting. I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty. Yunyu maintained her contemptuous demeanor, noting that getting it on her hands would not only be sticky, but also carry a snake-like smell, which would be hard to wash off. Can I wipe it off for you? Orochimaru first shook the scrolls, most of the saliva being shaken off, and then wiped the remaining parts clean with her clothes. No, even if you wipe it, it still doesn't change the fact that it's covered in spit. Yunyu's ruthless voice pierced Orochimaru's ears. Leave, there are better scrolls waiting for me to seize. The items are good, but they are of no use to me. All right, brother. Are you sure you don't want to try and seize them? Orochimaru, seemingly reluctant to give up, still tried to entice Yunyu. That expression seemed to say, please, I beg you to take them. Duck egg touching duck egg. Upon implying disinterest after being rejected again, Orochimaru appeared somewhat dazed, staring blankly at the scrolls in her hands. Seeing that Orochimaru was beginning to doubt her ninja life, Yunyu couldn't help but offer comfort. Don't be discouraged. By the way, hey, raise a bow for you, wrap the scrolls up nicely, and maybe someone will come to seize them. Orochimaru responded hoarsely, turning to leave her hand, trembling as she held the bow. Looking at the sound ninja woman disguised by Orochimaru, gradually moving away, Yunyu suddenly realized she might have gone too far. But soon Yunyu's guilt disappeared. Because just as the sound ninja woman impersonating Orochimaru was about to leave, she suddenly turned around and said to Yunyu, thank you. Yunyu waved her hand cheerfully to Orochimaru. It wasn't until Orochimaru moved out of the range of Yunyu's ocular technique that she realized something was amiss. Her drooping eyes instantly regained their former sharpness, and her dull brain began to function again. What had she just done? Looking at the two scrolls tied with bows in her hand, her anger flared. In a fit of rage, she tore the two scrolls into shreds. What a disgrace. How could a dignified illusion master 10 be treated like a fool by a lower ninja? Hey, you little brat, how dare you play me for a fool? Orochimaru tore off her disguise, the unseen, killing intent spreading, making the surroundings feel much colder. At the same time, the other candidates surrounding them felt their hearts tighten, various scenes of red flashing through their minds, making breathing feel like a luxury. This rampant killing intent was emanating from one person, Orochimaru, the legendary snake. But the ones bearing this killing intent were all the candidates in the forest. Hey, have I been discovered? Realizing that her little trick had been exposed, Yunyu awkwardly scratched her head. I will kill you. Shadow Snake Hands. With a fierce glare, Orochimaru appeared in front of Yunyu, in just a few flashes her long tongue transforming into a giant python aiming to bite Yunyu's neck. Watch my Chidori sharp spear. Accompanied by the chirping of birds, the long spear, transformed from Chidori, pierced through the snake's head. Its sharp cry reverberated throughout the forest. The Uchiha clan really doesn't raise slackers. Oh, let me test your strength. Orochimaru's body became extremely flexible, her legs sweeping towards Yunyu like a whip. The fierce leg whip sliced through the air with a deafening bang. Yunyu swiftly swung her blade to block the attack, while raising her leg to kick at Orochimaru. Orochimaru was caught off guard by the sudden kick, her body stiffening for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Yunyu swung her blade horizontally towards Orochimaru. Such fast swordsmanship. Initially wanting to use her flexible body to counter the opponent's brute strength and compete in physical techniques, she was caught off guard when the opponent used a sharp weapon right away. After one exchange, Yunyu had opened 2 wounds on Orochimaru's waist and abdomen with her sword. Realizing the situation was dire, Orochimaru formed hand seals to unleash a violent wind to force Yunyu back. However, Yunyu had no intention of dodging. She simply turned and thrust her blade straight at Orochimaru. What? She actually passed through the wind, cutting unharmed. She didn't even look at her target, just turned and passed through. Is she pretending? The howling wind did not inflict a scratch on Yunyu, and as she watched the blade glowing with blue lightning approach, Orochimaru slowly gave a thumbs up. Plus, the body had already been numbed by Yunyu's lightning, so Orochimaru decided to give up. What's the point of this body? I don't need it. Come and hit me. What about giving you my body? Although Orochimaru tried her best to defend against Yunyu's sword techniques, after several standard attacks her body was still riddled with holes. Finally, the snake substitution was successful, a hand extending from the mouth of the severely injured body, and then the human-faced snake Orochimaru quickly sprang out, creating distance from Yunyu. Unless she revealed her trump card, it would be very difficult to eliminate Yunyu in a short time. After some thought, Orochimaru decided to retreat, using a summoning snake to buy time against Eagle Zwa. Summoning technique. Orochimaru slapped the ground with both hands, instantly enveloping the death forest in a massive cloud of smoke. However, the giant snake she had anticipated did not appear. Instead, dark clouds covered the sky. Did it fail, Orochimaru frowned, clearly not expecting this result. No, something is coming, Orochimaru exclaimed. She noticed the torn remnants at the location where she had just summoned. It was a spatial fluctuation. In the dim forest, only the summoning site emitted ominous dark red light. At that ripped entrance, a girl dressed in a dark red long dress emerged, exuding an oppressive aura that weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. This overwhelming power felt as if it penetrated through the body, striking directly at the soul. Is this the other world she connected to? Once the surrounding red light dissipated, Yunyu finally saw the girl's face. Shocked, she found herself speechless, for standing there was her own reflection, or more accurately, the girl bore the exact same appearance as her. Yunyu, how did you end up here? Orochimaru exclaimed in surprise, his gaze fixed firmly on the person before him. It was only when he saw that familiar face that he realized the person in front of him was the genuine Yunyu. However, the killing intent emanating from her was stronger than anyone else's. In that moment, Orochimaru thought he saw his own death reflected in her eyes, not just his, but the demise of other ninjas as well. Could it be an illusion? Orochimaru concentrated and once again locked eyes with Yunyu. The moment their gazes met, it sent chills down his spine. There was no mistake, that intense killing intent was indeed leaking from her body. As a man who had fought countless times against Yunyu without a single error, no one understood her better than Orochimaru. Yet now she seemed so unfamiliar, with only her cold face providing proof of her identity as Yunyu. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Yunyu began to observe him with keen interest. She reached out to touch Orochimaru's face, and an overwhelming pressure instantly made it hard for him to breathe. Orochimaru, you're still alive. It's Yunyu, a long time no see. Orochimaru's shoulders trembled as he spoke, afraid that one wrong word could cost him his life. Seeing Orochimaru being so cautious, the red-clad Yunyu actually chuckled. It was a subtle and complex smile, her lips curling up while her face bore an almost imperceptible twist. Don't be so tense, I'm not here for you, and besides, I don't plan to destroy this place just yet, she said, shrugging her shoulders. Upon closer inspection, she differed from Yunyu in many ways. Her clothing was different, her hair styled into 2 pigtails, and beneath her crimson eyes, there were faint dark circles giving her an eerie appearance. This made the observing Yunyu gasp in surprise. The red-clad Yunyu instantly locked onto the source of the sound and appeared behind Yunyu in a blink. Also, you were here, Yunyu. Was it body flicker technique? No, Yunyu quickly made a judgment, as she clearly felt the spatial fluctuations. Yes, may I ask who you are? Knowing her transformation had been seen through, Yunyu decided to acknowledge it directly. The red-clad Yunyu lifted her long skirt, elegantly bowed, and then spoke. Yunyu, no, I should say me from this world. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Me from this world? Are you from another world? Yunyu's thoughts became a bit chaotic, but she still articulated her deduction. After all, she was not from this world either. If others could arrive here, it was not impossible. Very clever, it seems you understand the existence of other worlds, unlike those others. The red-clad Yunyu smiled, extending her index finger towards Yunyu. Yes, you are me, and I am you, only in different worlds. Hearing this sudden statement, Yunyu's eyes widened. The person before her appeared after Orochimaru's failed summoning, so Orochimaru should know something. Just as she was about to call out to Orochimaru, she realized that his position was empty with only a few leaves drifting in the air. Hey, that damn snake actually ran away. Yunyu reverted her transformation and studied the red-clad Yunyu in front of her. She had no idea of the other's purpose for being here, having absolutely no information. So she decided to pry for some information, planning to retreat to her space of divine might if things turned awry. If you're me from another world, how should I address you? The red-clad Yunyu shook her head in confusion. Huh, of course I'm called Yunyu. Yunyu tightly gripped her phantom weapon, maintaining a safe distance while continuing the conversation. In that case, I am also Yunyu. Wouldn't that be a bit inconvenient for addressing each other? The red-clad Yunyu nodded thoughtfully. That's true, it's been a long time since anyone called me by my name. Yunyu lowered her head, recalling that in her past life, while playing games, a ninja could have different forms. Take Obito for instance, depending on the mask, he would have different names: white face, broken face, tiger skin, or categorized by color: purple dog, yellow ape. With this thought, Yunyu suddenly got inspired. Ooh, she could classify by color. How about I call you Red Yu, and I'll be White Yu? The red-clad Yu chuckled. Nice, I like that name. Why did you choose the name White Yu? Red Yu seemed curious, her ruby-like eyes sparkling with interest as she awaited Yunyu's answer. I played white face. No, I just like the color white. Yunyu almost revealed her true thoughts, but simultaneously wondered if the person before her was also a traveler like herself. To verify her thoughts, Yunyu tried to get closer to her while probing for information. After a conversation, Yunyu confirmed that she was not a traveler, but the true Yunyu from another world. Questions came rushing in since they were both Yunyu. Why was she in women's clothing? Could it be that he was she? Just as Yunyu contemplated further, a familiar voice called out. It was Jiraiya Sensei. He rushed in front of Red Yu in a panic, shouting, Yunyu, oh no, something's wrong. The prophecy from the great Toad Sage has come true. The blood-colored Azura has appeared in the ninja world. Jiraiya gasped for breath as he shouted, urging, quick, come back with me and prepare. Seeing Red Yu still expressionless, he felt puzzled. Wasn't Yunyu surprised? She didn't even react at all. I know. Red Yu's crimson eyes bore no warmth, cold as 1,000-year-old ice. Jiraiya Sensei, I'm here. Yunyu softly reminded him, and only then did Jiraiya notice Yunyu behind him. That was Yunyu. So who was this? Faced with Red Yu's displeased expression, Jiraiya quickly retreated towards Yunyu. Jiraiya backed up behind Yunyu, glancing nervously at Red Yu. That intense killing intent was unmistakably the blood-colored Azura. He grabbed Yunyu, speaking in a frantic tone. Disciple, wow, it's really you. Red Yu still wore an unhappy expression, pointing at Jiraiya and saying, so who is this lecherous old man? Perhaps used to confronting Yunyu, Jiraiya habitually opened his mouth. Who are you calling? But seeing the look on Red Yu's face as if she were looking at a corpse, he swallowed the words back. Well, never mind, Yunyu, I'll whisper something to you. Jiraiya tried to avoid her gaze, leaning in to whisper to Yunyu. Then Yunyu learned a bombshell of news from Jiraiya. It was that in the latest prophecy from the great Toad Sage, the blood-colored Azura had erased all ninjas, making Azura the only and final ninja. Jiraiya Sensei, her purpose for coming here wouldn't be. Jiraiya nodded in reply. This person has a sinister aura, eyes filled with murderous intent, thin lips, short ears, and a dark complexion, definitely a genuine murderer. Listening to Jiraiya's accusations, Yunyu felt as though she was being caught in the crossfire. Dare to speak behind my back. Seeking death. Red Yu's gloomy expression vanished, and she suddenly appeared in front of Jiraiya. She grabbed Jiraiya by the neck as if he were a chick, lifting him off the ground. Jiraiya's feet dangled helplessly in the air. Disciple, help. Yunyu reacted quickly, reaching out towards Jiraiya, but the moment she touched him, he vanished without a trace. Let's talk this over. My master is just like that, can't control his hands and mouth. Do I apologize on his behalf? Red Yu snorted coldly. If he can't control his mouth, I don't mind killing him again. Seeing Red Yu retract her killing intent, Yunyu finally released Jiraiya from her space of divine might. Just out from the gates of hell, the first thing Jiraiya did was to close his mouth. He certainly did not want to experience that feeling of being enveloped by death again. It was precisely because of the earlier commotion that a patrolling Umbu discovered the source of the disturbance. Without hesitation, he ignited a signal flare attached to his waist, and the exploding flare stood out against the overcast sky. You're dead, don't run away coming by a coffin. You really haven't seen Konoha's Umbu, huh? Dare to compare with us, Umbu. In just a few seconds, Konoha's Umbu gathered around. Tenzo, what happened? The first to arrive was Kakashi, who was overseeing the area, followed closely by his team leader Shursui and other Umbu. The Umbu quickly surrounded the three, and upon seeing the two identical Yunyus, they were momentarily stunned. Tenzo, who had brought the group, also recognized the face of the red-clad woman. She was exactly the same as the Yunyu senior in front of them. What? There are actually two Yunyu seniors. Yunyu had spent a few years in the Umbu, and there were definitely those who recognized her. But only Kakashi and Shursui, who had contributed bonds to Yunyu, could distinguish the true Yunyu. The two approached Yunyu's side, showing a guarded expression towards the Red Yu in front of them. Wait, what was that expression she just had? The keen-eyed Yunyu noticed that Red Yu looked at Kakashi with a completely different expression than the others, a mix of nostalgia, joy, and guilt. Yet she bore an indifferent demeanor towards everyone else. There was no mistake, although it was only for an instant Yunyu caught it. Perhaps sensing the unfriendly expressions around her, Yunyu felt her emotions starting to fluctuate again. Now was not a good time to provoke this Azura, but just as tensions rose, Yunyu loudly stopped the people around her. "We're allies, brothers, you've got the wrong person, stand down." Hearing Yunyu shout, the surrounding Umbu exchanged glances. Shursui certainly sensed the enormous chakra emanating from Red Yuera presence as fearsome as the senior Yunyu. He made the correct judgment and waved his hand for the Umbu to withdraw. Seeing the hostility dissipate, Red Yu finally retracted her hand that was about to perform a jutsu. "Yunyu, who exactly is this person who looks exactly like you?" Kakashi put away his kunai, speaking with a serious expression. How should she explain this? If she said it was a parallel world, they probably wouldn't understand. After thinking for a long while, Yunyu finally managed to say, "She is me, and I am her." Hearing this, Kakashi fell into contemplation. What an abstract answer, like the butterfly is me, I am the butterfly. Not knowing if they were tired of listening, Red Yu pointed at Kakashi, saying, "That white-haired one over there. What is your name?" Does she not know Kakashi? Why did that fleeting expression appear on her face at that time? Although her experiences differ from mine, she must have spent her childhood in the ninja school. Could it be that she never attended the ninja school? That seems unlikely. Given her Uchiha identity, how could she possibly live out her life quietly as an ordinary citizen? "Are you calling me? My name is Hatake Kakashi." Kakashi reverted to his usual deadpan expression and introduced himself. "Also, your name is Kakashi." Called Yunyu. "No, wait, calling me Yunyu might cause confusion. You can call me Hongyu instead." Yunyu stole a glance at Hongyu's expression, but did not notice the slightest change in her demeanor. "Hatake Kakashi." She slowly pronounced the name. Wait a moment, recalling the prophecy of the great toad sage, there are no ninjas left in her world. Then the Kakashi that represents their world also suffered her fate. With this thought, Yunyu stepped between the two to separate them. "So what is the relationship between you two?" Facing Hongyu's casual question, Kakashi hesitated on how to respond, but Yunyu spoke up first. "We are close friends. It seems you have quite a few friends in this world." Hongyu's voice remained emotionless, yet for some reason it sounded a bit sad to Yunyu. "Yunyu, what on earth is going on?" Kakashi was getting more confused, placing a hand on Yunyu's shoulder. He spoke in a tone akin to a parent questioning a child, his gaze fixed on Yunyu's lowered head. At that moment, Yunyu resembled a child caught in a wrong, stuttering and unsure how to speak. "In my world, I exterminated all ninjas." Hongyu's shocking declaration rendered everyone present speechless. The atmosphere grew tense, making the surrounding air feel much colder. Kakashi turned to look at Yunyu as seeking her reply. Yunyu gently nodded, not denying it. The fact that she had exterminated the ninjas of the entire ninja world was so terrifying that she casually mentioned it. How could Yunyu have done such a thing? But upon careful thought, given her exponential growth rate, it wasn't entirely impossible. The important question is, why did she want to exterminate the ninjas? Kakashi truly couldn't comprehend this. "It's impossible. Yunyu could never do such a thing." "No, it is possible." Yunyu's response seemed to spill out almost involuntarily. She was a soul from another world, and with the system's companionship, she had come this far. But if it were the Yunyu without a system, could she have reached this point safely? Faced with bullying from classmates, the third great ninja wore the loss of companions and the temptations of Madara and Kaguya. Even without these troubles, trouble would find its way to her. She could not escape the reckoning of the night of her clan's extermination. This journey was truly like walking on thin ice. According to the normal world's narrative, this was the predetermined fate of Yunyu. Thus, it is not impossible for the twisted character of Hongyu to come into being. Yunyu knew that her existence had already altered the original trajectory of the world, and all the narratives had been thrown into chaos by her. Although she tried her best not to change things, she could not just stand by and watch her friends fade away before her eyes. Perhaps it was the bond she established with them that kept Yunyu from following a path like hers. So that's where the sense of incongruity came from. Yunyu understood everything. The one who was truly distorted was herself, not Hongyu before her. She had killed the original Yunyu and become a replacement for her. Kakashi, if it were the real Yunyu, she might truly destroy the ninja world. Yunyu spoke somewhat absent-mindedly. Perhaps it was also her fault that brought about this terrifying Hongyu. "What are you talking about, Yunyu? You are that hot-headed one who always loves to cause trouble and acts without thinking, you fool." Hearing Kakashi's words, Yunyu felt even more frustrated and couldn't help but wonder, do I really have no strengths? "But you are you. You are an irreplaceable existence." Upon hearing this, Yunyu felt her heart tighten. Kakashi's tone was resolute, but inside, he was in a state of panic, fearing that Yunyu would also become lost like he did. From the moment he met Yunyu, her dark eyes had always been filled with boundless vitality, but now those eyes that should have been vibrant were dimming. Indeed, Kakashi himself had once had that kind of gaze. That was during the time he witnessed Yunyu's disappearance, Obito's sacrifice, and the accidental killing of Rin. At that time, he too was as lost as Yunyu and not knowing where his true home lay. He even once considered reading books like How to Die. The reason he could emerge from that painful shadow was precisely due to Yunyu's existence. It was Yunyu's repeated actions, her words of encouragement, and her care that dispelled the cloud of gloom in Kakashi's heart. Kakashi's words were like a giant hand pulling Yunyu back from the brink of the abyss. "Kakashi." Yunyu suddenly lifted her lowered head. "Yes, what am I being such a fool for? I am who I am." It was the desire to protect her companions that made her stronger, something that the other Yunyu lacked, and that this imposter Yunyu possessed. Have you recovered so quickly? A barely perceptible smile appeared on Hong Yu's lips, her gaze resting on the slowly setting sun in the distance. The crimson sunset cast a glow on her dark red dress, making the color appear even more enchanting. The sun is about to set. What are your plans next? Yunyu asked. Because of this crazy Hong Yue, Yunyu had to always be aware of and monitor her movements. Of course, I'll find a place to take a nice nap. At that moment, she sensed no murderous intent from Hong Yue. Perhaps she was not in a hurry to act. I live alone in a rather large house. Why not come to my place? Yunyu attempted to extend an invitation to Hong Yue, at which point Kakashi leaned close to Yunyu's ear and whispered, Yunyu, are you sure it's all right to invite her to your house? Yunyu sighed deeply and replied, is there a better way? Can you really let her roam freely in Konoha? That's true, but then you. All right, Kakashi, I know what I'm doing. It's precisely because of you that I'm worried. Kakashi had seen the trouble Yunyu could cause, and if the two got into a fight, Konoha would likely vanish from the ninja world map. I am more at ease with her because she has not displayed any ninjutsu from the beginning. Yunyu spoke softly. After some deliberation, Kakashi ultimately chose to compromise with Yunyu, but with the condition that he must also act together. As Yunyu and Kakashi continued their discussion, Hong Yue, feeling ignored, spoke up irritably, haven't you reached a decision? If you don't give me an answer soon, I'm leaving. Wait, we've decided to let you stay at my place for the time being. At the same time, you must promise me not to harm others. Hong Yue frowned, somewhat displeased. Being ordered around is really annoying. My target has always been you, so I won't attack anyone else. Yunyu extended her fist toward Hong Yue, wanting to fist bump. It's a deal. Hong Yue gently pushed Yunyu's hand away, stammering out, childish. With that, Kakashi went to report to the fourth Hokage while Yunyu took Hong Yue home. It's Yunyu. Why are you back so late today? It's Xiaoyu. Long time no see. Many people greeted Yunyu on the way, especially after stepping into the Uchiha clan, where passers-by were even more enthusiastic. When they saw the girl who looked exactly like Yunyu beside her, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. To deflect their curiosity, Yunyu told them she was a relative. As a result, they greeted Hong Yue just as they had greeted Yunyu. Yunyu couldn't shake the feeling that every time she was greeted, Hong Yue would habitually lower her head and then quickly raise it. The movement was minimal, but Yunyu noticed it keenly. Was it shyness? No, the demon whose hands were stained with blood wouldn't feel shy. She likely wouldn't even regard ordinary people. Since Kimuru was participating in the Chunin exams, Yunyu's small villa was empty. Yunyu prepared an empty room for Hong Yue, which was his storage room for clothes. However, aside from the clothes in the cabinet, there was nothing else. What about dinner? Hong Yue looked at Yunyu, who was pacing in the living room with some confusion. I can't cook. Usually it's handled by our maid Kimuru. Yunyu scratched her head awkwardly. What a useless person. Hearing herself being scolded, Yunyu clenched her fists. Why don't you go cook? Why are you bossing me around? Because I can't either. Hong Yue replied nonchalantly. If you're the host, shouldn't you entertain your guest? Oh, come on, look at my bad temper. Let's step outside for a showdown. Yunyu certainly wouldn't wait for her to step outside before attacking. She was already aiming at Hong Yu's head, ready to unleash her divine power at any moment. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hong Yue shot back defiantly. She too was secretly preparing an unknown technique aiming at Yunyu's heart, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just as the two were about to clash, Kakashi appeared between them in an instant, spreading his arms to separate the two. Calm down, look what I brought back. With that, Kakashi shook his wrists. The plastic bags hanging from his wrists made a crisp rustling sound containing various vegetables and a fish that was still wriggling. Well, both of you should cool off and have a glass of water. In an instant, the plastic bag in Kakashi's hand vanished, replaced by 2 cups of warm water. Oomph, oomph. The two simultaneously huffed in annoyance, each taking a cup and drinking it down, then both exhaling contentedly at the same time. The actions were surprisingly in sync, but upon noticing the similarity, they both scoffed again. Seeing that the two had reigned in their murderous intent, Kakashi let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he made it in time, otherwise Konoha wouldn't need a Superman. Just facing these two would be dire. Indeed, his judgment was correct. Kakashi secretly rejoiced that he had once again saved Konoha from Yunyu. Oddly, why did he think again? After the small episode, the three sat down at the dining table. The table was filled with several home-cooked dishes exuding an enticing aroma. The rich sauce on the braised Crucian carp constantly tempted Yunyu's appetite. No, she had to be elegant, as she couldn't embarrass herself in front of others. Yunyu aligned her chopsticks, picking delicately. On the surface, Hong Yue still wore her usual expressionless face, but the drool she secretly swallowed had already betrayed her. Unbeknownst to Yunyu, who was solely focused on eating, only the perceptive Kakashi noticed. Hong Yue tentatively picked up a piece of Crucian carp, and a subtle expression appeared on her face. Then she began to snatch it away from Yunyu. Seeing the fish being taken, Yunyu slammed the table in frustration, drawing circles on the table with her chopsticks. In her heart, she cursed, eat, die, you readied Hong Yue. Unlike Yunyu, who was cursing viciously, Kakashi felt a bit of sympathy for Hong Yue. In her world, no one should have ever cooked warm meals for her. Though he knew that those who were killed in that world were the ones truly deserving of sympathy. If there were no ninjas, then she must be one of those people. If thinking of this made Kakashi smile bitterly. He was truly grateful that the Yunyu in front of him was still the one he knew. If it really came to crossing swords, could he still go through with it? It seemed Kakashi had never considered this question. After dinner, the group exchanged little chatter before retreating to their respective rooms. Yu felt exhausted from the day's experiences, her body weary to the point that her eyelids began to battle as soon as her head touched the pillow. After a long yawn, she intended to drift into a pleasant slumber. However, upon closing her eyes, her mind was filled with thoughts of the madman Hong Yue, whose paranoia made it impossible for her to sleep peacefully. What if she fell into a deep sleep and Hong Yu quietly attacked her? Should she take the initiative and strike first, eliminating her before sleeping? Although she believed that Hong Yu wouldn't resort to such a vile ambush for her own safety, Yu decided to take some precautions. After all, one should always be wary of others. Yu raised her index finger, a thought instantly flashing in her mind. Shohei. She called out that name, then, with a clap of her hands, summoned a miniature Shohei. Finally released. Do you know how much I've? The cat-sized Shohei pointed a paw at Yu, complaining. Before it could finish speaking, the little Shohei, he sensed something was off. The Yu before it had grown, so large, even larger than itself. No, it wasn't that Yu had grown, it was that it had shrunk. Realizing this, the Shohei frantically pawed at its own body and face. Yu, what have you done? What did you do to me? Why have I become like this? Yu found the panicking little Shohei somewhat adorable and couldn't help but reach out to scratch its chin. Wait, Yu, what are you doing? You can't touch there. Ignoring the protest, Yu continued to enjoy the soft feel of the little Shohei, moving her hand from its chin to its belly, then to the base of its tail. No more down there. So comfortable with years of cat petting experience, Yu knew just the right spots to stimulate. Feeling satisfied with the petting, Yu finally spoke. Yu, call me mommy. Shohei, is that alright? Yu continued to pet it. Shohei, mommy. Yu, do you like mommy? Shohei, I like mommy. Yu, who is mommy's good dog? Shohei, Mimi. It was indeed true. Shohei was based on a creature called a raccoon belonging to the canine family. After being pampered by Yu, the little Shohei, he continued to giggle foolishly. Yu felt a bit of a headache, wondering what she had turned the Shohei into. Never mind, as long as the current Shohei was obedient to her and showed no signs of rebellion, Yu decided to assign it the easy task of watchkeeping, summoning it whenever there was danger. She then took on the heavy responsibility of sleeping. The little Shohei hopped to the door, scanning the corridor before its gaze finally landed on the display shelf. It was a good spot. While keeping watch, it could also rest on the shelf. Conveniently, there was an empty space, so the little Shohei jumped right up. In the room where Hong Yu resided, she was troubled by the oil stains on her clothes. Perhaps due to her slight obsessive compulsiveness, wearing the dark red gown stained with grease made her feel uncomfortable. Should I rinse it with water? However, aside from this long dress, she had no other clothing to change into. Suddenly, she noticed a wardrobe in front of her that was slightly ajar. Since they were both Yu at her height, and figure should be similar. Pulling open the wardrobe, Hong Yu retrieved a piece of clothing that Yu often wore, a blue turtleneck sports outfit. He'll just borrow this for now. The simple style made it easy for Hong Yu to slip it on. Suddenly, she heard a clattering sound from the corridor outside. Hong Yu tensed up, instantly cautiously pushing open her door. The empty corridor had no one else in sight, leading her to wonder where the sound came from. The clattering sound came again, and Hong Yu then discovered the source, a raccoon lying on the display shelf, giggling foolishly. How had she not noticed before that there was a pet in the house? The little Shohei squinted its eyes, spotting Hong Yu in the corridor, its tail perked up and swaying gently. Mommy, it could actually talk. Hong Yu was somewhat surprised to see a talking raccoon. It wasn't an ordinary pet, but a spirit beast. No, with its plump body and thick dark circles, the creature before her was not a spirit beast, but a genuine tail beast Shohei. Strange was that how Shohei sounded. She remembered that the Shohei from her world didn't make such sounds. Looking at the round little Shohei, Hong Yu couldn't help but reach out to pet its body. The little Shohei closed its eyes, preparing to enjoy the Yu massage. However, as it continued, it felt something was amiss. The technique felt quite unfamiliar. No, the person before it wasn't Yu, she was. Realizing this, the Shohei's ears instantly flattened, forming airplane ears. Its plump body puffed up like a stegosaurus, forcefully breaking free from Hong Yu's grip. Hong Yu instinctively withdrew her hand, standing before the shelf and looking down at Shohei. Inside, Shohei cursed itself for mistaking its mother. Should it wake Yu? No, if she learned about the earlier incident, she would laugh at it for a lifetime. Determined to face Hong Yu alone, Shohei fixed its golden little eyes on her. Seeing that she didn't leave, Shohei decided to take action to warn her. Huh. It opened its mouth wide and exhaled 3 breaths towards Hong Yu, but was met with her gaze, which sparkled with enchanting red light. Shohei trembled uncontrollably under the pressure of her gaze. Yet it maintained its stance, thinking, isn't it just death? Better than being laughed at by Yu for a lifetime. At that moment, Hong Yu retracted her gaze, turning to leave. Even in fear, it still dared to breathe at me. You rascal, Shohei. Hong Yu still admired this world's Shohei, recalling her own world's version, which didn't even have the courage to unleash the tailed beast ball against her, let alone daring to breathe at her while under the threat of her gaze. As Hong Yu wandered around the house out of boredom, she encountered Kakashi, who was alone on the rooftop, troubled while gazing at the moon. Hearing footsteps in the corridor, Kakashi slowly turned to look at the newcomer. He paused for a moment before speaking with some confusion. Is that you, Hong Yu? Why are you wearing Yu's clothes? Hong Yu halted, surprised that Kakashi recognized her at a glance. I took that dress to wash, so I'm temporarily borrowing this guy's. How did you figure it out? The clothes look the same, the face looks the same. Well, I had no basis for judgment. I just had a gut feeling you weren't that guy. Kakashi pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, after spending so much time with Yun-Yue, he might have developed a sixth sense. Hee, how interesting. Hong Yu revealed a seemingly malicious smile as she approached Kakashi, quietly admiring the moon surrounded by a multitude of stars. Why is it that so many people always surround that guy? He should have been quiet and lonely during his time at the Ninja Academy, right? The reason you reached out to help him was that you felt pity for him, right? Yin-Yu. Pity. Those two words could never be put together in her mind. Kakashi's mind short-circuited, unsure why she thought of Yun-Yu as pitiable. Reflecting back, he recalled how long ago people in their class used to bully that lonely Yun-Yu. Kakashi had also helped her then, at that time. He genuinely thought little Yun-Yu was quite pitiable. However, Yun-Yu did not remain in despair. She transformed herself and built deep bonds with everyone. It was precisely from interacting with Yun-Yu that Kakashi understood she had no reason to be pitied, rather it was the classmates who were truly deserving of pity. Seeing Kakashi's reaction, Hong Yu seemed to grasp his thoughts. I see. It really makes me a bit envious of him. Hong Yu's cold face momentarily showed a flicker of emotion. There was also someone like you who once reached out to help me. But I rejected them. What happened afterward? Kakashi, very curious about Yun-Yu's experiences, couldn't help but ask. I believe they became the captain of some ninja coalition, and after that there was no news. They probably fell in battle against my white Zetsu, or the reanimated army. Is that so? What a pity, if only they had paid more attention to you back then. Hong Yu took a deep breath. So that's how you think. Enjoy this peaceful time, it will soon be disrupted. Gaining eye, Hong Yu said to Kakashi in a seemingly dismissive tone before turning back into the house. Kakashi observed her leave, seriously pondering why such a significant difference existed even though they were both alone. From their interactions, he felt she was not inherently a bad person. Although she sometimes liked to intimidate others with her killing intent, at least since arriving in this world, she had never attacked anyone. If only the Kakashi from that world had cared for her a little more, even just a little. Initially, Kakashi thought she was an irredeemable brat, but now his view had changed. Since the Kakashi from that world couldn't save her, then he would save her himself. This thought grew stronger in his mind. He would never allow Yun-Yu to vanish, not a single one. This time he would protect this world. In the deep of night, Yun-Yu was still immersed in her Tai Chi dream when a sudden knock on the door broke the silence. She gently rubbed her sleepy eyes, threw off the covers, and got up to open the door. Who is it? As the door opened, Yun-Yu finally saw the figure standing at the entrance. Kakashi. A hint of confusion surfaced in her voice. Why would he come find me at this late hour? Standing at the door, Kakashi scratched his head, about to speak when his gaze inadvertently fell upon Yun-Yu's sleepwear. The loose shirt, which was treated as sleepwear, had a few buttons undone, revealing part of her chest. Realizing this, Kakashi immediately looked down, covering his eyes with his hand and speaking in a stutter. Yun, you wear your clothes. Just waking up, Yun-Yu's mind was still a bit fuzzy. It was only after Kakashi's reminder that she noticed the undone buttons at her chest. What's the big deal about this? As she spoke, Yun-Yu began to fasten the buttons. Only after she had done so did Kakashi slowly raise his head. Yun-Yu could feel that his temperature was a few degrees higher than usual. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Kakashi awkwardly touched his neck, trying to find words. However, Yun-Yu casually replied, it's fine, just a small matter. One could only say that Yun-Yu hadn't changed one bit. Kakashi couldn't help but silently marvel at it. Invited into the room by Yun-Yu, Kakashi began to discuss matters concerning the Red Moon. Sorry to disturb you at this late hour. It's fine, coming to find me this late must mean there's something important, right? As Yun-Yu spoke, she moved the chair in front of her desk next to Kakashi, indicating for him to sit down. Thank you. After taking the chair, Kakashi got straight to the point. Yun-Yu, what do you think of the Red Moon? A lunatic from the Uchiha clan who destroyed the entire shinobi world. Yun-Yu was right. The Red Moon had indeed destroyed her world, and this fact could never be erased. Even so, Kakashi did not wish to see two Yun-Yus fighting each other. That's true, but I think she is very much like you, especially when you first met. Yun-Yu did not deny this. After taking a deep breath, she continued, I know that very well. If it were the old me, perhaps I would have followed the same path as her. Now I would never do that, because I have found my place. My interactions with everyone have gradually given me many precious things that I must protect. Yun-Yu clenched her fists. If that lunatic from the Uchiha clan poses a threat to everyone, I will eradicate her with these hands. I have seen through the Uchiha clan, especially after finishing the second Hokage's book, The Struggles of the Senju, a few days ago. Oh, I despise that lunatic even more now. But Yun-Yu, aren't you also an Uchiha? Kakashi asked again. Yun-Yu shook her head. That's different. Kakashi pressed further. Haven't you also changed? Yun-Yu retorted loudly. That's not the same. She understood that her soul did not belong here. She was merely a counterfeit with the Uchiha name. And the Red Moon, she was the real Uchiha. Haven't you realized? Among the Uchihas other than me, how many have normal thought processes? Yet Kakashi firmly replied, his gaze resolute. No, because I believe that no matter which world Yun-Yu is from, she won't be a complete bastard. Because when I first met you, I knew you were not that kind of bad person. Moreover, she has seen herself in you, the one adored by everyone. I can see the loneliness in her eyes. That yearning for companionship is unmistakable. Yun-Yu fell silent. Perhaps her existence might really impact her, showing her the path she had never chosen, revealing another possibility of the world. If she were to live in that world, a world without ninjas, a world without acquaintances, or even a world without any living beings. She might not even have the motivation to continue living. For some reason Yin felt a pang in her heart and didn't know what to say. Understood, I will send her away, painlessly letting her bid farewell to that tragic world. I believe that once she reaches the Pure Land, having companions she knows won't be so boring, right? Hearing Yin misunderstand Kakashi's words once more, he helplessly slapped his forehead. Why does Yin mind only think about battle? Kakashi couldn't help but complain. To avoid deepening the misunderstanding, he decided to discuss this topic another day. Then let's talk next time, see you. After bidding farewell, Kakashi left the room. The next morning, the aroma wafting from the dining table coaxed the still sleeping Yin downstairs. At the dining table, the Red Moon sat expressionlessly, stirring the white porridge in her bowl, still treating this place as her home. It was hard to believe that the culprit who destroyed the shinobi world was now casually dining with her. Oh, Yin is awake. I've prepared breakfast for you. With that, Kakashi removed the apron he was wearing and pulled a chair over for Yin. Thank you. After politely expressing her gratitude, Yin took a seat. At that moment, the silent Red Moon suddenly spoke. After you finish eating, accompany me to the back mountain of Konoha. I have something to tell you. Can't it be said here? Yin raised her bowl, examining Red Moon through the gap. It seems you want to flatten Konoha. Though I have already destroyed a Konoha, I must admit it was quite funny. I wouldn't mind doing it again. After saying this, Red Moon covered her face, looking intoxicated, as if boasting about her KDA. Yin snorted coldly, and then downed the porridge in her bowl. Seeing Yin frown, Red Moon smiled. This is bad, or are they really about to fight? Kakashi suddenly felt uneasy. No, he had to quickly inform the 4th Hokage to prepare the village for evacuation. After the meal, the two went to the forest in the back mountain of Konoha, with Kakashi separating them in the middle. Go ahead, what is it? Although he knew that her coming to this world to find him couldn't be anything good, he still decided to ask. As I said, my goal is to kill you and take your power. But now Yin sighed softly. Oh, was a battle between them unavoidable? As expected, people may change their environment, but their nature remains the same. A rotten orange is just a rotten orange. If an Uchiha could change, it would be a dream. The 2nd Hokage is wise. I will take care of this evil little Uchiha, in honor of the 2nd Hokage's spirit in the afterlife. By the way, doesn't the 2nd Hokage only fly after death? At this moment, the 2nd Hokage in the Pure Land wanted to praise Yin, but he suddenly held back, leaving only a curse the damned Uchiha. After some thought, Yin decided to strike first, but because of Kakashi beside her, she abandoned the idea of using large-scale destructive ninjutsu. Before Red Moon could continue, Yin suddenly unleashed a Rasengan, smashing it into her face. What are you babbling about? Take that up with my Rasengan. Huh. It seemed she hadn't expected Yin to strike. Caught off guard, Red Moon was hit by the Rasengan, flying backward and crashing into several trees before finally stopping. Even Kakashi was startled by Yun's sudden action, quickly reaching out to stop her. Yin, what are you doing? Don't stop me. I'm following your idea, sending her to reunite with those from her world. Kakashi, looking speechless, replied, when did I ever think of that? Yin, you idiot, you've caused trouble again. Kakashi covered his head with one hand, feeling as if the sky had fallen. His entire night of persuasion had not only failed, but had become the catalyst for this situation. I've decided, I will kill you as planned, and then deal with him. After saying this, Red Moon's Sharingan began to spin, ultimately forming 3 swirling patterns. Her gaze fell upon Yun's position, and immediately the space around Yun began to distort. Frequently using this technique, Yun naturally recognized this as the space-time ninjutsu Kemui. The space distortion caused by Kemui happens almost instantaneously, yet there is still a slight delay. As long as one activates the intangibility at the moment of the attack, they can avoid being torn apart. Yun, having triggered perfect intangibility, escaped from Kemui's range and appeared right in front of Red Moon. You didn't die, eh? Is that so strange? Yun replied, somewhat confused. No one has ever emerged unscathed after being hit by that technique. Red Moon frowned, seemingly unable to understand how Yun had gotten out. Because your technique was reacted to by me, I activated intangibility the moment you hit me. But that reaction speed is something a normal person can't achieve, right? Yun nodded. It's indeed difficult, but with diligent practice it's possible. He wasn't exaggerating, his reflexes were honed on the battlefield. To master intangibility, he would stand still in front of the enemy, waiting until the enemy's attack approached before activating it. Often due to nerves, he would trigger it too early or too late. Because of this, during that period, Yin frequently ended up with many inexplicable wounds. Heaven rewards the diligent. After 2.5 years of practice, Yin mastered perfect intangibility, able to trigger it every time without pressure from the enemy. The reason for his perseverance was not to become stronger, but because Yin thought it was cool to reflect everything looking impressive. A monster, simply a monster. Red Moon looked at Yin as if he were an oddity. However, before she could finish her words, the ground beneath Red Moon cracked. Kakashi emerged from the shattered ground, thrusting his Chidori at her chest. Don't move. If I sense any chakra flowing from you, this Chidori will pierce your heart. Kakashi spoke, coldly glaring at Red Moon with anger. Kakashi, get away from her. She's dangerous. Yin warned, but Kakashi remained with his Chidori raised, threatening Red Moon. But she just tried to kill you. Kakashi's eyes were slightly red, and he spoke with a murderous intent. That kind of attack poses no threat to me. Even without intangibility, I can dodge it. You should be able to as well, right? Kakashi was sweating profusely. What a joke. How could one easily dodge the attack from Kamui? Besides someone like Yunyue, no one would be foolish enough to just stand there and react to Kamui. Having experienced Kamui, Kakashi knew how dangerous it was. A moment's delay could lead to losing limbs. Put down the Chidori. That ninjutsu can't kill me. Red Moon slowly pushed Kakashi's hand away while also retracting her murderous aura. That was the first time I heard that voice, the one that called itself a system. It told me that according to the normal course of events, I would die in the Third Ninja World War. At the time, I paid it no heed. Although others ostracized me, I had a fellow clansman who would talk to me and a cousin who cared. Kakashi guessed the person she referred to was Dai-Tu, but he could not fathom what this so-called system was. Kakashi plainly did not understand the notion of a system, whereas Yunyue, who bore one herself, was familiar with the term. Seeing that Yunyu understood, Hongyu continued. I ignored it at first until the Third Ninja World War broke out, and my clansman friend and I were sent to a battlefield in Wuyin. On the battlefield of Wuyin, the Uchiha clan's proud fire techniques gained them no advantage. A 50-man unit returned with only 2 survivors, myself and the friend who had accompanied me. Wounded, I dragged her body soaked in blood, and pleaded with the Muyi ninjas who had come to reinforce us for aid. But they refused, accusing us of desertion from the front line. I watched helplessly as she, drenched in blood and denied timely treatment, closed her eyes before me forever. She was only 9 years old. Yunyu felt sorrow, but above all a burning rage. Worse still, those ninjas invoking the charge of desertion intended to finish me off. Later I learned they acted on orders from Tuanzong dispatch to eliminate the surviving Uchiha. Hongyu's tone was flat, perhaps a sign that too much time had made her world wearied. Dai-Tu had already perished in the war. Even the only person who spoke with me was taken away. It was then that these eyes awakened within me. As she spoke, the Magatama in Hongyu's eyes merged into one and formed a strange cloud-like kaleidoscope. With the power of that kaleidoscope, I killed them without effort, absorbing their abilities through these eyes. From that moment, I came to loathe the village and the entire ninja system. I swore to destroy that system to ensure no more tragedies like that could befall others. At this point, Kakashi and Yunyu understood the reason for her transformation. Indeed, enduring friend after friend dying and betrayals from the village's upper echelons would break anyone, especially someone of the Uchiha lineage. It was then that the voice of the system returned to my ear. I can tell you now, the plan to eradicate the ninjas was devised by that system. Kakashi could not help but ask, so what exactly is this system? From Hongyu's account, the system seemed like a ghost that manifested at pivotal moments and steered her choices. How to describe it? It's like a pile of garbled code. Its presence is undeniable yet intangible. It feels a little like an invisible being. Is that so? Yunyu narrowed her eyes in puzzlement. Her own system did not behave in the same way. Rather than serving her, Yunyu's system appeared to dominate her, manipulating her like a marionette. So, your reason for seeking me was a mission issued by your system? Hongyu nodded. Indeed. The system planned for me to eliminate you and in the process destroy this world. What a dreadful entity. Kakashi inhaled sharply. If true, the world faced annihilation. But was she telling the truth? Kakashi felt as if she spoke of matters beyond his understanding and squinted in suspicion. Perhaps sensing his doubt, Hongyu pressed on. I know I cannot defeat that thing with my strength alone. Therefore, I need to borrow your power to strike down the system. Kakashi thought for a moment and glanced at Yunyu. Yunyu, do you believe her? Yunyu did not answer immediately as she scrutinized Hongyu's expression. If the system learns of you, do you think it will spare you? Hongyu's impassive face trembled slightly. Her fist hidden beneath her long skirt was clenched. Most likely not. That is precisely why I need you. Even if you refuse, this is all I can try. All right, I believe you. Yunyu inclined her head slightly toward Kakashi to indicate trust. Why? Kakashi asked, wanting to know the basis for her trust. A lying person's face can never possess the look of someone prepared to die. Now let us plan. This opponent you alone cannot defeat is no trivial matter. It must be difficult, yes. Yunyu spoke, reaching out to shake Hongyu's hand in truce, but Hongyu refused. Why? Yunyu was puzzled. Hongyu's stoic face tightened nervously. Because it has arrived. A tear opened in the air opposite Hongyue, and something that resembled a cluster of garbled characters emerged from it. It bore no discernible shape, like chaotic brushstrokes twisted into a knot, but written in transparent ink. Visible, yet indistinct, one could not say what it truly was. I never expected you, usually so obedient, to betray me. I cannot fathom the logic of you humans. You should have followed the path I laid out like a puppet. Why break free? Hongyu sneered. Emotionless beings like you could never understand. Kakashi, can you make out what that thing is? Yunyu asked him. Sorry, I cannot describe it in words. I only sense a presence but cannot discern its form. I see. Yunyu fixed her gaze on the being that claimed to be a system. At the same time, that system noticed Yunyu. You are that triple X. Yunyu, are you? I never expected that freed from XX's control, you could still act of your own will. I have never encountered such a case before. Kakashi, did you hear what it just said? Kakashi drew a kunai and eyed the cluster warily. When the thing mentioned Yunyu's key information, its voice shifted into a high-pitched electric whine. Yunyu stiffened and looked to Kakashi. She began to speak, but suddenly changed course. No, I didn't catch that either. Upon hearing Yunyu's reply, the thing laughed. As expected, you inferior creatures cannot comprehend my existence. Very well, I will finish quickly and return to report. Pause time. No sooner had it spoken than Yun-Yu felt the space around the three of them ripple. Apologizing silently to Kakashi, Yun-Yu kicked him and used the reaction to grab Honyu's collar, pulling her out of the time-distorted zone. Kakashi only regained his footing after colliding with a distant tree. Yun-Yu and Honyu landed in a clearing. Where they had stood, birds hung motionless mid-flight, and leaves froze in the air, the scene like a photograph trapped in stillness. Quick reflexes, the thing remarked with faint admiration as it prepared to strike again. Shunwei. Yun-Yu gave it no chance and unleashed Shunwei, a space-warping technique, at the thing's location. A violent contortion of space mangled the area where it had stood. When the distortion subsided, the thing still stood there unharmed. It resembled a projection. Attacks passed straight through it, and even the twisting of space failed to alter its form. How can this be? Yun-Yu frowned. Its defense was more perfect than mere intangibility. There was no obvious way to strike back. I told you lower beings cannot harm me. Even seeing my true form is a luxury. This entity was formidable, stronger than any foe Yun-Yu had faced. It could not be struck, yet it attacked at will. To me, you are like a sheet of paper. No matter how powerful the blow, it cannot penetrate the surface. Previously, Yun-Yu's enemies had been overcome by sheer numerical superiority or priority mechanics, but this was different. This opponent appeared to outrank even her system's priority, a seemingly undefeatable mechanism. A pure mechanism monster. When encountering such mechanistic foes in games, Yun-Yu would usually set her device aside and acquiesce. Facing such an opponent now, she felt no desire to fight in conventional terms. Just as Yun-Yu sank into bewilderment, Honyu's voice cut through. She launched a ninjutsu while speaking. I cannot fathom why you despair. Even someone like me, having lost everything, did not give up. What excuse do you have? Everything has a flaw. I'll probe for one. Watch carefully. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector and revealed the Xie Yin Sharingan hidden beneath it. Lei Chia. With thunderous force, Kakashi raised Lei Chia lightning cutter and charged. Danger, Kakashi. Yun-Yu called, but his only reply was a terse exhortation. Observe. Not willing to squander the window, Kakashi bought Yun-Yu's Xie Yin flared as she fixed her gaze on the battle. Come on, think. Find its flaw, she urged herself. In that instant, Yun-Yu noticed a clue. The transparent entity cast no shadow. When Kakashi's shadow overlapped it, the chaotic portions of the overlapping silhouette took on a fixed shape. A dreadful thought formed in Yun-Yu's mind, and a chill crawled down her spine as she connected the observation to earlier deductions. Kakashi. Hongyu. That thing possesses absolute defense. It is invincible. Children, run. Then she bolted deeper into the forest. Yun-Yu. What are you saying? Hongyu clearly did not believe this apparent resignation, as she misread Yun-Yu's sudden demeanor. Kakashi, hearing the mechanistic-sounding statement, immediately understood Yun-Yu's intent. When anxious, Yun-Yu did not talk. Such abstract, extreme statements usually meant she was baiting the enemy. Yun-Yu had regained her composure and prepared to counterattack. Yun-Yu, you're right. Such a powerful system. We don't stand a chance. Kakashi darted away to keep distance from the system and followed Yun-Yu's retreat. Hongyu pressed her head against the onslaught, puzzled that even the usually composed Kakashi had been infected by Yun-Yu's machine-like demeanor. Watching Yun-Yu's escape, far slower than the original assault, Hongyu suddenly grasped her plan. Was it a deliberate lure? She had it. Hongyu began to mimic their abstract cadence system. Just you wait. Then she fell into step with them and ran toward the forest's heart. After the three sped away, the thing froze for a moment, then chattered and pursued them. Hey, don't run. I'm in a hurry. Won't you let me finish you off? Their flight carried them deeper until their feet finally came to a halt. Why stop struggling now? The creature approached step by step. Now, Yun-Yu shouted to Kakashi. Tu dun duo chong tu lu bai. Kakashi formed the seals and slammed his palm to the ground. A heavy dog-faced earthen wall rose up, enclosing the creature. Didn't I say ninjutsu won't affect me? The thing sneered, yet Hongyu wore a triumphant smile. Because we never intended to kill you. Suddenly the thing seemed astonished and lashed out at Yun-Yu, cursing. What? You? When did you realize that? So your weakness truly lies in your shadow. Once your shadow makes contact with you, your movements become restricted. Kakashi's earth release, earth flow wall perfectly confirmed Yun-Yu's hypothesis. Kakashi, I owe you thanks for the intelligence. You alone made this discovery possible. Yun-Yu nodded toward Kakashi in sincere gratitude. You wretches. That entity slammed headlong into the earth flow wall, blocking its path. With a thunderous boom, the thick earthen barrier collapsed. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakashi cast the technique again. The entity's motion once more shackled by the wall's shadow. It charged anew, yet the instant the barrier shattered, Kakashi instantly erected another. Thus they repeated this cycle over a dozen times, until the entity let out a furious, grinding snarl. Damn you lowly creatures. How dare you toy with me? Its voice brimmed with mounting frustration and rage as it relentlessly battered the wall. Will you never cease? Seeing Kakashi's chakra reserves nearly depleted, Yun-Yu stepped forward to reinforce the wall. I could hold you here all day, and I am not alone. Yet the entity kept slamming 80 against the barrier. Apparently exhausted, it paused mid-charge, then spoke once more. Shall we negotiate? Yun-Yu's lips curled in a mischievous smirk. Negotiate with me, eh? What the hell would I possibly negotiate with you? Hongyu, watching idly from the side, couldn't suppress a sudden burst of laughter. I won't release you. I'll starve you out. I refuse to negotiate with you. I'll drive you mad. I'll wait you out, forever. I'll wear you down until you're gone. Hearing Yun Yu's taunts, the entity erupted in exasperation beyond endurance. You insolent wretch, I'll kill you. Activating system authority. Expanding temporal stasis range. At that ominous declaration, Yun Yu sensed catastrophe looming. A ripple of spatial distortion surged forth, this time encompassing the entire world. Too late. Before Yun Yu could even cry warning, he, like all others, was frozen in stasis. Fools. The system's highest authority can halt the entire world, even if my force seizure grants only seconds. Never imagined I'd be forced to deploy this measure against mere pests like you. Enough. Time to end this swiftly. Within the suspended world, the entity drifted slowly toward Yun Yu's still form. Thus you hateful wretch shall perish by my hand. First time facing such an obstinate foe, farewell forever. Its indistinct form swelled, suddenly poised to engulf Yun Yu whole. Then, Yun Yu's frozen finger twitched. Impossible. The entity cried out in shock and recoiled violently. Did he just move? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. All entities within this world must obey system governance. How could this be? As the entity hesitated, time resumed its natural flow. You can move freely within my stasis field. Answer me now, Yun Yu of this world. Yun Yu lifted his gaze, answering with casual indifference. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. To ordinary eyes, and to Kakashi now restored, this had lasted no longer than a blink. He merely noticed the shattered earth flow wall, and the entity now hovering directly before Yun Yu. I knew it. Hong Yu stroked her eye, and then leapt beside Yun Yu, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Kakashi likewise appeared beside them in a flash of Shunshin, exhaling deeply before speaking. I don't grasp what just occurred, but I'm relieved you're both unharmed. Yun Yu drew a slow breath. So far we've found no way to wound it. Though shadows could temporarily restrict its motion, this was no sustainable strategy. Moreover, that recent crisis had been perilously close. If repeated, Yun Yu doubted he could save everyone. Sensing his troubled expression, Hong Yu smiled faintly and teased. Oh, why the long face all of a sudden? Of course I'm grim. Facing an enemy like this offers no chance of victory. And you brought it here. Yun Yu raked his fingers through his hair in exasperation. Truly, this other Yun Yu was nothing but trouble. Even now she mocked him while he bore crushing pressure, frustrating him further. Can't you just die already? All you do is oppose me, or drag me deeper into chaos. At this, Hong Yu chuckled softly. Never thought someone so heartless could feel genuine distress. Before Yun Yu could retort, Hong Yu spoke first. I know a way to defeat it, but I need your cooperation. Yun Yu's brow furrowed. Why didn't you say so sooner? Hong Yu said nothing, only pressed a hand to her mouth, smiling. Then she gently closed her eyes and reopened them to reveal a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Her hand lightly tapped Yun Yu's shoulder. In the next instant, a cloud-shaped mark shimmered into being upon his nape. Yun Yu, please unleash your strongest ninjutsu upon it. Though Hong Yu revealed no details, Yun Yu chose to trust her command. First he signaled Kakashi to retreat, then his hands formed seals. Upon receiving Hong Yu's silent nod, Yun Yu slammed his palms onto the earth. All or nothing. Summoning technique, demonic statue of the outer path. The ground trembled, a colossal roar echoed across the forest canopy. Dust billowed skyward, blinding all, until the haze cleared, revealing the towering, awe-inspiring demonic statue of the outer path. The statue gaped wide, its blood-stained maw rearing back slightly, as lightning coalesced upon its spine protrusions. With a deafening bellow, crackling bolts lanced toward the entity. Then Hong Yu leaned close to Yun Yu's ear, whispering something quietly. Yun Yu's expression shifted instantly to stunned disbelief. Hong Yu offered the two of them a radiant, heartfelt smile, then vanished. She reappeared instantly at the storm's blazing epicenter. Danger! Blinding light seared their vision, yet when it faded, that spot stood utterly empty. Hong Yu was gone, truly gone. Only the mocking entity remained. Oh, already reduced to dust. Indeed, she had no kin nor comrades to mourn her. Not even a corpse remains. A true orphan, isn't she? Used from the start, then discarded in senseless death. A failure in every regard. No matter. She betrayed us anyway. That fool deserved exactly this fate. Silence, you wretch. Yun Yu roared, trembling with raw fury. Recalling his time with Hong Yu, it hadn't been pleasant, yet never unpleasant either. Finding someone to spar verbally with, someone who'd snatch his snacks, was an experience Yun Yu hadn't known in years. Perhaps he understood her better than anyone else, because she was another version of himself. A self stripped of memory, though he refused to admit it. Yun Yu, entrust this to you. My Mangekyo ability binds us. Should one die, the other inherits its power. Live on, with my eyes. Her final words echoed endlessly in Yun Yu's ears. He simply couldn't believe she'd fallen so easily. Why did you do this? Yun Yu's voice cracked, his eyes blurred with unshed tears. Only when the cloud-shaped mark on his nape dissolved, and he felt chakra and strength surge violently within him, did he accept her death as irrevocable. Rage flooded his mind, battering his vision. Something ancient stirred behind his eyes. His Sharingan's tomo spun wildly, merging into a crescent moon motif. Yet the transformation continued. The moon now circled by three cloud-shaped tomo identical to Hong Yu's own Mangekyo pattern. Reboot complete. System prerequisite satisfied. Analyzing absorbed shinobi abilities. Analysis complete. Attempting perfect integration. Integration failed. Requesting retry. Integration failed. Requesting retrieval of World Administrative Authority. Request approved. World Administrative Authority reclaimed. Invoking System Authority. Elevating perfect integration probability to 100. Attempting perfect integration. Integration successful. Host, delighted to serve you once more. All this unfolded in a single heartbeat, and in that heartbeat the entity panicked. The player who governs this world, hasn't he vanished long ago? Without a master, why have you rebooted it? Because the system's true host has never departed. Impossible. Then why did I sense nothing? Hearing the system's converse, and recalling Yunyu's earlier deductions, the truth crystallized. System, may I crush it? Permitted. World channel sealed. Even so, you cannot breach dimensional boundaries. Before the entity finished speaking, Yunyu's Rasengan struck its core. For the first time it shrieked in agony. You struck me. We exist on entirely separate planes. Surprised to Yunyu's voice turned glacial, his Rasengan swelled larger still. Not only can I strike you, I can see your true form. Now I recall why those numbers you recited sounded familiar. They're my game ID. The entity recoiled step by step, its form for the first time trembling with fear. Let me tell you a secret. I saw you clearly from the very beginning, and remain unbound by time. Because I am a player too. Yunyu raised his Rasengan, and lunged. Impossible. How could a lowly creature like you stand equal to that, Lord? The entity feared not Yunyu, but player Yunyu, a being empowered to erase its very existence. Suddenly something unseen lifted Yunyu's arm. Though invisible, its presence poured ceaseless energy into his Rasengan. Within a blink the sphere swelled to basketball size, then rocketed skyward. Was it satisfying to look down upon us as a god, Then taste the strength of the lowly beings you scorned? Yunyu hurled the Rasengan, not with finesse but brute, overwhelming force. Its colossal radius consumed the entire forest. Escape was unthinkable. This blow is for Hongyu Rasengan. At first the system shrieked under repeated impact, but as Yunyu's chakra output escalated, all sound ceased. When the Rasengan dispersed, a vast circular crater scarred the forest floor, its scale rivaling the monumental engineering feats performed by Chojuro for Konoha. There within that crater the interdimensional system was erased, utterly and finally. Yunyu nodded. To defeat it, Hongyu was unquestionably MVP. He and Kakashi, it seemed, had truly ridden to victory on her coattails, prompting a wry self-deprecating smile. Is it truly over? Kakashi appeared beside him in a Shunshin, weary but calm. Yes, just as if nothing ever happened. As though Hongyu had never arrived, nor left behind a trace. At first Yunyu had loathed her cold demeanor, her world-weary scowl unsettling to anyone who beheld it. He neither loved nor hated her, yet in the end only he and Kakashi stood vigil mourning her silence. If only a single strand of hair remained, I could resurrect her via Edo Tensei. Back then I should have used Kamui to twist her head mid-fight, perhaps yank some hair loose. Kakashi's brow darkened with sweat, but he still offered quiet comfort. Well, time flows only forward. Grieve but move on. Yes. Wait, Kakashi, what did you just say? Kakashi blinked startled. Grieve but move on. Not that, the line before. Time flows only forward. Yes, that's it. Yunyu sprang upright from his crouch. I may have found a way to bring Hongyu back, for a second chance. Provided the location in her world remains intact, undamaged by White Zetsu or Edo Tensei armies. Kakashi's eyes lit up. Could it be? I have no seat. I intend to rewrite the Red Moon's fate using the Dragon Vein's power. To return to the world before its destruction and unmask the mastermind behind it. Then both the Red Moon and all the innocent people of that world would be restored to life. Yunyu watched Kakashi fall into silence, uncertain whether he would approve her plan. Absolutely not. This is far too reckless. Yunyu, you know better than anyone how perilous the Dragon Vein buried deep beneath the earth truly is. Moreover, tampering with time carries unimaginable consequences for the world. I forbid you from proceeding without exception. Kakashi's voice was resolute, his usually languid fish-like eyes narrowed with rare tension. Even if you forbid it, I will go nonetheless. After a long pause, Kakashi sighed deeply and spoke, his expression resigned. I know. Once Yunyu sets her heart on something, nothing can sway her. Since your decision is final, I shall accompany you. Thank you, Kakashi. Overcome with emotion, Yunyu embraced Kakashi tightly. Then she summoned the system and prepared to cross into another world. As she held him, Kakashi felt his mind buzz with static, his thoughts utterly blank. Even his sense of touch seemed dulled when Yunyu's chest pressed against him moments earlier. There had been no expected warmth or softness, only a hollow, weightless emptiness. Was it merely nerves overwhelming him? He resolved to steady himself, slapping his own cheeks briskly to stay alert. World channel reactivated, initiating the world gate for the host. The system's announcement had barely faded when a rift tore open before Yunyu. It was identical to the first time she'd encountered the Red Moon. This then must be the system's world gate. Let's depart, Yunyu declared, and shoved Kakashi headlong into the spatial fissure before leaping in herself. Wait, Yunyu, I haven't. Vertigo from the spatial transition slammed into Kakashi's skull, cutting his words short. He collapsed into unconsciousness before the sentence could finish. How long had passed? Kakashi stirred, sensing his head resting upon something soft. Kakashi, are you awake? At Yunyu's voice, his eyelids parted just a sliver. His cheeks sank gently into yielding warmth, and beneath his mask Kakashi's face flushed faintly. This is a knee pillow. Yet even a maiden's thigh feels strangely abrasive against my skin. No, what am I saying? Maiden's thigh. His eyes widened in shock as he met the gaze of an enormous grinning raccoon dog face. Up. Kakashi sprang upright, scrambling backward to put distance between himself and the colossal creature. You're the raccoon dog, he blurted, stunned. How utterly impolite you humans are. Had Yunyu not asked me to let you rest comfortably, I'd never have deigned to serve as your pillow. Shikako folded her arms haughtily at her waist, turning away, once Kakashi recoiled. A raccoon dog speaking. Kakashi stared astonished. Fool. I am no raccoon dog. I am Shikako. Shikako. Don't be so tense, Kakashi. Shikako is perfectly gentle. Watch. Yunyu reached out and stroked Shikaku's chin. The beast swayed blissfully, tail curling with delight. Allow me to try. Kakashi extended his hand, only for Shikaku to instantly shrink into a round, smooth head, puff 3 sharp breaths into his face, then bat his wrist aside with a clawed paw. Kakashi could only offer an awkward wry smile. Glancing around, he murmured, so, this is Konoha. The Hokage rock lay shattered beyond recognition. Of village walls were toppled, buildings reduced to rubble. Scattered ruins stretched as far as the eye could see. Not a trace of life remained. The world had been utterly annihilated. The architect of this desolation stood before them. Yunyu herself, though this one belonged to this ruined world. Though he'd known she destroyed it, Kakashi hadn't imagined the devastation would run so deep. Next we locate the dragon vein of this world. Do you recall its position? Of course. That place is seared into my memory forever. Kakashi clenched his fist, his thoughts unreadable. Hold on, Kakashi. I'll mark this spot so we can find our way back. After planting a flying thunder god, Kanai, Yunyu, and Kakashi journeyed toward the ancient kingdom buried beneath golden sands. Kakashi lowered his sand-shielded hood and pointed toward a yawning crater. Here it is. Below lay the ruins of Lulan, within which the dragon vein lay sealed. Yunyu nodded and leapt straight into the ruins. Kakashi followed closely behind. At last they found the seal left by the 4th Hokage, the very key required to activate the dragon vein. Truly worthy of teacher Minato's hand. The sheer intricacy and precision, save for myself, none could possibly unravel it. Kakashi scanned the dense interwoven seals, his tone thick with admiration. This technique is indeed deviously subtle. Through flawless integration by the system, the abilities of every shinobi slain by the Red Moon now resided within her, and Yunyu began channeling the power of dead water. Kakashi, don't fear. What comes next is far more insidious. Yunyu placed her palm upon the sealing kunai. Instantly, the surrounding runes shimmered with a faint azure light. Kakashi, brace yourself. The real storm is coming. The moment Yunyu broke the seal, the kunai erupted in blinding radiance. A colossal sphere of raw energy engulfed the entire ruin in an instant. Did it succeed? Yunyu gave a quiet nod. Yes, just look around you. Unlike the earlier wasteland of shattered stone, the ruins now stood intact, untouched by Yunyu's devastation. We've arrived in the era before this ancient kingdom fell, and I nearly thought I'd died just now, Kakashi remarked wryly. Before he could voice another complaint, a sharp rebuke rang out from the dragon vein's entrance. Who are you? How did you trespass here? Their arrival had clearly alarmed the guardians. At least, for now, the world still held living souls. The Red Moon had yet to begin her campaign of shinobi eradication. As guards charged toward them, Yunyu seized Kakashi's collar and activated the Flying Thunder God, whisking him back to Konoha in a flash. They stood atop a residential rooftop overlooking the village, inhaling the fragrant air and listening to the lively bustle of pedestrians below. Yunyu closed her eyes, savoring the scene. Drawing a deep breath of Konoha's familiar air into her lungs, she exhaled slowly, a serene smile blooming across her lips. Ah, the scent of home. Noticing Kakashi watching her, she opened her eyes and shifted to business. Time to find the Red Moon. Where exactly should we begin searching? Kakashi had no leads. Locating a single person in such a vast village seemed near impossible. I have a plan. A mischievous grin spread across Yunyu's face. In the next instant, the two slipped stealthily into Hiruzen Sarutobi's residence. Yunyu, is this really appropriate? Kakashi attempted to dissuade her, but Yunyu silenced him with a sharp, commanding glance. Where is it? She began rummaging through cabinets and drawers. Her gaze finally settled on a safe tucked away in the 3rd Hokage's study. Could it be inside? With brute force, she wrenched the heavy door open, revealing row upon row of neatly stacked cash. TCH. A curse escaped Yunyu's lips. How much money? Where on earth did the 3rd Hokage get all this? Kakashi frowned, puzzled. Sensing his confusion, Yunyu explained coolly he simply exploited the privileges of being Hokage. Recalling the meager orphan stipend she'd received as a child, her jaw tightened with suppressed anger. Kakashi, grab the money on our way out. I'm scattering it across the streets of Konoha. Though inwardly resisting, Kakashi bowed to Yunyu's authority and hoisted the safe onto his shoulder. Exhausted after hours of fruitless searching, Yunyu decided to rest briefly on the third Hokage's bed. As her head neared the pillow, she felt something hard beneath the fabric. She unzipped the pillowcase and discovered the object concealed inside. That old fox hid the crystal ball right here. Clever old man. You certainly know how to conceal things. Yunyu secured the crystal ball and turned to leave, then paused at the doorway, spotting the large television set displayed prominently on the living room table. What the plasma TV? The realization that it had been purchased with her own orphan stipend ignited fresh fury. Kakashi, smash that TV. What kind of taste does he have? I haven't even bought one yet. Here, use this. Yunyu drew a black rod from the void. Understood. Kakashi set down the safe and took the rod, shattering the screen into glittering fragments. If the TV's gone, the speakers are useless too. Might as well destroy those as well. Fine, consider it done. Without hesitation, Kakashi turned his attention to the audio system. By the riverbank of Konoha, a lone girl sat quietly beside the water. To outsiders, she appeared to be speaking earnestly to empty space beside her. I promise you'll witness this hypocritical world with your own eyes someday. Just as the system believed it had nearly succeeded in its deception and intensified its manipulation, the girl's voice cut through the air. Hey, you're that system, aren't you? Don't bother me. I'm busy right now. It suddenly froze, then whirled about to face the intruder. Who are you? And how do you know of me? Confirmed, it's definitely the original. Kakashi now. From the shadow before them, a massive sack materialized and instantly ensnared the system within its dark, binding silhouette. Yet the entity remained utterly unruffled, its voice dripping with disdain. Ha ha ha. Fools. You lowly beings cannot even perceive, let alone strike an existence like mine. Even knowing my weakness changes nothing. Go ahead, try hitting me. Utterly unflustered, it leaned into its habitual arrogance, certain no denizen of this shinobi world could ever breach the digital veil and strike it directly. In the next heartbeat, its smugness vanished under Yunyu's fist. With her newly awakened eyes, she saw it clearly, not as chaotic noise, but as a distinct adult male form. Hold on, buddy. It hadn't anticipated Yunyu reaching through the screen to seize it bodily. Scream. Why aren't you screaming? Think hiding behind a screen makes you untouchable. You've truly lost your mind. Yunyu lightly slapped its face with her free hand. How did you? The system stammered, panic cracking its voice. I won't waste breath explaining to you. You're unworthy of understanding. Go discuss it with my Rasengan instead. With that, Yunyu rammed the spiraling sphere deep into its mouth. No. A final agonized shriek echoed, and then silence. Who are you? The little girl gazed up cautiously at the two strangers before her. As Yunyu turned, and their eyes met, the girl gasped, it's you. Her voice had shed all timidity, now resonating with the unmistakable cadence of the red moon. Yunyu knew. You recognize me, eh? Yunyu was startled. This version of herself shouldn't know her at all. I never imagined you'd come to this world. I'd forgotten everything, until I saw your eyes. Then it all came flooding back. She pointed to Yunyu's still unsealed Mangekyo Sharingan. Though I loathe thanking the one who killed me, I must thank you nonetheless. Her gaze flickered away, her tone reluctant, almost grudging. You sought death yourself. Still, you were the one who struck the blow. Fine. Given you've already died once, I'll forgive you this time. Yunyu turned sharply, exhaling a cold, dismissive snort. Humph. The red moon mirrored the gesture precisely. Aren't you leaving yet? Such commotion won't go unnoticed. Patrols will arrive shortly to apprehend you. Before the red moon could finish, shouts echoed from the Konoha security force. Who's there? Instantly she feigned wide-eyed helplessness and cried out, Uncle. Two bad men tried to kidnap me. Hearing kidnappers and seeing the Uchiha crest embroidered on her back, the officers flared with outrage. How dare they, targeting such a precious child? They rushed forward, handcuffs drawn, shouting, you. Yunyu seized Kakashi's arm and vanished via Flying Thunder God. As they disappeared, the red moon whispered, so softly only the wind might catch it. Farewell, Yunyu. Kakashi, I eagerly await our reunion in the future. If we reinsert the sealed kunai into its original position, everything around us should revert to its former state. Kakashi stretched lazily and spoke in a relaxed tone. Yes, that should be correct. This is our only chance to save this world. Having returned once more to the Dragon Vein ruins, the two stood before the sealing site. Yunyu opened her ninja tool pouch and placed the kunai upon the central dais of the Dragon Vein. As her hand seals accelerated, dense arrays of glowing runes rippled outward from the kunai, like concentric waves rising from a stone cast into still water. At last, upon completing the final seal, the rune array blazed with radiant sapphire light. It's done, Kakashi. No sooner had Yunyu spoken than their bodies began to fade into translucence. Reverse the course of fate, now. With the Dragon Vein's power fully sealed, the temporal effect binding them gradually dissolved. They returned to their original time. Did it work? Yunyu murmured, uncertainty clouding her voice. For the desolate ruins surrounding them offered no clear sign of change. I'm still worried about Hongyu. Kakashi, do you think she might have succumbed to bullying by her peers, descended into darkness, and resumed her path of world destruction? Yunyu lowered her gaze, her voice tinged with quiet concern. After all, given Hongyu's brooding nature, such a turn was not beyond possibility. Unlikely, Kakashi replied, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. Is there truly anyone in this world capable of bullying Yunyu? If any bullying occurred, it would be Yunyu who did the bullying, not the other way around. What about the third Hokage then? Might she resent the compensation stipend issued by the third in defect, then seize control of the tailed beasts to launch sporadic assaults on Konoha? And what if she? Kakashi watched as Yunyu's anxiety spiraled, her composure fraying like taut silk about to snap. Her presence so charged it seemed one step closer would melt the air itself. Kakashi raised a calming hand and said, surely no one but you Yunyue would even contemplate such things. Moreover, her temperament simply wouldn't dwell on trivialities like these. He covered his face with one hand, sighing helplessly. If you can't rest easy without seeing her, go confirm it for yourself. Ah, of course. I'll just go verify it in person. Kakashi, you're brilliant. Anyone with ordinary sense would have thought of that, he thought, but dared not utter it aloud. Truth be told, he too looked forward to seeing Hongyu, wondering how she fared in this world. Let me sense the chakra marker I left behind in Konoha. There it is. Shall we go together? Yunyu extended her hand in invitation. Kakashi nodded gently. Then let's depart. Yunyu placed her hand upon Kakashi's shoulder, and in an instant they vanished, leaving only a soft puff of dust swirling in their wake. In Konoha's central commercial district, pedestrians flowed ceaselessly along the thoroughfare. Shops lined both sides of the street, their open fronts exhaling rich mingling aromas. Suddenly Yunyu's attention caught on two street performers at the roadside, one clad in a sleek black trench coat wearing a dark hat that shadowed his face. With a flourish he conjured a crimson sphere from his palm and tossed it skyward. Instantly, it detonated midair, releasing a cascade of shimmering ribbons that fluttered down like confetti. Yunyue, it's time we attended to our mission. Lingering here will jeopardize our return schedule. At Kakashi's call, Yunyu turned and walked away. Understood. As she departed, the performer glanced deliberately in her direction. A blonde-haired youth beside him burst out excitedly, Master, she's her, isn't she? The man in black gave a quiet hum, then sighed softly. Without another word, he laid a hand on the youth's shoulder and led him away. Meanwhile, Yunyu moved forward, listening intently to fragments of conversation drifting from passers-by. This year's harvest has been exceptional, truly blessed by the Hokage's grace. Huh, of course it is. So long as the Hokage stands watch, the other nations dare not even entertain thoughts of aggression. Truly worthy of the title Hokage, achieving effortlessly what others deem impossible. By the way, word has it the Hokage will soon hold his wedding ceremony. Everyone's scrambling to prepare gifts. Have you decided yours yet? Not yet. What gift could possibly repay the Hokage's boundless benevolence? Well, no offering could suffice. The debt is infinite. Peace reigned across the village. All along their path, the most frequent refrain Yunyu and Kakashi heard was, long live the Hokage. The Hokage's wedding. Yunyu counted on her fingers. First Hokage. No, he perished long ago. Impossible. Second Hokage. Also ruled out. Only then did Yunyu recall. Her bookshelf held the struggle of the Senju, whose serialization had ended years ago because its author, the second Hokage, had passed on. The third. Unlikely. A married man doesn't remarry so publicly, even infidelity wouldn't warrant such fanfare. Fourth Hokage, Naruto's father. Perhaps a wedding with Kushina. But this world's timeline had synchronized with his own, so that idea faded. Who delays marriage by over a decade? Beyond those names, only Tsunade, Kakashi, and Naruto remained plausible candidates. A sharp snap sounded beside Yunyu. Kakashi's shoulder tapped lightly. Hey Kakashi, shouldn't you be preparing for your wedding instead of idling about? Obito emerged from behind Kakashi, but not the Obito Yunyu knew. This Obito wore no mask, his face unmarred by scars. Understanding dawned instantly. The revered Hokage spoken of throughout the village was none other than Kakashi himself. Why suddenly cover one eye with your forehead protector? Did some lecherous peeping Tom poke your eye out? Obito teased, barely suppressing laughter. TCH, perhaps I shouldn't have entrusted her to you after all. Well, it was her choice. I suppose I have no right to interfere. Kakashi stood baffled. Had he in this world become Hokage and scheduled a wedding? Just then a familiar feminine voice called out to Yunyu. A voice long absent from his world, silent for years. A single tear trembled at the corner of Yunyu's eye as he turned to see the girl sprinting toward him. Rin, oh dear, why are you crying? This is cause for joy. She lifted her sleeve and tenderly wiped the glistening tear from his lashes. Had the girl he failed to save in his world been rescued here? He recalled his initial motive, using her, but over time her warmth had quietly melted the frost around his heart. Whenever he returned from training, battered and bleeding, Rin would appear at school the next day. Her hands gentle, her care meticulous, her silence profound. He dared not meet her flawless amber eyes, convinced he was unworthy. There, no more tears. Look, you've smudged the makeup I carefully applied. Only then did Obito notice Yunyu beside Kakashi. Hey Yunyu, long time no see. Seeing the unshed tear glisten in Yunyu's eye, Obito felt a sudden visceral tug at his chest. His temples bulged with veins as he roared. You must have upset her. Damn you, Kakashi, take this. Huh. Caught utterly off guard, Kakashi took the punch full force, toppling backward onto the ground. I'm sorry, Obito. Instead of retaliating as expected, the stunned Kakashi offered an apology, leaving Obito momentarily speechless. Obito, that was uncalled for. Rin pouted, scolding him sharply. I admit I acted rashly just now. Whether moved by Kakashi's humility or Rin's voice, Obito offered a reluctant apology, then burst into his boisterous, unrestrained laugh. Kakashi, you beat me to the altar after all. Still, I wish you joy. Congratulations, Kakashi. May your wedding bring you happiness. His words carried faint reluctance, yet sincerity shone through. Rin stood nearby, muffling giggles behind her palm. You two haven't changed a bit. Yunyu steadied his breath, let a genuine smile bloom, and joined her laughter. Don't look so down, Kakashi. Haha, I never expected that the single you would end up getting married by the time of Boruto, haha. Yunyu laughed heartily as he playfully punched Kakashi on the shoulder. Is it that funny? Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly, displaying a look of helplessness. By the way, Rin Obito, may I ask who Kakashi's bride is? Just as Yunyu was about to enjoy the gossip, he sensed the surprised gazes from Rin and Obito. Obito placed his hand on Yunyu's forehead, feeling the warmth before speaking. You're not running a fever, so why are you saying such silly things? Before Yunyu could grasp the situation, Obito continued, of course it's you, could it be me? Huh? Yunyu exclaimed in surprise. How did the gossip end up being about me? Yunyu pointed at himself, seemingly in disbelief as he repeated me. Obito and Rin simultaneously responded with an ahu. As per your request, the invitations have already been sent out to the various village leaders and daimyos. Moreover, many have already replied, including the 4th Kazekage Raza, the 5th Mizukage Meiterumi, and the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, all of whom confirmed they would attend. Obito recalled the recent replies and added, oh, and we just received a response from the village hidden in the clouds. The 4th Raikage and his brother Killer B will also be coming. Yunyu couldn't help but exclaim, what? Not only is it Obito, but even Killer B is involved. This wedding was turning out to be quite extravagant. It felt like a declaration of war against the entire ninja world. Yunyu couldn't help but praise. No wonder she's the madwoman who initiated a ninja world war. It's impressive. Even though he knew that the Yunyu they were referring to wasn't him, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. It felt like hoping for a brother to do well, but not wanting him to drive a Land Rover. Did Hongyue actually choose Kakashi? This was somewhat unexpected for Yunyu. After all, with Hongyu's personality, it was hard to imagine her even finding a partner, let alone making friends. Forget it, I'm done playing, but it's not fun. Let's head back. Yunyu grabbed Kakashi by the collar, preparing to take him away from this world. Are you sure you don't want to see her? Kakashi, being dragged away, wore an awkward smile as he was taken through the crowd in front of the villagers. She's doing so well, wouldn't meeting her just embarrass me? Yunyu furrowed his brows, recalling how he was pressured by matchmaking ants in his past life. Hey, isn't that our little Yunyu? I've become Hokage, and I never thought you still hadn't found a partner. Just thinking of her smug face made him angry, out of sight, out of mind. True. Kakashi waved goodbye to Obito and Rin. Once they found a secluded spot, Yunyu instructed the system to open a portal to another world, and together with Kakashi they jumped in. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Kakashi reported the events to Tsunade, omitting the part about Yunyu getting married. Hearing this, Minato was drenched in cold sweat. That was close. It's all thanks to you two. His gaze unintentionally fell on Yunyu, who was looking around the office. Strange, where did the cactus on the desk go? I thought I could keep plucking leaves to relieve stress. Minato smiled bitterly. Oh, fortunately, he had moved all the plants from the office to his home earlier. Otherwise, who knew how many would have fallen victim to Yunyu's mischief. Then we'll take our leave. Kakashi said he was ready to depart when Minato stopped him. Wait a moment, Yunyu, you head back first. I need to discuss something with Kakashi. Yunyu nodded and gently closed the office door. Kakashi, thank you for taking care of Yunyu all this time. If it weren't for you, Yun, you would have caused so much trouble. With that, Minato stood up and bowed to Kakashi in gratitude. Kakashi hurriedly helped Minato up. It's what I should do. Minato sighed lightly, speaking in a tone reminiscent of nostalgia. Now the 7th squad only has you and me left. I'm really an unqualified teacher. Please don't say that it's just unavoidable. The departure of Rin and Obito was a hurdle Minato could never overcome. By the way, I want to hold a barbecue to reward you all. What do you think? Minato tentatively asked, seeking Kakashi's opinion. Well, if it's an awards ceremony, Yunyu most likely won't attend. But if it's a barbecue, I believe Yunyu would like it. Kakashi agreed with Minato's idea. Alright then, let's set it by the village's stream. In the evening you can go invite Yunyu. With a clap of his hands, Minato made the decision. Understood. Kakashi responded, and then left the office. As night fell under the twinkling starry sky, several people busily arranged tables and barbecue equipment. Hey, isn't that our Shizen? I didn't expect you to come too. Sarutobi Konohamaru said with a teasing tone while setting up a stool. Shut it. If you annoy me again, I'll have you handle things with the new root members. Shizen snorted coldly, placing the barbecue tray on the grill. Kushina watched the two children in front of her and couldn't help but chuckle. Young people really are full of energy. Minato smiled while watching them. Yes, just like Obito. And he swallowed the unfinished sentence and addressed Naruto. Naruto, go to Yunyu's house and see why they haven't arrived yet. Minato looked at Naruto helplessly. Having followed Yunyu since childhood, he wasn't sure if it was because Yunyu spoiled him, but it felt like Naruto was overly protected by Yunyu. For example, when the Ninja Academy just opened, Naruto was placed in Yunyu's class and was bullied by one of the students. Then Yunyu angrily told Naruto, this is outrageous. Who in Konoha doesn't know that Naruto is my subordinate? Yunyu convened a meeting with the teachers that day, saying set up a trap for that kid. Ooh, I want him to fail the exam. The next midterm exam, that kid scored only 59. 9 points in total, crying and making a fuss. He told his parents it's definitely a setup by someone with power. However, all he received from his parents was scolding. Are you saying a person with great authority purposely set up a trap to prevent you from passing? Ungrateful child, look at what you scored. You deserve a beating. The next day that kid came to class with a bruised face. Once Naruto was deceived by an outside merchant who tricked him out of his pocket money. He cried to Yunyu about this. This time Minato learned from experience and promptly advised Yunyu. Naruto, don't cry, leave it to your father to handle this. Yunyu, seeing Naruto sad alone, immediately got angry. Talking nonsense won't help, let others be sad too. Yunyu directly took people to smash the merchant's stall. At that time the merchant ran to the Konoha security team wanting to report Yunyu. Who would have thought that upon arriving at the security office he found Yunyu who had smashed his stall drinking tea with the head of the security team. Later that merchant returned home in tears claiming that Konoha had a gang and that he would never go back again. Alright, I'm going to find teacher Yunyu. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, clearly thrilled at the thought of seeing teacher Yunyu again. However, just as he was about to head to Yunyu's house, he heard Yunyu's familiar voice coming from behind. Hey, why didn't you call me to eat barbecue? Teacher Yunyu. Upon seeing Yunyu, and Naruto instantly leaped into Yunyu's embrace. Yunyu ruffled Naruto's hair and Naruto closed his eyes with a look of enjoyment. Suddenly a hand lifted Naruto up. Hey Naruto, don't be so excited, let Yunyu take a seat first. Huh, Kakashi-sensei, why are you still here? Naruto questioned. For a moment Kakashi truly felt a bit annoyed with this little brat, but since he was his student he couldn't show it. Just when Kakashi reached out to pull Yunyu over, a figure blocked him. Kakashi-sensei, it's been a while. It was Kunmaru who had come with Yunyu. Damn, it was Kunmaru. Kakashi forced a smile as he greeted him. Ah, Kunmaru, I heard you successfully advanced to Chunin. Ah, congratulations. Kunmaru showed a friendly smile and replied, that's really thanks to Kakashi-sensei. If it weren't for facing Sasuke as my final opponent, I wouldn't have passed so easily. Kakashi suddenly remembered that after returning, he hadn't asked about the results of those kids. You mean you defeated Sasuke? Kunmaru nodded expressionlessly in response. Meanwhile, in Konoha Hospital, Sasuke, with bandages all over his arm and one leg in a sling, was screaming in frustration. Why? Just thinking of what Kunmaru said after defeating him made Sasuke tremble with anger. The fact that I seriously injured you is our little secret. You better not tell Yunyu. If you do, be careful. I know where your school is and which class you're in. You better remember that. Well, got it. Kunmaru looked at him with disdain as if he were garbage. The sparks from the charcoal were swept into the night sky by the cool evening breeze, mingling with the enticing aroma of grilled meat. Hey, the barbecue is here. Yuriharu Tongfeng laughed heartily as he brought a platter of grilled meat to the table. He wiped his oily hands on the corner of his clothing and addressed everyone. The grilled meat is ready, let's dig in. His untidy behavior of wiping oil on his clothes caught the disdainful glance of Shizumura. I'm starting now. Naruto eagerly reached for the meat skewers. Naruto, you can't be rude. Kushina caught Naruto by the ear with one hand, causing him to release his grasp on the meat skewer. Ouch, ouch, ouch. After retracting his hand, Naruto carefully rubbed his ear. It's okay, Kushina, Minato quickly reassured her. And you spoiling Naruto like this, when will he ever grow up? Kushina joined Minato in speaking, her crimson hair slightly flaring at her waist. Yes, that makes sense. To appease Kushina, Minato could only awkwardly smile from the side. He noticed Yunyu's big eyes fixed intently on the steaming grilled meat. As if sensing Yunyu's concern, Junmaru picked a skewer of grilled meat from the top of the platter and after a moment's wait, handed it to Yunyu. Lady Yunyu, please enjoy. Yunyu's thoughts were pulled back as she looked at Junmaru's innocent face, unable to refuse this child. So she accepted the handed skewer. Thank you, but you don't need to take care of me so carefully. I'm not a child. Yes, Lady Yunyu. Just as Junmaru turned away, he felt an unfriendly gaze from Kakashi. Then Kakashi mimicked Junmaru and pulled out a skewer from inside, offering it to Yunyu. Yunyu, try this. Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Yunyu rejected him. But I refuse. Kakashi stood there holding the skewer, lost in thought in the wind. Fool, doesn't he know that Yunyu has a sensitive tongue and wants to take care of Lady Yunyu? Junmaru walked up beside Kakashi and spoke in a voice only the two could hear. It turned out Yunyu was afraid of hot food. No wonder she would let the food sit in her bowl for a while before eating. Though Junmaru informed him his tone was indeed quite unpleasant, causing Kakashi to frown. The crispy grilled meat combined with the secret sauce burst with flavor in his mouth. Very fresh, very delicious. Yunyu gave a thumbs up to Tongfeng. Tongfeng, flattered by the praise, scratched his head shyly. However, Yunyu still felt something was missing. She scanned the table, wondering why there was none. Oh no, was she not looking for that? Kakashi's expression became anxious as he silently prayed for it not to appear. How can a gathering be complete without this? Saying this, Yuriharu Tongfeng pulled out a golden square bag. Oh no. Kakashi's heart sank completely. This is the white liquor I took from Uncle Nikazane's house, said to be a gift from someone, and Uncle has been saving it without drinking it. Oh, Uncle is getting older, and drinking is bad for his health, so I plan to drink it for him. Just like Milan took her father's place in the army, now Tongfeng drinks for his uncle. Well done, Tongfeng. Yunyu snatched the bag directly, but upon grabbing it, she sensed something was off. Why was this bag of liquor so heavy? There should only be a bottle of white liquor inside. With curiosity, Yunyu took out the liquor and discovered what was underneath. 2 stacks of money. What's wrong? Is there something off with this liquor? Tongfeng looked at the dazed Yunhua puzzled. How could it be wrong? This liquor is just too right. Yunhua placed the money-filled bag into a nearby trash can and returned to the barbecue scene. Just as she was about to open the liquor bottle, Kakashi shot a glance at Minato. Minato understood instantly and said to Yunhua, Yunhua, alcohol is one of the 3 taboos for ninjas. You're too young, you can't grasp how deep the water is in there. While saying this, Minato thought about rushing to snatch the liquor bottle from Yunhua. What are you talking about, senior brother? Yunhua hid the liquor bottle behind her. Teacher Jiraiya said that going to a bar to drink with beautiful ladies is also part of our ninja training. This tests the perseverance of being a ninja. Minato's smile instantly stiffened. No wonder Teacher Jiraiya managed to mix money, liquor, and beauties all at once. After pouring a small cup for Minato and the others, Yunhua poured herself a full glass, stopping only when it was about to overflow. Cheers. Feeling the fiery stimulation rush to her tongue and throat, Yunhua savored the white liquor lingering on her lips. It's very spicy at first, but after swallowing you can feel the residual fragrance. Damn, what kind of hard days had I gone through with Teacher Jiraiya before? I can't let this good liquor go to waste, or I need to drink more. Yunhua reached for the liquor bottle, but unexpectedly Kakashi snatched it away. Yunhua, that's enough. Ooh, drinking more will get you drunk. It's fine with my body. Do you think I can get drunk? Yunhua patted her chest and then snatched the liquor bottle back, filling her glass once more. Kakashi and Minato watched as Yunhua continued to drink cup after cup. Will anything go wrong at this rate? Minato asked Kakashi beside him, a bit worried. Let's hope so, Kakashi said, though he felt extremely anxious inside as he noticed Yunyu's face becoming increasingly flushed. The more one worries about something, the more likely it is to happen. Suddenly Kakashi heard Yunyua's drunken voice. Hee, Kakashi, what's wrong? Kakashi immediately responded. It's nothing, I just wanted to call you. At this moment Yunyua didn't know how she felt, only that her body felt light, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Yunyua showed a mischievous smile. Kakashi, how long have we known each other? If we count from the first time we met, it has been 18 years, 2 months, and 1 day. What? You remember that so clearly? Kakashi looked at Yunyua a bit embarrassed. His eyes seemed to be dodging. Even from a distance Kakashi could clearly smell the alcohol on Yunyua. Thank you, I'm glad to have met you in this world. Yunyua smiled broadly, carefree. Yunyua, you've had too much to drink, go rest now. Kakashi approached, preparing to help the swaying Yunyua alongside Junmaru. However, Yunyua pushed aside Junmaru and Kakashi, who came to support her, complaining, What? I'm not drunk, I just feel very happy to have friends like you along the way. This is a happy smile because of you, Obito and Rin. Gradually Yunyu's smile faded, and something began to well up in her eyes. Yunyua lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, and soon sobs could be heard. Kakashi, do you know how much it hurt when I saw Rin in that world? It's all my fault for not working harder to become stronger. If I had tried a bit more, I could have brought Rin back like Akatsuki. Compared to Akatsuki, I'm really a useless waste. You've done enough, Yunyua. Kakashi wanted to reach out to wipe away Yunyu's tears, but she dodged him. Kushina punched Minato, signaling him to comfort Yunyua together. Yes, if it weren't for you, we might not have made it through the Nine Tails incident. Your life was also saved by you during the war. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here today. This time it was Tongfeng who spoke up to comfort her. It was Lady Yunyua who taught me the meaning of life. Oh, I will always follow in Lady Yunyua's footsteps. Kakashi sighed and said, Yunyua, look at the people around you. Everyone is gathered here because of you. So don't blame yourself anymore. Yunyua lifted her head, gently wiping away the tears that had yet to dry at the corners of her eyes. Everyone. The next day, the first thing Yunyua saw upon waking was her familiar ceiling. My head hurts so much. Yunyua sat up on the bed, staring blankly out the window. Was it a dream? Her memories had gone blank after drinking the white liquor, and she rubbed her temples. I can't remember anything strange happening after drinking last night. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Junmaru entered holding a cup of water. Lady Yunyua, this is honey water specially brewed for you. Please drink it while it's hot. Yunyua took the cup of water, and after taking a sip asked, Junmaru, did I do anything weird after drinking last night? Lady Yunyua did nothing at all. Really? Absolutely true. Yunyua stroked her chin, feeling as though she was missing something. Suddenly it was as if her head had cleared up. Yunyua hurriedly jumped off the bed, running out the door in her pajamas. My money. That bag of money. Junmaru watched the hurried Yunyua and couldn't help but chuckle. Because just last night he had seen that seemingly unreliable Lady Yunyua possessed a heart stronger than anyone's to protect. He felt that this contradictory side of Lady Yunyua was quite adorable. Perhaps this was why he was willing to pledge to follow her to the death. Konoha Village dawn. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze sat at his desk and slid a stack of completed documents beneath it. At last finished. A desk unburdened by paperwork truly feels refreshing. Just then a soft knock sounded at the door. Enter. The door opened gently, and Yunyua stepped into the office. Senior brother Minato, you summoned me. Minato shrugged, slightly speaking with gentle embarrassment. My apologies, Yunyua. I called you in so early. It's no trouble at all. Between us, formalities are unnecessary. Please speak plainly. Minato nodded quietly, folding his hands together with interlaced fingers, his tone turning grave. This concerns intelligence from Kusagakure. Kusagakure. Yunyua's brow furrowed faintly. Beyond the occasional visiting shinobi for exams, the village held no particular significance in her memory. Yes. Kusagakure has reported Orochimaru's presence there, and that he is conducting clandestine experiments. They've requested our intervention to resolve the matter. Minato relayed the intelligence he'd received that morning. No further explanation was needed, the implication was clear. Am I to apprehend Orochimaru? Minato met her gaze and gave a quiet nod. Without hesitation, Yunue accepted the mission. Understood. I'll depart immediately. Though I know one such as you is more than capable of confronting Orochimaru alone, I've assigned 2 others for added security. Rest assured, they're both familiar faces. Who are they? Yunue asked. At that moment, the door burst open and a deep, weathered voice echoed from the threshold. An excellent question. None other than the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Clad in his crimson haori and bearing a massive scroll upon his back, Jiraiya struck his signature pose. Arm raised, leg extended. Legendary Sannin. More like the pervy sage. Naruto, standing beside him with arms crossed, retorted indignantly. Out. You misunderstand entirely. That was research, you brat. What do you know? Jiraiya bristled at the nickname. Then hand back my wallet, and I'll stop calling you that, Naruto said, holding out his hand, fingers curled expectantly. Jiraiya hurried forward to clamp a hand over Naruto's mouth, then offered an awkward grin to the 2 inside. Don't take him seriously. We're just joking around. Minato rubbed the back of his neck helplessly, sweat beading on his forehead. Perhaps he should have listened to Kushina. Perhaps entrusting Naruto to Jiraiya's tutelage hadn't been the wisest decision after all. Still, fortune smiled. Yunue remained in the village. With her leading the trio, all would surely be well. I see. Yunue now understood Minato's intent. What of my genin team? Already arranged, Minato replied smoothly. I've informed Kimimaro. He'll serve as interim jonin instructor. Given Kimimaro's strength, safeguarding them during this mission will pose no difficulty. Truly, Minato had foreseen everything. Such as the life of a Hokage, frontline shinobi need only focus wholly on their missions. Obey orders, fight, bravely fulfill their duty. Yet the Hokage behind the lines must weigh countless unseen variables. And so Yunue, Jiraiya, and Naruto set out for Kusagakure to extend Orochimaru a most unconventional invitation to team building. Meanwhile, deep within the forests of Kusa, no Kuni, a girl, fled desperately through the dense undergrowth. Chasing her were a group of relentless figures clad in black, their faces concealed behind featureless masks. There she is. Seize her. She must not escape. If she does, our entire plan collapses. Their shouts echoed like predators closing in on prey. Huff, huff, huff. Brown hair clung to her temples as sweat streamed down her forehead, yet she had neither breath nor strength to wipe it away. Her lungs burned with searing agony. Her legs had long since numbed into oblivion. Dizziness pulsed behind her eyes, a cruel consequence of oxygen starvation. She dared not stop, for those pursuing her would drag her back into that suffocating darkness, a sealed room where light never entered and the world beyond ceased to exist. This was her first glimpse of the outside world, the very first since memory began. Having broken free at last, if recaptured now, she might never again draw breath beneath an open sky. The vast forest offered no sanctuary, no aid, only the ceaseless rhythm of flight. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and his companions arrived in Kusagakure, scouring the terrain for traces of the so-called snake cavern, guided by the village's intelligence. Damn it, the intel is false. Not a trace of any snake cavern. Kusagakure's information network is half as reliable as my own. Eager at the mere whisper of Orochimaru's name, Jiraiya had rushed headlong to Kusagakure, only to find upon reaching the designated coordinates nothing but ancient trees, chirping insects, and silent birds. Orochimaru, I've brought my apprentice to haul you in. You're not even here. Jiraiya roared in frustration. Calm yourself, Master Jiraiya. Yunuen narrowed her eyes and gently patted Jiraiya's back, soothing his ire. Suddenly, a small figure darted forward, and whispered, voice frayed and fragile. Please save me. The plea trembled on the edge of dissolution. Yunuen noticed her at once. The girl's short brown hair matted with dust obscuring her face. She collapsed without warning. Yunuen moved in an instant, sunshining close and catching her in a graceful, cradling embrace. The girl shuddered violently, gasping ragged breaths. Her clothes were soaked through, her sandals, shredded blood crusted darkly along the soles. Who are you? In the next breath, 3 masked figures materialized before Yunue, faces hidden behind eerie, expressionless masks. Their voices were glacial as they demanded answers. No one in particular, merely wandering travelers passing through. Yunue replied, coolly, still holding the girl. The lead figure stepped forward, voice unexpectedly soft. Might we ask you to return the girl to us? Jiraiya frowned. Who are you, and what is your connection to her? 3 masked strangers emerging from deep wilderness, faceless, unbidden, defied every instinct of reason. Naruto clenched his fists, jaw tight. Sensei Yunue, under no circumstances can we hand her over to them. We apologize for the inconvenience. She is our runaway heiress. Yunue gently brushed aside the damp strands veiling the girl's face, revealing a pair of delicate purple markings. Impossible. Yunue recoiled, disbelief freezing her voice. What is it, Yunue? Jiraiya asked, noting her sudden pallor. Master Jiraiya, do not let them leave. I must speak with them. Yunue tightened her hold on the girl, her body trembling uncontrollably. Tension coiled thick in the air. Understood. Summoning technique. Jiraiya's hands blurred through seals before slamming onto the earth. A billowing cloud of smoke erupted, engulfing the masked figures. From within, Gamijin lunged silently, seizing one target in a single decisive gulp. They're shinobi, damn it. The remaining two recoiled at their comrades' shriek, fists clenched in impotent fury. The leader commanded voice clipped, "They're beyond our reach, retreat. You won't get away." Rasengan, a spiraling sphere of cobalt chakra flared in Naruto's palm. He hurled it toward one fleeing figure. Alas, it struck only a shadow clone. The Rasengan's devastating force shattered the duplicate before slamming into a boulder, carving a gaping crater into its surface. Gone. Jiraiya shaded his eyes, scanning the treetops. Shinobi themselves, how swiftly they vanished. He turned to Yunyu silent and withdrawn, ready to ask what had transpired, and froze mid-turn, stunned, speechless by the girl's face. Pervy Sage, just who is this girl? Why are you and Sensei Yunyu both speechless? Naruto asked. Jiraiya exhaled slowly. She bears an uncanny resemblance to someone Yunyu once fought alongside. Ah, I see. Naruto thought he grasped Yunyu's anguish, until Jiraiya added, voice heavy. But she fell during the Shinobi World War. Naruto bowed his head. I'm sorry. Then lifting his gaze, Master Jiraiya, I'd like to speak with the one you captured. Yunyu's brow nodded sharply, her gaze sharpening like drawn steel. Jiraiya nodded. Gamijin yawned wide, and the three stepped into the realm of the mystic interrogation chamber. Trapped within Gamijin's gastric lining, the masked man writhed defiantly. Who are you? He snarled at Jiraiya. That is irrelevant. You are shinobi. I recognize your bearing. Tell me your purpose. A faint mocking smile curved beneath his mask. I'll tell you nothing. Chidori. Yunyu's voice turned arctic. She pressed the crackling lightning blade against his side. Currents surged, convulsing his frame into agonized spasms. Yunyu spoke coldly, icily precise. I offer you one chance to end this suffering. Answer me, and you live. Go to hell. Even as his voice warped with electric distortion, defiance blazed in his eyes. Overwhelmed, he bit down hard, releasing a hidden poison. Blood gushed from his nose and eyes, his head lolled lifelessly forward. Dead. Yunyu nudged his still form with her foot, then withdrew the Chidori. Why does she look so much like her? Her mind spun, searching for answers. When the girl stirred awake, reaching up to wrap her arms tightly around Yunyu's neck. Thank you, big sister. Facing the girl's sudden shout, Yunyu widened his eyes, his mouth slightly agape. Then the girl tightened her embrace around Yunyu's arm, speaking with excitement. If it weren't for you, I would have been captured by that group of people. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person too? Yunyu took a deep breath, regaining his previous calm demeanor. I'm not afraid because I can sense that you, big sister, don't have any malice like those people. The girl displayed a pure smile, her expression untainted by any impurities. Why does her smile resemble that of someone from the past? The heart that had just calmed was stirred again. Though his face showed no signs, his heart was wrapped in an unknown emotion, a mix of joy, guilt, and a sense of loss. What's your name? Suppressing those feelings, Yunyu asked the girl again. After a moment of silence, the girl slightly parted her lips. I don't have a name, they only call me by my code, Zero. Is that so? What is your relationship with those people? Feeling uneasy holding the girl, Yunyu gently set her down. The girl shook her head at Yunyu. I don't know them, but they kept me locked in a room. The girl blinked, her bright big eyes filled with curiosity. Jiraiya and Naruto also gathered around, concerned about her situation. After a while, the girl seemed to remember something and spoke again. Those people said they would take me away today and move me to another place. I escaped when they were unlocking the door. Does it sound like human traffickers? Jiraiya rested his chin on his hand. It's possible, Naruto replied as he seemed to think the same. Well done. Yunyu patted the girl on the head. Just now he had been affected by her and had stumbled, or it didn't count. If I encounter that group of ninjas again and they don't run upon seeing me, they must be ruthless. If they manage to escape from me, they would be even more like wolves. Yunyu, what do you think? Jiraiya looked at Yunyu, wanting to seek his opinion. There are still many doubts about this matter. It's hard to judge just from this what kind of useless ninjas would stoop to the level of trafficking children. What's even worse is that they can't even keep track of the children they abduct. They really have brought shame upon themselves. Indeed. Other than that rather peculiar snake, Jiraiya couldn't think of any other ninjas who would do such a thing. Could it be Orochimaru? Jiraiya voiced his thoughts. After all, the purpose of their visit was to capture Orochimaru. Yunyu nodded slightly. Damn it, Orochimaru, you've managed to save your own skin again. Jiraiya felt a chill of sweat form for Orochimaru, knowing he wouldn't go all out to capture him. But Yunyu was different. After all, what Orochimaru had the most was resurrection coins, so killing him was a viable option. Jiraiya smiled wryly, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the girl. What about this girl? Of course we should take her back to Konoha. Teacher Jiraiya, can you bear to leave a 7 or 8-year-old girl here? Moreover, there are so many people here who have ill intentions towards her. More importantly, this girl resembled Lin from his childhood too much. Yunyu absolutely could not leave her here. In that case, let's take her back to Konoha. But it seems her foot is injured. It will be hard for her to walk back with us. How about I carry her? Hee. Jiraiya said, a mischievous grin on his face as he stared at the girl. Teacher Jiraiya, considering her age, she definitely doesn't exceed 10 years. May I ask if you are making grilled fish or fragrant wings? Yunyu took out his Konoha security team contracted personnel badge. As for why it was contracted personnel, it was because Captain Fugaku was worried that Yunyu might cause trouble. To handle any incidents quickly, this badge was issued. Yunyu, don't be so serious. I'm just trying to lighten the mood, Jiraiya explained, putting on a playful expression. After all, you know that the type I like is the curvaceous kind. Oh, a little lowly like her is definitely not my target. Yunyu rolled his eyes at Jiraiya, replying, you better be. Finally, we have arrived at the village gate. Yunyu sighed all the way, carrying Mio on his back. He dared not move, fearing that he would wake the sleeping child. Mio was the name Yunyu gave her on the way. It was inconvenient for her to have no name, so he simply decided to use the homophone of Zero Mio. The girl seemed to really like this name as she joyfully swayed back and forth on Yunyu's back after hearing it. Noticing her breathing had steadied, her head slowly resting on his shoulder, Yunyu realized that the child had tired herself out playing and had fallen asleep. Inside the security hall at the Konoha gate, the sound of card playing could be heard. Can you finish me with 17 cards? Can you take me out? If you can finish me with 17 cards today, I'll eat this registration book on the spot. Shinmun Shuyun slammed all the cards in his hand onto the table. Airplane. Gangzidiel said nothing, merely picking up the entry registration book that had been bitten and starting to chew it. Long time no see, you two. Yunyue, who came to register, greeted the two old classmates with a smile. It's Yunyu. Gangzidiel seemed to see a savior and hurriedly pulled the half-eaten registration book from his mouth. Savior. Gangzidiel tightly gripped Yunyu's hands, tears of gratitude shimmering in his eyes. I'm sorry for interrupting your interesting game. Yunyu felt he had interrupted their peculiar game and apologized. But I really can't spare any hands. Could you two help me fill this out? Yunyu said with an embarrassed tone. Hearing this, the two finally noticed that Yunyu's hands were both occupied holding the girl on his back. The girl appeared to be a little 7 or 8-year-old girl, quietly sleeping on Yunyu's back. Shinmun Shuyun registered the names of Yunyu and Jiraiya, but faced a dilemma when it came to the little girl. Yunyue, who is this girl? I picked her up on the way. Yunyu spoke, gently, careful not to disturb the sleeping Mio. What's her name? Gangzidiel also began to be curious. Mio. Registration still requires a surname. May I ask what the surname is? Gangzidiel continued. The child didn't even have a name, let alone a surname. Should she take my surname? That seems inappropriate because the Uchiha surname is like a curse. It would be looked down upon by the villagers. Although that part of the radical reactionaries has already been dealt with by the weasel, the prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. Many villagers still rejected the Uchiha surname. If Uchiha wouldn't work, then let's take the surname of my good buddy Kakashi. After thinking for a moment, Yunyu felt this plan was feasible and said, let's give this child Kakashi's surname. Huh. Gangzidiel's pen suddenly fell to the ground as he was writing. Are you sure you want to take Kakashi's surname? Gangzidiel asked again for confirmation. Of course, otherwise whose surname would it be? Quickly write it down. I'm in a hurry to go back. Yunyu urged, and once they had written the names, he felt relieved to leave. As soon as Yunyu left, the two in the Konoha security booth began to burst into laughter. Their voices even reached Yunyu's ears as he walked away. Feeling that something was off, Yunyu returned to the entrance to confirm. He saw Gangzidiel and Shinmun Shuyun inside the security booth discussing security issues with serious expressions. Seeing Yunyu return, they greeted him. Miss Yunyue, is there anything else you need to add? Yunyu looked at the two suspiciously, wondering if he had misheard. Just as Yunyu was about to leave, another burst of laughter came from the security hall. Gangzidiel, did you hear? You admitted that the child took Kakashi's surname. Shinmun Shuyun struggled to hold back laughter. Exactly, this time we absolutely won't mess it up like we did with Kimimaro. Huh. The two laughed while vigorously slapping the table with their hands. The result was, the next day Yunyu arrived at the training field with a stern face, and the reason was evident. Somehow a certain bastard was spreading rumors in Konoha, causing everyone who knew him to whisper and discuss. Look at the child following Yunyu-sensei. Inuzuka Kiba clenched his fists, unwillingly speaking. I'm supposed to surpass Yunyu-sensei, but someone has already beaten me to it. Next to him, Akamaru barked in response. It's just like the rumors. Hinata blushed, seemingly recalling something inappropriate for children. Yunyu frowned, glaring fiercely at the few people. Thinking that this rumor had even reached the dogs, he felt he had no face to meet people. Mio was closely following behind Yunyu. Kimimaro cautiously followed Mio, protecting her around. Is everyone here? I'll take attendance. Yunyu tried hard to calm his emotions and began to call the roll. Inuzuka Kiba. Here. Hyuga Hinata. Here. Here. Kimimaro. Here. Alright, the 8th squad of 3 is present. Let's start the meeting. Just as Yunyu was about to speak and prepare for the morning training, a deep, steady voice came from behind. Yunyu-sensei, I. Yunyu was startled by the sudden voice, and it took a few tugs on his ears for him to regain his senses. Yoshino, come back quickly. Yoshino, come back quickly. You scare me to death. Feeling his soul returning to his body, Yunyu finally spoke. Oh, it's Yoshino. I'm so sorry, I forgot to call your name. By the way, when did you get here? Yunyu-sensei, I was the first to arrive here. Yoshino's voice was low. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Yunyu scratched his head and pushed Yoshino into the line. Alright, let's have a morning meeting. I believe everyone has heard some rumors about me. Yunyu extended his hand, his expression serious as he looked at everyone. First of all, I want to tell you that this child is indeed one I picked up. You usually believe the rumors outside that say I'm violent, greedy, and lecherous. I can tolerate that, but you cannot believe the rumors that this child is mine. Is this a challenge not to laugh? Then I lost. Inuzuka Kiba couldn't help but speak softly to Akamaru, who was lying on his shoulder. Woof woof. Akamaru even covered his mouth and snickered quietly. This was intolerable. Yunyu's brows furrowed and his entire face flushed. Inuzuka Kiba, get out here. Yes. Inuzuka Kiba stepped forward. I'm assigning you a task. If you can't complete it, don't come back. Inuzuka Kiba felt something was wrong, as he had never seen Yun-Sensei this angry. Usually Yun-Sensei was very serious, but now he seemed like an enraged lion ready to pounce and tear him to shreds at any moment. Inuzuka Kiba was so nervous that his throat dried up, forcing himself to swallow. I appoint you as the observer for the Akatsuki organization. You will split into 2 groups and go eliminate the Akatsuki. If you can't complete it, don't come back. Teacher Yunyu, are you joking? Inuzuka smiled, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Yunyu squinted, her eyes exuding an aura of violence. Then let me ask you, why can Teacher Yunyu bring her own daughter to class? Inuzuka retorted stubbornly. I already said she is not my daughter. Then let me ask you. Then why did you bring her along? Inuzuka continued to press. Didn't you see that she came over by herself? Then let me ask you, why are you bringing a small stool and a water bottle? You can't expect her to stand all day like us, can you? After speaking, Yunyu unfolded the folding stool and Ling obediently sat on it. Then let me ask you, why do you have a hat on your waist? Yunyu took off the hat from her waist and placed it on Ling's head. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten to put a hat on her. Thanks for the reminder. Inuzuka pointed at Ling and said loudly, and you still say she is not Teacher Yunyu's daughter? With a loud bang, Yunyu hit Inuzuka on the head, causing a large bump to appear, making his head look pointed. How many times do I have to say it? She is really not my daughter. Despite Yunyu's desperate explanations, the people around her showed no signs of believing her. Heavens! Who spread such rumors? Don't let me find you, or you'll be in big trouble. At that moment, Ling tugged at Yunyu's clothes. Sister Yunyu, Sister Yunyu. What's wrong? I've finished my water. Yunyu hesitated for a moment and looked at Junmalu. Junmalu, until I return, you are in charge of the team as the Jonin, and you have full authority over the training plan. Understood, Lady Yunyu. After giving instructions to Junmalu, Yunyu took the water cup and vanished from the spot in a flash. Since Lady Yunyu entrusted Squad 8 to me, I must not let her expectations down. Junmalu, since Teacher Yunyu is gone, why don't we have some free time? Inuzuka lightly elbowed Junmalu and spoke casually. No way. Junmalu directly refused, leaving no room for negotiation. From now on, run 500 laps around the training ground. If you can't do it, you'll have to walk 500 laps upside down. If you can't complete 500 laps walking upside down, you'll do 500 push-ups. This is the training method taught to me by Lady Yunyu. Only sweatshed is the brilliance of youth. Junmalu spoke in a plain tone, thinking that Lady Yunyu must have her reasons for teaching him this. I will supervise you from behind, but don't think about slacking off. When Yunyu returned with the water, she saw such a scene. Inuzuka was desperately running on the playground with Junmalu chasing behind. He was panting heavily, his face as pale as paper, and even though his legs felt like lead, he dared not stop. Feeling he had shaken off Junmalu, stopped and glanced back. He saw Junmalu still following him and unwillingly shouted, "Damn it, Junmalu is still chasing me." Not daring to rest any longer, He pushed his exhausted body forward, continuing to run. Seeing that Junmalu was training well, Yunyu felt relieved and approached him. She took out the water bottle and snacks from the bag she carried. Ling, you must eat fewer snacks. On the way here, Ling had been staring at the snacks in the shops. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as her hands pulled Yunyu back and forth. Buy it, buy it, buy it. But Yunyu thought it was better for children to eat less junk food, so she didn't buy any for her. On the way back, she decided to buy some for Ling. Junmalu, who was training the others on the playground, heard what Yunyu had just said. Eat less. Is Lady Yunyu hinting that they shouldn't eat lunch? But why would Lady Yunyu do that? I get it. Lady Yunyu wants to test our perseverance as ninjas. She is indeed clever. I almost missed that. All of Squad 8, no lunch allowed. Inuzuka let out a painful scream. By noon, Yunyu was puzzled as to why she had prepared lunch for them, but they hadn't come to eat. Could it be that they planned to train extra and forego lunchtime? Thinking of this, Yunyu couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the few people in the distance. Junmalu Hinata, you are truly amazing. Junmalu understood correctly, guessing Lady Yunyu's intentions. Lady Yunyu truly has our best interests at heart. Yunyu spread out the mat and sat down with Ling to enjoy a steaming hot lunch. The sun began to set slowly, painting the clouds in the sky a light orange. At this moment, Yunyu was carrying the sleeping Ling home. Worried that Ling might catch a cold from sleeping outside, Yunyu decided to take her home first. On the way home, Yunyu gazed at Ling's orange face when suddenly the system's voice rang out. Detected fluctuations in host emotions. Oh, would you like to lower the host's heart rate? No need, just seeing this girl reminds me of Rin. Would you like to check the items updated in the system? Sure. Item shop updated. Blessing talisman used for enhancement or separation can adjust success rate to 100%. Soul Jade Ninja Jade. Costume shop updated. Konan's wandering traveler style kimono combo. Hinata's Miko outfit. Unrelated styles. Wait, why is the costume shop all girls' clothes? Does the host not like girls? Full, I like girls. Wanting to become a girl is a different matter. Yunyu was so furious with the system that her whole body trembled, almost waking Ling on her back. Yunyu gently adjusted her posture so that Ling could sleep peacefully. After returning home and placing Ling on her bed, Yunyu finally let out a sigh of relief. Not having figured out the identities of the ninjas, Yunyu did not dare to leave Ling's side easily. Last time her negligence led to Rin's tragedy, so this time Yunyu absolutely would not allow another tragedy to occur. The next morning, Yunyu woke up in a cold sweat. Last night, she had a nightmare where her wardrobe moved and a female ghost hidden inside crawled out crazily, sucking the chakra from her body. Just waking up, Yunyu's mind was a bit hazy, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. She felt something strange pressing against her chest, and after thinking for a moment, she slowly reached for it. What is this? Accompanied by the soft touch of her hand, her chest also felt a little tingly. Clearly this is a part of my body. This soft thing was growing on Yunyu's body. What used to be an empty chest was now covered by this slightly raised mass. Yunyu calmly lit a cigarette, telling herself not to panic. How can I not panic? Yunyu flicked the lit cigarette onto the floor and rushed to the bathroom. Immediately after, a scream like that of a slaughtered pig came from the bathroom. What happened? That's right, upon waking up, Yunyu had turned into a girl. It was utterly absurd. Even Yunyu herself didn't understand what had happened. To be precise, Yunyu's panic was not just because she had become a girl, but rather a small loli. She instinctively touched her face and the missing Adam's apple. Thump, 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 her heartbeat echoed in the bathroom like an engine. Stepping onto a stool, Yunyu finally saw her reflection in the mirror, looking like her 7 or 80-year-old self. With slender eyes, a straight nose, pink lips, and an exquisitely delicate face like a porcelain doll. Her reflection in the mirror looked like a little succubus. No wonder it was so easy for her to gain bond points before. System come out. Returning to host, is there any problem? Just look at what you've done. Returning to host, this system did nothing. If it's not you, then who else? Yunyu clearly did not believe the system's nonsense and spoke angrily. However, the voice that came out was remarkably clear, indicating that even her voice had changed. Returning to host, due to irresistible factors, the host body temporarily changed. As long as the irresistible factors are resolved, the host's body can revert. At that moment, the doorbell rang at Yunyu's house. I'll settle this with you later. After making a sound of humph, Yunyu jumped down from the stool. She closed the bathroom door and headed downstairs, suddenly recalling something. Yunyu returned to the bathroom, picked up the stool placed in front of the sink, and coldly snorted at the system before slamming the bathroom door shut. The sound of the door slamming echoed throughout the house, even catching the attention of passersby outside. Arriving at the door, Yunyu, standing on the stool, barely caught a glimpse of the person ringing the doorbell through the peephole. It was the person wearing a red mask with a hole opened in the right eye of the mask. As if sensing Yunyu observing through the peephole, he waved to her. Is that Uchiha Obito? The sound of the door opening was heard with a soft click as Yunyu entered. What a bother, it seems the rumors are true, Dato said, feeling a headache as he held his head with one hand. The little girl in front of him, with her glossy black hair and delicate features, was nothing less than a miniature version of Yunyu. The more Dato thought about it, the angrier he became. Kakashi, I'm going to kill you. How dare you take advantage of my absence to harm my cousin, resulting in me having such a cute niece. A trace of hostility flashed in Daito's Sharingan hidden beneath his mask as he noticed the little girl staring at him. Not wanting to scare the child, he reined in his aura. He took out 2 boxes of milk and a set of children's drawing boards he had prepared from the Kamui space, squatting down to speak to the little girl in front of him. Hello, may I ask whose child you are? What is your name? Yunyu's small face suddenly scrunched up, thinking to herself, what nonsense is this Dato brother talking about? Seeing that little Yunyu did not respond, Dato cleared his throat and said, You, my little friend, don't be afraid, there's no need to panic. What about your father or mother? As a result, Dato felt the caring yet slightly condescending gaze of little Yunyu upon him. Idiot cousin, stop standing outside and embarrassing yourself. Yunyu tugged at Daito's clothing, pulling him into the living room. As for why she had to pull him, it was truly due to the limitations of this body. Aside from the hem of his clothing, she couldn't reach anywhere else. Otherwise, Yunyu would have definitely grabbed Dato by the collar and thrown him inside. What did you just call me? After placing the milk and drawing board at the entrance, Dato asked in surprise. He looked incredulously at the figure busy making tea. Idiot, of course I called you cousin, what else would I call you? Yunyu replied, while pouring tea for Dato. You are the Yunyu cousin herself? Of course. Are you sure it's not a transformation technique? As he spoke, Dato pinched little Yunyu's face hard. Ouch, ouch, let go of me. If you don't let go, I'm going to smash your head into the wall. Yunyu threatened Dato, her round little eyes glaring fiercely at him. However, despite her fierce demeanor combined with her current body, there was an inexplicable cuteness about her in front of Dato. You really are the real deal. I'm sorry. Dato apologized as he withdrew his hand. Indeed, after confirming, Dato believed in the fact that Yunyu had turned into a child. By the way, how did this happen? Why do you look like this? Dato was quite curious, as today Yunyu's behavior, both physically and attitudinally, was quite out of the ordinary. I don't know either, I woke up this way this morning. Yunyu sighed deeply, her expression reflecting a sense of existential doubt. Really? Dato lowered his head, pondering for a moment before speaking. Besides this, has anything else changed in your body? Other changes, you mean? Yunyu had calmed down significantly compared to before, her face showing a puzzled expression as she looked at Dato. For example, has your physical strength been restricted, or are you unable to use your abilities? Yunyu shook her head. Aside from feeling a bit weak after having a nightmare last night, everything else was unaffected. Dato breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. If your strength diminishes, many enemies will come looking for trouble. That's fine. I actually hope they come so I can deal with them all at once. After all, visible enemies are not terrifying. The most frightening ones are those lurking in the shadows. By the way, Dato brother, did you come to find me for something? Dato first glanced at Yunyue, then took a sip of his tea before speaking. Recently, someone has been offering a high bounty for you on the black market, even outsourcing the orders to the Akatsuki side. Have you offended someone lately? I've offended too many enemies who I really can't keep track. By the way, did the organization take the order? Yunyu probed. Of course not, Dato replied. After a while he added, that guy Tendo seems to have killed everyone who took this order on the black market. No one has been able to carry out the assassination, so your bounty has skyrocketed on the black market. It's already as high as Tenesuma. This price has even tempted Kaku. He has been clamoring to take you out on his next mission. Dato glanced at Yunyue, speaking in a flat tone, as if discussing everyday matters. And then, oi. Yunyu asked Dato, realizing she hadn't returned to the organization for a while, and was completely unaware of the recent happenings. I originally planned to warn Kakazu at night, but that evening I happened to run into Tendo, Konan, Itachi, Uchiha, and Kisame. They said they had something urgent to discuss with Kaku. The next day, during the morning meeting, Kakazu surprisingly gave up on the idea of targeting you. He even said he liked money, but one must have the life to spend it. Yunyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Do you know any inside information? It seems the leader and Konan both like to give Kakuzu a hard time. Did they have any past grievances? Absolutely no grievances. The leader has always been fair, and just how could he possibly give someone a hard time? It must be your delusion, a delusion. Looking at Yunyu's suppressed laughter, Dato rarely revealed a smile. By the way, is there anything else besides this? Well, it's about your child. Upon hearing this from Dato, Yunyue, who was about to swallow her tea, instantly spat it out, splattering onto the sofa behind Dato. What happened? Dato asked, noticing Yunyu's panicked demeanor. Nowhere did you hear the rumor that I have a child. That's impossible. Isn't it your child? Dato asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Definitely not. If you don't believe me, you'll go do a paternity test with her right now. Then why did you adopt her? Just as Dato asked this question, he understood the answer. Because at the staircase, there was a small girl still in a daze from sleep. Especially after seeing her face, clearly Dato was rendered speechless with surprise. Lin, he called the name with a trembling voice. Does this brother know Mio? Why does he know Mio's name? Mio rubbed her eyes, her big eyes looking at Dato with confusion. Clearly she misheard Lin as Mio, which is why she looked so puzzled. Impossible, Lin has long. The person in front of him was merely a little girl who resembled Lin. She could never be Lin. This sudden shock caused Daito's Sharingan to activate the three Tomo, slowly spinning as he gazed at the little girl before him. Just then Mio slowly ran over her small hand, gently grasping Daito's finger. Aren't you afraid of me? Daito spoke with a trembling voice. I'm not afraid because I can feel the emotions of people. Big brother has no ill intentions. Mio blinked her big eyes and spoke to Daito. Huff, huff. Heavy breaths accompanied by a racing heartbeat. Daito struggled to calm the indescribable feelings within him. Watching the interaction between the two, you couldn't help but chuckle. No way, this world is fake. The Lin in front of me is also fake. The real Lin is waiting for me in the new world. Daito continually reassured himself, determined not to be swayed by the girl before him. Until the girl's hand tapped on Daito's mask. Big brother's hand is shaking. Are you hurt? Daito, what happened to your hand? Are you hurt? In that moment it felt as if Daito saw Lin's and the girl's figures overlap. Daito was at a loss for words, wanting to say something, but his voice was stuck in his throat, unable to escape. At that moment the doorbell rang again. Oh no, quickly hide, someone is coming. Yunyu pushed Daito into her room and pointed to the cupboard. After stuffing Daito into the cupboard, Yunyu dusted off her hands. Indeed, the cupboard she had Daito hide in was the same cupboard from which the ghost had crawled out during her nightmare last night. Because Yunyu was afraid of ghosts, she had never dared to check it, and it was just right for Daito to take a look and see if there was anything dirty inside. Yunyu felt that the murderous aura of Daito, a killer, was far scarier than a ghost. To be honest, if Daito had not come today, she had planned to throw that cupboard out. I'm here. Yunyu called out to the door and then moved to open it. Good morning, Yunyu. Kakashi greeted as usual, but today the one who opened the door was a little lowly. The 3 boxes of milk he was holding instantly dropped to the ground. What? It seems the rumors are true. Yunyu really has a child. At first Kakashi was skeptical, so he bought 3 boxes of milk, coming to confirm the truth under the guise of a visit. Upon seeing the girl at the door who looked exactly like Yunyu, Kakashi felt as if the sky had fallen. Sorry for the intrusion, I must have the wrong door. After saying that, Kakashi left the 3 boxes of milk and turned to leave. Wait, Kakashi, did you misunderstand something? Yunyu jumped up, grabbing Kakashi's collar and pulling him down. Without any defense, Kakashi let out a cry of alarm after being pulled down. He rubbed his neck, looking somewhat dejected. It really is Yunyu's child. Even her strikes are as violent as Yunyu's. Yunyu grabbed Kakashi's face with both hands, her brows furrowed, and her small face was filled with anger. Idiot, Kakashi, look closely, I am Yunyu. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this, and after locking eyes with Yunyu for 2.5 seconds, he let out a crowing sound. It's really you, oh dear. After taking a few deep breaths, Yunyu's anger subsided somewhat. However, Kakashi noticed that the Yunyu in front of him seemed to have shrunk significantly. Yunyu, how did this happen? Hearing this familiar line, Yun, you let out a long sigh. You're the second person to ask me this question this morning. What? Kakashi's relaxed expression immediately furrowed again. It's nothing, let's talk about it inside. Yun Yu invited Kakashi inside, and by coincidence he sat down on the very sofa where Dato had just been sitting. Feeling the residual warmth from the sofa and the steaming red tea in front of him, Kakashi questioned, did someone just come to visit? No. Then why did you make 2 cups of tea? Is it not okay for me to drink by myself? Do you have a problem with that? Noticing that Yin Yu seemed a bit irritable today, Kakashi dared not ask further. I didn't touch that cup of red tea, so I couldn't be bothered to make one for you. You just make do with that one. Yin Yu pointed at the red tea on the table and spoke to Kakashi. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Kakashi picked up the teacup and took a sip. The taste is quite good. A look of nostalgia appeared on Kakashi's face. I can't shake the feeling that this tea tastes familiar. It's an indescribable sense of familiarity. Kakashi ultimately drank the entire cup of tea. I left those 3 boxes of milk at the door. Kakashi pointed to the entrance. Also, who delivered the 2 boxes of milk at the door? They're about to expire. The person delivering gifts was quite careless. They didn't even check the production date before buying. Just as Kakashi finished speaking, the cupboard in Yin Yu's room began to move. Hearing strange noises coming from the cabinet, Kakashi suddenly looked up, a hint of alarm flashing in his eyes. What's that noise? What is Obito doing in there? Although Yin Yu wanted to scold him, she decided to cover for him to protect his identity. Did you hear something? Yin Yu feigned ignorance, her eyes wide open as she stared at Kakashi. Seeing Yin Yu's puzzled expression, Kakashi's alertness finally eased. Sorry, I might have misheard. After a moment, Kakashi got to the point. By the way, what's the deal with that child? His gaze fell on the well-behaved Mio, sitting beside Yin Yu. Huff. It's a long story. Yin Yu sighed deeply. After briefly recounting the events, Kakashi's tense nerves completely relaxed. Mio jumped off the bench and walked over to Kakashi. Upon seeing her face, Kakashi's dull eyes began to shimmer, and he fell into deep thought. This child resembles Rin so much. He gently stroked Mio's head and spoke softly. If only Rin were still here. Kakashi's mask obscured his expression, leaving one to wonder how he felt seeing a girl who looked like Rin. Big brother, don't be sad because Big brother has already made a wish. Mio comforted Kakashi with understanding, as if she could truly sense people's emotions. Although Kakashi didn't understand why Mio said that, he still thanked her. Thank you, I feel much better now. In a dim chamber somewhere in the grass-hidden village, what useless trash, unable to even watch over a child. A man clad in a black cloak sat in a chair, slowly removing the white gloves from his hands, his expression cold as he stared at the 2 kneeling before him. He appeared to be around 30 years old, his sharp eyes and gaunt cheeks giving him a sickly look. It was our incompetence, but the opponent is a ninja, even stronger than us. The kneeling duo desperately tried to explain, but the man ignored their words. Failure is failure, there are no excuses. The man's gaze sharpened, and in his empty hand, he conjured a sword made of flames with chakra. Since you failed to complete your mission, what face do you have to return alive? His voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. He simply kept shaking his wrist, his gaze fixed on the sword in his hand. But the man ignored them and swung the sword at one of them. Wait a moment. A few masked individuals emerged slowly from behind the man. Unlike the kneeling ones, those beside him wore dark red cloaks instead of black. Killing them now would be pointless, after all the box is no longer here, and they cannot provide chakra for it. The red-cloaked masked man advised, causing the sword in the man's hand to halt in midair, hovering just 0.01 centimeters above the kneeling man's head. They did indeed make a serious mistake, but killing them now offers no benefit. It's better to spare their lives and let them atone for their mistakes. Will spare you this once for the elder's sake. The man sheathed the chakra-formed sword and turned to the 4 red-cloaked individuals behind him. Has there been any news on who took that girl? One of them nodded slightly and replied, it's someone from Konoha. What? The man's brow furrowed slightly, his clenched fist rubbing back and forth. That's right, that child is currently in Konoha, and it was the hero of Konoha, Uchiha Obito, who took her. After he said this, the rest fell silent. This is troublesome. She was originally meant to be the ultimate weapon against the other nations, and if Konoha discovers the secret hidden within her, that would be problematic. After a moment, one of the elders spoke up. Directly stealing her is not a good idea. Our ninjas might not even get past the gates of Konoha. Send an elite team to infiltrate Konoha and secretly bring her out. After some thought, the man spoke. Yes, that's the only option for now. After the red-cloaked elder finished speaking, he turned to leave. Once they were far away, the man cast a disdainful glance at the direction they had gone. In Konoha village at Yin Yu's home, Kakashi had already left and Obito was sitting face to face with Yin Yu. You said you want to stay in Konoha for a few days. Yes, I want to understand the situation in Konoha up close to prepare for the upcoming actions. Wait a moment. Obito took off his mask, and at that moment had transformed into an average-looking man using a transformation technique. Hold on. Yin Yu hurriedly interrupted him, not understanding why he suddenly made such a request. Noticing the strange look Yin Yu was giving him, Obito feigned seriousness and cleared his throat. Could you not look at me like that? But why did you draw with me, oh? Because she invited me. But why did you look like you were enjoying it? Haven't you already lost hope in this world? I was critically enjoying this false world. After saying this, Obito handed a colored pencil to Mio at her request. Aren't you going to work for the organization anymore? Shoo. Obito placed his index finger over his lips, signaling Yunyu not to disturb Mio while she was drawing. Big brother, do you want to praise Mio? Mio raised her drawing board, showing it to Yunyu and Obito. It was a simple doodle depicting several indistinct figures with green paint representing the grass behind them. Mio, you drew really well. After Obito said this, Mio nodded obediently. By the way, why aren't you leaving yet? Didn't you bring a class? Obito glanced at Yunyu and then spoke. Yunyu was left confused, pointing at her own face. Are you talking to me? Yes, what's wrong? Obito nodded. Come on, this is my home. Are you telling me to leave? I didn't mean that, just reminding you it's time to work. Obito replied nonchalantly. Shouldn't you be working for the organization too? Yunyu retorted. The organization can be taken care of by the leader. I don't need to act for now. The class can be handled by Kimimaro. I don't need to lead them. Obito shook his head helplessly. You really haven't changed at all. So how long do you plan to stay here? Yunyu asked tentatively. A few days. At least until you resolve the recent issues, then I can leave in peace. Obito replied in a vague tone. Let's make it clear that you must follow 3 rules while in Konoha. Yunyu held up 3 fingers, speaking earnestly. Obito did not refuse and nodded slightly. First, absolutely do not act impulsively and harm Konoha's people. Okay. Second, you must not do anything bad here. Agreed. Third, you must strictly obey my orders and not act on your own. I will abide by your rules. After Yunyu finished speaking, Obito reached out to pat her head. I'm going to twist your head off. Yunyu's voice came through gritted teeth. Sorry, I just couldn't help it seeing you like this. By the way, don't you have an intelligence network? Can you help me investigate this child and why I have become like this? Obito then withdrew his hand. Rest assured, I've already asked them to investigate, and with their efficiency, the truth will soon be revealed. All right. Yunyu could only sigh, realizing that until she found the mastermind, she had to temporarily live with this body. Was it her illusion? It felt like the chakra in this body had significantly decreased. Although it was faint, she could still feel it. The next morning, Yunyu woke up from the soft bed, checked herself in front of the mirror, and found that her body still hadn't recovered. The reason for her transformation remained unclear, and to cope with any other potential anomalies, Yunyu had to be fully alert. Upon arriving at the dining room, Kimimaro had prepared breakfast for Yunyu and the others. Obito was also there, temporarily staying under the guise of being Yunyu's relative. Just as they were preparing to enjoy breakfast, there was a sudden, urgent knocking at the door. Kimimaro, go check who it is. Yunyu stirred her milk with a spoon, showing clear displeasure on her face. After a while, Kimimaro returned to the table. What's happened? Yunyu squinted, her gaze still focused on the cup full of milk. Nothing major. Oh, that's good. Yunyu sighed in relief. Crazy, why knock so urgently if nothing's wrong? Kimimaro paused and said, it seems that Kakashi is in critical condition. Oh, I thought it was something serious. Isn't it just that Kakashi is? Yunyu's words suddenly trailed off. The sound of a spoon dropping to the floor was heard. What did you say? Obito's mouth slightly opened as he asked. The hospital said that Kakashi seems to have suddenly lost a large amount of chakra last night, leading to a state of protective shock. He's still being rescued. Yunyu's hand trembled slightly. What on earth happened to Kakashi? You all stay here with Mio. I'm going to check the situation. Having said that, Yunyu jumped off her chair, changed her clothes, and prepared to head to the Konoha hospital. Yunyu knocked on the door in front of Kakashi's hospital room, and the person who opened the door was a yellow-haired man clad in a white ceremonial robe, wearing a ninja vest underneath. Senior Brother Minato, I didn't expect to see you here. Upon opening the door, Minato had not yet noticed Yunyu at the entrance. It was only after hearing someone call his name that he looked down to see Yunyu. Looking at Yunyu, who appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, Minato furrowed his brows, confusion flickering in his eyes. May I ask, who are you? I am Yunyu. The confusion in Minato's eyes did not dissipate, as he simply could not connect Yunyu with the little girl in front of him. After carefully scrutinizing, Minato finally realized that the person before him indeed resembled Yunyu. His tone carried a hint of bewilderment. So it is Yunyu, how on earth did you end up like this? Upon hearing Minato's question, Yunyu smiled helplessly. It's a long story, let me first check on Kakashi's condition. After a light, Minato led Yunyu to Kakashi's bedside. Kakashi, clad in a hospital gown, was curled up on the bed in agony, his face pale. Heavy and rapid breaths were intermixed with faint groans, and sweat uncontrollably dripped down his forehead. Senior Brother Minato, what exactly is going on? He was fine yesterday, how could he suddenly? Yunyu crossed his arms, exuding a slender aura. Minato shrugged lightly. Sorry, I haven't figured out why this is happening either. This situation isn't only affecting Kakashi. Minato's words were interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Lord Hokage, the number of people exhibiting these symptoms has just increased. An Umbu stepped forward to report the latest developments. What? It had clearly stopped increasing this morning. Why is this happening? Minato sighed, deeply feeling utterly lost. If we don't find the cause soon, even more people will be affected. If this continues, this terrible situation will likely spread throughout the village, causing panic. Minato lowered his gaze, his eyes scanning the crouching Umbu, who was reporting. Let's prepare for the worst-case scenario, expand the rescue team, and prepare statements to reassure the villagers in advance. Understood, the Umbu said before vanishing from the room. Yunyu, do you have any insights on this? Minato approached Yue, placing a hand on his shoulder. Huh, I have no clue either, perhaps Kakashi knows something. With a long sigh, Yue walked over to Kakashi's bed. He lifted a corner of the blanket and pulled out Kakashi's hand hidden beneath it. Awaken. After injecting a near 1 card amount of chakra into Kakashi, his tightly shut eyelids finally trembled slightly. Slowly he opened his eyes. Yue? Teacher Minato. He surveyed his surroundings, appearing quite unfamiliar with the environment. Where exactly am I? Kakashi sat up and his eyes gradually regained their sparkle. That's great. What on earth happened to you yesterday? Why did you faint due to chakra loss? Yue asked, looking puzzled as he stared at Kakashi. I don't know either. After leaving your house yesterday, I felt a sudden severe headache, and I completely lost consciousness by the time I got home. Kakashi held his head as he spoke slowly, seemingly still not fully recovered from his condition. Is that so? Did you come into contact with anyone yesterday? Or did you encounter anything strange? Minato rested a hand on his chin, pondering before asking Kakashi. I don't think I encountered anything strange. I just went to Yu's house yesterday. Aside from Yu and Mio, I didn't interact with anyone else. Upon hearing Mio's name, Minato's face instantly broke into a smile. I know that's Yu's child, right? No, Yu replied. Moi. Minato scratched his head, looking puzzled. What? That child is someone I saved while on a mission in the grass-hidden village. At that time, many ninjas were pursuing her. I felt it was dangerous to leave her there, so I brought her back to stay at my house. I can't understand how even you believe the rumors, Yu said, shaking his head helplessly. I see. I thought that child was yours. And Minato glanced at Yu and Kakashi, a sheepish smile appearing on his face. I also don't understand who is spreading the rumors. I have already contacted the Konoha guard about this. Captain Fugaku assured me that he will catch the person spreading these rumors, and any evil will ultimately be brought to justice. Really, if we let Fugaku handle it, I believe results will come soon. Minato was very confident in his old friend's efficiency. Besides Asuma, who could accomplish 3 tasks in a minute for the Land of Fire, Fugaku was the fastest. Let's sort out the information we have so far. Minato found a chair and gestured for Yu to sit down and discuss. Kakashi, you started experiencing symptoms last night when you got home, right? Yes, Kakashi nodded slightly. Yu, when did your body start to change? After speaking, Minato looked at Yu, who was sitting beside him. It was probably yesterday morning. At that time, I just took a nap and completely don't remember what happened while I was sleeping. Aside from the change in size, did you experience any other changes? Minato nodded thoughtfully and continued to ask. I feel like a portion of my chakra has been lost, but not much. It should be around 10 cards. I see. Is Kakashi experiencing the same thing? Kakashi nodded slightly. Although not as exaggerated as Yu, my chakra indeed feels like it has been drained completely. The external manifestations may differ, but both of you show symptoms of chakra loss. Minato rested his chin on his hand, sinking into deep thought. Yu, you should head back for now. I have a few ideas about this matter, and I need to verify them now. All right. After saying goodbye to the two, Yu left the hospital room. Teacher Minato, what exactly is going on? You must know something, right? Kakashi lifted the blanket and met Minato's gaze, forcing himself to ignore his weakness. He could not be mistaken. The fleeting expression on Minato's face just now clearly indicated he was hiding something. Your spirit hasn't recovered yet. Please remain rational for now, Kakashi. Rational? What do you want me to be rational about? Some things are better left unsaid to Yu for now. Moreover, I haven't confirmed whether it's true yet. Kakashi, I need to go to my Obokuzen to confirm something, so please keep an eye on Yu. Please trust your teacher. I'm counting on you, Kakashi. Minato grasped Kakashi's shoulders with both hands, speaking earnestly. Teacher Minato, aye. After a moment, Kakashi nodded in response. This is a serious matter. I must hurry back. After Minato finished speaking, he formed the hand seals for the reverse summoning technique. Goodbye and thank you for your help. Kakashi bang. With a loud sound, Minato and his unfinished words vanished from the spot. At the entrance of Konoha village, Achu, Shinjitsu and Steel Iron sneezed simultaneously, puzzled about who was speaking badly about them behind their backs. Steel Iron rubbed his nose and shouted at the person in a black trench coat in front of him. Who let this little black thing in? Get out. Shinjitsu and Steel Iron were holding security forks, chasing away several little black things from the grass-hidden village who were trying to sneak into the village by climbing over the wall. Just a mere extra trying to sneak past our Konoha guards. Steel Iron's fork was poking at one person's neck, his tone filled with disdain. Exactly, they clearly don't take us seriously. Shinjitsu's fork was similarly poking at another grass-hidden ninja. Bro, we are truly good citizens, you've got the wrong people. One of the individuals in a black trench coat spoke up. Good citizens? Who wears all black? Steel Iron shot a contemptuous glance at the group. Then let me ask you, what's your name? What are you doing in Konoha? The questioned individual was momentarily speechless, his mouth opening slightly, but unable to utter a word. Steel Iron stepped forward and kicked him down to the ground. As expected, just a nobody without even a name. Hurry up and get out of Konoha. The grass-hidden ninja who had fallen to the ground clenched his fists and mumbled softly, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, don't underestimate. Before he could finish, Shinjitsu kicked him again. Stop the nonsense and get out of Konoha. Shinjitsu thought to himself, was this person poisoned by bad food and hallucinating, really thinking of himself as the main character? Seeing the strength of the Konoha guards, several grass-hidden ninjas lurking in the distance quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they didn't rush in, or they would have been driven away by Konoha's ninjas. After casting the reverse spirit technique, Minato arrived at Myaboku Mountain. Gamabunta was sitting on a mat made of leaves ready to pour wine into a cup for a proper tasting, but was interrupted by Minato, who appeared out of nowhere. "Fourth Hokage, what brings you here?" Gamabunta slowly placed the wine bottle back down. "I apologize for interrupting your drinking pleasure." Minato clasped his hands together and apologized. Gamabunta waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Just speak plainly. You didn't come all this way just to drink with me. You really can't hide anything from me." Minato paused before speaking. "Do you remember the box you mentioned before?" Gamabunta held a long pipe in his hand, lit it, took a deep breath, and after exhaling a cloud of smoke, began to speak. "Which box?" "The one that fulfills people's wishes by absorbing chakra." At this, Gamabunta squinted his eyes and his brows furrowed. "Are you talking about the box of ultimate bliss? Could you elaborate a bit more?" Minato nodded slightly. "Why are you suddenly bringing that up?" Gamabunta coughed, as if he had inhaled some smoke. "That's no good thing. It was the ultimate weapon during the era of the Sage of Six Paths." "What?" Minato's mouth fell open, his voice quivering slightly. "That thing uses the guise of fulfilling wishes, but its true purpose is to release the monster inside by consuming chakra, awakening. I encountered a girl who seems to possess that ability." Minato said in as calm a tone as possible. "What did you say?" Gamabunta's previously squinted eyes widened in surprise, even putting down his pipe. "But that girl doesn't seem to harbor any ill intentions towards us, she just..." Gamabunta slammed his hand on the ground, raising a cloud of dust, his voice booming like thunder. "Fool. Whether she wants to or not, her very existence will have a tremendous impact on those around her." "Why is that?" Minato's tone was filled with confusion as he pressed further. "Awakening brings forth life, moves with awareness, and awaits the end. It can not only destroy everything, but can also read hearts. Once someone merges with the box of ultimate bliss, they can never be separated, they will forever become part of the box." As soon as Gamabunta finished speaking, unease showed on Minato's face. "I'm sorry, I need to return to Konoha to handle some matters. Thank you for telling me all this." After Minato left, Gamabunta's gaze was fixed on the wisps of blue smoke rising from the pipe. The only ones who can defeat such a monster would probably be creatures as terrifying as Yunhua. I hope Minato and the others can resolve this incident safely. Back at his office, Minato frowned deeply, not yet having enough evidence to confirm the girl's connection to the box of ultimate bliss. If his suspicions were correct, Minato decided he could no longer delay. When he raised his head again, the hesitation on his face had completely vanished, replaced by the resolve of a Hokage. "Shursue, I have a favor to ask." As soon as Minato finished speaking, Shursue, the captain of the Umbu, appeared in front of him in an instant. "Lord Hokage, please go ahead. Please lead the Umbu to capture Mio. Immediately, do it as kindly as possible and avoid letting her and Yunhua feel any hostility." "Mio? You mean the girl next to Yunhua, right?" Shursue tentatively inquired. "That's correct. All right, I'll take care of it right away." After Shursue finished speaking, his figure vanished from the Hokage's office. Sitting at his desk, Minato clasped his hands together internally, praying that nothing would go wrong. At this moment, Obito was wandering the streets of Konoha with Mio carrying a large bag of snacks, while Mio obediently followed beside him. After reaching a deserted alley, Obito stopped. "Huh, big brother, do you have something to say to Mio?" Obito gently ruffled Mio's hair and turned to the empty alley behind him. "You've been following us for quite a while. Oh, it's time to show yourselves." Just as Mio was puzzled about why he was talking to an empty alley, four masked figures suddenly appeared in the alley. "Have we been discovered? Then there's no other choice. Could you please hand over that child to us?" The man disguised as Obito sneered, pushing Mio behind him, and spoke gently. "Mio, be a good girl and hide for now. After Big Brother takes care of these annoying flies, we can continue shopping together. No, don't hurt them." Mio tugged at Obito's clothing, her eyes filled with pleading. Obito nodded, and a long knife appeared in his hand, aimed at the Umbu in front of him. His voice was filled with authority. "Leave now, and no one will get hurt. It seems we can't communicate anymore. Let's go." One of the Umbu twisted his neck and signaled his companions to attack. "Be careful not to hurt that child." As Obito charged forward, the back of his knife struck hard against the neck of one Umbu. The Umbu let out a cry of agony before collapsing to the ground. Such swift movement. The remaining members quickly retreated to distance themselves from Obito. No matter where you escape to, it is futile. Obito, dragging the long knife behind him, appeared beside one of the Umbu in just a few flashes. The Umbu, startled by Obito's sudden proximity, drew a kunai to stab at him. Too slow. In the next moment, the back of Obito's knife struck his abdomen. The sound of the kunai clattering to the ground could be heard as the Umbu held his stomach and weakly fell to the floor. Would release, would hammer. One of the Umbu, wearing a cat mask, formed hand seals and slammed his hands to the ground. Several massive wooden sticks flew toward Obito. A wood release user. This could be interesting. Obito moved with incredible speed, darting between the gaps of the wooden sticks, and all the attacking wooden sticks ultimately fell behind him. "Haven't you had enough time?" Obito dragged his long knife along the ground. The sharp sound of metal scraping against the surface echoed. "It's not over yet. Would release, would clone." The Umbu quickly formed hand seals. "Oh." Obito voiced his confusion. The wooden remnants left behind by Obito gradually coalesced into the Umbu's would clone, launching a surprise attack at Obito. Too naive. Obito didn't turn around, he simply swung his knife backward. The running wood clone abruptly halted and moments later was split in half, falling to the ground. What is that? Just the sword energy alone can split my wood clone in two. How can we possibly win against such a monster? The two remaining Umbu were stunned by the scene before them, especially since this man was considering the child behind him. If he were to unleash his full power, they would probably not even have the chance to attack and would be slain under his blade. Just then a trustworthy voice resonated. Leave it to me. The figure that appeared before them was none other than their captain, Uchiha Shirsui. Captain Shirsui. The two Umbu's hearts reignited with hope, as if they had seen a savior. Shirsui drew a short knife from his back, spinning it in the air, before catching it, taking a fighting stance. Who exactly are you? Shizui's Sharingan, with its 3 tomo, was fixated on Obito. Shunshin Shirsui. This could be troublesome. According to Yunyue's request, he must not harm anyone from Konoha, and he had to defeat his opponent without revealing his abilities. If that's the case, then let's disguise a bit. Obito picked up the mask that the Umbu had dropped and placed it on his head. Let's finish this fight quickly so we don't attract more annoying flies. With that, Obito charged at Shirsui with his knife. Are you determined to resist? Then let's settle this once and for all. Shirsui's figure vanished from his original spot, and the two fought at a speed invisible to the naked eye, leaving onlookers bewildered. All that could be seen were 2 fleeting shadows darting back and forth, accompanied by the continuous sound of metal clashing in the air. Is this the battle of a shadow-level powerhouse? Indeed, it's something we outsiders can't intervene in. Suddenly, one of the Umbu seemed to have thought of something and spoke to his companion. What a good opportunity. Now that the captain is holding that person back, let's take the chance to grab that child. Without hesitation, the two reached out toward Mio, disregarding her cries. Let go of me. I don't want to go with you. Just as they were about to succeed, a figure similar in size to Mio stood in front of her. What do you want to do to her? At this moment, Yunyue, holding the ice cream she just bought, still had the frost flowers on it. Who are you? We are executing an order. Sister Yunyue, you finally came. I thought you wouldn't show up. Mio, hiding behind a garbage can in the alley, threw herself into Yunyue's arms. All right, Mio, be good. I just want to buy you ice cream. Yunyue gently wiped the tears from Mio's face with her bag-holding hand, her tone soft. Mio nodded, revealing her innocent smile. The others heard Yunyue's name and showed expressions of disbelief. You are Senior Yunyue. After scrutinizing her, they realized that the little girl before them bore a resemblance to Yunyue. But why has Senior Yunyue become like this? Before they could unravel their doubts, they heard Yunyue's questioning voice, devoid of any warmth. I ask you, on whose orders do you want to do something to her? The two Umbu immediately lowered their heads, speaking with trembling voices. It's Lord Hokage's order. We were told to bring this child to. I apologize, but we hope you can cooperate with our work. Yunyue replied expressionlessly. No one can force me to do something I don't want to do. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future, even if it's Lord Hokage. Yunyue emphasized the words Lord Hokage. The heads of the Umbu dropped even lower, knowing that Senior Yunyue was genuinely angry. In the past, Senior Yunyue never added the honorific Lord when referring to the Hokage. Yes. The two Umbu could only apologize repeatedly. In the Hokage office, Shirsui was leading the Umbu to report on the situation of the mission. Minato furrowed his brows, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the empty desk. It was no wonder, after all, Shirsui and the others failed to bring back the child Mio. Worse still, due to some inappropriate handling by the Umbu, Yunyue misunderstood him and in a fit of anger left the village with Mio. Minato sighed softly, saying, trouble never comes alone. This is quite the predicament. The two Umbu who had acted knelt half-heartedly before Minato, speaking urgently. Hokage-sama, it was our negligence. Please punish us, Hokage-sama. Minato shook his head and stepped forward to help the trembling duo up. Everyone, please calm down, and the first thing we need to solve is how to resolve the misunderstanding with Yunyue. Shirsui clapped his hands, signaling the Umbu behind him to quiet down. Exactly as ninjas, we must maintain composure regardless of the circumstances. Calm down first and follow Hokage-sama's orders. Upon hearing this, the Umbu present all adjusted their breathing and quieted down. Honestly, when Minato heard Shizui's report, he was also quite anxious. However, as Hokage, he had to force himself to remain calm. Losing composure would only worsen the situation. Hokage-sama, what should we do next? After Shirsui finished speaking, Minato pondered for a moment before looking up at Shirsui. We need to form a small team to find Yunyue and bring her back. Given Yunyue's strength, it's likely that. Shirsui murmured softly, his voice trembling slightly. No, I don't want you to bring Yunyue back by force, but rather to resolve the misunderstanding through conversation, and at the same time reveal the truth about that child to Yunyue. I see now. Shirsui nodded in realization. So who should we send? Furthermore, Yunyue might not accept persuasion, so we must be cautious in choosing the members of this team. Minato hesitated for a moment and said to Shirsui, leave it to you along with Kakashi and Might Guy. Make sure to resolve the misunderstanding with Yunyue. I believe that with familiar faces, she will calm down and listen to your explanations. Yes, I will set off immediately to inform them. Shirsui replied without changing his expression. All right, I'm counting on you. Be sure to bring that child back. After Shirsui and the others left, Minato returned to his desk. He took a deep breath, adjusting his emotions to stabilize the unrest within his heart. At the entrance of the village, the ninja from the grass-hidden village were still contemplating how to infiltrate Konoha. Just then they caught sight of an unbelievable shadow. That has to be the child, right? The leading grass-hidden ninja rubbed his eyes vigorously as if confirming he wasn't mistaken. Indeed, boss. It's her, that's definitely her. The leading ninja punched his own head impatiently, saying, "Just say it once, you useless extra." The hit ninja covered the bump on his head and lowered it quietly. "Follow them, don't let them escape." At that moment Yu was carrying Mio in a princess carry weaving through the forest outside the village. "I always thought only someone like me would rebel. Oh, I never expected you Yue with those thick brows and big eyes to also betray Konoha. I'm different from you, I just wanted to get some fresh air." Shui glanced at Yu beside him, speaking in a tone that seemed half joking. "You're wanted by Konoha, you can't stay in the village anymore." Yu rolled her eyes at Shui as she walked. His tone turned sharp. "Isn't it all because of you causing trouble while using my name? Otherwise I wouldn't have been exposed so soon. And the White Masked Black fan club established in Konoha, was that also you're doing?" Hearing Shizui's words, Yu smiled apologetically. "By the way, what are your plans after leaving the village?" Shui asked. "Well, I definitely don't want to return to Konoha for now. Since I've already run out, turning back immediately after just stepping out of the village feels foolish. This behavior feels like a mental struggle, making oneself look foolish. At least staying outside for 3 or 4 days before going back, otherwise I can't bear the humiliation," Yu thought. "In that case, how about staying with the organization for a couple of days? It's easy to expose your identity outside, and then Konoha's people will come after you. If you go to the organization, that situation won't happen." Shui suggested, and Yu did not refuse. "All right." Just as the two were chatting, several figures blocked their path. "We finally found you. We were just worried about how to enter the village. Who would have thought you would come out on your own?" The grass-hidden ninja speaking wore an excited expression, his eyes gleaming at Mio. Just as Yu wanted to step forward to deal with them, Shui reached out to stop her. "No need for you to intervene. Oh, leave these annoying flies to me. Keep an eye on Mio." Shui finished speaking, and his figure disappeared from the spot. "Calling us flies. Let's give this guy a good lesson." Several shurikens spun as they flew towards Shui, but unfortunately, they only hit his afterimage. "You annoying flies, are making too much noise, die." In the blink of an eye, Shui appeared in front of one of the grass-hidden ninjas, raising his long knife to strike him down. "Watch out." Another companion swung a machete at Shui, intending to intercept him. "Odd." A heart-wrenching scream came from the grass-hidden ninja. The grass-hidden ninja wielding the knife exhibited a ghostly expression, his hand trembling uncontrollably. The previous scene was just too bizarre. The machete held by the grass-hidden ninja unexpectedly passed through the body of the masked man, ultimately striking his companion and severing him in half. A triumphant smile appeared beneath Shizui's mask. "What a pity." He then turned and punched another grass-hidden ninja in the face, sending him flying. The rest of the grass-hidden ninjas, observing from a distance, were stunned by this scene, momentarily lost for words. At that moment, one of the grass-hidden ninjas suddenly spoke up. "Boss, I have a plan." This immediately caught the attention of the leading grass-hidden ninja. "Let's hear it." The younger ninja cleared his throat and began. "Boss, why don't we send a few people to hold off that masked man? The remaining 2 little girls should be easy to capture." The leading grass-hidden ninja's eyes lit up instantly. "I didn't expect you useless extra to be quite clever." The one who suggested it patted his chest and said, "Boss, my name is Ogawa Mitsuki. If you insist on calling me a useless extra, can you at least omit the word dead in front of it?" The leading grass-hidden ninja pushed him aside. "Stop wasting time, you guys go and bring that girl back. I'll send more people to hold off the masked man." In the next moment, more enemies surrounded Shui, while Yu and Mio were also encircled by enemies. The grass-hidden ninja spoke proudly to Shui, "No matter how strong you are, you can't spare the time to help them, right? Our companions have already surrounded the 2 little girls." Shizui's voice was filled with disdain. "Instead of worrying about me, you might as well be concerned about yourselves. Besides, I never intended to help." Shui lodged his knife into the ground, reclining as if to watch a show. "What do you mean?" The grass-hidden ninjas surrounding Yun had smug smiles on their faces. "We finally drove the masked man away." "Huh. With you 2 ordinary kids, how could you possibly escape our grasp? Just surrender, you'll suffer less." After saying this, one of them rushed in front of Yun, swiftly aiming a hand blade towards her. "The child behind you will be sure to take her without hesitation." With a loud bang, Yun fist cut through the air, causing an explosive sound. Yun fist struck directly at the grass-hidden ninja's face, sending him flying in a spray of blood. "Enough already, you don't think just because I'm a child I'm to be looked down upon." Yun flexed her previously dormant wrist, pointing her finger at the grass-hidden ninja in front of her. "How could a group of us be bullied by just one child?" As if to bolster her courage, the fallen grass-hidden ninja got up from the ground and urged his hesitant companions. "Let's take down this little brat, brothers. Charge." Yun sighed lightly. "Well, I haven't used physical techniques to fight for a long time. Let's see if you all can help me warm up." With that, Yun leaped up, choosing a lucky one from the air to stomp down hard on his body. The grass-hidden ninja being stomped let out a painful wail, but Yun's assault was not finished. Yun ran in place on his body, relentlessly impacting the grass-hidden ninja through continuous stomping. Until he was foaming at the mouth, she finally kicked him away. "Indeed, this technique is one of the physical arts belonging to Might Guy." Yun exclaimed, "How about that, you little dog? You can't even withstand a couple of kicks." Hearing the child before them claim they were weak, the group grew furious. Let's surround this little brat and see what he can do. 4 of them closed in from the front, back, and sides. Dynamic entry. Yunyu aimed at one of them, delivering a flying kick to his face. As she kicked the man away, she began to rotate upside down, her legs spinning like a whirlwind, striking several faces. After dispatching several of them, Yunyu looked at the remaining grass-hidden ninja, pointing her finger at him. You're next. The grass-hidden ninja pointed out, picked up a stone from the ground, flashing an overly polite smile at Yunyu. Yunyu became alert instantly. What trick do you have up your sleeve? I'm just a useless extra. I'll handle it myself. No need for you to intervene. With that, the grass-hidden ninja brought the stone down on his own head, knocking himself out. Did you really choose to take matters into your own hands? Hakilong. You fool. After eliminating all the enemies with Obito, Yunyu planned to take Mio and continue towards the Hidden Rain village. At that moment, Shui and the others caught up. Yunyu, we finally found you. Let's go back together, said Kakashi, who had just arrived, but Yunyu remained silent, staring at them. Seeing Yunyu's silence, Kakashi stepped forward. Yunyu protected Mio behind him, glaring at the group with a sharp gaze. What do you want? If you intend to take this child back, that's out of the question. You'll have to defeat me first, otherwise there's nothing to discuss, Kakashi said after taking a deep breath. Very well, I shall be your opponent, Kakashi stated, as if making an important decision, stepping forward once more. Kakashi, what nonsense are you talking? Is it because your body hasn't recovered that your brain isn't functioning properly? Yunyu frowned slightly, looking at Kakashi with confusion. Beside him, Shui and Might Guy also expressed their doubts. Might Guy grabbed Kakashi's shoulders with both hands, speaking in a panicked tone. Kakashi, what are you saying? You just came out of the hospital, you're not fit for battle. Moreover, your opponent is Yunyu. Shui also stepped forward to dissuade him, saying, calm down, Kakashi, you have no chance of winning like this. Kakashi ignored their pleas, waving his hand dismissively. It's precisely because I understand Yunyu that I know mere persuasion will not change his mind. Kakashi's gaze fell on the still dazed Yunyu. So let me be your opponent. Shui Guy, don't interfere. Kakashi spoke firmly, clenching his fists. You don't really think you can defeat me, do you? You should know that fighting me with an unhealed body will bring immense strain, even if I go easy on you. I truly don't understand why you are willing to go to such lengths, Kakashi. Kakashi stood before Yunyu, his gaze determined. It's because I don't want to see anything happen to Yunyu that I am standing here. The matter of Rin and Obito can no longer be changed. I don't want to. Although Yunyu still wore an expressionless face, he felt a hint of wavering within. What nonsense are you suddenly spouting? Kakashi, I'm being serious with you. Yunyu turned his head away, no longer looking at Kakashi and the others. I'm serious too. I know I can't surpass you in strength, but that doesn't stop me from wanting to protect you and safeguard this world. Just like you wish to protect that child, I too have someone I want to protect. I'm sorry, Yunyu, but this time I won't back down an inch. Kakashi's loud shout caused Yunyu's expression to stiffen slightly. Just to be clear, I won't hold back like someone else would. You won't even be able to hurt a hair on my forehead. Yunyu extended his thumb, provocatively pointing at his forehead. How would you know unless you tried? Kakashi didn't pay any mind to Yunyu's provocation, instead responding. What a fool. Then let's see me knock you down so you can learn the reality. After saying this, Yunyu swiftly performed the hand seals. Fire-style Grand Fireball Jutsu. This ordinary crank jutsu under Yunyu's terrifying chakra unleashed flames that ravaged everything like a giant beast. The speed was so quick that it left no time for a response. Kakashi's figure vanished, suddenly appearing above the sea of flames. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Using the steam evaporated from Yunyu's Grand Fireball, Kakashi formed a water dragon above the ocean of flames, charging towards Yunyu. Yunyu couldn't help but exclaim. Truly, he was Kakashi. Even when using a ninjutsu, he calculated carefully, selecting the technique with the highest cost-performance ratio. Accompanied by the roar of the water dragon, it exploded beside Yunyu, creating a torrent that extinguished the flames ravaging the grass below. At that moment, Kakashi instantaneously appeared beside Yunyu, aiming to launch a surprise attack. Once Yunyu sensed it, he kicked Kakashi away. Kakashi, who was kicked, instantly burst forth with blue lightning striking towards Yunyu's calf. So it's a lightning clone, Kakashi. Your combat style remains as cautious as ever. Dusting off the dirt on his calf, Yunyu scanned his surroundings, trying to locate Kakashi's whereabouts. Exposing your back to the enemy is not the behavior of a ninja. Yunyu heard Kakashi's voice, and in the next instant Kakashi burst forth from the ground behind Yunyu, using the kicked-up dust to obscure Yunyu's vision. Faced with this sudden ambush, Yunyu gently sidestepped, avoiding Kakashi's fist as his body retreated. Once the dust settled, Kakashi's figure appeared in Yunyu's line of sight. At that moment, one of Kakashi's Sharingan had already transformed into a Mangekyo. Sweat was pouring down his face, and his body was trembling continuously. Are you really choosing to use that eye? Aren't you afraid your body can't withstand the burden of that eye? Yunyu questioned, and everyone present could see that Kakashi was struggling to fight with an unhealed body. Kakashi forced a smile at Yunyu, jokingly saying, You're my opponent. If I don't give it my all, I might just get killed. Then fine, I won't hold back either. After saying this, the Tomo in Yunyu's eyes began to spin, gradually forming a pattern resembling a crescent moon. Let me show you the difference in power between our Sharingan. Susanoo. A dark red skeletal frame enveloped Yunyu, which then visibly grew muscles at an astonishing speed, ultimately being covered in armor. After perfectly merging with the power of the Red Moon, Yun Yu's Mangekyo gained evolution. This dark red Susanoo was uniquely his own ability. Kakashi, as long as you touch my forehead you win. Even in its first form, conventional ninjutsu couldn't breach it, not to mention now that he was activating the second form. Let's not forget about Sasuke, who was elbowed out of the Susanoo. Not all Susanoo can withstand hits. It also depends on whose Susanoo it is. For Yun Yu, he felt completely secure within his. Thus he provocatively stood inside without fear. Indeed, Yun Yu is not easy to deal with. Kakashi sighed softly. With the amount of chakra I have left, I can still launch one more attack. If I can't hit you next time, it'll be truly disastrous. Kakashi felt the rapid depletion of chakra and eyesight in his body, speaking self-deprecatingly. Yun Yu, the next attack will be my final strike. Kakashi slightly bent down. The high-voltage electric current gathering in his left hand emitted a crackling sound. Raikiri, huh? With this technique you want break through my absolute defense. Even as he said this to be safe, Yun Yu still commanded his Susanoo to gather a blazing fireball in its hand, launching it towards Kakashi. If you don't dodge, you'll die, Yun Yu reminded. Under Yun Yu's control, the fireball, several meters in diameter, crashed directly towards Kakashi. However, an unexpected event occurred. The moment the fireball made contact with the Raikiri in his hand, it vanished without a trace. Seizing the moment while Yun Yu was stunned, Kakashi stepped forward, rushing to Yun Yu. Kamui Raikiri. It was a dazzling red Raikiri, and as he realized it wasn't an ordinary Raikiri, Kakashi's Kamui Raikiri had already distorted a hole in the armor of the Susanoo. Yun Yu's hand surged with the white claws of a tailed beast. Just as he was about to finish Kakashi with a strike, his movement halted. As expected, I was right. Kakashi's Raikiri vanished, lightly tapping Yun Yu on the forehead with his fingertip. Sorry, this bet is mine to win. This is the first time I've won against you, right? After Kakashi said this, his eyelids became heavy and his body uncontrollably fell down. Aren't you afraid I just hurt you? Given Yun Yu's current state, it was impossible for him to support Kakashi, so he simply retracted the Susanoo back to its first form, using its arm to catch Kakashi's collapsing body. Kakashi mustered all his strength to barely open his left eye and look at Yun Yu. Weakly he responded, not afraid, because the Yun Yu I know would never harm a comrade. Is that so? Yun Yu walked over to Might Guy, controlling the skeletal frame, to gently lay Kakashi on Guy's back. A bet is a bet. It's a pity that we just started a little rebellion, and now we have to go back. I feel like I haven't had enough fun. Hearing Yun Yu's nonchalant tone, Shursui instantly revealed a bitter smile. That truly fits Yun Yu's style. I have some requirements too. You must not harm this child. Also, this child cannot leave my line of sight. Yun Yu looked at Shursui and the others with a serious expression, and they all nodded. Let's go, Mio, we're going home. Just then a gentle breeze swept through the calm forest, and 4 figures wearing red cloaks surrounded Mio. They reached out their hands and formed a seal, freezing Mio in place. Mio. Yun Yu dashed forward, but was halted by one of the red-cloaked figures. Uchiha Yun Yu, you truly are a dangerous fellow. Now this child is in our hands. If you dare to take another step forward, the child's fate will be uncertain. Damn it. Yun Yu cursed at the group and stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, he noticed Obito not far away. He gestured for him to calm down. Then Obito's body sank into the ground, disappearing from sight. I didn't expect that after leaving the grass village for such a short time, he has already gathered most of the required chakra. This efficiency is much faster than us. One of them remarked. In that case, let's implement the plan. Suddenly a hand emerged from the flat ground, grabbing the calf of the red-cloaked figure. Obito's deep voice came from the ground. What plan? Can you share it with me? The captured individual struggled desperately, but was pulled into the vortex appearing in Obito's eye. If you want to struggle, go ahead and try. Obito crossed his arms, slowly emerging from the ground. Hey, who are you? The red-cloaked figure exclaimed, instinctively retreating as they felt the suffocating presence brought by Obito. Obito adjusted his mask, saying, I have no identity, nor do I wish to exist under anyone's name. Is that how it goes? Obito cast a confirming glance at Yun Yu. Yun Yu gave Obito a thumbs up. Yes, that's the word. As the founder of the Konoha White Mask Black Fan Club branch, Yun Yu had long memorized every word of the White Mask. Absolutely cool, love it. I've turned from a fan to a black fan. A helpless smile appeared under Obito's mask. This guy Yun Yu really hasn't changed a bit. Well then, let's deal with these people who have ill intentions towards Mio first. Obito turned to face the 3 remaining individuals, speaking coldly. One yo Hakimaru, go. It's finally about to begin. Damn it, I refuse to believe that the 3 of us ninjas can be defeated by this white-masked one. The red-clad masked man at the front formed hand signs, and several fireballs instantly appeared around him. Fire release Phoenix fire technique. The fireballs scattered around him, flying towards Obito in different trajectories. Obito showed no intention of dodging, calmly retrieving a fan from the void behind him. Aren't you going to run? Are you just standing there waiting to die? The red-clad masked man taunted Obito, who ignored him and raised the fan to shield himself. Clang. The sound was produced when the Phoenix fire collided with the fan. Uchiha repel. After blocking the attack, Obito vanished from the spot. What? Where did that guy go? The red-clad masked man began to panic when he saw Obito had disappeared. Before he could finish his sentence, Obito had already appeared behind him. Bang! With a loud noise, Obito struck the masked man, sending him flying. You sneaky bastard. The red-clad masked man sent flying rolled a few times on the ground before collapsing. Struggling to rise, he saw none of his teammates coming to help and questioned the other two. Damn it, are you just watching me get humiliated? I can't stand by any longer, though I might as well join in. One of the red-clad masked men named stepped forward indignantly, but was stopped by another companion. I have an idea. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth under the mask as he looked disdainfully at his teammate, who was rolling on the ground after being hit by Obito. Too many monks and not enough porridge. It's easier to eat when fewer mouths are at the table. Don't you think? After some thought, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, as fellow elders at the very least, he wouldn't be so easily defeated. At that moment, the two red-clad masked men unconsciously glanced at the nearby grass ninja reinforcements. The leading grass ninja felt a sense of panic under the intense gaze of the two red-clad elders. He understood the gravity of offending one elder versus two. After a moment of silence, he spoke. You are the elders, you decide. I have no preference. He then continued to lead a group of followers watching the battle. The red-clad masked man who had been struck and sent flying by Obito was on the ground feeling infuriated by his teammates' inaction. You lot, why are you just watching? Do you think lying on the ground will spare you? Obito's gaze was filled with contempt. With a sweep of his fan, he executed a basic attack for the third time, directly lifting the fallen man up. To withstand for so long under my hand is quite impressive. However, that's all I can compliment you on. Hearing Obito's mockery, the fallen man's face instantly flushed red beneath his mask. Damn it. Fueled by anger, he disregarded whether it was a trap and charged at Obito with the kunai in hand. Gotcha. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Obito's mouth as he reached out to grab the rushing man. In the blink of an eye, the man was sucked into the vortex that appeared in Obito's hand. Again, with this technique, did you all understand? No, he was too fast. We couldn't discern the principle behind this technique. If only the third elder could hold out a little longer, we might find a way to counter this technique. Several of them discussed among themselves. Obito sneered, saying, Here, take it back. He lightly raised his hand towards the other two, and the two elders caught in the Kamui space were thrown out. The first red-clad elder was already dead, and the condition of the other one was not much better. His skin was torn, bones crushed, and he looked as if he had been run over by a 100-ton truck, barely clinging to life. The tragic scene was caused by the outer path golem that Obito had placed in the Kamui space, created by a simple clap of its small hands. Seeing this, for some reason, you suddenly imagined the shy appearance of the outer path golem. Outer path golem, I thought it was a speed limiter. Blind spot, go and tell Uchiha Obito. Upon seeing his state, the other two elders finally stepped forward. However, what awaited him was not concern, but the reproach of the other two elders. Why are you so careless? Knowing it was a trap, why did you charge in? Really foolish. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you go. You guys. The elder used his remaining strength to point a finger at them. He was so enraged that he couldn't catch his breath and collapsed. Even Obito, who was watching from the side, could not bear to see it. What are you all talking about? I didn't expect you to be so troublesome. I'll leave it to the box to deal with you. The red-clad masked man said as he placed a hand on Mio's shoulder. Box, I wish to ask you to defeat the enemy before us and restore the grass village. Box, grant my wish, show your spirit quickly. In the next moment, Mio covered her head with both hands, her brows furrowed in pain. Mio, what's wrong? Obito was startled by Mio's condition and instantly appeared beside her, holding her in his arms. Mio whispered in Obito's ear, Obito, hurry while I still have consciousness, kill me. In these past few days, being able to see you, Kakashi, and Yunyu again, I am truly happy. Before she could finish, Mio let out another painful cry. Instead of calling him Big Brother, Mio changed to using Obito's name, causing him to freeze in that moment. It's already too late. When the technique fused the box with this girl's body, they were doomed to never be separated again. As that person said, if the opponent is someone you are familiar with, can you really bring yourself to strike? Waha! The laughter of the wishing grass ninja grew louder, continuously provoking the nerves of everyone present. How do you know my name? I have never mentioned it in front of you. No way. Could it be? Obito recalled Kakashi's earlier words in front of Mio. If only Rin were still here. Was it at that moment that Kakashi's words were taken as a wish fulfilled? Could it be that you really are Rin? I'm sorry, Rin. Mio did not respond at that moment. She appeared pale, her lips already bleeding from being bitten. Hurry, Obito, I can't hold on any longer. Ugh, ah. A sinister chakra spread from Mio's body, accompanied by her painful screams, as something black tore through her skin, emerging from within. The monster crawling out of Mio was covered in pitch black, feathers rapidly growing in size. A pair of enormous wings, seemingly capable of blocking the sky, sprouted from its back and spread wide. In the blink of an eye, the monster had grown to the size of a tailed beast, towering over everyone in the forest. That's right, go and eliminate those leaf ninjas. The red-clad elder stood at the foot of the monster, pointing a finger at Yunyu and Shursue, commanding it. The monster didn't even glance at him, swinging its long arms down to strike. Smash! The elder's mask shattered instantly, revealing his aged face beneath. Before it ended, the monster's force flattened the elder's body, turning him into a compressed zip file. Run! Out! With every swipe of the monster's claws, grass ninjas were either flattened or torn apart, and in an instant the once organized formation had scattered into chaos. The surviving grass ninjas, seeing the dire situation, began to flee in all directions. The worst has happened. Oh, she is no longer the Mio you knew. Shursui appeared beside Yunyue, gently patting her shoulder as he comforted her. This is also the truth the fourth wanted me to tell you. The changes in your body as well as those in the villagers are all influenced by this child. But, Yunyue wanted to speak but didn't know how to refute. Yunyue, we understand your feelings. If you can't take action, let us handle it. Might Guy gently set Kakashi down and gave Yunyue a thumbs up, revealing a youthful smile. He crossed his hands in front of his head and spoke in a calm tone. So it's my turn for the Azure Beast to make an appearance now. The 8 gates, 6th gate open. 7th gate open. As Might Guy opened the gates, the ground beneath him shattered under the immense pressure. The enormous airflow generated by the opening of the gates caused even the distant monster to raise its hands in defense. Blue steam surged like fierce waves, creating ripples around Might Guy. Burn youth. He drew a pair of nunchaku from his waist, spinning them as he charged towards the monster before him. Bang! The enormous wings of the monster swept towards the ground, and seeing this, Might Guy leaped up, swinging his nunchaku towards the monster's head. Useless. The monster extended its claw to block the blow from the nunchaku, while its other claw seized the opportunity to grab at Might Guy. Did I miss? The monster opened its claw, realizing it was empty. A sharp sound cut through the air as the fist sliced through it, exploding from above the monster's head. Him hitting. Might Guy unleashed a flurry of punches atop the monster's head at a breakneck speed, the wind from his fists howling, sounding like thunder, shaking the very earth. The monster's body sank with each blow, and it slapped its own head, making an impatient noise. Get off me. This finally forced Might Guy down from its head. Who? The monster spread its massive wings and flew into the sky, looking down at Might Guy. With attacks like yours, you can't hurt me at all. Oh really? Might Guy furrowed his brows, sliding, bending his body, and taking aim at the monster in the sky. Watch me strike a killing blow. Daytime Tiger. While speaking, Might Guy unleashed an even faster straight punch. The air around him, compressed by the punch, violently expanded, forming a tiger as large as the monster, roaring and lunging at it. Feeling the oppressive force akin to a lion's roar, the monster flapped its wings, flying toward the sky in an attempt to evade the blow. Don't even think about running. Susanoo Spiral Break. Might Guy appeared above the monster, activating Susanoo, controlling the spiral sword in its hand to dive fiercely towards the monster below. No. Might Guy's strike sent the monster plummeting, and the Daytime Tiger's impact followed closely behind. The monster, left with no choice, extended its large wings behind it, shielding itself to withstand the Daytime Tiger's attack. Burn youth. Veins bulged on Might Guy's forehead and neck as he roared without a care. The Daytime Tiger seemed alive, continuously tearing at the monster, resulting in a massive explosion. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted from the monster, followed by a deafening explosion that crashed down like a tidal wave. The air was violently compressed, creating a powerful shockwave that surged toward everyone on the ground. Once the white light faded, it revealed the monster's wings had been stripped of a large amount of feathers, now appearing bald. Compared to me, you are the real monster wearing human skin. Just from compressing air with punches, such devastation was wrought. Fortunately, I didn't give you the finishing blow in time. You almost got injured by me. As the monster spoke, a sinister chakra crawled over its injured areas, sprouting new feathers where the Daytime Tiger had plucked. It glanced at Might Guy, who was gasping for breath on the ground, and disdainfully said, "However, with such a powerful technique, I assume it's difficult for you to unleash it a second time in a short period, right? So now it's time for you to die." Just as it extended its claw ready to finish off the weakened Might Guy, a voice reached its ears. "Bebabeeb. What noise is that?" The monster suddenly turned its head, searching for the source of the sound, finally locking its gaze on Might Guy, who was slowly opening a scroll. Feeling the suffocating sensation akin to a constricting snake emanating from the opponent, the monster roared angrily at Might Guy, questioning. "Green-skinned watermelon head, what are you doing?" "My youth has no regrets." Might Guy revealed a broad smile, showing his white teeth. Might Guy placed his hand on the scroll, and in the next moment the chakra stored within the scroll flowed through his hand, rejuvenating his weary body like a gentle rain. "Daytime Tiger. Burn youth." Might Guy shouted loudly at the monster, launching an even larger Daytime Tiger towards it. It's not over yet. At the moment the Daytime Tiger knocked the monster down, Might Guy charged at it, unleashing a relentless barrage with his nunchaku until he had beaten it down into the ground, immobilizing it. Afterwards, Might Guy bent his legs slightly and jumped into the air like a spring. Perhaps feeling that his height was insufficient, Might Guy summoned his ninja turtle, using it to leap to an even higher position. Upon reaching the highest point, Might Guy swung his nunchaku, aiming for a final blow against the grounded monster. The sweat that is shed is the brilliance of youth. Youth. The monster was greatly frightened by this madman, as it could clearly sense the emotions of everyone around. However, this madman before it showed no fear, only excitement. From the era of the Sage of Six Paths to now, this was the first time it had encountered such a bizarre individual who was solely focused on the thrill of battle. Facing the monster, fear is the instinct inherent in humans, and those few courageous individuals deserve praise, but what kind of rare beast stood before it now? Watching Might Guy plummeting from the sky, shouting something about youth, the monster decided to stop resisting and began to count down in its mind. 5, 4, 3. Forget it, just let it hit me. Ooh, I won't die anyway. The more I fight, the more excited this rare beast becomes. If I keep going and it pulls out another scroll to restore its strength, then I will be the one suffering. Although ninjutsu and taijutsu cannot easily kill it, it still possessed the biological instinct of pain. Kai, don't hold back. Look how quickly it recovered after being beaten so badly. This guy probably has no sense of pain at all. You shut up. The monster, which was about to lie down, jumped up in anger after hearing Might Guy's words. Seeing the monster stand again, Might Guy's determination only grew stronger. Such tenacious vitality, it seems I have to go all out now. Might Guy gently closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a pair of kaleidoscopic eyes appeared. If it isn't dead, then let's finish it with this technique. A green chakra spread around Might Guy as his kaleidoscopic eyes fixed firmly on the monster. As long as he dared to move, he was ready to end it with Susanoo. You're taking this too far. The monster screeched in a harsh voice, perhaps its survival instinct activating its potential. Its wings flapped towards Might Guy in the air, unleashing countless feathers that shot towards him like blades. Damn it, I'm too late. Might Guy raised his nunchaku to block the attack. In the next moment, a pair of dark red skeletal arms caught his falling body, saving him from the sharp barrage of feathers. Thank you, Yunhua. Might Guy thanked Yunhua, who was beside him, and Susanoo. Have you made up your mind, Yunhua? In response to Might Guy's question, Yunhua didn't answer, but placed him safely on the ground. You're definitely Yunhua. I know you're strong, but Lin is inside me. Can you bear to harm me? If I die, that girl named Lin will die with me. The monster hovered in the air, speaking in a rhythmic tone. Yunhua, don't be fooled by it. Lin has long since. Might Guy saw Yunhua standing in front of the monster, hesitating to act, and pulled out a short knife from behind, preparing to take action himself. If you want to harm her, you must first get past me. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Obito stood in front of Might Guy, raising the fan in his hand towards him. You again. Might Guy gripped the short knife tightly and charged at Obito. The two engaged in battle once more. I knew you wouldn't go all out in that case. Don't stand in my way. I need to absorb more chakra to restore my original strength. The monster ignored Yunhua and moved towards a small village in the distance. Damn it, I can't let that guy get away. Might Guy had already released the 8 gates, and the fatigue from opening the gates was continuously eroding his body. He grimaced in pain, clutching his right arm, his voice low. Using the daytime tiger twice in a row along with sustained combat, it seems my right arm can't take it anymore and has snapped. But giving up now is not my style. This statement sparked a realization in Yunhua, and she suddenly regained her spirit. Just as Might Guy prepared to push his body to its limits again, a hand landed on his shoulder. You've reminded me, thanks Kai. Yunhua had thought of a solution, the blessing symbol that the system had pitched to her a few days ago. System, help me find the blessing symbol in the item shop. The blessing symbol has been retrieved, used for enhancement or separation, can adjust the success rate to 100. After glancing at the description of the blessing symbol, Yunhua hurriedly asked the system. Yes, this is it. Can I use this item to separate Lin from the paradise box? Yes, as long as it is placed on the monster's head, it will separate the paradise box and Noera Lin's body within 30 seconds. Alright, give me one. Total cost 350 million Rio. Will you pay in cash or gold? So expensive. That's almost the bounty I had at the black market. System, are you planning to profit from the war? Once I gain the power of the Red Moon, I won't be spending here for a long time. You're planning to take a big cut, aren't you? Is this price really justified? As a system, would I sell you fake items? Do you want it or not? The system's tone turned stern, as if it knew Yunhua urgently needed this item. Don't be angry, I want it. Just deduct the cash I have on hand, and I'll sell my house to make up the rest. Payment successful. Upon seeing 300 million appear on the system, Yunhua felt her heart bleed. The host still owes the system 50 million Rio. Please repay within a month or coercive measures will be taken. Yunhua gave the system an okay gesture and then instantly appeared before the monster. Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to be squashed by me? The monster's voice was still filled with disdain, as it had never regarded Yunhua as a threat. Yunhua smirked. Standing before you now is Konoha's strongest genin, as well as a temporary member of the security team, Uchiha Yunhua. What are you talking about? The monster looked at Yunhua in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Susanoo. Yunhua no longer contained her chakra, and in an instant the powerful chakra surged into the sky as Susanoo, clad in dark red Tengu armor, burst forth. In an instant it grew to the same size as the monster. It's not over yet, let me show you the true Susanoo. Dark red chakra manifested as scales enveloping Susanoo, once more in armor. It took the form of a war god clad in armor with massive wings on its back. Compared to the majestic, complete Susanoo, the monster appeared as if it were a toy. Has the chakra stabilized? I didn't expect Yunhua to have developed Susanoo to this extent. Might Guy's jaw dropped in astonishment at this colossal figure. Not good. The monster sensed the danger and flapped its wings, trying to escape. Thinking of running. It's not that easy. Yunhua commanded Susanoo to extend a hand towards the monster in the air, and the moment it was caught, the monster let out a scream. I'm a bit out of practice with the complete Susanoo, so please bear with me. Then Yunhua expressed confusion. I thought you had no sense of pain. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? The monster gripped tightly and Yunyu's hand hurled filthy curses at her. You're the one without pain. Your whole family has no sense of pain. Now can you be a little more settled, Jew? Under the powerful grip of Susanoo, the monster struggled, but could not escape from the palm of the complete Susanoo. What exactly do you want to do? Do you want to kill that girl named Lin along with me? The monster opened its massive mouth, continuously roaring at Yunyue, who was inside Susanoo. Lin is my friend, of course I wouldn't hurt her. However, as long as I separate you from her, I can deal with you. What nonsense are you talking? She has already fused with me, wanting to separate us is just a fool's dream. Before the monster could finish, Yunyu increased Susanoo's grip, causing the monster to let out a piercing scream. Yunyu jumped out from Susanoo's head and reached for the top of the monster's head. Don't look down on people. Where exactly is this place? Didn't I already die? In the pitch-black space, Lin slowly opened her eyes. There was nothing here, only an unfathomable darkness. Lin could clearly feel the darkness beneath her feet creeping up her body, as if it had a life of its own. This is bad. It has already crawled up to her neck. If this continues, she will soon be completely engulfed in darkness. Her memories became hazy with scenes from the past fading away like burning photographs in this space. No, I mustn't forget. Yunyu and Dai 2 are still fighting. I must find a way to stop Ju. Just then Lin noticed Yunyu's figure appearing in the darkness ahead. It was a figure descending from the sky, a tiny body rapidly approaching the enormous creature. Trapped by Susanoo, Ju revealed his eerie fangs towards Yunyu in the air, opening his massive mouth to prepare to swallow her. Danger! Lin, who was in the darkness, shouted at Yunyu, wanting to warn her, but her voice could not reach her. Don't! Lin struggled desperately, but could not escape the darkness. She saw Yunyu's body pass through the monster's massive mouth, jumping onto its head. It's over. Huh. Yunyu's left hand pressed down on the monster's head, and suddenly a blinding light burst forth from it. The monster's size rapidly shrank, and within seconds the pitch-black monster shattered into pieces like a broken cocoon. A girl with reddened eyes emerged from the cocoon, and Yunyu stared wide-eyed at her. Of course, the most shocked was Dai 2, who gazed at the girl with disbelief. Lin? Yunyu called out that name in a daze. Long time no see, Yunyu, Kakashi Gaian. Lin's gaze swept over Dai 2, her tone slightly melancholic. She did not call out that name, not knowing if it was due to strangeness or another reason. The surroundings fell silent suddenly with Lin's appearance. Lin, when exactly did you come back? The first to break the silence was Yunyu. Lin placed her finger on her chin, thinking for a moment before replying. It started when Kakashi made a wish. I was pulled back by an unknown force. Honestly, I had been waiting for you guys over there for a long time. You all weren't in the Pure Land at all. Where have you been? Lin rubbed her reddened eyes, chiding them. Is that so? I'm really sorry for making you search for so long. Lin walked over to Yunyu, extending her hand. I'm really happy to see you all. At this moment, the Elysium box had already separated from Lin, quietly lying on the grass not far away. From the moment of separation, Yunyu's body had already restored itself, and the effects caused by the dark power of the Elysium box had disappeared. But I couldn't save. Yunyu's gaze faltered, not daring to meet Lin's clear eyes. Don't say that, or it's because Yunyu has already tried hard. Moreover, this was my own will, so please don't blame yourself. Lin grasped Yunyu's hand, hidden behind her, the warmth of her hand brushing against Yunyu's heart like a spring breeze. Is that so? Yunyu said with a bitter smile. And Dai 2, he must have gone through a lot of detours while I wasn't around, right? Lin smiled slightly, casually speaking. That's right. If Lin were still here, Dai 2 definitely wouldn't have left. Yunyu understood Lin's intention. Her words were clearly meant for Dai 2. Indeed, Dai 2 in the distance gradually lowered his gaze. Just as Yunyu was about to continue speaking, an eerie laugh came from the direction of the Elysium box. Ha 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 ha. It was a grass ninja with blood still oozing from his head, laughing maniacally at the Elysium box. Didn't expect it, I'm Coach Wanmuyu, the one you always look down upon, the supporting character. The sudden occurrence attracted everyone's attention to this nameless grass ninja. So who exactly are you? Yunyu tilted her head, trying to recall information about this person, but truly had no impression. Well, you big shots wouldn't pay attention to us supporting characters. Upon hearing this, combined with the blood on his head, Yunyu suddenly thought of something. Pointing at him, she said, I know now, you're the grass ninja who fought me. He was indeed the grass ninja who had pretended to be unconscious and somehow had climbed to the side of the separated Elysium box. Oh, it seems you still remember me. However, to leave a deeper impression on you, I've decided to defeat you. Let my name become famous in the ninja world for eternity. That would leave a stench for 10,000 years. Yunyu retorted. Black and red are still red, but it doesn't matter. Just you. Mai Kai, standing beside Yunyu, cast a doubtful look at him. Of course I couldn't defeat you, but if I had the dark power from the Elysium box, it would be a different story. After saying that, he placed one hand on the Elysium box and solemnly made a wish. I wish to gain the powerful strength of Uchiha Yunyu and turn that power into my own. Whatever the cost, I'm willing. In an instant, Yunyu felt a strong wave of weakness wash over her, causing her to half kneel on the ground. This is my chakra rapidly depleting. Yunyu, are you okay? Lin rushed forward to support the half-kneeling Yunyu, speaking urgently. Sorry, Lin, I feel a bit weak. Yunyu used all her strength just to barely utter a few words. Ahahaha, I've never felt such a wonderful feeling. Uchiha Yunyu, your chakra is simply amazing. It truly gets me high. The grass ninja's laughter became even more horrifying, with dark red glow emanating from his entire body. What? How did that guy become so strong in an instant? Mai Kai raised his hands to shield himself, bracing against the constantly incoming chakra impact. Shizumi glared angrily at the grass ninja. Such terrifying chakra, even I. Supporting Yunyue, Lin spoke with a serious expression. The scariest thing about the Elysium box is not the monster named Ju, but the dark power that creates such monsters. From the current situation, the only way to restore things is to kill him or break the Elysium box. Yunyue clenched her fists, wanting to step forward to stop the grass ninja, but Lin held her back. Calm down, Yunyue. Your current body is not suitable for battle. Yunyue stood up and stepped forward, but the dizziness from her body kept crashing into her brain. Susanoo. Shizumi activated his half-body Susanoo and launched an attack at the grass ninja. The green Susanoo unfolded its skeletal frame, and countless needle-like rays shot out from its chest, striking towards the grass ninja. Oh! The grass ninja lightly raised a hand, and a massive chakra shielded him, deflecting Shizumi's attack. What? Before Shizumi could react, a whirlwind formed from chakra surged toward him, lifting him and Susanoo off the ground and blowing them away. The disparity in power is too great. Yunyue tightened her fists, looking at the grass ninja, who was intoxicated by that power. Maite Kai covered his broken arms, scanning around for his teammates. Shizumi had been knocked down by that last attack, covered in wounds, while Kakashi remained unconscious. Yunyue had been stripped of her strength. Walking was difficult, let alone fighting. Maite Kai seemed to have made a decision, speaking to Yunyue beside him. No, there is a way to defeat him. I am not trying to show off. This move was originally meant to challenge you. However, since that guy has gained your strength, he should be as strong as you are. Hearing this, Yunyue's eyes widened instantly. You. Are you trying to use? Maite Kai nodded. The time has come for the Leaf's Azure Beast to disappear and transform into the Red Beast. There's definitely another way. Oh, please calm down for now. Yunyue hurriedly urged. Maite Kai took a deep breath and said, I am ready to face death with resolve. The grass ninja, watching from the side, grew impatient. If you're going to fight, just do it quickly and don't dawdle. Suddenly, the grass ninja stopped his movements. Strange, is it raining? He looked up at the sky, which was clear without a cloud. Why is there a wet liquid on my face? The grass ninja reached up to touch the liquid on his face, only to find his hand stained bright red. Ah, it's blood. Not only on his face, but his entire body was gushing blood like a burst balloon. Yunyue raised her head, as if seeing hope. In an instant, she understood why the system had gone to great lengths to achieve perfect fusion for her. Without the system's assistance, an ordinary person gaining such powerful chakra would undoubtedly explode their body. To endure these few minutes under the dark power of the Elysium box was already the limit for this grass ninja. No, it can't be. Why is this happening? The grass ninja's eyes were filled with unwillingness. I have endured for so many years in the grass ninja village just to gain this power. Only I can achieve this level. He spread his arms, angrily shouting at Yunyue, can anyone else do this? You've already lost just a little more chakra, and without us intervening, you'll collapse by yourself. This power does not belong to you. The grass ninja was unwilling to give up. He extended his hand towards Yunyue, gathering chakra, and the next moment his vision plunged into darkness. His body could no longer support him and fell. The Elysium box beside him opened its mouth wide, and a pitch-black hand dragged the grass ninja inside. Feeling the returning chakra flow back into her body, Yunyue stretched lazily. At this moment, she noticed Maite Kai beside her, who was motionless. Huh. The enemy is taken care of. Why are you still dazed? Maite Kai instantly recovered, scratching his head apologetically. I just felt that the atmosphere had built up to that point. Oh, Lin voiced in confusion. Indeed, the atmosphere had built up to that extent. Not kicking a leg would truly be unreasonable. How about we go and kick one now? Yunyue patted Maite Kai on the shoulder, speaking in a joking tone. What? Maite Kai dropped his jaw, thinking to himself, Yunyue, how selfish can you be? By the way, what was that grass ninja's name again? Maite Kai thought for a moment and replied something like Coach Juan. I forgot. Yunyue frowned slightly. I also forgot. Now in the task report, I can only wait for him. Though a minor hiccup occurred, the matter has been resolved flawlessly. In that night in the Hokage's office, Yunyue stood before the Hokage with Rin reporting on the mission's outcome. Welcome back, Rin. Minato's bright eyes shimmered with warmth as he addressed her. Teacher Minato, long time no see. Rin playfully winked at Minato and clasped her hands together in greeting. Yet not everyone emerged unscathed, notably Kakashi. Though the effects of the blissful casket had faded from his body, the earlier confrontation with Yunyue had drained him severely, both his chakra reserves and his ocular power. Thus Kakashi now lay recuperating in Konoha Hospital, likely unable to recover fully for several weeks. You need not worry about the blissful casket. I've already ordered it sealed away. It appears our understanding of this artifact remains profoundly limited. Yunyue nodded, having suffered grievously herself at the hands of the blissful casket. Then we'll take our leave. Yunyue sighed softly, already yearning for sleep to ease the tension that had coiled within her for days. After bidding Minato farewell, Yunyue and Rin departed the Hokage Tower, heading toward the residential district. It was deep into the night. The streets long deserted, bathed only in the dim amber glow of street lamps. Come out, cousin. I know you're here. Yunyue called out toward the empty shrubbery. Her words had barely faded when a spatial vortex swirled into existence above the foliage. Obito emerged from the vortex, his face concealed behind an ANBU mask. Hearing the voice, Rin turned slowly and gazed upon him. Rin. Obito stood frozen, speechless, until after a long silence he managed only a single word. I've missed you so much, Obito, Rin said, her face softening into a tender smile. Is that so? Obito lowered his head, his masked eyes refusing to meet hers. You must have endured so much these years, Rin murmured, gently placing a hand upon his masked cheek. Many things happened in your absence. Ni's voice trembled, halting fractured raw. Rin, I failed to become Hokage as promised. To protect you. Rin shook her head. You told me everything. You've spent these years striving to prevent tragedies like mine from ever happening again. I've watched over you all along. She took his hand in hers and offered him a smile radiant as the one she had worn the very first time they met. Obito's body shuddered violently, his voice broke into quiet sobs. In that instant he saw her again. The girl who'd bandaged his wounds, who'd cheered him on, who'd believed in him without condition. To hell with the infinite Tsukuyami world. Let whoever believes in it believe. Could he truly not tell the real Rin from the false? The true Rin stood before him, close enough to touch. Gazing into Rin's clear, unwavering eyes, Obito could hold back no longer. He drew her gently into his arms. There. You swore you'd become Hokage and save the world, didn't you? The proud, determined boy I remember, the one destined to be Hokage, would never shed tears so easily. Her palm rested lightly upon his back as she comforted him. Rin, could you wait for me just a little longer? Obito released her hand and spoke earnestly. Obito. Rin called out, puzzled. Before I return, I wish to settle the chaos I've left behind these past years. Hidden threats still loom over you. I intend to infiltrate their ranks and seize the right moment to dismantle them utterly. Rin drew a slow, steady breath. Go forth, Obito. I'll wait for you always. Thank you, Rin. Obito vanished into the amber haze of the street lamp light. The next morning, Yunyu awoke in her own bed. Lady Yunyu, you're awake. Kimimaro thoughtfully handed her a cup of warm water to soothe her dry throat upon waking. Thank you, Kimimaro, Yunyu murmured, her mind still adrift in the lingering fog of dreams, barely recalling her own words. She rose from bed, slipped on her slippers, and as she did, Kimimaro presented her with a document. What is this? Kimimaro bowed his head, holding the file reverently. This is the consolidated list of offers from prospective buyers. Not only then did Yunyu recall she still owed the system 50 million ryo. These were the buyers Kimimaro had quietly approached, on her behalf, for her Konoha residence. Let me see the bids. 35 million ryo, 34 million. Why is there even a bid for 1999? That's clearly a troll. She'd purchased the house for a full 60 million ryo. It sat in the golden heart of Konoha. Kimimaro, why are all the offers so low? Kimimaro replied, Lady Yunyu, you bought during the peak of the housing boom. Prices have since declined significantly. Selling for half its original value would already be considered favorable. Yunyu's eyes widened. This wouldn't do. She needed a new way to generate income. The third Hokage had been thoroughly taxed by her and Minato over recent years. Little remained to extract. As for black market bounties, most high-value targets had already fallen to Kakashi. Only fellow Konoha shinobi remained. Yunyu wasn't ruthless enough to sell out her own village comrades for coin. Now only two paths remained: appeal to Minato for leniency, or divert some public funds under urgent pretext, or seek out Konan of the Akatsuki and shamelessly beg for funds. After careful consideration, Yunyu chose the former. Before reaching the office, she heard raised voices from within. We were promised in a rank mission. Why was it suddenly withdrawn? The voice belonged to Naruto, shouting indignantly. My apologies, Naruto, but your Jonin-sensei Kakashi remains hospitalized and cannot accompany you on this assignment. Minato offered an apologetic smile, attempting to placate the boy. No. The client is Fujiyama Yuki, the nation's top actress. Please, Dad. Just grant us this one. Naruto wriggled, clinging to Minato with childish insistence. Knock, knock, knock. Yunyu rapped firmly on the Hokage's door. Enter. With permission granted, she stepped inside. Yunyu. Minato waved warmly. Teacher Yunyu. Naruto erupted with delight and lunged forward to embrace her. Aside from Naruto and Minato, a middle-aged man stood in the room, wearing round spectacles and bearing a gentle, affable demeanor. Noticing Yunyu, he turned toward her with kind, attentive eyes. How embarrassing to have you witness our domestic chaos. Minato's expression flushed slightly, though before Naruto, even the Hokage lost all gravitas. Encountering difficulties, Yunyu pulled up a chair, settled in with one leg draped over the other, and leaned back comfortably. Well, nothing too serious. This is Mr. Santatsu, also the esteemed manager of the renowned actress Fujiyama Yuki. He issued a protective escort mission 1 week ago to safely deliver Miss Yuki to the land of snow for filming Princess of Wind and Cloud. Team Kakashi accepted the assignment, but as you know, Kakashi's current condition renders him unfit for duty. Minato smoothed the mission scroll in his hands as he spoke. Yunyu scratched her head sheepishly. She herself was the one who'd put Kakashi in the hospital. So you're the legendary hero of Konoha, Yunyu. Mr. Santatsu's eyes lit up, like a drowning man spotting solid ground. Is my fame that widespread across the shinobi world? And she pointed quizzically at herself with her index finger. Absolutely. Your exploits have already been adapted into a novel, and we plan to produce a cinematic adaptation soon. Overcome with excitement, Santatsu trembled visibly and pressed a bound volume into Yunyu's hands. In The Unyielding Shinobi Chronicle, by Jiraiya. Yunyu flipped through a few pages. The protagonist bore her name. Not an ordinary shinobi, Yunyu's life transformed irrevocably upon meeting her master Jiraiya. Guided by Jiraiya, she grew stronger, overcame crises, forged alliances, and ultimately brought peace to the shinobi world. And most strikingly, the final page bore bold declarative words based on true events. Master, not this again. What exactly are you doing? Adaptation isn't fabrication. Dramatization isn't distortion. Yunyu laughed bitterly. Jiraiya had profited from her name, weaving fiction into bestsellers. And every last coin went straight to Jiraiya's notorious indulgences. Not a single Ryo returned to her. And seeing Yunyu chuckling absently at the book, Santatsu cleared his throat and spoke. Would Lady Yunyu consider starring in Princess of Wind and Cloud? We'd offer you the role of the wandering samurai, second female lead who aids the princess in her trials. Yunyu refused instantly, without hesitation. And samurai. That meant those people. Not even dogs would. And your compensation for this role, precisely 70 million Ryo. All meals and lodging covered, and additional royalties upon theatrical release. Santatsu adjusted his glasses. 70 million. Her refusal died midair. Her eyes gleamed with pure unadulterated avarice. I'll do it. I'll play the samurai, embrace artistic freedom, free board and lodging, and 70 million Ryo in mere days. As a shinobi of Konoha, this is my solemn duty. She bowed deeply to Santatsu, her voice grave with feigned sincerity. I humbly request the honor of participating in this production in the land of snow. Minato's expression froze, his inner monologue screaming, Yunyu, how can you switch faces so fast? Does this not cost a single chakra point? Great. Then teacher Yunyu shall serve as Team 7's Jonin instructor. Naruto darted to Minato's desk and began rocking the chair back and forth. Cough, cough. Minato cleared his throat and turned to Yunyu. Yunyu, what are your thoughts? She waved dismissively. No objections. Very well. Team 7's mission is now under your command. Our deepest gratitude, both Santatsu and Yunyu declared in unison, bowing respectfully to Minato. Naruto, please escort Mr. Santatsu to the rendezvous point. I need to discuss something with teacher Yunyu. Minato's words halted Naruto's ecstatic bouncing mid-leap. Understood, I'll guide Mr. Santatsu there immediately. Teacher Yunyu, don't be late. With that, Naruto seized Santatsu's arm and dashed from the room. Watching Naruto vanish, Minato exhaled in profound relief. Yunyu, I'd like to speak with you about Team 7. First, Naruto. Kakashi hasn't yet imparted any technique suited to his nature. Recently, I taught him the Flying Thunder God technique. Though he hasn't yet mastered it. I hope you'll guide him and use this mission as vital field training. Yunyu nodded. Understood. Second, Sasuke. His talent is extraordinary. He's learned numerous jutsu from Kakashi. Yet he seeks more, and now trains under sure sway in the body flicker technique and the Uchiha fire release. As a clansman yourself, you're the ideal mentor for him. Rest assured, I'll nudge him forward at the right moment, Yunyu replied. Good. Lastly, Sakura Haruno. She lacks Sasuke's or Naruto's innate gifts, but she is without question the most diligent among them. Kushina holds great affection for her, and I trust you'll also lend her your guidance. Absolutely. Sakura possesses immense potential. With proper tutelage, she'll one day tear apart even cage-level foes with her bare hands. What nonsense. She was after all the only one destined to rival Naruto and Sasuke. Then I'm at ease. Wishing you success on your mission. Yunyu snatched the mission scroll from Minato's hand and bolted from the office. Exhilarating. Acting pays far better and far faster than shinobi work. In the studio of Moi Village, Sasuke and Sakura sat silently on the crew's benches watching the group of people working around them. Suddenly Naruto jumped up and shouted at Mr. Santai, complaining. What the heck? Why did the princess leave the crew without a word? Naruto calmed down for a moment. Sakura gently patted Naruto's back, signaling him to quiet down. But we were just about to meet the princess and now she has run away. Naruto was very agitated, and Yunyu beside him could empathize with his feelings. After all, in his past life, he had also chased after stars, and if he could meet his pigeon from his previous life, he would probably be even more excited than Naruto. What happened to the princess? Why did she leave without saying goodbye? Yunyu looked at the director sitting in front of him, who was smoking, and asked with confusion. The director exhaled a cloud of smoke and spoke in a low voice. How should I put it? Shiwehue is definitely not a girl who would neglect her work once she has taken on a role. I don't care about her personal issues, but once she stands in front of the camera, she can display the best acting skills. She was born to be an actress. However, for some reason, after saying that this film would finish shooting in the land of snow this morning, she suddenly ran away. The director said with a bitter smile while Mr. Santai Zuhui's manager remained silent, squinting his eyes and quietly listening to the director. Do you know the reason, Mr. Santai? Yunyu's gaze shifted to Mr. Santai, who shook his head. I'm not quite sure either. Since I became Fujike's Zuhui's manager, I have never encountered such a situation. We have already scheduled to depart tomorrow. If this continues, it will delay the filming process. One of the slightly rogue-looking male actors dressed in black spandex spoke up. He smiled at the seated group. It's teacher Hori playing the princess' personal guard. Sakura clasped her hands together excitedly, addressing the male actor. The male actor waved slightly at Sakura and continued speaking. It seems the princess will miss this appointment. Is that so? Yunyu sighed softly. We must find the princess first, with that in mind. Yunyu stood up from his bench and issued an order to Team 7. Team 7 split up to search for the princess and make sure to bring her back before nightfall. Sasuke nodded slightly, and in a flash he disappeared from the spot. Hey Sasuke, wait for me. Naruto chased after the door, while Sakura looked at Naruto's back with a bit of a headache and called out to him. Idiot Naruto, it's a split operation, didn't you hear clearly? After saying this, Sakura lowered her head and addressed Yunyu and the crew members behind him, saying, Excuse me for a moment. After Sakura finished speaking, she also left. Then I'll excuse myself as well. Well, I wish you all the best. The director stood up and escorted Yunyu to the door. By the creek in the village, a girl with long dark hair down to her waist was squatting by the stream, staring blankly at the water. Her pale blue eyes were as cold as ice, bringing forth the chill of a snowstorm. A few strands of hair hung down over her forehead, swaying in the gentle breeze, revealing her beautiful features. Excuse me, are you the princess? The girl's gaze swept to Yunyu, who had appeared beside her at some point, and she spoke in a cold tone. Who are you? What do you want? You look much better in person than in the photos. If you don't get ready to leave, soon you'll miss your appointment with Mr. Santai. Yunyu stated his purpose to her, but Fujike's Shueihue turned around and mounted her horse, leaving Yunyu with a parting remark, forget it. She then rode off. Listening to the sound of the hooves fading away, Yunyu finally realized he had been brushed off. In a few flashes, Yunyu arrived beside her, matching the speed of her horse. Mr. Santai entrusted me to protect you. Can you stop and talk to me for a moment? Upon noticing Yunyu pursuing her, Fujike's Shueihue initially looked taken aback, then waved the horsewhip in her hand, urging her horse to run faster. What the heck, you're not even giving me a chance to explain. Yunyu said, helplessly raising his hands. Riding at such speed in the village was dangerous. He had to think of a way to stop her. Just as Yunyu expected, the road ahead merged into the main road of the village, where many slow-moving cargo carts were currently traveling. This should slow her down. Just when Yunyu thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, Fujike Zoe's gaze darted toward the spacious sidewalk. It was still early morning, and there weren't many people on the sidewalk. Fujike's Shueihue seized the opportunity and urged her horse to leap onto the sidewalk. Using her superb horsemanship, she skillfully maneuvered to avoid one pedestrian after another. Just when Fujike's Shueihue was feeling pleased about shaking off Yunyu, a few playing children suddenly dashed out from a blind spot in a nearby alley. Not good. She hurriedly pulled on the reins, but the horse, having been going too fast, couldn't stop immediately. Both horse and rider were heading towards the children ahead. The surrounding pedestrians gasped, further adding to Zuhui's panic. With no solutions in mind, as she closed her eyes ready to give up, a crisp voice reached her ears. Multiple shadow clone technique. At the critical moment, Yunyu intervened to prevent the impending tragedy. Two of his shadow clones grabbed the collars of the children and pulled them away. Meanwhile, his main body caught the princess, who was about to fall from her horse, while also managing to hold onto the horse that was about to go out of control. Princess, you're riding way too fast. Yunyu complained. Fujike's Shueihue was securely caught in his arms, and their eyes met. In the next moment, her fair face quickly turned a shade of crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. Fujike's Shueihue clenched her sleeves, biting her lip as she said to Yunyu, put me down. It was only then that Yunyu realized he was holding her in a princess carry. I'm sorry. Yunyu gently set her down, apologizing awkwardly. The children, who had nearly been knocked down, were about to step forward to reprimand Fujike's Shueihue. But upon seeing her face beneath the strands of hair, they instantly froze. It's Princess Fengyun. The other children nearby rushed forward, shouting in awe. Princess Fengyun, Princess Fengyun. Fujike's Shueihue looked down at the group of children and retorted, I'm not Princess Fengyun. A little girl leaned forward, her tone very excited. There's no mistake, I know you. You're the actress Fujike's Shueihue, right? We are all your fans. That's right. The other children nodded enthusiastically. They pulled out notebooks from their backpacks and held them up to Shueihue. Please give us your autograph. And mine. Mine too. The children surrounded Shueihue, clamoring, autograph. Shueihue frowned and swatted the children's notebooks away, saying, I won't give you an autograph. Please don't say that, we beg you. Since you're an actress, it shouldn't be a problem to sign, right? This statement seemed to hit Zuhui's sore spot, and she angrily shouted at the children, you should stop already. Are you so happy just to get my autograph? The nearby children all hung their heads at her words. Shueihue placed one hand on her hip and continued, after getting it, at most you'll just forget it in some corner and let it gather dust. Such a meaningless thing, isn't it just so boring? Like a fool. After finishing this, Shueihue squeezed through the children, leading her horse away. No, it's meaningful. I will place the autograph of my pigeon on the ceiling of my bedroom after I get it. This way I can see my pigeon handsome figure the first thing when I go to sleep and wake up. An autograph is a recognition of a person. These children are doing this precisely because they like you. Yunyu shouted at the gradually receding Shueihue. Although he didn't know why she was so angry, he didn't want the children to be disappointed. Zuhui's footsteps abruptly halted. She turned to glance at Yunyu and quietly said, "You're a fool too." In the end, the children could only watch Shuehui disappear among the crowd with disappointment. Yunyu cleared his throat and said to the children, "You wanted an autograph, right?" Upon hearing this, the children hurriedly nodded. Yunyu patted his chest proudly and declared, "Since that's the case, let me sign for you." At this moment, Yunyu heard the whispers of the children. "By the way, does anyone know this big sister?" "I don't know, but from her tone, she should also be an actress." She should be a minor actress from the 18th line." A few drops of sweat appeared on Yunyu's forehead as he straightened his back to introduce himself. "Haven't you heard? I'm Uchiha Yunyue, the protagonist of the novel Resilient Ninja Chronicles. It's that recently popular novel." As he spoke, Yunyu took out the novel he had taken from Mr. Santai. "Wow." Upon seeing the author of the novel, the children quickly covered their eyes. "Mom said I shouldn't read novels written by this author." "Yes, I heard parents say that the content written by this author is not suitable for children." "I get it, the big sister is an actress in adult films." "No, you have to let me explain." Yunyu tried to explain, but the children didn't give him a chance, scattering and running away. Oh no, this misunderstanding could be huge. Little did these children know they were turning down the future most famous actress in the ninja world, Uchiha Yunyu. "Damn, Jiraiya, I won't let this go. Oh, just wait for me." "Oh." At that moment, Jiraiya, who was earning money from his new book in the bar, sneezed. "Ah, Chu. Strange who was talking about me." Jiraiya frowned, but the next moment he was interrupted by the beautiful ladies surrounding him. "Lord Jiraiya, what's wrong with you?" "Yes, Lord Jiraiya, why aren't you drinking?" "Who cares about that? I'm making a fortune off my apprentice Yunyu's fame." Jiraiya stuck out his tongue, squinting his eyes with a smile similar to that of Muri Kagoro next door. "What are you standing there for?" Jiraiya hugged the waist of the beautiful lady and called out to the musicians playing in front of the bar. "Continue playing, continue dancing." Inside a bar on the commercial street of Konoha village, Fujimi Yuki, dressed in a khaki coat, gazed intently at the hexagonal crystal in her palm. She murmured to herself, who in their right mind would go to the land of snow? She fastened the pendant around her neck, then lifted the glass before her and drained its contents, a fiery shot of baijiu. Under the dim amber glow of the lights, Yuki slumped into her chair, her pale black hair spilling in wild disarray. Her once bright eyes were now glazed with intoxication, and the outer corners shimmered faintly crimson under the influence of alcohol. At that moment, a man seated nearby slowly rose, feigning drunkenness, as he made his way toward Yuki. Just as he neared her, Yunyu appeared in a blur of motion, materializing beside Yuki and stepping squarely between her and the man. The man veered past Yunyu and exited the bar without another word. "At last I found you, Your Highness." Yunyu knelt gracefully on one knee, placed his right hand over his chest, and bowed his head in a formal knight's salute. Yuki smoothed her tangled hair and replied, "I'm no princess, and besides, that was a knight's salute. A shinobi bows standing upright." "Ahaha, really? I thought I'd get into character early." Yunyu kept his head lowered, scratching awkwardly at his neck with one hand. Yuki refilled her glass with baijiu. Her slightly unfocused gaze shimmered faintly within the liquid surface. Seeing this, Yunyu slid a stool from beneath the counter and sat beside her. "Everyone's been waiting for you. You're the lead of this film." Hearing this, Yuki paused, startled, then emptied her glass and burst into a soft, incredulous laugh. "Lead? Humph, ha ha ha." As she spoke, she poured another measure of baijiu into the empty glass. "So what if I am? And what if I'm not? Acting is the worst profession imaginable, the very occupation of the most wretched souls." Her voice carried a bitter self-mockery as she downed glass after glass. Suddenly, she turned her hazy gaze upon Yunyu. "To live a counterfeit life scripted and dictated by others, that's the mark of a fool, pure and simple." She slid an unopened bottle of baijiu across the counter toward him. "Can you hold your liquor?" Yunyu caught the sharp, heady scent clinging to her, so to curb her drinking, he resolved to drink in her stead. Yunyu tilted his chin upward with quiet confidence. "You've asked the right person. I began drinking at 3. By 5, I'd already knocked out 2 boys 6 years my senior. At 12, emboldened by sake, I treated the 9 tails like a plaything. At 17, he trailed off, offering only a gentle, enigmatic smile toward Yuki. Her curiosity piqued. Yuki tilted her head slightly. "Oh, what happened at 17? Yunyu said nothing, only uncapped the bottle and raised it to his lips. He certainly wouldn't tell her that at 17 he'd discovered all the sake he'd ever drunk was fake. Instead, he simply gave her a look that said, "You'll have to figure that out yourself." "Ha ha, I didn't realize you'd be so entertaining. It's been ages since I've heard such a delightful joke." Perhaps intoxicated beyond restraint, Yuki laughed freely, unguardedly at Yunyu. "Miss Yuki." Urgent footsteps echoed at the bar's entrance. Santafu had arrived, searching frantically for her. Naruto, Sasuke, and others followed closely behind. Huff, huff. Panting heavily, Santafu rushed to Yuki's side, voice tight with urgency. "Miss Yuki, the ship bound for the land of snow departs imminently. If we delay any longer..." Slam. The sound of Yuki slamming her glass onto the table. Her voice, however, was eerily calm. "That's enough. The Princess of Wind and Cloud refuses to board this rogue vessel." "What?" Sakura asked, concern etching her brow. Santafu's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. "What on earth are you saying?" Yuki cast a faint dismissive glance at Santafu, then lifted her empty glass in a mock toast. Isn't this preferable? She signaled the waiter for another bottle of baijiu. Slightly unsteady, she mused aloud. Isn't this quite ordinary? Replacing leads or directors during sequels, even casting complete novices with no prior acting experience. As she spoke, she let out a soft, tipsy belch toward Yunyu. Santafu, usually warm and patient, suddenly raised his voice in alarm. Please stop speaking nonsense. The role of the Princess of Wind and Cloud belongs to you, and only you, Miss Yuki. Yuki silently raised her glass and drank again alone. Santafu pressed on, pleading, if you abandon this now, your career will never ascend to new heights. Is that so bad? I don't mind, she whispered softly. Santafu lowered his head, shoulders slumping in profound dejection. Miss Yuki. Minutes passed in silence. Yuki uttered nothing more. Miss Yuki. Worried Santafu stepped forward, only to find Yuki fast asleep, overcome by the wine's embrace. No choice left, we'll carry her aboard. Santafu turned to Naruto and the others. Understood. With great effort, they carefully lifted Yuki and carried her steadily onto the ship. Meanwhile, the man who'd earlier approached her stood at the bar's entrance and smiled faintly. So that's how it is. He strode swiftly into a shadowed alley. The hexagonal crystal is in her possession, and she's hired Konoha shinobi as guards. Far away inside a grand palace in the land of snow, a broad-shouldered man sat upon his throne holding half a glass of champagne while watching a film projected beside him. When the heroine, Fujimi Yuki, appeared on screen, a subtle knowing curve lifted the corner of his mouth. It's confirmed Fujimi Yuki is Kazuhana Koyuki. Calmly, he addressed the three figures standing behind him, a tall man, a short woman, and a portly man. Had the woman been replaced by a short man, their formation would have mirrored that of Wanlong's subordinate Genwenki. The tall man spoke first. It's Uchiha Yunyu, the famed Konoha hero, serving both as Koyuki's protector and co-star. The broad-shouldered man waved a dismissive hand. No need to worry. She's merely a fictional hero conjured by Konoha's pulp fiction. After all, every village needs a few token heroes to uphold appearances. But, the tall man began, only to be cut off by the man on the throne. Have you personally witnessed her strengths? No, I haven't, the tall man admitted, bowing his head. The ruler uncorked his champagne and poured it slowly into his glass. I possess full dossiers. She's a low-ranking genin who failed the Chunin exams, not even worthy of the title. Now she's playing actress, and singing too. How absurd. Rising from his throne, he pointed toward Yunyu's photograph and file displayed on the projector, laughing heartily. Yunyu, you're the singer, aren't you? Remember what I say, I'll curse you from the land of snow. His portly subordinate nodded in agreement. Yunyu, aren't you bringing your three-dog disciples to the land of snow? We'll meet you there, face to face. Even the pink-haired Kunoichi, who'd remained silent until now, spoke up. Hey, just a useless ornament really. Come to the land of snow, and I'll pluck your Sharingan from your skull. A sliver of sunlight pierced the window, falling across Fujimi Yuki's sharply defined face. The glare roused her. Her eyelids fluttered. Knock, 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 knock. A sharp rapping sounded at the door, followed by Santafu's voice from outside. Are you awake, Miss Yuki? Yuki rubbed her bleary eyes and called out, Santafu. Could you bring me some water? Why do I feel so disoriented? Must be from the drinking. My whole body still feels like it's swaying. Santafu brought a glass of water, his tone gentle. That's not just in your head. Huh. Sensing something deeply amiss, Yuki flung open the door and dashed outside. Ouched. She clutched her head, crying out in pain. She'd sprinted so recklessly that she'd slammed headfirst into Yunyu, who stood guard at the doorway. Are you alright? Yunyu extended a hand to help her rise. At that moment, Yuki lay sprawled on her back, one hand pressed to her forehead. Above her stretched a vast expanse of billowing sails. She was already aboard the ship. Realization struck like lightning, and she wailed, what in the world has happened? Hey, you're awake, princess. Naruto greeted her with a cheerful grin, explaining, we carried you aboard while you were unconscious. Yuki sighed, a sigh of resigned acceptance, as crew members erected a canopy on deck. Inside stood several staff members, her personal stylists. Miss Yuki, we're ready. Time for makeup. Yuki grasped Yunyu's hand for support as she rose, brushed dust from her clothes, and walked toward the canopy. Then, as if recalling something, she turned to Yunyu. Your name is Yunyu, correct? Come along with me. Me? Yunyu pointed to himself, puzzled. Didn't the director assign you the role of the wandering samurai? This scene takes place aboard ship. The samurai makes his entrance and fights sea demons alongside the princess. Join me. With that, Yuki turned and stepped into the canopy, leaving Yunyu behind. Oh, right away. Yunyu followed, donning the samurai armor prepared by the production team. After makeup and a quick script review, he stood ready, clad in sleek black armor, at his designated position. Props are remarkably lifelike. Yunyu murmured, running a hand over the pair of katana, one long, one short, strapped to his waist. The director, seated in a chair, raised a hand. The crew sprang into action. Lights set. Microphone set. Camera set. Take one, ready. The director lifted a megaphone. Roll test footage. Load the film. Scene 23, Section 6, Take 1. Action, shouted the young assistant director wearing a baseball cap. With a crisp clack, both actors slipped instantly into character. Samurai, you're wounded. Yuki gripped the blood-splattered armor at his chest, her expression stricken with concern. Yunyu scrambled for his lines, memory faltering, each word emerging haltingly syllable by syllable. It's nothing, Your Highness. They say there are sea demons in these waters. The assistant director sighed, shaking his head. Every line's fragmented. Feeling utterly off rhythm and forgetting lines repeatedly, Yunyu offered repeated apologies. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I'm so sorry. The director approached slowly. Step out, Yunyu. Yunyu moved toward him, the ill-fitting armor clanging hollowly with each step. The director glanced over him and shook his head. Don't apologize every time. Just remember it. Yes, sir. Yunyu replied, clutching the helmet threatening to slip from his head, nodding vigorously. How old are you? Yunyu paused, hesitating. 23. The director stared speechless, his gaze instinctively flicking toward Santafu, who'd recommended Yunyu for the role. Santafu forced a nervous smile. A newcomer. First-time actor. It's perfectly normal. Just as they fretted over Yunyu's performance, a deafening explosion rocked the ship's starboard side. Danger! Pirates! A sailor atop the crow's nest cried out in panic. Protect Yuki. Sasuke exchanged a glance with Sakura, who instantly understood. She drew a kunai and stepped before Yuki, eyes locked warily on the pirate vessel drawing near. Naruto lunged forward without hesitation, placing himself squarely in front of Yuki. At the cry of pirates, Yunyu snapped alert, leaping nimbly onto the bow. Seeing Yunyu fully immersed, the director ordered the camera crew, quick, track him. Don't hesitate. Cut this sequence straight into the final film. It'll be a sensation. After all previous fight scenes had relied on choreographed fakes, nothing could rival the visceral authenticity of shinobi performing their craft for real. Meanwhile, the pirate captain remained blissfully unaware of the cataclysm awaiting him. Raising his long blade high, he roared to his elated crew on deck, Let treasure scrub clean my decks. Brothers, it's time to open up. The pirates stood at the bow of the ship, letting out piercing shrieks, their faces filled with ferocity and greed. Rows of dark cannons lined the sides of the pirate ship, reflecting a cold metallic sheen in the water's surface. The deep black pirate ship cut through the waves, rapidly approaching the vessel carrying Yunyu. The people on the ship had already been evacuated indoors by Yunyu, leaving only Yunyu, Sasuke, Naruto, and a few fearless camera crew members on the empty deck. They're coming, they're coming. Naruto reminded Sasuke beside him, who nodded slightly. The sound of ropes being thrown onto the ship echoed with a swoosh. The grappling ropes firmly hooked onto the ship's railing, and then one by one the pirates began to climb up the ropes. Sasuke's first reaction was to use his kunai to cut the ropes, trying to prevent the pirates from boarding. Just as he was about to act, he was stopped by Yunyu. Yunyu-sensei, why are you stopping me? Sasuke frowned with confusion in his eyes as he asked. Yunyu shook his head with a sly smile. Don't rush, I know what you want to do. Then why stop me? Sasuke was even more confused. Wait until they have climbed halfway, then you cut it. That way won't they all fall? Sasuke and Naruto's expressions froze instantly. Okay, that's really cunning. The pirates, still climbing the ropes like monkeys, had just reached the middle when they heard a squeak sound from the ropes. The pirate at the front squinted to see Yunyu and his two disciples cutting the ropes with kunai. He immediately raised a hand, pointing at the three of them. Hey, you bastards. Sasuke successfully cut the rope, turning around handsomely to address the pirates behind him. Goodbye. The sound of pirates plunging into the water followed. Sakura, seeing this scene through the window, instantly clasped her hands to her chest, swooning. Wow, my pigeon is simply too handsome. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, tugging at Yunyu's sleeve, and said, Yunyu-sensei, isn't it a bit dishonorable to win the battle like this? Yunyu turned his head, replying earnestly, Naruto, you are still too young. When the water is too clear, there are no fish. When a person is too humble, there are no rivals. Ha! Naruto nodded, but still felt that such a victory lacked honor. Not only him, but even the director beside them couldn't help but laugh in anger. He had initially wanted to record a thrilling battle belonging to the ninjas, but what was being filmed now? He asked the assistant director beside him, did you record that scene just now? The assistant director, holding the camera, hurriedly replied, as per the director's orders, everything has been recorded. This is the film reel. Saying this, he took out the film reel from the camera. Throw the film into the sea, hurry. The director covered his head, looking pained. Off. The assistant director was instantly stunned. The director approached the railing of the ship, speaking to the three Taifu who had just emerged from indoors. Mr. Taifu, where on earth did you find these ninjas? It felt as though they had no spirit of a ninja at all. Rather than ninjas, it would be more accurate to describe them as rogues or thugs. Taifu looked embarrassed. He hadn't expected the legendary hero of Konoha to choose such a method to end the battle. You can't speak ill of Yunyu-sensei. Yunyu-sensei just saved you. Hearing someone belittle his teacher, Naruto stepped forward, wanting to teach them a lesson. I'm sorry, I might have been too perfectionist, truly sorry. The director lowered his head and bowed to Naruto. Yunyu pulled Naruto back with one hand, and then dug in his ear. With an unconcerned demeanor, he said to Naruto, what nonsense about the spirit of ninjas, it was lost thousands of years ago. The moment Shueihue came out of the room and heard Yunyu's words, she couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Shueihue, did you just laugh? Taifu looked at Shueihue in surprise. I didn't. Shueihue waved her sleeve and returned indoors. The next day, dark clouds rolled, and the sky and sea were shrouded in gloom. Yu pushed open the door, and the howling wind wrapped around snowflakes, slicing through every inch of skin like blades. Has the sea surface ahead frozen? Yu noticed that the entire ship had stopped in front of the ice, but fortunately not far away was land covered in snow. The sailors in a panic spoke to the director at the bow of the ship. Not good, director, we found the path ahead blocked as soon as we woke up. What should we do next? The director hesitated for a moment, then suddenly widened his squinting eyes. This is it. What a perfect scene. Let me revise the script. While speaking, the director called over the assistant director, who was still yawning. You should see that cliff ahead is a perfect exterior shot. It cannot slip away from our lens. The assistant director followed his pointing direction and was also stunned. In this icy world, a towering cliff stood prominently like the boundary between earth and glacier, rising vertically from the ice field. The director's gaze swept across all the crew members as he shouted, everyone prepare to disembark. Naruto, dressed in frog pajamas, was too sleepy to open his eyes. What are you shouting about so early in the morning? Naruto complained. Being awakened early on such a cold day was definitely exhausting. Shueihue, also feeling sleepy, couldn't help but yawn. After the crew members were ready, the assistant director opened the camera lens. Alright, scene 36, segment 2012 action. With a click from the assistant director, the male actor playing the villain standing in front of Yunyu and Shueihue addressed them. You finally came, Princess Fengyan. You are the Dark Lord. Shueihue raised her sword, guarding herself against the villain. Princess, please step back, I'll handle this guy. Yunyu protected Shueihue behind him and drew two swords from his waist. The villain's gaze swept over the armored Yunyu, and he spoke with displeasure. Who are you? Yunyu's lips curled slightly as he replied, I'm just a wandering warrior passing by. Remember this. The villain sneered at Yunyu, saying, no matter how many ants come, they are not my opponents. Watch out. He raised the prop staff in his hand and swung it at Yunyu and Shueihue. Bang, bang, bang. The ice layer behind the villain exploded, and he looked back at the ice layer in confusion, asking, what happened? The director, equally puzzled, hurriedly called the props team and questioned loudly, I didn't schedule any explosion scenes. What on earth is going on? Everyone retreat. Sasuke was the first to rush in front of the crew, shouting at them, it's the enemy. Reacting quickly, Naruto and Sakura joined Sasuke's side. They guardedly stared at the explosion site as a voice emerged from the chaos. Oh, I heard someone ask what is going on. Three ninjas slowly walked out from the explosion smoke, with the pink-haired female ninja speaking proudly. Since you sincerely asked, I will generously tell you. I am Ichue Shue. The tall man beside her spoke calmly. I am Lang Yushuebong. Finally, the fat man behind them said, I am Dongxiong Dongyu. We are the Snow Ninja Trio. Welcome to the land of snow. We humbly welcome the little snow princess. The tall man bowed to Shueihue, slowly speaking, what are you rambling about? I didn't catch a single name. Naruto scratched his head, unable to hold back from commenting. What kind of complicated names are those for a few extras? Forget it, let's just think of some random names for them. After a pause, Yunyu pointed at the three of them. You are Cockroach Bully, the fat one is Scorpion Layla, and the girl is Spider Detective. Hearing the ridiculous names Yunyu gave them, the tall man Lang Yushuebong coldly retorted, you giving others nicknames so casually is quite rude. Yunyu blinked, slightly frowning, and said to them, don't like those names. How about Ganwen Shui, these three names? Noticing that the three of them were still glaring at him, Yunyu quickly changed his words. How about Gg Mao Mao and Bouncing? Lang Yushuebong, though unsure what Yunyu's names referred to, felt that those names sounded utterly worthless just by hearing them. Are you making fun of us? Chue Shuedong Shue'll deal with Yunyu, you take care of the little snow princess. After Lang Yushuebong finished speaking, he slid towards Yunyu along the icy cliff. You must be the Uchiha Yunyu, who seems very powerful, but is actually nothing like the rumors say. He didn't even bother to look at Yunyu because he couldn't sense the killing intent or chakra that the rumors spoke of. Indeed, just as the boss Nuda said, the guy in front of him was being inflated by others. What did you say? Naruto wanted to step forward, but was stopped by a fat man. Seeing that Yunyu did not retort, Lang Yushuebong became more convinced of his thoughts. He mockingly spoke, what did you say, can't you hear? I was talking about your useless teacher, who's always at the bottom of the barrel. Yunyu stroked his chin, and it was the first time someone dared to speak to him like this. Is this what they call the fearless ignorance? At this moment, Shueihue saw Lang Yushuebong's face, and a wave of childhood memories surged, causing her to faint. Her bright eyes instantly lost their color as she cried out in pain. I want go to the land of snow. She knelt on the ground, clutching her hair. Seeing Zuhui's state, Lang Yushuebong laughed, even more arrogantly, his actions becoming bolder. His gaze swept between Yunyu and Shueihue. It's such a pity for two beautiful girls to die, oh why not join us? Yunyu glanced at him disdainfully, a look akin to observing a small fish, saying, I've always wanted to see that expression, that look of yours, like you're looking at a small fish. Exactly. Lang Yushuebong leaned closer to Yunyu, carefully admiring his face. Leave quickly, this has nothing to do with you. Shueihue tugged at Yunyu's sleeve, her voice growing fainter as she seemed to lose hope, and before finishing she fainted in the snow. Yunyu took hold of Zuhui's hand that was tugging at his sleeve, lifting her and handing her over to Mr. Taifu behind him. Take good care of Princess Shueihue, oh I will be back soon. Taifu hurriedly received the princess and looked at Yunyu's back, saying, be careful. Lang Yushuebong laughed even harder. not listening to the princess and running away, instead approaching me. Are you determined to join me? Don't worry, I won't treat you poorly. Yunyu tore off his warrior armor and threw it onto the snow, his tone devoid of any emotion. Cockroach bully, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Hearing Yunyu call his name wrong again, Lang Yishuebong snorted in response. Arrogance requires skill, and I just happen to have it. Wolf Fong Avalanche swung his arm, and a kunai slid from his sleeve into his hand. A flash of cold light gleamed as the kunai in his hand accurately thrust towards Yunyu. Just as the kunai was about to make contact with Yunyu, she lightly tapped her toes on the snow, sliding her body backward. Seeing that he missed his target, Wolf Fong Avalanche gripped the kunai tightly and continued his assault towards Yunyu. But time and again his attempts were expertly dodged by Yunyu. He simply couldn't capture her fluid and graceful movements. What? A hint of surprise laced Wolf Fong Avalanche's voice. Yunyu with her dark eyes looked down at him from above, shaking her head as she spoke. You're too weak, too weak. Were you a turtle in your past life? You're so slow. Enraged by Yunyu's mockery, Wolf Fong Avalanche threw the kunai to the ground and quickly formed hand seals. All right, let me show you my ice escape, ice-breaking tiger. A tiger made of ice surged from behind him, roaring as it lunged towards Yunyu with its mouth wide open. Yunyu-sensei, be careful. His armor seems to have a problem. Wolf Fong Avalanche shot a glance at Naruto, a slight smirk creeping onto his lips. Did you notice, you little brat? This is a chakra armor specially developed for ninjas by the land of snow. Chakra armor. As Naruto engaged the fat man, he had already taken note of this detail. This chakra armor amplifies the chakra within the body, enhancing various ninjutsu. It constructs a defensive wall of chakra around the body and can nullify your chakra attacks. It can even reverse your chakra, and no matter what kind of ninjutsu or genjutsu, it is ineffective against it. Thanks to Naruto's reminder, Yunyu finally noticed that there was a small Tai Chi-like ball on the armor they wore, which should be the core of the armor. Early scientific ninja tools. Interesting. As Yunyu spoke, she completed her hand seals. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Yunyu took a deep breath, her chest slightly rising, and then a blazing orange-eyed fire dragon surged forth from her lips. Fool, how can fire release have any effect in this icy world? Moreover, the natural ice escape produced by the chakra armor is inexhaustible. However, the scene unfolding before him rendered Wolf Fong Avalanche speechless. The fire dragon transformed from Yunyu's fire release devoured the ice tiger. The ice tiger was left with only half of its body struggling briefly in the snow. Before long, it was completely silent, melting into a puddle of water on the snow. What? It was eaten. Wolf Fong Avalanche quickly jumped out of the range of the fire release, distancing himself from Yunyu. His two teammates also suffered the same fate. The fat man swung his arm clad in chakra armor towards Naruto. With the princess unconscious behind him, Naruto couldn't afford to retreat. Bang! The fat man's fist was intercepted by Naruto. How is it possible that you could stop this attack? The fat man stared at Naruto in disbelief while controlling his other arm to strike at him. Naruto extended his other hand to block it, declaring, I won't allow you to harm the princess. Damn it, I can't advance at all. What is this chakra? At this moment, Naruto's pupils turned slightly red, resembling the eyes of a fox. Inside Naruto, the Ninetales lay in its cage, opening one eye to look at Naruto outside. Since Yunyu asked, I'll help you this time. Because Naruto often came to play with Yunyu, the Ninetales would occasionally see her whether it wanted to or not. Each time the Ninetales tried to sneak out using a hidden spoon to dig its way to freedom, Yunyu would always appear with a thick black iron rod striking the cage, fiercely using terms like CPR, dragon fruit, and war trampling to intimidate the Ninetales. Over time, the Ninetales simply gave up and lay flat, refusing to struggle. However, after spending a long time with Yunyu, it found that this person named Uchiha Yunyu was not bad. Especially the way she massaged, which was simply terrifying. It was likely that even Shikaku would be entranced by it. At least Yunyu wasn't like those Uchiha people it had met before, all of them acting crazy. Seeing itself controlled by the Sharingan without even a word. Ma. Accompanied by Naruto's roar, the fat man was directly pushed away. Die. The pink-haired Kunoichi threw several shurikens at Sasuke. Clang. Clang. Sasuke intercepted all the shurikens with his kunai. How about this? Ice release, swallowing snow. The Kunoichi manipulated her armor, waving her hand towards Sasuke, unleashing countless ice needles, shaped like swallows. Body flicker technique. Just before being hit, Sasuke vanished from his spot. In the next instant, Sasuke appeared right above the Kunoichi. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Facing the rapidly approaching fireball, the Kunoichi knelt on the ground, pressing her fingers against the earth. Ice prison technique. A series of massive ice structures erupted from the ground, like bamboo shoots, blocking all of Sasuke's Phoenix fire. Damn it. One of the ice structures suddenly accelerated and froze Sasuke's ankle. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke was completely encased in ice. Finally got rid of you. The Kunoichi spoke triumphantly, but failed to notice that the area around her was already lined with wires. Bang! With a sound, the Sasuke trapped in ice transformed into a piece of wood. Gotcha! Sasuke's real body yanked hard, and the strategically placed wires instantly bound the Kunoichi to the nearby ice pillar. Now what are you thinking? This technique has even caught Orochimaru before. As Yunyu spoke, she gave a thumbs up to Naruto and Sasuke. A crackling sound emanated from the chakra armor behind the kunoichi as a pair of mechanical bat wings suddenly unfolded. The metallic wings sliced through the wires while lifting the kunoichi's entire body into the air. I didn't expect you all to be so difficult to deal with. Wolf Fong Avalanche noticed that the situation for the group was not optimistic, and he clicked his tongue. Ice release one-horned white whale. Wolf Fong Avalanche quickly formed seals, and the thick ice layer beneath Yin Yu's feet suddenly began to tremble violently. A massive white shadow surged up from the depths of the ice layer beneath his feet. With a loud boom, a giant white whale burst through the solid ice, emerging powerfully. Interesting, huh? Yin Yu leaped away from the shattered ice layer, finding a safe spot. Then let me show you my ultimate move. Yin Yu was surrounded by oranger chakra, and then a gigantic skeletal frame enveloped her. Has the massive chakra materialized? This is troublesome. Wolf Fong Avalanche sensed that he couldn't let this skeletal monster continue to grow. He directed the ice whale to charge towards Yuan Yue, who was still evolving her Susanoo. Unfortunately, it's too late. In the second before the whale collided with Susanoo, the orangered half-formed Susanoo was already covered in armor. Ten-fist sword. Susanoo swung the massive ten-fist sword down at the ice whale, cleaving it in two. What a pity your defeat is my reality. Wolf Fong Avalanche was almost biting his back teeth to pieces. The intel clearly stated that this guy named Yuan Yu was just a pretty face. He only got the job as a ninja school teacher through connections. He was a waste who wasn't even a chunin. How could he possibly? We need to leave. Wolf Fong Avalanche shouted to his two subordinates. Trying to escape. Not so easy. Yin Yu appeared in front of Wolf Fong Avalanche in a flash, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Wolf Fong Avalanche covered his face and threw a smoke bomb to the ground. Just wait. I will definitely come back. With a loud bang, the figures of the group vanished into the smoke. Damn it, they actually got away. Naruto gritted his teeth and spoke. Yin Yu walked over to Naruto and patted his head. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yin Yu laugh heartily, Naruto felt puzzled. Yin Yu explained to the group, they can't escape. On Wolf Fong Avalanche's unnoticed back, a small line of text appeared, which was indeed the Flying Thunder God mark. Huh. Naruto, didn't you notice? I marked him. Yin Yu reached out to pull Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, pushing them onto the boat while speaking. Alright, now that the princess is unconscious, we won't chase them. Brother Minato asked me to teach you a few things. Once you learn, I will take you to wipe out their hideout. Bang! The director shouted excitedly at the assistant director beside him. Did you capture that spectacular scene just now, eh? The assistant director scratched his head apologetically, saying, sorry, I couldn't record that moment just now. What? Tell me why. The director pressed the megaphone to the assistant director's face, splattering spit all over the assistant director's face. As you instructed, the film roll recording Miss Yun Yu has been thrown into the sea. And due to the extremely low temperature, the camera ran out of power after Snow fell unconscious. The director, furious, slammed his head against the camera. That scene was infinitely more powerful than any special effects. Within the palace of the Snow Country, Lord Fubuki Dodo sat upon his throne, his wide eyes fixed intently on Roga Setsubo, who sat slumped upon the floor, sighing repeatedly. Roga Setsubo lay utterly spent, limp as melted snow, his body slouched against a marble pillar, his head bowed low, while disheveled strands of hair veiled his dull, lifeless eyes. What in the world has transpired? Fubuki Dodo demanded of the two figures standing beside Roga Setsubo. My lord, replied Fubuki, her pink hair falling softly over her brow. Setsubo was utterly shattered, his very sense of self undone by that man Uchiha Onjetsu. Murmurs rippled through the outer hall as Snownin exchanged stunned glances, and none could fathom that Roga Setsubo, the Snow Country's peerless shinobi, had been defeated. At that moment, a flustered voice pierced the chamber's rising clamor from beyond the grand doors. My lord, the worst news. Former Minister Santefu approaches the capital, escorting Uchiha Onjetsu and his two disciples, and prepares to rally the remnants of the old regime for assault. Before Fubuki Dodo could react from his throne, Roga Setsubo lifted his gaze toward the messenger and sighed again, long and heavy. Uchiha Onjetsu has arrived. Another city shall fall. Fubuki Dodo's brow furrowed in frustration as he glared at Roga Setsubo. Roga Setsubo, how utterly listless you've become. Rise at once. Join us in battle, defeat Onjetsu, and reclaim the hexagonal crystal. Roga Setsubo met his gaze and burst into wild, echoing laughter. Ha ha ha, defeat Onjetsu. Ha ha ha. Fubuki Dodo clenched his fists, seething with indignation. What provokes such mirth? Roga Setsubo shook his head slowly. Uchiha Onjetsu is invincible. Calmly, Fubuki Dodo stepped forward and spoke with quiet authority. Who claims such a thing? With our newly forged chakra armor and our unstoppable war chariots, no force, however vast or mighty, can withstand us. Roga Setsubo waved a limp hand, his voice hollow and drained. Spare me. It is futile. Were you to witness Onjetsu's true power firsthand, you would understand. Uchiha Onjetsu is unconquerable. That single battle had transformed Roga Setsubo into Ongetsuko, a man haunted, broken, remade in awe and dread. Fubuki Dodo scoffed coldly. Roga Setsubo, you were never this man. Onjetsu has twisted you into something strange and hollow. Roga Setsubo offered no rebuttal, not even a flicker of protest. This is the first time I have ever become such a person, No denial can change that. Fubuki Dodo steadied his breath, then spoke again, calm, deliberate, persuasive. Roga Setsubo, the situation is far from hopeless. Roga Setsubo paused, then asked flatly, oh, do you truly believe our fortress walls can withstand the monstrous chakra constructs Unjetsu manifests? Last time flawed intelligence led to your defeat. But what if Unjetsu cannot access chakra this time? Would you still stand a chance? Fubuki Dodo cracked his knuckles, then turned to Roga Setsubo. What do you mean? Without answering, he tossed a palm-sized yin-yang sphere into Roga's waiting hand. This is our latest chakra suppressor, engineered to match tailed beast capacity. Can Unjetsu possibly surpass even a tailed beast's chakra reserves? Roga Setsubo weighed the device in his palm, glanced up at Fubuki Dodo, and nodded. Very well. I will trust you, just once more. Yet Fubuki Dodo neglected to mention which tailed beast's capacity had served as the benchmark. We've reached the Snow Country's harbor. I'd like to brief everyone on recent developments. Please join me. Unjetsu sat quietly beside Yuki's bedside, gazing down at the unconscious Kunoichi. At that moment, Santeifu approached and respectfully invited her to the council chamber. Very well. I too have questions for you. Of course. I'll answer them as we walk. Santeifu bowed deeply before the assembled group. I must apologize. I concealed Princess Yuki's true identity. She is in truth the rightful princess of the Snow Country. I acted solely to restore her to her homeland. Naruto, seated among the others, burst into hearty laughter. Uncle Santeifu, that lady only played the Wind and Cloud princess in the film. She isn't the real princess. Unjetsu turned to Naruto and gently shook her head. She is indeed Her Highness. The actress Fujiwara Yuki is merely her alias. Yes, Sanafusen has already informed me she is the legitimate heir, the Princess Fubuki Koyuki of the Snow Country. Edge. Naruto and Sakura slammed their palms onto the table in unison, astonished. Santeifu lowered his head and continued. I served the princess when she was still a child, so it is hardly surprising she no longer remembers me. Sakura looked at him softly, asking, were you also born in the Snow Country, Sanafusen? Indeed. I served her late Majesty Princess Fubuki Soyuki. His voice grew hushed, weighted by sorrowful memory. The Snow Country was small, yet profoundly peaceful. Princess Soyuki cherished her daughter above all else. Each day passed in serenity, until one day, 10 years ago, her younger brother Dodo, the wretch, hired Snownin to stage a coup and seize the throne. The beautiful castle Fubuki burned fiercely, then crumbled into ash. I believe the princess had perished with it. Only later did I learn she had been rescued by Konoha's elite shinobi Kakashi Hitaki, so I sought him out to safeguard her once more. But recently Hatake Sensei fell ill and was hospitalized. Desperate, I happened upon Unjetsu Sensei. Unjetsu scratched her head, sheepishly embarrassed. I'm hardly a sensei anymore. I'm just a Jonin, same as Naruto and the others. In Konoha, Jonin hold greater prestige than Jonin. In truth, Kakashi had been hospitalized by Unjetsu, and Unjetsu remained unranked as a Jonin. She had sat for the Chunin exam multiple times, only to be reassigned each time. Most recently, she'd been drafted by Minato as an exam proctor, causing yet another postponement. It felt as though some unseen hand conspired to block her path. It must be corporate sabotage, fearing my promotion to Chunin would threaten their grip. How despicable. Santeifu glanced at Unjetsu and continued. When I rediscovered the princess, starring in that film, I felt overwhelming joy. Thank the heavens, she still lives. Tears blurred the lenses of his round spectacles. I wish I had died back then. Yuki appeared silently at the doorway, arms crossed, voice detached. Naruto clenched his fists, eyes locked onto her. Please, do not speak so. To us, your highness's survival is the last brightest hope. Santeifu slammed his forehead onto the table, voice trembling with fervor. Some live, but their hearts are already dead. Since that day my tears have run dry. Yuki refused to look at him, and closed her eyes. Santeifu exhaled softly. Afterward, I became Fujiwara Yuki's talent agent, always waiting for the moment to bring the princess home. So we were used. The assistant director suddenly realized, staring at Santeifu in disbelief. I deceived you, and I offer my deepest apology. Santeifu rose, knelt before Yuki, and bowed low. But for the people of the Snow Country, Princess Koyuki, trust us. We will overthrow Dodo, and you will ascend as sovereign of this land. Seeing Yuki unmoved, Santeifu pressed his forehead to the floor. I, Santeifu, and every loyal soul of the Snow Country who follows Princess Koyuki, will sacrifice our lives to protect you. Please, rise with us and reclaim your birthright. Yuki's eyelids parted just a slit, her voice icy. I refuse. Santeifu remained kneeling. Yuki ignored him entirely. Stop joking around. But the people of the Snow Country, they mean nothing to me. I refuse. Her indifferent reply froze Santeifu in place. Your Highness. Irritated, Yuki raised her voice sharply. Enough. You should have given up long ago. Give up. Don't say that so lightly. Naruto surged forward, overturning the table. This man fights for his dream with everything he has, and anyone who calls him a fool will never earn my forgiveness. Give up. Don't say that so lightly. Naruto surged forward, overturning the table. This man fights for his dream with everything he has, and anyone who calls him a fool will never earn my forgiveness. Santeifu turned, touched by Naruto's words, and instinctively called his name. Naruto. The director, exhaling smoke, added, Naruto is right. It is precisely because we refuse to surrender that hope reveals itself. And only by seeing hope can we embrace the future. Isn't that the very essence of Wind and Cloud Princess final chapter? The assistant director stared incredulous. Director, surely you don't mean to continue filming, didn't I say it? We're going to remake this film entirely, especially with a reliable ally like Onjetsu. The director smiled warmly at the group. You're absolutely right, the assistant director agreed, nodding. The director addressed the crew. Filming with the true princess and real shinobi is extraordinarily rare, isn't it? Onjetsu gave a slight, dignified nod. Indeed, it is unprecedented. The assistant director clenched his fist, energized. Exactly, it guarantees immense public interest. Behind-the-scenes footage will draw massive attention. If released, it will undoubtedly receive widespread acclaim. Seeing no one move to leave, Yuki slammed her fist against the door in fury. Wait, what are you all doing? Silent until now, Sasuke spoke directly to Yuki. Now that Dodo knows you exist, retreat is no longer possible. Survival demands combat. Sakura looked anxiously at Onjetsu. Onjetsu-sensei, our mission. Onjetsu nodded firmly, signaling continuation. After all payment remained uncollected, abandonment was unthinkable. Naruto righted the overturned table and shouted elated, excellent. Let's resume the mission. Escort the Wind and Cloud Princess to the Snow Country and vanquish the tyrant. Yuki's brow tightened, her delicate hands clenched tightly as she snapped at Naruto, furious. What nonsense. Strands of hair veiled her downcast, sorrowful eyes. Reality bears no resemblance to film, and perfect endings simply do not exist in this world. Onjetsu stepped forward, placed her hands gently on Yuki's shoulders, and spoke softly. How can we know the ending if we never dare try? I only wish to free you from the specter of the Snow Country, the inner demon that haunts you. I want to see you smile again, truly and freely. Mimicking the gentle cadence of her mentor Teraga, Onjetsu murmured, smile, smile please. Yet Yuki scowled, her face tightening in resentment. Don't presume to understand me. Everyone approaches me only for my title or my acting skill. No one truly cares for me. What about me? Her earnest sincerity made Yuki's eyes widen, her entire frame trembling faintly. What are you? Don't say such things. You never even watched my films. I did. I watched our scene together. Your fierce dedication was breathtaking. That is why I cannot bear to see sorrow cloud your face. No matter why others approach you, at least I will remain your unwavering fan, steadfast and faithful, here now and always. Like her beloved pigeon, false adulation blooms at the peak, but true devotion endures through twilight. Yuki's eyes welled, but she swiftly composed herself. I need no help from you. Return to Konoha. If Onjetsu stayed, she would face siege by the entire Snow Country, a burden Yuki could not bear to impose. Sasuke, sensing her fear, said coolly, merely a flock of sparrows and mice. This mission requires no more than us. Tears streamed down Santefu's face. Everyone. Decision made. We continue filming. The director rose, helped Santefu to his feet, and clasped his shoulder. Then let us march to our allies' village and unite to dethrone Fubuki Dodo. Santefu stood, wiping his spectacles with his sleeve. Yuki paused at the doorway, glanced once at Onjetsu, then sighed softly and withdrew to her room. Everyone, let's get off the vehicle and take a break. As long as we pass through the large cave ahead, we will reach the village of our companions. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the return of the princess. Santefu ordered the transport team to stop in front of a towering snow-capped mountain, and Naruto took this opportunity to step out with the crew to relieve himself. Countless sharp icicles hung from the cave entrance, shimmering with a cold light. After taking a break, the transport team drove into the cave, and an icy chill rushed towards them. Naruto, sitting in the vehicle, looked out at the pitch-black cave and couldn't help but speak. I can't see the exit at all. Santefu, sitting opposite Naruto, paused before responding. There used to be a railway running through here. A railway? Sakura looked at Santefu, her voice tinged with hesitation. Santefu explained to them. Although there are ice pillars everywhere now, the tracks are still well preserved underneath the ice. Since there are cars and trains, why is it so poor here? Yinyu placed her finger on her chin and looked at Santefu. Due to the extreme cold climate of the land of snow, it is difficult to communicate with other countries, which is why. So that's how it is. Yinyu stood up and walked over to where Naruto and the others were speaking. I saw your battle just now. It was the worst class I've ever led. Although Yinyu says this every time she leads a class, after all, it's something she learned from her teacher. The ancestral methods cannot be changed. In that case, I'll give you some pointers. Yinyu pointed at Naruto. First you, Naruto. Me. Naruto's eyes widened, and he became flustered. Your father taught you, right? That technique, Flying Thunder God technique. Faced with Yinyu's question, Naruto was momentarily stunned before responding with confusion. How does teacher Yinyu know? Of course it's your father who told me. I know it, but I haven't learned it yet. Naruto scratched his head and replied shyly. I can't perceive the Flying Thunder God seal your father mentioned, so I never. Yinyu frowned. With Naruto's chakra amount, there shouldn't be a problem. Does he lack the talent for space ninjutsu? Yinyu took out a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God seal from her ninja tool pouch and placed it in front of Naruto and the others. Do you notice any changes in this kunai? Yunyu glanced at the three of them. No. Naruto and Sakura shook their heads, answering in unison. Only Sasuke's eyelids twitched, he lowered his crossed arms, and stared at the kunai. Did the small characters on the kunai just glow? Huh. Yunyu looked at Sasuke in surprise. Indeed, earlier she had infused a small amount of chakra into the flying thunder god seal. Sasuke, what did you see just now? Naruto waved his hand in front of Sasuke's, eyes looking at him in disbelief. Sasuke ignored Naruto's interruption and turned to Yunyu. Although I'm not very clear, I can vaguely see that the small characters are glowing. That's the space-time fluctuation generated after I infused chakra into the flying thunder god seal. Yunyu was surprised that Sasuke actually had the talent for space-time ninjutsu. Why can this guy Sasuke perceive the seal? Naruto looked at Sasuke unconvinced. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. In that case, Sasuke, would you like to learn the flying thunder god technique from me? Sasuke's jaw dropped slightly. Can this technique defeat Uchiha Itachi? Yunyu examined Sasuke and then shook her head. No, you can't. Sasuke clenched his fists, his gaze determined. Since I can't defeat that guy, there's no point in wasting time. I won't learn it. Then he'll teach you the advanced ninjutsu of Chidori Sharp Spear. How about that? Can it defeat Uchiha Itachi? Yunyu clicked her tongue, closed her eyes, and shook her head helplessly. No. Sasuke shrugged, then spoke. I can't defeat Itachi, so I won't learn it. Then he'll teach you the famous ninjutsu of Kakashi Sensei. How about Raikiri? Sasuke leaned closer to Yunyu and asked again, can it defeat Uchiha Itachi? Yunyu still shook her head. No. I won't learn it, I won't learn it. Teach me a technique that can defeat Itachi. Sasuke spoke firmly. Yunyu took a deep breath, glaring at Sasuke. You Uchiha brat, you won't learn this or that. When I taught Uchiha Itachi, he wasn't as picky as you. Yunyu extended her right hand and knocked 3 times on Sasuke's head. Sasuke, I can only help you this far. There are things I cannot teach you openly, and I believe you understand that. As for whether you can attain enlightenment, that's up to you. Sasuke, how can you still be smiling after being scolded by teacher Yunyu? Naruto pointed at Sasuke, looking puzzled. Sasuke cast a glance at Naruto and replied coldly, shut up. Sakura, have you been wanting to become a medical ninja recently? That's right. Sakura nodded. Then let me ask you, which is more important, offense or medical support? Sakura, who was called out by Yunyu, straightened her back and replied, medical ninjas are the support of the team, and compared to offense, medical support is naturally more important. Yunyu raised her index finger and shook it. Wrong. Yunyu said in a reminding tone, medical ninjas must never be attacked by enemies. Why, oi? Sakura asked in confusion. If the medical ninja dies, who will treat the injured? Therefore, you must have enough strength to ensure your own safety in order to save more people. Yunyu's words seemed to have brought a slight shock to Sakura, but she had always thought that medical ninjas only needed to do medical support. Sakura, I have a set of strong cherry blossom fists that is perfect for you. By precisely controlling the chakra, you can concentrate it on a certain part of your body, whether it's your hand, leg, or even elbow. By doing so, you can unleash tremendous power, striking down your opponent with a single punch. We don't have a mechanism, so we have to rely on values to make up for it. Teacher, Naruto looked at Yunyu with eager eyes. Since you can't learn the flying thunder god, how about I teach you to fight by controlling the Nine Tails chakra? But that guy won't listen at all. Naruto spoke with a hint of disappointment. Before he could finish, he heard Yunyu's voice. It dares. At that moment, the Nine Tails inside Naruto shuddered. Sitting on the ground, it obediently wagged its tail and said, just say it, brother, isn't it just my chakra? How much do you need? There is more than enough. After guiding them for a while, the vehicle passed through the cave and arrived at their destination. Outside the vehicle, under the pure white snow, lay an isolated little village. The rooftops of the village were covered with thick snow, and curling smoke rose through the drifting snowflakes, resembling a scene that could only exist in a fairy tale. The director opened the car door and said to everyone, all right, let's start filming. Suddenly, a hurried voice came from the back of the car. Director, something's wrong. Breathless, the assistant director placed a hand on his knee and spoke. Snow. Shuehue, she ran away again. San Taifu rushed over upon hearing the commotion and quickly ran to the compartment where Shuehue was, only to find it completely empty. Outside, heavy snow was falling, and Shuehue stumbled through the snow, raising half-meter-high snow clouds with each step. Her hands frantically pushed aside the thick snow, blocking her view. Each movement was exceptionally difficult. Who? Don't joke around, don't joke around. This is no different from sending oneself to death. Yunyu immediately took several people through the cave to search for Shuehue. Split up and act. Once you find anything, infuse chakra into the kunai. I will arrive at the first moment. Yunyu instructed the few who had just exited the cave. Understood. The 3 nodded and then separated from Yunyu. Yunyu moved several times and arrived at the highest peak, entering the dead water Nine Tails connection mode. In an instant, golden chakra formed a beast-like exterior wrapping around Yunyu's entire body. With her powerful perception, she instantly locked onto Zuhui's position. Shuehue, still running in the snow, stepped into a void and slid down the slope of the snow. She closed her eyes, preparing to face death, and at that moment, memories of her childhood conversations with her father floated in her mind. She and her father stood in front of a mirror, and her father gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Shua, take a good look. You will see the future. Yunhua looked at her reflection in the mirror, blinking her big eyes, her face full of confusion. I can't see anything. Her father replied earnestly, "You will see it. You will see it when spring comes. But is there spring in the land of snow? Dying like this wouldn't be so bad. Father, I came to find you." After waiting for a long time, she felt no pain as she had imagined. A familiar warmth enveloped her entire body, dispelling the chill. Shuehui gradually opened her eyes, and what came into view was a face as pale as jade. A head of black hair fell smoothly, and the person in front of her hugged her and jumped over the hillside. "Really, if I hadn't arrived in time, you would have fallen." Yun Yue, holding Shuehui, smiled gently at her, and that smile was as warm as the sun in spring. "Let's go back. Oh, everyone is waiting for you." Zuhui's dazed eyes returned to focus, and she trembled as she called out that name. Yun Yu. "Yes, I'm here." Shuehui sighed helplessly. "Really, why do you always manage to find me?" "Because you are a princess, and it is a warrior's duty to protect the princess. No matter how unwilling you are, I will protect you wherever you go." Zuhui's grip on Yun Yu's hand stiffened slightly. "But I'm no longer a princess, I'm just a pretend princess acting in front of the camera. If you are approaching me because of my identity, you won't be able to bring me." Yun Yu slightly turned her head, looking at Zuhui's little face pressed against her. Just as Yun Yu was about to continue speaking, the ground of the cave suddenly trembled violently. The sound of bang bang came from behind, growing closer. At that moment, Yun Yu noticed that the snow and ice beneath her feet were quickly melting, revealing the tracks that had been frozen underneath. Yun Yu squatted down and placed her hand on the tracks. "This is chakra. Someone has infused chakra into the tracks, causing the ice layer above to melt." Yun Yu was illuminated by the light of the train behind her, and Zuhui's face instantly paled. "It's Fenghua Nuteo." She saw the train armored with iron sheets and angrily shouted at Yun Yu. Sure enough, the Wolf Fong avalanche was standing above the train, shouting to the snow ninjas inside to add coal. "Hurry, add more coal, and use this guy as a brake." Shuehui, as if resigned to her fate, looked at the speeding train with no emotional response. "I'm sorry, Yu, I have implicated you all. I knew I would die here the moment I stepped into the land of snow. I'm really happy to have met you all." Even through heavy clothing, Yun Yu could feel her heartbeat. Yun Yu placed Shuehui behind her and stepped towards the oncoming train. "I will protect the princess." As Yun Yu's warm body temperature disappeared, Shuehui was quickly wrapped in the extreme cold of the cave and began to tremble violently. Her once bright eyes filled with tears. "Yun Yu, what are you trying to do?" As she looked at Yun Yu, who was blocking her way, Zuhui's emotions could no longer be contained. Tears streamed down her pale cheeks. Yun Yu turned back to Shuehui and smiled. "I don't want to see the princess cry anymore. I want to see the princess smile. So please watch my battle." Yun Yu extended her hands, and dark red chakra instantly enveloped her. Susanoo. The armored train charged forward like a frenzied steel beast, whistling as it came. Standing atop the train, Langia Shuebing wore a manic expression, his facial muscles twisting uncontrollably, spasming as he grinned with a strange arc that revealed his sharp teeth. "Uchiha Yunyue, go talk to my armored train." In Yun Yu's eyes, Langia Shuebing and the little train seemed to pay him no mind as he elegantly walked towards the table adorned with champagne, calmly lifting a bottle. He firmly grasped the base of the bottle with one hand, while gently pressing the cork with the other, his wrist twisting slightly. No matter how strong Uchiha Yunyue is, he could never be a match for this 100-ton giant beast. "Moreover, I've welded the doors shut, so she can't get in." A crisp sound exploded in the air, the sound of champagne bursting along with the train. The third form of the Utenko armor, Susanoo, delivered a powerful punch towards the oncoming train. The immense impact caused the train's front to cave and metal grinding against Susanoo, sparks flying like shooting stars. It's not over yet. Yun Yu's control of Susanoo unleashed punches at an astonishing speed, each strike resembling a cannonball, leaving a piercing explosive sound in the air. The metal armor of the train's head was battered beyond recognition, and the cars behind it swayed violently, like a row of dominoes colliding with one another. The couplings connecting the train cars snapped one by one, and the dark carriages broke free, like wild horses rushing forward like a flood. "Run! If we don't, that red monster will flatten us." "Commander, why can't we open our train doors?" "I don't know." The carriage was filled with the wails of the snow ninjas. Yunyue controlled Susanoo, using its massive form to embrace Shuehui. "It's okay, I'm here." His crimson Sharingan eyes shone brightly in the dim cave. Shuehui was momentarily stunned, her mouth slightly agape, her voice tinged with a sob. "Yunyue, you big bad guy. You're so strong, how could you lie to me?" Zuhui's petite body leaned against Susanoo as she softly sobbed, pounding her fists against it. Bad guy, bad guy." Yunyue released Susanoo and approached Shuehui, helplessly saying, "Really, when have I ever lied to you? Haven't I always said I'm strong? I will always protect you, princess." Zuhui's voice became urgent, her fingertips trembling slightly. Suddenly, she surged towards Yunyue like an arrow, her feet barely touching the ground, as she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. Yunyue felt her warm embrace, the fragrance and heartbeat from her body distinctly recognizable. Zuhui's choked voice carried a hint of muddled emotion. "So good." The multi-sectioned iron carriages rolled violently until they finally tumbled out of the cave. "What is that thing?" Naruto, just reuniting with the crew, looked puzzled at the massive object rolling out of the cave. The acrid smell in the air caused Naruto and the others to furrow their brows. Zzz. The skylight above the train was opened. Cough, cough. Several people emerged from the iron shell, braving the thick smoke. Fortunately, we had chakra armor for protection, otherwise we would have crashed. Fenghua Nuda's chakra armor absorbed most of the impact, and he shrugged his broad shoulders as he spoke. Following him were the trio of snow ninjas who had previously faced Naruto and his team along with other ordinary ninjas. Fenghua Nuda. Santaifu immediately recognized the person in front of him and shouted angrily, "Is this guy the big villain, Mr.?" Santaifu mentioned. Surprised, Naruto looked at the burly Fenghua Nuda. At that moment, Yunue walked out of the cave with Shuehui on his back. Seeing the hexagonal crystal hanging around Zihui's neck, Fenghua Nuda's eyes lit up, and he gestured to a nearby snow ninja. The snow ninja looked a bit confused as he glanced at Fenghua Nuda, only to receive a heavy punch on the head. "Idiot, I asked you to bring the loudspeaker." Oh, the punched ninja finally understood, but still stood there motionless. Fenghua Nuda glared at him, his tone filled with anger. "Are you deaf? Why are you just standing there? I told you to get the loudspeaker." The younger ninja sheepishly replied, "Lord, the loudspeaker on the train is damaged." "What? What about the weapon systems on the train? Also damaged?" Fenghua Nuda gritted his teeth and said, "Is there anything that isn't damaged?" The younger ninja thought for a moment and replied, "The train's air conditioning system is still functioning normally." With a loud bang, the train he struck erupted into flames. "Great, now even the air conditioning system is down." "I knew that without you telling me." Fenghua Nuda shouted at the younger ninja. At that moment, another snow ninja stepped forward and handed Fenghua Nuda a megaphone. "Calm down, Lord. Although it's not as effective as the loudspeaker on the train, it's better than nothing." Fenghua Nuda took the megaphone and tested it by saying hello, hello. He glanced sideways at the snow ninja beside him. "Lord, you haven't turned on the switch. Just press that button." The snow ninja who handed the megaphone pointed to a button on it. Fenghua Nuda pressed it, and the megaphone emitted a crackling sound. "Hello, hello." This time Fenghua Nuda's voice successfully came through the megaphone. He smiled slyly at Shuehui, his lips curling up. "Niece. My obedient little niece. Where are you taking the hexagonal crystal?" As he spoke, Fenghua Nuda walked toward Shuehui. Shuehui on Yunyu's back lowered her head, gripping his shoulders tighter. "Your second uncle has come to settle the score with you." "Ha ha, someone like you who can't even be a ruler, your second uncle, is not pleased." Santaifu has gathered the companions of the village armed with weapons and armor, glaring angrily at the usurper Fenghua Nuda. "Fenghua Nuda, you treacherous villain, scoundrel usurper!" Santaifu shouted, wielding two swords, his eyes wide with fury. "This is your grave today." Santaifu shouted to his companions behind him, "Listen carefully. Princess Shui is protecting us. The goddess of victory stands with us." As soon as Santaifu finished speaking, loud cheers erupted from his companions. Even Naruto was swept up in this passionate emotion, shouting along with them, "Long live Princess Shui." Sasuke glanced at Naruto and smiled. "Were you so easily influenced? Well, it's time to stretch our muscles." With that, Sasuke used a series of instantaneous movements and joined Naruto and Sakura, standing together with them. Santaifu raised his long knife, aiming at Fenghua Nuda. "Usurper, do you know how long we've waited for this moment? 50 of us, including me, Santaifu, hold grudges against you for the late Lord Fenghua Xiaoxu's death and the accumulated hatred over the years. Now you shall pay with your blood." The crew had set up cameras high above, ready to record this historic moment. Fenghua Nuda frowned, looking displeased at Santaifu and the others. "I didn't expect you old folks to still be alive. Your voices are too sharp. Ooh, I can't hear you." Fenghua Nuda feigned deafness, glancing at Langya Shuebing beside him. Seeing this, Langya Shuebing knelt down, bowing his head and saying, "I'm very sorry for not eliminating them back then. I will lead the snow ninjas to deal with them right now." Fenghua Nuda nodded. "Go ahead. I had originally planned to use the weapons on the train against them, but that guy named Uchiha Yunua broke them. Everyone charge with me. Charge. Take down the usurper." Snow flew, footsteps and battle cries merged into one, shaking the earth. The snow ninjas in front synchronized their crossbows, and in an instant the shuriken shot out like meteors whistling through the air. The dense rain of arrows blotted out the sky, pressing down like dark clouds towards the target. The companions charging with Santaifu had determined expressions, resolute faces, and none flinched in the face of the arrow storm. "Be careful." Naruto threw a shuriken into the air, quickly forming hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The thrown shuriken multiplied into numerous copies, intertwining with the shuriken in the air, producing metallic clashing sounds. "There are too many, we can't stop them. At this rate, Santaifu and the others will." Naruto swallowed hard, realizing that ordinary people would likely be unable to escape such a rain of arrows. Fenghua Nuda smirked, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. "Wait a moment, I'll be right back." Yunue supported Zihui's leg bend with both hands, slightly bending his knees to lower his height, letting Shuehui slide down slowly. The moment her feet touched the ground, Yunue appeared beneath the rain of arrows. "Are you trying to stop the rain of arrows?" "Don't dream." Fenghua Nuda stood in front of his snow ninja subordinates, waving his hand as more shuriken flew towards them. Yunue raised one hand, and with a swish the surrounding air made a sound, causing the countless shuriken to suspend in midair as if time had stopped. "Shinra Tensei." As Yunyu's voice fell, the frozen air violently propelled all the shuriken back into the air. "What?" Fenghua Nuda extended his arm, using his chakra armor to block the incoming shuriken attack. However, his subordinates weren't as fortunate, They discarded their weapons and began to flee in panic. The once orderly formation instantly fell into disarray. Seeing this, Santaifu and the others felt their morale soar, their previously steady steps becoming even more resolute. Don't think about escaping. Sasuke leaped up, throwing a wind-style shuriken towards the snow ninjas, instantly blocking their path. Multi-shadow clone technique. Accompanied by the sounds of explosions, dozens of Naruto's shadow clones charged into the crowd, causing countless snow ninjas to be knocked away, sealing their fate. Weird, why does it feel like something's missing? Suddenly Naruto recalled something, shouting to Sasuke beside him, "Sasuke, have you seen those 3 snow ninjas?" Sasuke was taken aback for a moment before looking around. He had not seen those 3 since the battle began. Prompted by Naruto, Yunue also began searching for the trio known as Ganwen Shui. Suddenly Yunue felt something hard beneath the soft snow, as if he had stepped on something solid. "Finally caught you." Langia Shuebing removed his white disguise and jumped out from the side of the snow. In his hand was a small square box. Several mechanical tentacles resembling octopuses suddenly emerged from the snow beneath Yunue, grabbing his ankles. The mechanical tentacles quickly wrapped around Yunyu's body, forming a suit of armor on him. At the center of the armor was a small Tai Chi ball resembling Langia Shuebing. This is our latest developed chakra suppressor, capable of absorbing the chakra of the wearer. It also creates a shield around the body to control chakra, making it impossible to remove or destroy. Langia Shuebing spoke confidently. "We developed this device specifically to deal with enemies like you, who possess enormous chakra. Well, you all have worked hard." Yunue cautiously moved his body, fearing that damaging the device would scare it away. Seeing that Yunue had not broken free for a long time, Langia Shuebing finally relaxed. "Uchiha Yunue, weren't you quite arrogant before? Now you know the power of our snow ninjas, right?" After speaking, Langia Shuebing raised his voice, dancing as he exclaimed, "So refreshing." "Yunue." It was the voices of Naruto and Shuehue. Ignoring them, Langia Shuebing laughed wildly. "Uchiha Yunue, without chakra, what will you use to defeat me?" Just as he finished speaking, Yunue punched him away. "You fool, even without chakra, I still have physical skills." "Uchi. Huh. Yun. You bastard." Langia Shuebing covered his nose, which had been smashed, and speaking with a trembling voice. "Shuebing, are you hurt?" Fat Dongshue and the female ninja Chueshua helped the fallen Shuebing up, asking, "Don't worry about that, let's take him down together." Shuebing pointed at Yunue, his voice filled with anger. "You guys are our opponents." It was the 7th squad that had rushed to Yunyu's side. Fire-style great fireball technique. Sasuke wasted no time and unleashed a fire attack at the 3. Hutsai Shui jumped away with Langia Shuebing, while the fat one, unable to dodge due to his size, could only rely on his chakra armor to withstand Sasuke's fire style. "It's not over yet, Lion's Barrage." Sasuke instantly appeared in front of the fat one and kicked him away. "Huh." The fat one reacted, but when he reached out to block Sasuke's attack below, he found that Sasuke's figure had already disappeared. "What are you looking at?" Sasuke's cold voice came from above the fat one. With a heavy kick, he smashed him into the snow. The heavy-set man crashed into the snow, sending a spray of white powder up as he created a half-meter deep pit. The heavy-set man crawled out of the pit and wiped the snow off his face. Sasuke-kun. Sakura's gaze was locked on the small Tai Chi ball in front of their armor. "I saw it," Sasuke said, his brow furrowing. He indeed had not been mistaken. Every time that heavy-set man and Tsukikage were attacked, the small ball on their chakra armor would emit a faint glow. As long as that small ball could be broken, the effect of the chakra armor should disappear. However, that small ball produced a layer of barrier that ordinary ninjutsu could hardly penetrate unless. Glancing at Tsukikage, who was also wearing chakra armor, Sasuke's eyes lit up. "Got it." Tsukikage was currently flying in the air with bat wings, occasionally swooping down to harass Sakura. Sasuke shouted to Sakura, "Sakura." Sakura threw a few kunai at Tsukikage in the air to draw her attention, and then ran toward the trees where Sasuke was. "Don't think about escaping." Tsukikage turned and spread her wings, charging towards fleeing Sakura. Sasuke-kun, 5 o'clock direction, 20 degrees to the left, net under that branch 30 meters away. "Understood." Sasuke flung several steel wires toward the spot Sakura indicated, intertwining them to instantly form a net. The heavy-set man facing Sasuke pulled out a snowboard from his back and stomped on it. With the speed from the specially made snowboard, the heavy-set man quickly caught up to the fleeing Sasuke and said, "Whatever you do is futile." Sasuke led the heavy-set man in front of Sakura and instantly vanished from his original spot. Sakura displayed no signs of panic as her hand slowly rested on the edge of her cloak, pulling it up with force. Under the cloak hung countless kunai, each tied with a small pink pouch, each containing miniature explosive tags resembling snowflakes. "Sakura, let me introduce myself. I am the Queen of Cherry Blossom Explosives." Sakura threw a swarm of kunai at the heavy-set man, all of which were blocked by the chakra armor. Each pouch burst upon impact, and the miniature explosive tags fluttered down like snowflakes, enveloping the heavy-set man. The heavy-set man sensed danger and jumped off his snowboard, his eyes fixed on the small paper pieces that floated like snowflakes. He grabbed one from the air and saw a large explosion character written on it. "Oh no, it's an explosive tag." The heavy-set man attempted to flee, but it was too late. Sakura raised a kunai with an explosive tag connected to its end by a thread. "Experience my Cherry Blossom Snowstorm technique. Take this." Saying that, Sakura threw the sparking explosive tag, which accurately pierced into the ground beneath the heavy-set man's feet. As the explosive tag hit the ground, it detonated, and a blinding white light flashed, triggering a chain reaction of explosions among the surrounding explosive tags. The airborne Tsukikage was also caught in the explosion, being thrown into the net that Sasuke had set up in advance. Damn, my wings are tangled in the wires. Tsukikage attempted to cut free, but found that the wires had been reinforced, making escape impossible. Reluctantly, she abandoned her bat wings, jumped to a tree, and escaped the wires. With such weak attacks, do you think you can capture me? Body flicker technique. Sasuke's voice came from behind her, and Tsukikage's face froze in shock. Just take a look behind you. Sasuke hugged Tsukikage from behind, controlling her body, as he spun her headfirst towards the heavy-set man on the ground. Tsukikage collided with the heavy-set man, and the small ball on the chakra armor emitted dazzling sparks upon impact, followed by an explosion. Sasuke walked over to Sakura without looking back, coldly saying, "It's taken care of, well done, Sakura." Wow. Receiving Sasuke's praise, Sakura felt lightheaded with excitement. After the explosion settled, Tsukikage and the heavy-set man lay on the ground, their armor charred, and clearly unable to continue fighting. On the other side, Wolfang Avalanche glared at Uchiha Obito, his chest heaving with intensity. Uchiha Obito, do you still have a chance without chakra? Yunyu shrugged, looking at Wolfang Avalanche with the gaze of someone observing a mere fish. I say, are you really that forgetful? I'm genuinely curious about what goes on in that head of yours. Even without chakra, you are still no match for me. As Yunyu stepped closer, Wolfang Avalanche felt an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. Impossible. Didn't you say you couldn't use chakra? If his opponent had no chakra, then where did this sense of impending doom come from? Wolfang Avalanche couldn't help but frown. Yunyu tilted his head. Indeed, I am not using chakra. But just because I am weaker does not mean you have become stronger. Yunyu lightly stepped on the ground, and the snow beneath him crackled as the earth cracked open with fissures. Damn it, to cause such destruction relying solely on physical skills, what a terrifying guy. Wolfang Avalanche quickly retreated, forming hand seals with both hands. Ice Shield Snow Leopard Avalanche Technique. An unusual sound came from the snowy mountain behind Yunyu, and countless snow cascaded down from the mountainside, causing an avalanche. The tidal wave of snow began to twist and transform, and in the blink of an eye the snow morphed into a number of snow leopards rushing towards Yunyu. Yunyu stepped onto the head of one of the snow leopards, using it as leverage to leap toward Wolfang Avalanche. What? Wolfang Avalanche hurriedly summoned a snow leopard to shield himself. Yunyu shouted, "Cheese, snow leopard." Then he punched the snow leopard made of snow into pieces, his fist aimed directly at Wolfang Avalanche's face. Wolfang Avalanche, terrified, quickly took out a square remote control to manipulate the chakra armor on Yunyu and pressed a button. Seeing Yunyu's movements come to a halt, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Looks like I really need to control you now. But the next moment, Yunyu lightly tapped the chakra armor on his body, and the entire suit emitted a crackling sound. Is the chakra armor overloaded? Wolfang Avalanche looked at Yunyu's armor, which was making a sizzling sound, in shock. Cast off. Yunyu mimicked the action of the adjacent armor with both hands on his waist, performing a motion to explode the armor. In an instant, the chakra armor on Yunyu shattered into countless pieces, crashing towards Wolfang Avalanche. The armor on Wolfang Avalanche shattered, and he fell to the ground with a scream. You rely too much on that armor. Yunyu approached Wolfang Avalanche and tied him up with a rope. Now there was only one person left, Fengwanuda. Yunyu turned and pointed at Fengwanuda. You are next, Fengwanuda. Fengwanuda clenched his fists, tearing off his shirt to reveal a set of pitch-black chakra armor. You took everything from my father, even his life. Shiwehue came to Yunyu's side, angrily speaking. You caused so much damage to the land of snow for your own selfish desires. I will never forgive you. Fengwanuda had an indifferent expression as he looked at Shiwehue. A coup always comes with sacrifices. Haven't you seen how the land of snow is becoming increasingly strong under my leadership? The lives of a few sacrifices are nothing compared to the life of the nation itself. Shiwehue furrowed her brows, gasping for breath as she questioned, what do you consider life? My heart and actions are clear as a mirror. Everything I do is for justice. What do you say, Uchiha Yunyu? Join me, and with the hexagonal crystal, we can unlock the treasures of the land of snow. With the treasures, conquering the world will be easy, and then I will be the king of this world. Yunyu scoffed, raising the sword of justice while thinking of personal desires. What you really want is to dominate the world, yet you pretend it is for the land of snow. Hypocritical. Seeing Yunyu remain unmoved, Fengwanuda attempted to persuade him further. Uchiha Yunyu, as long as you can join my plan, I can give you anything you want, whether it be money or status. Shiwehue looked at Yunyu with concern, fearing for a moment that he might actually be tempted by such generous offers. But then Shiwehue saw Yunyu twirling the kunai in his hand, coldly saying, I can't be bothered to explain myself to you. You are not worthy of it. As long as I kill Fengwanuda, isn't everything mine? There's no room for negotiation. Alright, according to the rules of the martial world, let's settle this with a duel. So it's 1 against 1, no cheating allowed. Fengwanuda gestured as he spoke. Fine, you take us all on alone. Or we all take on you, Ulla. Yunyu showed no signs of hiding her shameless expression. As a ninja, the most important thing is the unwavering will to never give up. Yunyu, are you willing to accept my duel invitation? Facing the challenge from Fenghua Nuteo, Yunyu flexed her wrist. Why duel when we can gang up on you? Sasuke and Sakura, who had come to resolve the battle, surrounded Fenghua Nuteo as the crowd dispersed. Fenghua Nuteo silently stared at them, his clenched fists making a thud sound. You despicable bunch. Just as Yunyu was about to call everyone to attack, the silent Naruto spoke up at that moment. Yunyu-sensei, I want to teach this guy a lesson myself. Yunyu looked at Naruto beside her, noticing that he was trembling slightly, his fists tightly clenched and turning white at the knuckles. Naruto, Sasuke called out, placing a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, Sasuke, I'll knock this hopeless guy away. Seizing the opportunity, Fenghua Nuteo pointed at Naruto. That brat, I've tolerated you for long enough, come out. The crowd chose to trust Naruto, retreating several dozen meters to leave an open space for the duel. It's good. Before setting out, Minato had entrusted Yunyu to train Naruto, so Fenghua Nuteo was just the perfect target for Naruto to gain experience. If I win against this brat, you will let me go, right? Fenghua Nuteo shouted loudly at Yunyu, who was watching the spectacle. Yunyu raised her chin and replied, of course. Fenghua Nuteo nodded, forming seals with both hands directed at Naruto. That's all I needed to hear. Before she could finish her sentence, Yunyu wanted to say, of course I won't let you go. Ice release, Black Dragon Storm kill. Fenghua Nuteo gritted his teeth as a black storm formed in his right hand, coalescing into a black dragon that charged towards Naruto. The gale struck Naruto, sending the snow on the ground flying into the air, creating a white haze. Is this how it ends? Fenghua Nuteo smirked slightly, but the next moment, he heard a voice coming from the snow. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. After dodging Fenghua Nuteo's attack, Naruto took advantage of the snowstorm to form a Rasengan with his hands hidden within. He then summoned a shadow clone, throwing it out, and the Naruto holding the Rasengan shot towards Fenghua Nuteo like an arrow. That kind of attack can't stop me. Rasengan. Fenghua Nuteo's veins bulged as he shouted, you annoying brat, can't you just give up and die quietly? Using the high mobility granted by his chakra armor, he slightly leaned to the side to evade the Rasengan while reaching for Naruto's wrist with one hand. He spun, throwing Naruto away. It's not over yet. Fenghua Nuteo jumped up, spreading his arms in a crow formation, attacking Naruto, who was still tumbling in the air. If this continues, Naruto will get hurt. Just as Yunyu was about to rush in to catch Naruto, she noticed red chakra starting to emanate from him. Hey Fox, you've been living in my body for so long, it's time to pay some rent. Now is not the time to act deep. Let that guy see your true power. At that moment, the Nine Tails lying inside Naruto sat up, looking at him with a resigned expression. Enough is enough, Naruto. This is the last time I'm helping you. Once the words were out, Naruto felt an endless surge of power flowing within him. The fiery red chakra swirled around him like flames. Where is this power coming from? Fenghua Nuteo sensed a beastly aura from the chakra. In front of him, Naruto's nails elongated, his teeth sharpened, and his pupils turned blood red. As Naruto steadied himself mid-tumble, the red chakra formed a tail behind him. I'm going to knock you, this despicable guy, away. With just a wave of his hands, the surrounding air formed a massive shockwave that slammed into Fenghua Nuteo above. Unprepared, Fenghua Nuteo was swept away by Naruto's force. Double Dragon Storm kill. Fenghua Nuteo quickly formed seals with both hands, this time unleashing a storm from both hands towards Naruto. Naruto crouched down, supporting himself with his hands as he ran like a fox. Through small movements, he perfectly dodged all of Fenghua Nuteo's attacks lunging towards him. The fierce wind roared like an enraged beast, and although it didn't hit Naruto, it swept up the horses of the crew behind him into the air. The horses in the air fell like kites with their strings cut, plummeting straight to the ground. With a loud bang, snow flew everywhere, and the crew's horses lay bloodied and lifeless. Naruto glanced back and shouted in anger. Unforgivable! How dare you kill my horse? He'll defeat you with this technique. Naruto dashed forward. The crimson Rasengan created by the Nine Tails chakra struck hard against Fenghua Nuteo's chakra armor. No ninjutsu can break my chakra armor, haha. However, the next moment, he could no longer laugh as cracks appeared on the small sphere in front of the armor. Naruto instinctively shouted the catchphrase Yunyu used when showing off to defeat me, you still have 200,000 years to go. The so-called ending is always justice prevailing, and any evil will ultimately be brought to justice. This time I will definitely shatter your armor. Take this crimson Rasengan. Fenghua Nuteo tried to run but was pinned down by Yunyu, unable to move. Where do you think you're going? Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you today. Fenghua Nuteo glared angrily at Yunyu, wondering which good person said this line. Naruto, go for it. It was the voices of Yuki and Santai who were cheering for Naruto. Fenghua Nuteo's armor shattered, and he let out a shriek as he was sent flying into a distant ice pillar by the Rasengan. Oh, Santai and his companions gasped in unison. Fenghua Nuteo has been defeated by us. We have reclaimed the power of the snow country. Yuki placed her hands on her face, murmuring, am I dreaming? This is not a dream. Yunyu, who had dealt with Fenghua Nuteo, brushed off the dust from her hands and spoke. Thank you, Yunyu. Tears welled in Yukihua's eyes before streaming down her cheeks. Is the princess crying? Yunyu leaned closer to Yukihui, curious about her expression. However, even though Yuki was smiling, why were there tears? How could I be crying? Yukihua's lips trembled. Seeing that Yuki was fine, Yun-Yu wanted to leave to check on the other's injuries. However, the next moment, Yuki dashed in front of Yun-Yu, opened her arms, and tightly hugged Yun-Yu's waist, pressing her face against her chest. What? Yun-Yu was startled and exclaimed, slipping out of Yuki's embrace like a snake. Haha. Seeing Yun-Yu in this panicked state for the first time, Yuki burst into laughter. Yun-Yu clutched her earlobe, trying to calm her racing heart. If Yuki discovered her secret, it would really be the end. Yuki continued to giggle, causing Yun-Yu's anxious heart to race even faster. Yun-Yu tentatively asked, Princess, why are you laughing so happily? Yuki covered her mouth, her eyes looking at Yun-Yu's chest, making Yun-Yu feel uneasy. Because I discovered Yun-Yu's little secret. Huh, did you discover it? Yun-Yu took a deep breath, thinking no way has the thing I'm most worried about actually happened. Yuki nodded. You don't have to be so nervous, Yun-Yu. I won't tell anyone your secret. What secret? In an instant, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura leaned in closer to listen. Get away, all of you. Yun-Yu waved her hands, shooing the three kids away. Yuki leaned in close, whispering, I won't tell anyone that Yun-Yu is flat-chested. Yun-Yu sighed in relief, thank goodness. By the way, there's just one last scene left, the location of the final shoot, the Rainbow Ice Wall. The assistant director drove towards them in a vehicle equipped with a camera. As if remembering something, Yuki took off the hexagonal crystal she was wearing. Do you want to join me in opening the treasure left by my father? Yuki slightly raised her head, her clear eyes filled with anticipation, inviting Yun-Yu. It would be my honor, princess. Yun-Yu straightened her body, placing her hands down at her sides, and bowed slightly in a samurai-like gesture. After arranging for the injured to rest in the village, Yun-Yu and the others followed the crew to the Rainbow Ice Wall in the snow country. Countless towering ice walls surrounded the area, and within lay the final filming location and the site of the snow country's treasure. Where could it be? After getting off the vehicle, Yuki looked around, finally locking her gaze on a pavilion in the center. Yuki tugged at Yun-Yu and hurriedly ran towards it. Inside the ancient pavilion was a hexagonal compass, and Yuki's hexagonal crystal perfectly matched the missing shape in the center. It seems this hexagonal crystal is the key to the treasure. Yun-Yu pointed at the crystal in Yuki's hand and said, Yun-Yu, should I really open it? Yuki's voice was hesitant. That treasure was left for you by your father. Go ahead. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Yuki nodded as if she had made a decision. She no longer hesitated and inserted the hexagonal crystal. Centered around the hexagonal compass, white light radiated outward rapidly, spreading along the patterns on the ground to the outer ice walls. In an instant, the smooth ice walls emitted a rainbow-colored glow, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. Is this the origin of the Rainbow Ice Wall's name? So spectacular, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. The sunlight began to warm up the ice and snow started to melt, and even the icicles dripped water tick-tock. The snow on the ground thinned, revealing the mottled earth. Tiny grass peeked out from the remnants of snow, flowers quietly bloomed, and the gentle spring breeze signaled the arrival of spring. So warm, what on earth is happening? Yuki looked out at the changing world in confusion. Is it a geothermal device? Yun-Yu knelt down. Even though her hand was a distance away from the ground, she could still feel the heat below. Is this the treasure left by your father for the Fenghua family? The director in the vehicle was stunned by the scene before him. Just moments ago, there had been deep snow, and in the blink of an eye, it was covered by green vegetation. Incredible. Hurry, capture this moment. A projection of a man appeared above the pavilion's compass. Believe in the future. Yuki looked at the man, her body starting to tremble. Father. Yun-Yu turned to the pavilion's projector, realizing this was the image left for Little Snow by the previous monarch Fenghua Zhaoxue. As long as you believe in the future, spring will surely arrive. At the same time, Little Snow's projection appeared beside the man. What do you want to do after spring arrives? Little Snow gazed innocently at the man. Father, I want to become a princess. The man reached out and touched Little Snow's head, speaking in a doting tone. Oh, what kind of princess? Little Snow thought for a moment and confidently replied, I want to be a gentle, strong, and just princess. The man burst into laughter. That sounds very difficult. Yun-Yu beside her also laughed. I used to say such things too. The man's projection looked towards Yuki's position. If you make your dreams your faith and pursue them without giving up, you will surely achieve it in the future. To become a beautiful, gentle, and strong princess. Not even Yuki realized that a tear slid down her face, landing on the grass below. Yun-Yu placed her hand on Yuki's shoulder, smiling as she said, this is the perfect ending. As long as you don't give up, hope will always exist. After successfully defeating the Windflower and Angry Waves, Yun-Yu and her companions were invited to attend the snow drawing, which is the coronation ceremony of Princess Zhaoxue. Before dawn, there was a knock at the door of the room where Yun-Yu was staying. Reluctantly, Yun-Yu rubbed her eyes, got out of bed, put on her slippers, and went to open the door. Huh, who are you? A young girl dressed in a plain white outfit stood at the door. I'm so sorry to disturb you this early. The girl's face turned bright red, feeling that if it continued like this, she would suffocate. Yun-Yu gently patted her back, saying, don't be nervous, take your time to speak. The girl took a deep breath, bowed to Yun-Yu, and began to speak. I was sent by Princess Zhaoxue to deliver the special dress she prepared for you. After quickly saying this in one breath, she let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yun-Yu noticed the square box in the girl's hand. Is it inside the box? The girl's voice trembled. No. Yunyu frowned slightly. Isn't it? No. It is. The girl nodded her head at an extremely fast pace, as if she might get dizzy from it. Alright, I understand now. You can go back. Just as Yunyu was about to reach out to take the dress, the girl pulled her hand back. Her face slightly flushed, she shook her head in refusal. Princess Xiaoxue instructed me to see you change into it first. Yunyu revealed an awkward smile, realizing that Xiaoxue had indeed guessed her thoughts. Yunyu had originally planned to toss the dress aside after receiving it. Wearing such a dress was too troublesome and restricted her movements, so she had no intention of putting it on from the beginning. You are the hero who liberated the Snow Kingdom. Please be sure to dress formally for Princess Xiaoxue's coronation. The girl bent down, lifting the box containing the dress high. Fine. Yunyu reluctantly took the box from the girl's hands. Back in her room, she stared at the gorgeous white dress inside the box, somewhat dazed. Now there was a rather awkward problem. She had never worn this type of clothing and didn't know how to put it on. Yunyu cautiously picked up the dress, her fingers gently caressing the soft fabric, unsure of how to proceed. Forget it, I'll just throw it over my head. Yunyu tried to put the dress on, but the collar got stuck on her head, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get it on. In a short while, her face turned bright red. Oh, she was actually getting flustered by this troublesome dress. Frustrated, Yunyu tossed the garment onto the bed, and just as she was about to leave, her eyes caught sight of the zipper on the back of the dress. Yunyu turned the dress inside out and slowly put it on, then struggled to reach behind her to pull up the tiny zipper, inching it up bit by bit. Finally, she adjusted the hem and put on the white headband from the box. All done. Yunyu wiped the sweat from her brow, looking at herself in the mirror wearing the white dress with a frown. Dressed in the gown, Yunyu gently brushed her hair and sighed at the mirror. Have you finished changing? I will lead you to the venue next. A maid outside knocked on the door and asked softly, Coming. After Yunyu smoothed out the wrinkles in her dress, she opened the door. Upon seeing Yunyu, the maid stood frozen in place, her eyes wide open, even holding her breath unconsciously. Is this outfit not suitable for me? Yunyu asked, puzzled. No. Is it good? Yunyu looked at the girl suspiciously. Was it really that she didn't suit this type of clothing? She shook her head. No. That's not it. Yunyu held her forehead with her hand, feeling somewhat helpless. Why are you acting so excited? The girl looked at Yunyu with sparkling eyes, her tone trembling uncontrollably. Because it was Lord Yunyu who saved my father. If it weren't for you, my father would have died at the hands of the wind flower and angry waves. Oh. May I ask who your father is? Kanjima Santai. I see you are Mr. Santai's daughter. The coronation ceremony of Princess Xiaoxue was held in Windflower City. Following the maid's guidance, Yunyu arrived in front of a grand palace. Surrounded by ministers in splendid court attire coming and going, Yunyu could clearly sense that many were secretly watching her and discussing her. Yunyu-chan, so you're here. To prevent you from getting lost, please hold my hand, let our arms link together. I'm resolute. How could I get lost here? Yunyu pushed away the light-haired girl who insisted on holding her hand. It was none other than Princess Xiaoxue, wearing a splendid crown and a white royal robe. Oh wow, I really didn't expect you to follow my advice and wear the dress I prepared for you. You look so cute. Yunyu-chan, please be sure to marry me. Xiaoxue straightened her back and spoke in a pleading tone. Princess Xiaoxue, are you awake? Yunyu frowned. In front of everyone, Xiaoxue pulled Yunyu and stepped into the palace. Inside the magnificent hall, there were tables set with various pastries. Your Majesty Xiaoxue, so you are here. The coronation ceremony is about to begin and the citizens outside the palace are waiting for you. Santai, dressed in a black court robe, approached Xiaoxue, speaking urgently. I need to go inspect the citizens. If I'm not around, you will definitely feel lonely, so bear with it, Yunyu-chan. Xiaoxue rubbed her face against Yunyu's shoulder, her spirit instantly revived, and before leaving she blew a kiss at Yunyu. Alright, I will strive to be the gentlest, strongest, and most just ruler of the Snow Kingdom. After pumping herself up, Xiaoxue left with Santai. Why does Princess Xiaoxue feel a bit strange? She wasn't like this before. Yunyu rested her hand on her face, feeling somewhat confused. Bond with Windflower. Xiaoxue has reached 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ninjutsu Manual of Snow Princess. The Ninjutsu Manual function has been unlocked. Ninjutsu Manual. The host can freely choose this period or previous ninjutsu manuals, gaining experience through completing weekly tasks and weekly activity. Upgrading the ninjutsu manual can yield different rewards, and upon reaching level 160, the host can obtain the full card of the current ninjutsu manual ninja. So does that mean I can now grind for the ninjutsu manual ninja? Yunyu looked at the system with eyes full of expectation. Of course not, the player's current ninjutsu manual is free and cannot obtain the full card, only some items can be acquired. So you're saying this ninjutsu manual requires both money and grinding. System, of course the host should start farming for coins. Yunyu-sensei. Yunyu was suddenly called by her name and froze for a moment while flipping through the system. Oh, it's Naruto. Yunyu waved at Naruto only to see him lower his head upon seeing her. His voice was as soft as a mosquito. Yunyu-sensei. Naruto's face gradually turned red, spreading to the roots of his ears, his eyes occasionally glancing at Yunyu. Yunyu walked up to him, and their gazes coincidentally met. Wow. Yunyu-sensei. Naruto seemed to be electrocuted, hurriedly averting his gaze, nervously tugging at the hem of his clothes. Are you burning up? Yunyu reached out to feel Naruto's forehead, and then checked her own. The temperature is normal too. Naruto's bond value has reached 95. Huh. Naruto's bond value had always been stuck at 90, and suddenly it increased today. See, there was also Sasuke who had been stuck as well. She remembered that during graduation from the Ninja Academy it had reached 80, but after the Chunin exam it inexplicably dropped to 60. After that it occasionally dropped, almost falling below 50. Yinyu wondered if she had done something to wrong Sasuke. At this moment far away in Konoha, Kunmaru leading Team 8 in training sneezed. He rubbed his nose perplexed, and said, "Strange, why am I sneezing for no reason?" Suddenly, as if recalling something, Kunmaru frowned. "Thinking about that guy Sasuke working on a mission with Lord Yin, you makes me angry. Looks like I need to find a time to block him again." Just then Sasuke happened to walk over, glancing at Naruto and sneering. Without needing to think, it was clear that Naruto was mesmerized by one of the ladies in the palace, and Yinyu wanted to see who could enchant him like this. Thinking this, as Sasuke turned, he coincidentally locked eyes with Yinyu. "Hey, hello Sasuke." Yinyu smiled and greeted him. "This is..." Sasuke, who had never seen Yinyu in a dress, was instantly stunned. The elegant white gown flowed gracefully, glowing softly under the palace lights, complementing her fair complexion. Perhaps due to the contrast between Yinyu's previous and current appearance, Sasuke was left speechless. Uchiha Sasuke's bond value has reached 85. Sensei looks so cute in this outfit. Even Sakura couldn't help but chime in. As they said this, the gazes of those around them unconsciously turned towards Yinyu. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Yinyu grabbed a piece of cake from the table and stealthily slipped out of the palace. Just as she was about to sneak a bite of the cake. Yinyu opened her mouth and bit into the cake. "It's so delicious." If the maximum score was 10, Yinyu would give it a perfect 10, or even 9. Yinyu squinted her eyes, puffing out her cheeks, looking thoroughly pleased. At that moment, she overheard two men standing not far away discussing Xiaoxua. "Have you heard? The Sunto-crowned windflower Xiaoxua was once an actress. Can she really be a good ruler for this country?" "Huh, what kind of joke is this? Allowing an actress to be the ruler of this country is utterly absurd, so much so that it leaves one speechless." "That's right, this is nothing but a mockery of this country." Those around them heard their conversation and began to whisper among themselves. "Women shouldn't be rulers, they should hurry and find someone to marry instead." "What are you talking about?" Yinyu could no longer tolerate it, stopping her cake-eating motion, and spoke to the two. "Didn't you hear what we were saying?" The man in the brown kimono looked disdainfully at Yinyu. "I say Windflower Xiaoxua is not fit to be the ruler of the country at all. Someone who does something as lowly as acting is not even close to the status of a ruler. Princess Xiaoxua is not as worthless as you say. Princess Xiaoxua has always worked hard, whether in acting or as a ruler. You know nothing about her, and are here belittling her. What is your intention?" "You..." The man in the brown kimono was left speechless by Yinyu's retort. In a fit of rage, he reached out and slapped the cake out of Yinyu's hand. Smack! Yinyu swiftly returned a slap to the man, the crisp sound echoing outside the palace. "Pick up the cake. Pick up the cake." The man covered his face, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yinyu, angrily declaring, "You crazy woman. What are you going crazy about?" Yinyu's icy gaze swept over the man, who felt a suffocating sensation as if being constricted by a snake, and instinctively closed his mouth. "If it weren't for Princess Xiaoxua's sake, I would have dealt with you just now." Yinyu flexed her wrist and addressed those men who slandered Xiaoxua. "I've finished speaking. Who agrees, who opposes?" "I agree." One person raised his hand. "I oppose." Another man raised his hand, but upon receiving Yinyu's glare he felt her murderous intent and immediately changed his tune. "No. I agree. I agree. I agree. We also agree." Only then did Yinyu put away her murderous aura, satisfied. "Isn't this just right? One has to lose either their hand or their head." Under the towering Fenghua city, countless citizens have gathered waiting for Princess Fenghua Xiaoxu's speech. Xiaoxua stands on the highest terrace of Fenghua city, her royal robe gently swaying in the breeze. She stands tall, her gaze resolute, appearing to have made a firm decision. Yinyu is below in Fenghua city, mingling with the bustling crowd. Beside Fenghua, Xiaoxua, the third elder, is excitedly wiping away tears from his glasses with a handkerchief. "Finally! We have waited too long for this day." Fenghua Xiaoxua nods to the third elder, clears her throat, and leans closer to the microphone. I will definitely be a benevolent ruler, just like my father, leading the Snow Kingdom to prosperity." "You mean leading the Snow Kingdom to ruin?" A sharp voice interrupts Fenghua Xiaoxua's speech through the microphone. The once lively crowd falls silent, stunned by this discordant voice. What is going on? Why is there another voice coming from the microphone? The third elder bows his head and hurries away from Xiaoxua, running toward the staff responsible for the sound equipment. The staff are also flustered, unsure of what has happened, but they quickly turn off the sound equipment. As the crowd remains confused, a young man in a black kimono steps onto the high platform of Fenghua City. He picks up the microphone and addresses the crowd. Clearly lacking the ability to govern a nation, it is the people around you who have placed you in this position. You have no awareness of what it means to be a ruler. With someone like you as monarch, the Snow Kingdom is unlikely to escape ruin. How did this guy get in here? Where are the guards? The third elder clenches his fists, questioning a soldier from the Snow Kingdom nearby. The soldiers exchange glances, none daring to respond. The crowd begins to stir, whispering amongst themselves. Who is this person? I don't recognize him. Yinyu clicks her tongue, wondering why there is yet another troublemaker. Considering the two individuals she had just dealt with, it wouldn't be surprising if this was premeditated. Soon Yunyu's suspicions are confirmed as the man approaches Xiaoxua and elegantly bows to her. Long time no see, Princess Xiaoxua. Xiaoxua bites her lip, looking at the man in astonishment. You probably don't remember me, do you? After all, having been away for so long, it's normal to forget about us. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Fenghua Xuanjia. My grandfather and Princess Xiaoxua's grandfather were actually brothers. The third elder, seeing the surrounding soldiers remain unmoving, takes the initiative to confront him. As the third elder rushes forward, the man slightly sidesteps and trips him. Third elder. Xiaoxua quickly steps forward to help the fallen third elder up. Damn it. How could this guy interrupt the prince's coronation ceremony? The third elder's companions become aware that something is amiss and attempt to rush into the palace to remove the uninvited guest, only to be stopped at the entrance by soldiers. The princess is giving a speech on the high platform. No one is allowed to interrupt her. A soldier extends his sword, blocking the way of the third elder's companions. Did you not see? Someone has barged in. We need to protect Her Majesty the Princess. The soldier shakes his head, saying, Sorry, our duty is to guard this area and prevent unauthorized personnel from entering. Who is instructing you to do this? I am merely fulfilling my duty as a soldier. Just as the group seems locked in a stalemate with the soldiers, a cold voice rings out from behind them. Naruto Sakura. I got it, Sasuke, watch my shadow clone jutsu. Take this iron ball. Naruto's shadow clones instantly appear, grabbing the arms of several individuals and holding them in place, while Sakura summons a giant iron ball from a scroll that falls from the sky. Oh, it's too big, Sakura. Not only the soldiers, but even Naruto's shadow clones scream in horror. The guard at the entrance is knocked unconscious by the giant iron ball, while Naruto's shadow clone is flattened and poofs into a cloud of smoke. Sakura, how did you end up taking out my shadow clone too? Naruto shouts, pulling at his hair. Sorry, I didn't expect the iron ball to be this big. Yunyue-sensei said the previous iron balls were too light, and practicing with them was no different than not practicing at all. This is the new iron ball Yunyue-sensei sent me to train my strength. Sakura answers awkwardly with a smile. Huh. Naruto stares in disbelief at the several meter-wide iron ball in front of him, exclaiming, Is this weight meant for training people? Even Sasuke beside him can't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. These guys clearly don't want the princess to succeed in her coronation. It seems not everyone in the Snow Kingdom wishes for the princess to take office. The priority is to protect the princess. Naruto, Sakura, follow me up there. On the high platform, Fenghua Xuanjia casts a sharp gaze at Fenghua Xiaoxua and speaks. Let me be frank, Fenghua Xiaoxua's character is simply not suited to be a ruler. Ignoring the confused reactions from the crowd below, Fenghua Xuanjia continues. I have thoroughly investigated, and before coming to the Snow Kingdom, Fenghua Xiaoxua has been wandering under the alias Fuji Wind Snow, painting, living as an actress. You have to understand, this is not acting, this is truly taking over a nation. To appoint an actress as a ruler is simply child's play. His piercing words rain down on Xiaoxua, without hesitation, causing her shoulders to tremble. Right. Indeed, Princess Xiaoxua was an actress before, and I have even watched her movies. Can you give a review? How should I put it? Princess Xiaoxua's acting is truly excellent, but it moved me deeply. So, does that mean everything he said is true? As Yunyue listens to the changing conversations around her, she can't help but frown. Several figures appear in an instant on the high platform of Fenghua City, standing beside Xiaoxua. Yun, you, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Yunyue, Xiaoxua, who had been pretending to be strong, feels her eyes welling up. Princess Xiaoxua may be an actress, but that does not prevent me from liking and believing in her. Besides, who says that someone who has acted cannot become a ruler? In Yunyue's original world, there was indeed an actor who became the president of a nation. Yunyue doesn't know what grievances exist between him and Xiaoxua, but even if there are grievances, he shouldn't have said such hurtful things in public. This is clearly a scheme aimed at targeting Xiaoxua, a despicable individual indeed. Especially after seeing Fenghua Xiaoxua's tearful and aggrieved profile, Yunyue resolves to help her regain her dignity. He, as a ruler engaging in such nonsensical actions, will only disappoint the citizens. Yunyue helps Xiaoxua up, pointing a finger at Fenghua Xuanjia. Those who were caught just now speaking ill of Xiaoxua were arranged by you, right? What is the purpose of belittling Princess Xiaoxua like this? Princess Xiaoxua has sworn since childhood to be a good ruler. Being an actress was merely her dream. Hey, do you know? Dreams can sometimes make one feel achingly distressed, but at other times can make one feel incredibly passionate. Yet you take Princess Xiaoxua's dreams and twist them into something scandalous, which is simply unforgivable. I don't have dreams, but I can protect the dreams of others. As Yunyue speaks, she smiles at Xiaoxua. Xiaoxua stands frozen, her eyes widening as Yunyue's words shine like a beacon into her heart. Unable to hold back any longer, tears pour down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. Woo! Yunyue, we should be partners for a lifetime. Fenghua Xiaoxua's lips tremble, emitting soft whimpers. Princess hands. Don't touch there. One of Xiaoxua's hands inadvertently reaches for Yunyue's waist, causing Yunyue to exclaim, his face flushing red. A flustered Yunyue responds. Xiaoxua nods, wiping her tears on Yunyue's pure white robe. What you did is truly despicable. Yunyue glares at Fenghua Xuanjia, speaking coldly. Not just this matter, I heard you sent people to slander Princess Xiaoxue while I was below. If you truly dislike Princess Xiaoxue as a ruler, instead of belittling others, you should improve yourself and gain everyone's recognition. This is far better than the despicable things you're doing now. Fenghua Xuangjie is left speechless while the crowd below begins to cheer, with some even whistling in excitement. Long live Princess Xiaoxue. Knock this guy Xuangjie down. Damn, when Fenghua Nuda was around he acted like a turtle, but now that Fenghua Nuda has been captured, he jumps out to strut around. Ugh. What is going on? Naruto and the others who arrived at the high platform can't help but exclaim. Everyone is so excited. Of course, after all, it's Princess Xiaoxue who defeated Fenghua Nuda. Sasuke replies softly. That despicable guy dared to belittle the princess. I want to rip her mouth apart. Sakura, filled with anger, moves forward to teach that guy Fenghua Xuangjie a lesson, but is stopped by Sasuke. Be rational. Going now will only give them leverage against the princess. Seeing Sasuke's handsome figure blocking her way, Sakura excitedly hugs herself. I'll let you go this time because of my pigeon. Ha, in front of teacher Yunyue, this guy is simply not worth mentioning. Naruto clutched his stomach, pointing at Fenghua Xuangjie as he laughed heartily. Fenghua Xuangjie, left speechless, clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. Anyone who works as an actor is not worthy of being the ruler of the Snow Kingdom unless you give up that job. You are not allowed to speak such presumptuous words. Do you know the hardships Princess Xiaoxue has endured on this journey? Yunyue flexed her wrist, and a cracking sound was heard from her knuckles. It's okay, Yunyue-chan. Thank you for your encouragement. Oh, I've made up my mind now. At this moment, Xiaoxue placed her hand on Yunyue's shoulder, stepping in front of her to face Fenghua Xuangjie. Just moments ago, she looked like she was about to cry, but now she was filled with resolute determination. Fenghua Xiaoxue pointed her finger at Xuangjie and spoke with unwavering conviction. You have no right to say such things to me. I not only want to become the ruler, but I also want to continue acting. Fenghua Xuangjie was taken aback, staring at Xiaoxue in disbelief before bursting into laughter. Ha, to think that someone who is supposed to be a ruler still wants to continue acting. How ridiculous. Becoming an actress is my dream, and I will not give it up. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience fell into a collective silence. This was because Fenghua Xiaoxue's voice had been incredibly inspiring, carrying the unique dignity of a queen. I have wanted to be an actress since I was a child. I enjoy the feeling of bringing smiles to others. Xiaoxue paused, turning to look back at Yunyue. Moreover, someone promised me that no matter what happens, they will not leave me and will always protect me. Just this is enough for me. Do you even know what you are saying? Fenghua Xuangjie looked at Xiaoxue with disdain. Isn't it better to honestly be an actress? Why must you come back? Xiaoxue glanced at Fenghua Xuangjie and said, if capable people come to govern the Snow Kingdom, I want to oppose it. But I will never allow you to meddle in the affairs of the Snow Kingdom. Someone like you who tramples on and mocks the dreams of others can forget about having everyone follow you. I will be the first to refuse. Xiaoxue's voice was filled with power, and the entire audience fell silent, focusing intently on her speech. You? Fenghua Xuangjie frowned, and after a long pause spoke. I want to challenge you. Through a public vote, we will select the successor of the Snow Kingdom. Are you brave enough to accept? Hey, I say, do you have any shame? San Taifu and others have worked so hard for the Snow Kingdom, yet in the end the peach is picked by you. It's truly disgraceful. Yunyue frowned and angrily looked at Fenghua Xuangjie. Yunyue's expression was as shown in the picture. Exactly, Your Highness, we shouldn't agree to her unreasonable demands. San Taifu also advised Xiaoxue alongside Yunyue. Fenghua Xiaoxue took a deep breath and smiled at Yunyue and San Taifu. No, I accept. I will defeat you, become the ruler, and then do what I want to do. If you fail, never meddle in the affairs of the Snow Kingdom. Come on, Fenghua Xuangjie, bring it on. I will make you who thinks highly of yourself see reality. As soon as her words fell, the audience erupted into cheers and applause, clearly captivated by Fenghua Xiaoxue's extraordinary demeanor and courage. Mr. San Taifu. Yunyue tried to call his name as San Taifu was already in tears at this point. Whoa, Your Majesty Xiaoxue, did you see that? Princess Xiaoxue has truly grown up. Yunyue glanced down from the terrace and saw that the area was filled with cheers for Fenghua Xiaoxue, who were chanting, Long live Princess Xiaoxue. I am Xiaoxue's dog, and other cheering slogans. Without a doubt, Fenghua Xiaoxue's support rate was absolutely overwhelming. Alright, in 3 days we will elect a ruler through voting. After leaving this statement, Fenghua Xuangjie left the palace. That afternoon, Fenghua Xiaoxue invited Yunyue and others to the parlor for a tea party. Thank you all for coming. San Taifu bowed to Yunyue and instructed the servants to bring out the snacks. These are special pastries of the Snow Kingdom. Naruto, sitting next to Yunyue, excitedly picked up a piece of pastry. He took a light sniff, and the rich aroma of milk mixed with the sweet scent of fruit filled his nostrils. The outer layer is crispy, the cream is sweet, and paired with the tangy sweetness of strawberries, it's simply delicious. As he was enjoying one himself, Naruto picked up another piece and offered it to the quiet Sasuke. Sasuke frowned slightly, watching Naruto with cream all over his face, and coldly said, Take it away. He thought to himself, even if I Uchiha Sasuke starve to death or jump out of here, I won't eat this kind of thing. Damn it, arrogant Sasuke is still pretending to be aloof. After seeing Sasuke's disdainful gaze, Naruto couldn't take it anymore and directly shoved the pastry into his mouth. Naruto, do you want to fight? Just as Sasuke was about to get up, the moment his tongue touched the pastry, his eyes widened and his previously furrowed brows relaxed. Don't say this tastes quite good, just like the dumplings Itachi used to bring him when they were young. Sasuke swallowed all the pastry in his mouth. Hey he see, I told you this pastry is delicious. Naruto looked at the contradictory Sasuke and said with a smile. Annoying. Sasuke turned his head away in a huff, no longer looking at Naruto. Alright Naruto, quiet down. Mr. Santaifu must have something important to discuss with us. Sakura patted Naruto on the shoulder, which finally made him quiet down. At this time Santaifu got to the point, speaking with some reluctance. Everyone knows what happened today. Are you talking about that kid who caused trouble today? Santaifu slightly nodded, responding to Yunyu. That's right, he alone couldn't have done this. There are old party members supporting him from behind. Old party members? Could it be? Fenghua Nuteo has ruled the Snow Kingdom for many years, and their influence is spread all over the country. The people we encountered today were old party members of Fenghua Nuteo. I see. Yunyu blinked, seemingly understanding Santaifu's purpose for gathering them. I want to identify the old party members of Fenghua Nuteo and eliminate them. So during this time, I need all of you to help protect Her Majesty Xiaoxua. As he spoke, Santaifu laboriously pushed 2 black suitcases in front of Yunyu. At first Yunyu didn't know what it was, but the moment she took the suitcase with her hands and waited, she realized what was inside. The performance fee is 70 million, and what does Mr. Santaifu mean by giving me 80 million? Upon hearing this, Santaifu burst into laughter. Truly nothing can escape your eyes. In the coming days, I'm not just looking for remnants of Fenghua Xuanjia. This is a thank you gift for you protecting Her Majesty Xiaoxua in the upcoming days. Yunyu waved her hand at Santaifu. Mr. Santaifu, it's too troublesome to find them one by one. I believe that directly striking at Fenghua Xuanji's base is the fastest method. Those remnants are probably discussing strategies with Fenghua Xuanjia right now. Please wait a moment, it'll set their base on fire right away. Don't worry, I often do this kind of work and will definitely not let the news leak out. Arsonist Yunyu. Nearby Naruto's hair stood on end and he shivered all over. No, it can't be, I must have misheard. Teacher Yunyu is such a gentle person, how could she do such a thing? Yes, Teacher Yunyu must be joking. Naruto repeatedly reassured himself in his mind. Cold sweat streamed down Santaifu's forehead as he reached out to stop Yunyu, who was trying to rush out to commit arson. Lady Yunyu, please do not engage in burning, killing, robbing, or looting. If you really take out Fenghua Xuanjia, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. Please do not act recklessly. At the same time, a giant white bird flew across the ice-covered sea, crossing the border of the Snow Kingdom. Art is explosion. The blonde boy on the giant white clay bird raised his hands high, shouting. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the silence as if the heavens were collapsing. The massive ice mountain was blown to smithereens, and the shockwaves swept outward like a giant beast. Achoo. The culprit Deidara was hit by the cold air rushing in and couldn't help but sneeze. Dressed in a thin coat, Deidara shivered, instinctively hugging his arms tightly. I don't quite understand your art. The red-haired Hoshigaki silently looked up at the flat-topped ice mountain that had been blown up. This is a fleeting beauty. It took me a lot of time to improve this clay. What do you think, old man? You should have some insights. Hoshigaki turned his head to Deidara. I don't see any difference from before. Do you consider that explosion to be art? Art is something that can be passed down perfectly and enduringly. Eternal beauty is art. What the heck? Achoo. Just as Deidara wanted to refute, he sneezed again and rubbed his nose in displeasure. All right, we are already within the borders of the Snow Kingdom. Do not make such a big commotion again. Understood, old man. By the way, old man, how could someone offer 80 million to assassinate a princess of a small country? Scorpion used his tail to shield the freezing Deidara from the cold wind. What's so puzzling about dead people's money? Just do it honestly. Oh, Deidara stopped talking and lowered his head to control the giant bird to accelerate towards their destination. In a secret village in the Snow Kingdom, in the depths of a huge Japanese-style wooden house located in the center of the village, a young man dressed in a kimono bowed respectfully and said, Allow me to inform you all. He was currently in a dim room surrounded by wooden sliding doors. The weak candlelight behind the doors cast several flickering shadows. I have already contacted the best assassin organization to deal with Yunyu and the princess. Upon hearing this, the people on the other side of the door immediately became excited, their shadows flickering restlessly. Hey, is it that mysterious organization? In recent years, a mysterious organization has emerged, taking on tasks for high fees. As long as the money is sufficient, there is nothing they cannot accomplish. The most rampant incident was when a guy called the Masked Man in the organization directly did a dangerous house renovation project for the Hidden Cloud Village, successfully turning all the houses in a village into dangerous buildings. If it's them, there will definitely be no problem. The kimono-clad boy nodded. That's right. But our money was previously taken by Fenghua Nuteo as research funding. Where did you get the money? The hoarse voice from the man on the other side of the door asked. Of course, it's pay first and then use. According to the information from the spies around the princess, that guy Santaifu has prepared a large sum of money in the palace. He probably intends to use this money to gain votes. As long as we eliminate them along with the organization, won't we have the money? I don't know how many connections I had to use and how much money I spent to get in touch with this organization. The group of people on the other side of the door burst into laughter. Ha ha, good, well done, Fenghua Xuanjia. As long as we eliminate Fenghua Xiaoxue, we will nominate you as the new ruler of the Snow Kingdom. Oh, they have arrived. Fenghua Shuangjie stood up, intending to open the door for the people outside. In the next moment, something resembling a scorpion's tail pierced through the wooden door, and with a loud bang, the door was flung outside. What is that? Is it an attack? The elder in the inner room spoke in a panic. As the dust from the fallen door gradually settled, two figures stepped into the room, one after the other. The first to enter was a golden-haired youth, his left eye obscured by hair, with his golden locks cascading down to his face and a spiky braid tied at the top. Didera. Behind the golden-haired youth was a hunchbacked old man, moving slowly, his face concealed by a black mask. The exposed part of his face was already quite menacing, not to mention the concealed parts beneath the mask. The door is too small, oh, it blocks my way. You want to duck from our payment, will you? The hunchbacked old man said in a hoarse voice, his face twisted. To outsiders, the two truly made for a peculiar pair. The golden-haired youth appeared very young, while the old man looked incredibly aged to the point of being hunchbacked. If one were to see this hunchbacked old man outside, they would likely feel pity and perhaps even toss a few coins out of compassion. However, the aura emanating from the two was anything but ordinary. Oh, anyone would understand that these two were merely monsters disguised in human skin. It's fine. That wooden door was long overdue for replacement anyway. We were planning to change it soon. We will send someone to fix the door later. The elders and ministers in the inner room responded, sweating profusely. After the elder spoke, he took a deep breath and continued, We are grateful for the presence of both you professionals here. The reason we summoned you is not for anything else but to trouble you with a commission. What kind of shoddy place have you made us come to? Do you know I almost froze to death here? Before Didera could finish his words, he was silenced by the scorpion's tail covering his mouth. Only muffled complaints of could be heard from Didera, whose mouth was covered. Let's cut the small talk and get straight to the point. I've looked at the commission. The target is the princess of the land of snow, along with just under 100 guards. Do you have any other requirements? Fei Lu, who turned his head to look at the elders in the room. Methods are irrelevant as long as you can kill the princess. The reward will be given to you upon completion of the task. This commission poses no difficulty for us, we accept it. Now this is what we call professionalism, the elder said, satisfied to Fenghua Shuangjie. Fenghua Shuangjie smiled slightly. Of course, being ranked first among assassins is worth the price, even if it's a bit expensive. Seeing Didera's face turn red from being suffocated, Scorpion finally released his grip on Didera's mouth. Old man, do you want to suffocate me? Didera struck the shell of Fei Lu, who with his hand. Bang bang. The shell of Fei Lu, who made a dull sound upon being struck. After feeling a bit of relief, Didera turned to look at the several elders in the room. Hey, you were just talking about the organization's ranking, right? Wrong. The first place should be that temperamental ultimate killer, Tianyu. Oh. Didera's words instantly captured the attention of the elders. Seeing their expressions of eagerness to hear more, Didera seemed to fall into a memory, slowly beginning to speak after a while. That Tianyu person comes and goes without a trace, so even I within the organization don't really know where she is right now. If we were to fight that person, we probably wouldn't stand a chance. Shuangjie chuckled, speaking in a complimentary tone. Since that person is not around, then first place will always belong to you two. Didera pouted and muttered to himself. That honest man Kisame definitely can't compare to me and the old man. Itachi's Jinjutsu might be a bit tricky, but I've already found a way to counter him. As for Haiden and Kaku, one promotes a cult all day long while the other boasts incessantly. The old man could probably deal with them alone. So I and the old man should be in first place. After listing off enough names, Didera finally spoke up. Let's go, Didera. I don't like waiting for people. Scorpion, who had already walked outside, turned back to speak to Didera. Oh, I'm coming. After responding, Didera hurriedly followed Scorpion's side. The next morning, 2 days remained until the public vote agreed upon with Fenghua Shuangjie. In Fenghua City, Yunyu and others were discussing voting strategies in the conference hall. If Fenghua Shuangjie wins this election, then the land of snow will inevitably be doomed. Therefore, Princess Xiaoxue must win the election and become the ruler. Yunyu sat at the conference table, speaking sternly to Princess Fenghua Xiaoxue. Not only Lord Yunyu, but I'm sure everyone present can see the problem with that Fenghua Shuangjie. Does that Fenghua Shuangjie have any other issues? The third daimyo poured tea for several people, speaking in a slow and unhurried manner. It's not just his despicable methods. I can sense the nefarious aura emanating from him. Sasuke interlocked his fingers, resting his elbows on the table, speaking coldly. Sakura nodded in agreement. Just the things he has done are already despicable enough. He is definitely a person with ulterior motives. That's why I'm worried that he might use some underhanded tactics against Your Highness Xiaoxue during the election. Hearing the third daimyo's words, Xiaoxue fell into silence. That's why we should listen to me, and let me secretly eliminate Fenghua Shuangjie. That way we can ensure absolute safety. Yunyu said this while making a gesture of slicing his neck with his hand. Wait a minute. I called everyone here to discuss how to gain more votes from the public, not for killing. The third daimyo wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke softly. No problem, mister. Third daimyo. If anyone dares to vote for Fenghua Shuangjie, just grab them and beat them up. Then torture them and make a big pot of stew. Lord Yunyu, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Could you use some language I can understand? Yin responded with an and then began to explain, Mr. Third Daimyo, it's like this. Whoever dares to vote for them, we will simply throw them in a sack. Then we'll beat them with a wooden stick. And then, the third daimyo looked at Yun, who was animatedly explaining, and quickly interrupted. Stop. Isn't that the same thing? Speaking of which, it's fortunate that Yun is on our side. If he were on the opposite side, I can't imagine what he would do. The third daimyo couldn't help but ask in confusion, what did you do for a living before? I was a teacher of the people, Yun said, frowning slightly. Strange why I should ask this question. The third daimyo shrugged, his expression clearly skeptical of Yun's words. Why do I always feel like you are a terrorist? Feeling the questioning gaze directed at him by the third daimyo, Yun awkwardly scratched his head. How could that be? What do you think about using posters like those used in movie promotions? At that moment, Xiao Shui, who had been silent, raised her hand. Upon hearing Xiao Shui's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, then they all raised their hands. Great idea. As expected of Princess Xiao Shui. Naruto took the lead in expressing his support. I agree too. Following that, Sakura and Sasuke also raised their hands. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to Yun. Why is everyone looking at me? Of course we are seeking Lord Yun's opinion. The third daimyo looked at Yun, who had not expressed his opinion, and spoke softly. Yun waved his hand. I have no objections. Just posters won't do. I think Princess Xiao Shui should go into the city to give some speeches for better effect. Give a speech. Princess Fenghua Xiao Shui's voice was filled with hesitation. It's fine, just leave the speech script to me. Princess Xiao Shui only needs to memorize the lines like an actress. After assigning everyone's tasks the next day, accompanied by Yun, Princess Fenghua Xiao Shui stood on the podium in the Fenghua City Square. Yun-chan, is it really okay? Xiao Shui's hands trembled slightly as she held the speech script, clearly very nervous. Especially upon seeing the bustling crowd in the square, her body shook even more. Don't worry, you'll be right beside you. Ultimately, with Yun's accompaniment, Xiao Shui steadily walked to the center of the stage and began her speech. Yun stood beside her, prompting her. Yes, the first topic is about the rule of Fenghua Nu Tao. Princess Xiao Shui, the next topic is the issue of economic recovery. Fenghua Xiao Shui quickly found her rhythm. She gripped her hands tightly, vigorously waving them, as if trying to grasp something in the air ahead. Only those with pure hearts can create the future. Indeed, this country once had purity, and we have also endured the hardships of Fenghua Nu Tao's rule. Our economy has collapsed, but our problems are not poverty and weakness, but our very selves. Do you know how much a loaf of bread costs now? Those old parties left behind by Fenghua Nu Tao are continuously devouring the lifeblood of this country. We need a leader, a visionary, a great person with the courage to lead the country to change its situation. Fenghua Xiao Shui tossed aside her speech script, raising her arms high, her tone passionate. She has already come, she will appear, she will lead her people toward victory. The audience below was deeply moved, and the once quiet square erupted into a frenzy. Cheers, applause, and shouts intertwined like rolling waves, one after another. The atmosphere on site seemed to ignite the air, and people's emotions soared to the peak. Just then something flashed through the air, heading towards Xiao Shui. It was a sharp shuriken. At the moment Yun saw clearly, he pushed Xiao Shui aside. A few strands of hair by his ear were sliced by the shuriken. The surrounding guards rushed forward to protect Xiao Shui, forming a wall around her. The attacked Xiao Shui showed no panic, her right hand clenched into a fist raised high, shouting, I will not back down. Fight! Fight! In an instant the square resonated with thunderous cheers, the crowd chanting Xiao Shui's name. Long live Xiao Shui! Long live Xiao Shui! A loud bang interrupted the people's cheers. It was an explosion from a nearby wooden building. Protect the princess. Sasuke's gaze was fixed on the exploded building. Without a doubt, the earlier shuriken was also shot from that position. I want to see which audacious person dares to assassinate the princess in front of me. Yun assumed a battle stance, and a hunchbacked old man wearing a conical hat slowly walked out from the explosion. Fei Lu, who Scorpion? Are you a leaf ninja? Fei Lu, who noticed the leaf headband on Sasuke's head and spoke in a hoarse voice. Then he continued nonchalantly, well, I hate waiting, let's get started. The great fire began to spread, thick smoke billowing into the sky. It's an enemy attack, this place is dangerous, everyone please evacuate quickly. Xiao Shui shouted to the panicked crowd. The guards quickly arrived at the exit, directing the crowd to evacuate. Everyone don't panic, please come over here. Take your time, don't rush. Princess Xiao Shui will protect you all. While calming the emotions of the citizens, San Tai Fu and the accompanying guards drew their swords, aiming at Fei Lu, who amidst the fire. Who are you? Zuozhu looked at Fei Lu, who through the thick smoke, speaking in a guarded tone. I suppose I am a senior relative to you little ones. My only target is the princess, but if you get in my way I won't hesitate to kill a few more. Fei Lu's hoarse voice sent a chill through those nearby. As if to rally his spirits, Zuozhu clenched his fists and shouted at Fei Lu, who, old relics of a bygone era, don't embarrass yourselves by showing up. Is that so? In the next moment, a sharp sound pierced the air as Fei Lu's tail swept towards Zuozhu with incredible speed. Bang! 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 Each time the sturdy tail swept by, it sent up massive clouds of dust. Zuozhu, wielding kunai, moved like a monkey, jumping around the square, dodging the tail's attacks, while continuously throwing kunai at Fei Lu, who, boring. Fei Lu, who retracted his tail, batting away all the kunai. Sakura, standing beside Zhuozhu, sought for Fei Lu Hu's defensive blind spots, repeatedly throwing shuriken at him to test. Your thoughts are too naive. Suddenly, Fei Lu Hu's tail elongated, sweeping away Sakura's shuriken, and the poison needles on the tail shot towards Sakura at lightning speed. What? Sakura was caught off guard by the tail's extension, unable to dodge, and was about to be struck. Clang. With a single sound, Yunyu intervened, using a kunai to deflect Fei Lu Hu's tail spike. Sakura, are you hurt? Yunyu asked, facing away from Sakura. I'm fine, teacher. It seems kunai can't harm this guy at all. Sakura's voice carried a hint of worry as she felt helpless against Fei Lu Hu. That's good to hear. With your abilities, you little ones cannot possibly harm me. Fei Lu Hu twisted his body like a gecko, facing Yunyu. Stop underestimating us. Since kunai won't work, then let's use this move. Zhuozhu slightly bent his knees, pushing against the ground with force. As he leaped into the air, he quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball several meters in diameter shot towards Fei Lu Hu below. Upon contact with Fei Lu Hu, the fireball exploded, engulfing the surroundings in flames and obscuring everyone's vision. Did it succeed? Sakura gazed in astonishment at the shadow of Fei Lu Hu, consumed by flames, incredulously speaking. However, as the flames dissipated, Fei Lu Hu emerged unscathed. Clack clack. It was the sound of Fei Lu Hu turning his head. He's actually fine. Zhuozhu instinctively took 2 steps back. Sakura took a defensive stance, her mouth slightly agape, her expression stiffened. Is he even human? Naruto, who had just returned after helping evacuate the citizens with the princess, stood dumbfounded at the scene. This is simply superhuman. Fei Lu Hu chuckled coldly. Humans? Humph. Not that kind of boring thing. The abilities of humans are limited. I learned a lesson from my short life. The human body is fragile. Only by becoming something beyond a human can one truly thrive. What is this guy talking about? Zhuozhu kept his gaze fixed on Fei Lu Hu's movements, preparing to defend. I'm saying I will no longer be human. I will surpass humanity and make you all a part of my art. With that, Fei Lu Hu's tail stretched again, its poison needles aimed at Zhuozhu. Damn it. Zhuozhu jumped up to evade. Finally, I've got you. Fei Lu Hu laughed triumphantly. In midair, Zhuozhu noticed the smile on Fei Lu Hu's face and sensed danger. He saw the tail spike in midair, changing direction, preparing to strike back. Kid, I predicted your prediction. Slash. It was the sound of Zhuozhu's sleeve being torn. The poison needle pierced through Zhuozhu's clothing, leaving a blood mark on his upper arm. Ugh. Zhuozhu's body shuddered violently, kneeling on the ground, his face quickly losing color. His previously relaxed brows furrowed tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat streaming down his temples, and his lips turned pale from biting. Zhuozhu. Sakura rushed to Zhuozhu's side, wanting to support him. Upon seeing Zhuozhu's darkening wound, her pupils trembled uncontrollably. Zhuozhu, you've been poisoned. In the blink of an eye, Zhuozhu's face turned as pale as ash. Before fainting, he cast a glance at Yunyu, his mouth slightly ajar. Yunyu-sensei, why are you just watching? But before he could finish, Zhuozhu's head fell back as he collapsed. Uchiha Zhuozhu's bond value reached 60. Yunyu looked at Zhuozhu with a face full of regret. He truly wasn't an actor, just wanting to see Zhuozhu's strength. As a result, in a moment of distraction, the invincible Zhuozhu fell again. Yunyu lightly coughed twice and placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. It's fine. Then in an instant he appeared beside Zhuozhu, placing both hands on his shoulders and using medical ninjutsu to purge the poison from his wound. How dare you harm my disciple? I won't let this go. After detoxifying Zhuozhu, Yunyu pointed at Fei Lu Hu. What a nuisance, perhaps I should just kill you too. Fei Lu Hu's bloodshot eyes glared at Yunyu, causing Naruto beside him to feel an inexplicable sense of panic. Naruto tugged on Yunyu's sleeve, reminding him. Yunyu-sensei, be careful, this guy must have other hidden weapons. At that moment, Fei Lu Hu's head turned with a clack, speaking to Yunyu in a low voice. I can't believe I encountered the Crimson Azure, Yunyu. Excuse me, could you hand over the princess to me? Yunyu frowned slightly, of course refusing. The lovely princess, Xiao Shui, will never be given to anyone. Fei Lu Hu said with some annoyance, this makes things quite difficult for us. Difficult? I think it's best if you don't try at all. As soon as the words fell, Yunyu vanished from his spot. So fast I didn't even catch a glimpse of Yunyu-sensei's movements. Naruto could only feel the breeze from Yunyu's disappearance beside him. As for where he went, it was too swift for him to capture with his eyes. Right here. Fei Lu Hu tore off his mask, unleashing a multitude of silver needles towards the shadow in the air. Fei Lu Hu's attack failed, as all the silver needles passed through the shadow without hitting anything. Man! Yunyu suddenly appeared directly above Fei Lu Hu, elbowing down towards him forcefully. It's too late. Fei Lu Hu couldn't dodge in time, and his outer shell was cracked by the elbow strike. Fei Lu Hu quickly distanced himself from Yunyu, shouting towards the sky. Come out and show yourself, Deidara. Suddenly, a whistling sound of air came from the horizon. Looking up, they saw a giant white bird break through the clouds, diving towards the ground. Old man, are you encountering some tricky problems? Deidara stood atop the giant bird, throwing numerous clay spiders towards Yunyu and the others. Art is an explosion. As the clay spiders landed on Yunyu's head, Deidara formed hand seals and shouted loudly. Immediately, the clay spiders exploded, sending waves of heat towards them. There are too many, we can't possibly escape. In that case, let's use Shadow Clone to take the hit. Naruto formed hand seals preparing to release the multiple Shadow Clone technique. However, in the next moment, a dark red skeletal arm blocked above Naruto's head. The aftermath of the explosion was completely blocked by the skeletal structure. What an impressive ninjutsu! Is this the true strength of Yun Yu Sensei? Naruto halted his hand seals, standing in place surprised. Awakening from his unconsciousness, Suiju trembled upon seeing Yun Yu's moon-shaped Sharingan. That's right, those eyes are exactly what Itachi described. Suiju clenched his fists, tightly fixating intently on Yun Yu's Sharingan. To be able to defend against that is truly impressive. Deidara in the air generously praised Yun Yu. I see he is from the Uchiha clan. Speaking of the Uchiha, Deidara frowned slightly, his face showing an unhappy expression. Absolute defense. I wonder if it can withstand this. Deidara maneuvered the giant bird closer to Fei Luhu. Old man, come on board, let's just destroy this city. Whatever you say. After jumping onto the giant bird, Fei Luhu coldly spoke. What does this guy intend to do? Everyone looked at Deidara, who was flying higher and higher, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. To force me into this position. Deidara dropped the clay puppet from high up. I'd rather finish you off early and wrap things up. Bang! With a sound, the descending clay puppet suddenly grew larger, its size comparable to that of an elephant. A puppet made from clay mixed with chakra that detonates when consumed. This one, however, incorporates my highest level chakra C3, making it my proudest, most explosive artistic creation. This is bad, we need to get out of here. The Windflower City is doomed. A group of people looked up at the sky, their expressions vacant fear and despair etched on their faces. Children clung tightly to their parents' legs, crying in terror, while the parents lacked even the strength to comfort them, staring blankly at the sky. There's simply no way out. How could this happen? Windflower Xiao Shue's brow furrowed tightly, her hands clenched, knuckles whitening from the effort. But she quickly realized she must remain calm. If even she as the ruler gave up hope, the people of the Snow Country would fall into complete despair. Xiao Shue slowly loosened her tightly clenched fists, making a firm decision to return to the podium. The true meaning of the crown is that when disaster descends from the heavens, I will shield you from everything, allowing you to always see the golden hope. This is the lesson my father taught me. So everyone, don't give up hope. I will stand here, sharing life and death with you all. Clap, clap. Applause erupted as Yun Yu walked beside Xiao Shue. As expected of Princess Xiao Shue, even in the face of such a situation, she can remain calm. If even the princess hasn't given up, what reason do you have to give up? Those who believe in miracles are themselves extraordinary, like a miracle. Yun Yu winked at Xiao Shue, signaling her to cooperate. Please everyone, watch closely, your princess is very strong. Yun Yu-chan. You. Before Xiao Shue could finish, Yun Yu made a gesture for silence. Don't speak, just give me your hand. Yun Yu's words were so enchanting that Xiao Shue unconsciously placed her hand on his. We will strike in Susanoo form. As soon as the words fell, the fully realized dark red Susanoo rose from the ground, larger than the mountains. Two massive wings emerged from the back, creating a thunderous sound as they flapped, shaking everyone present. Let me soar high into the sky. Deidara stared intently at the fully formed Susanoo soaring into the sky, his eyes wide like copper bells. His body swayed, nearly causing him to fall off the bird. After a long pause, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. Not a bro, let it go. The cloud moon on Susanoo's forehead retorted loudly, you're talking nonsense, this is all my effort and sweat. Have you ever seen the leaves of Konoha at 4 in the morning? The Susanoo, wielding two sharp blades, slashed down at the airborne clay doll. Boom. The clay doll in the air exploded instantly, a fierce blaze bursting forth as if countless tongues of fire wildly spread in all directions. The dazzling light illuminated the sky of the land of snow, and people instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes from the blinding glare. Immediately after, a deafening roar akin to thunder echoed, causing the entire land of snow to tremble. Xiao Shue gripped Yun Yu's hand tighter, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as her tightly pressed lips gradually relaxed. So amazing. The crowd surged like a tidal wave, each person raising their hands high, their eyes filled with tears of excitement. It was a blend of relief and gratitude born from surviving a calamity. That feeling was akin to how only those who have endured pain would appreciate the hard-won peace. Do you have any other arts you can use now? Hiryu turned to Deidara beside him and spoke. Old man, of course I do. Deidara's body straightened, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, any more? There's one last trick left. Deidara glanced at Hiryu from the corner of his eye, speaking in a leisurely manner. The last one. What exactly is that trick? Before Hiryu could finish, Deidara's gaze fell upon the massive wings of Yun Yu's Susanoo. Of course I have a trump card. Old man, look at his wings, using such heavy wings to support that giant flying object. We are going to utilize that very point. Hiryu seemed to understand a bit, so the final trick you're talking about is. Deidara patted the giant bird's body confidently, stating it's to use the wings of this clay bird. How do we use the wings? Hiryu turned to Deidara beside him, speaking in confusion. We escape using the wings, old man. Before Hiryu could react, the giant bird flapped its wings, vigorously soaring towards the distance like an arrow released from a bow. The powerful acceleration caused Hiryu's body to uncontrollably lean back, his claws gripping tightly onto the giant bird's body to avoid falling off. With the crisis averted, Yunyu controlled Susanoo to fly towards the ground, dispelling Susanoo just before landing. The two figures floated down like falling maple leaves until their toes touched the ground. With the terrifying attack incident coming to a close, Yunyu contacted the organization through the ring and learned of the events that transpired. That night, Yunyu and Santai Fufu led soldiers to the elder's home for investigation. Bang bang bang. A series of urgent knocks broke the peaceful slumber of the elder inside. Open the door, we're here to check the water meter. Woken by the knocking, the elder's face turned pale as he hurriedly searched for his clothes. Seeing no intention of opening the door from inside, Yunyu waved his hand to the people behind, signaling them to take action. The soldiers understood and brought over a wooden stake specifically for breaking down doors. With the combined effort of 4 soldiers, the wooden door was smashed down with a loud crash. Hearing the sound of the door breaking, the elder jumped up in fright, and upon seeing the soldiers in armor, he hurriedly used the quilt in his hands to cover his face. In a trembling voice, he spoke Yu. After taking a deep breath, he covered his face with his hands and shouted at the soldiers, "Oh my God, get out, get out. They'll tell you who let you in. According to the laws of the land of snow, breaking someone's door is a capital offense. Get out, get out." Santai Fufu smiled slightly at the elder and said, "Elder Quan, given the situation, I hope you can cooperate and not make it too difficult." With a sigh, the elder got dressed and followed Santai Fufu. In the neighboring country of Tangfenghua, Xuangjia, having witnessed the failed assassination, realized he could no longer stay in the land of snow, so he bought a boat ticket and set off for escape. Within the borders of Tangfenghua, Xuangjia walked alone on a forest path, surrounded by tranquility with only the sound of his footsteps. At that moment, 2 men in red cloud cloaks approached, stirring a sense of urgency within him. One of the men with a gray pompadour let out an eerie laugh. "Ahaha, Scorpion and Didera actually got driven away by Konoha's ninjas." His companion, wearing a mask, clicked his tongue and said, "The opponent is that guy named Uchiha Yue, currently ranked first in the black market. Is that so? If we could sacrifice that guy to the evil god would surely be pleased." Before he could finish, the masked man covered the gray-haired man's mouth. "Faden, some things shouldn't be said." With a panicked expression, the masked man seemed to fear something. "Humph. Kakuzu, what are you talking about? Am I scared of Yunyu?" After breaking free from Kakuzu's hand, Faden rolled his eyes at him. Fenghua Xuangjia recognized their attire, and in an instant the hairs on his body stood on end. Just when Fenghua Xuangjia felt relieved for not drawing their attention, as he brushed past them, the man, carrying a 3-pronged scythe, suddenly turned and called out to him. "Hey brother, would you like to join the evil god cult?" Fenghua Xuangjia stiffened slowly, turning his head to look at Faden. Evil god cult." Gulp. As he spoke, Fenghua Xuangjia nervously swallowed. Upon hearing the words, evil god cult, Faden excitedly nodded. "That's right, the evil god cult. In the evil god cult, killing people won't be questioned. Moreover, the evil god will be very pleased." Hearing the name of this cult, Fenghua Xuangjia wanted to refuse, but feared that the person in front of him wouldn't let him off. After some hesitation, he trembled and said, "I'll join." This answer shocked Kakuzu beside him, who frowned at Fenghua Xuangjia. Throughout the journey, Faden had asked countless people, and each time he was regarded as a murderer and rejected. This person in front of him was the first to agree to join Faden's evil god cult. "Are you out of your mind?" Hey. Kakuzu exclaimed. Finally, someone volunteered to join the evil god cult. He introduced himself to Fenghua Xuangjia. "Hello, young man, my name is Faden. Just call me Brother Fei." Faden's eyes squinted with a smile, and before Fenghua Xuangjia could react, he grabbed his hand and pulled him deeper into the forest. "Come here." Fenghua Xuangjia resisted, saying, "Brother Fei, what are you doing?" Faden picked a robust tree and brought Fenghua Xuangjia to stand in front of it. He grabbed Fenghua Xuangjia's wrist and pushed him up against the tree. Fenghua Xuangjia averted his gaze, his voice as small as a mosquito. "Brother Fei, what are you doing?" Faden smiled at Fenghua Xuangjia. "Oh, you're blushing. Come, let me take a look." Seeing Faden about to make a move, Fenghua Xuangjia struggled, saying, "No. Let me see." "No, Brother Fei, what are you doing?" Faden licked his lips excitedly, saying, "I want to see if you're good enough to be sacrificed to the evil god." "Brother Fei, please don't." As he spoke, Fenghua Xuangjia pushed Faden aside with all his strength. Just then, Faden took off the triangular necklace around his neck, his smile vanishing and his expression turned cold. Faden spoke to Fenghua Xuangjia in a frigid tone. "Be obedient." "Let me see." Fenghua Xuangjia realized that the person in front of him was a lunatic, so he loudly refused. "No." Then he was knocked down by Faden's punch, letting out a miserable scream. "Brother Fei, no, don't." Kakuzu turned around as if used to it, sitting on a nearby rock. Silently taking out a map, he began to look over the routes below. After a long while, he impatiently called out to Faden in the depths of the forest. "It's been half an hour already. Are you done yet, Faden?" The bushes deeper and rustled, and then Faden, lying on the ground, responded, "Shut up, don't disturb my ritual. It's been 3 days since I last sacrificed to the evil god. This is so thrilling." He pulled out a black spiked staff from his body and slowly stood up. Finally finished with that lengthy ritual. Can't the process be simplified? Kakuzu was clearly losing patience, rubbing his neck as he complained. "You non-believers who don't know how to pray are really annoying." After brushing off the dirt from his coat, Faden left the spot. At this moment, Fenghua Xuangjia was pinned to that tree, which was drenched in blood, and beneath it lay a strange triangular pattern. A blood-soaked tree and the triangular pattern beneath it. On the day of the major election in the land of snow, a newspaper spread throughout the streets. Shocking. The mastermind behind the terrorist attack in the square of the Land of Snow turned out to be Fenghua Xuangjia, while all those involved in the planning of this attack have been captured and Fenghua Xuangjia himself has gone missing. Undoubtedly due to exposing Fenghua Xuangjia's conspiracy and protecting the citizens of the Land of Snow during the crisis, Fenghua Xiaoxua won the support of the public, achieving victory with a 100 approval rating. Additionally, the previous negative rumors about Fenghua Xiaoxua were mostly false, spread by Fenghua Xuangjia and the elders. Citizens are advised to be cautious and not to be deceived. Yunyu lay on a chair on the ship basking in the sun while reading this newspaper. Memories of the parting words exchanged with Xiaoxua played in his mind. Thank you, Yunyu-chan. My time spent with you has truly taught me a lot. I will meet everyone's expectations and be a good monarch. Also, that floor heating device is only a prototype, which means winter will come again next year. However, I will continue to improve that device, so remember to come play with me. When we meet next time, the Land of Snow will definitely become the Land of Spring. Suddenly beside Yunyu and Naruto yelled out, "Wait, I forgot to get an autograph." Idiot, I already got the autograph. Sasuke walked over to Naruto with his hands in his pockets. Saying this, he handed Naruto an envelope. "Here. Sasuke, you're so great," Naruto exclaimed, leaping towards Sasuke with tears streaming down his face. "Hey Naruto, get off me. Your snot is going to fall on me." Sasuke struggled, trying to push Naruto away, but Naruto clung tightly to Sasuke like a kangaroo. The sunlight shone on the sea of the Land of Snow, sparkling. The ice and snow melted, presenting a stark contrast to the icy wilderness he had arrived in, as Yunyu stood up from the chair and stretched. The ninja techniques of Uchiha and in the dimly lit cinema of my village, Yunyu sat quietly in her seat. The giant screen in front of her flickered with alternating colors reflecting on her fair face. Indeed, the film being screened was the movie Princess of Wind and Cloud, the final chapter in which Yunyu had participated. Blood splattered as a chilling battle unfolded across a vast and endless icy plain. Before the princess lay a mountain of fallen companions, leaving only the princess and the wandering warrior played by Yunyu facing the Demon King. Naruto, Sasuke, and others also made an appearance, but they were portrayed as corpses lying on the ground. We have no place left to escape. The wandering warrior played by Yunyu knelt on the ground, barely supporting herself with the katana inserted into the soil. "Princess, the promise I made to you seems impossible to fulfill. Is this the end? Must we give up?" The warrior spoke in a self-deprecating tone. "We still have hope. I firmly believe in it." The princess removed her hood and took steps towards the Demon King. "We will surely find hope." "But princess." At this moment, the warrior played by Yunyu had lost even the strength to hold the sword. She turned her head and spoke with a determined tone, "Do not give up. Princess, you." At that moment, the Demon King atop the platform laughed loudly. "Princess of Wind and Cloud, you can no longer advance." As the words left his mouth, a gust of wind swept towards the princess, blowing the stray hairs from her forehead to the side of her ears. "Damn it, Demon King, is this hurricane also your masterpiece?" The Demon King did not respond. He gently waved his arm, and a fully armed skeleton soldier swung its sword towards the princess. The audience involuntarily gasped, "Danger! Princess!" Everyone was immersed in the tense atmosphere of the film. Duong. The heavy blade struck the stone, producing a deep muffled sound. The princess dodged to the side and swung her sword towards the skeleton soldier. The sound of armor and bones collapsing echoed in the air. A powerful sword aura shattered the skeleton soldier, leaving only a ground littered with armor and bones. At this moment, more and more skeleton soldiers gathered, marching in unison with a resounding clatter. The tension felt like dark clouds pressing down on a city, the oppressive atmosphere causing the audience in the cinema to feel their hearts rise to their throats. "Give up, Princess of Wind and Cloud." The Demon King, holding a staff, spoke from a superior position. "I will not give up. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will do everything in my power. I will surely carve out a brand new path." "Yes, indeed." The warrior played by Yunyu stood up again and walked to the side of the princess. A rainbow-colored light appeared around the princess, startling the Demon King momentarily. "The colorful chakra is still burning." "Impossible, how could you?" The Demon King stepped back in surprise, swinging his staff to conjure a black hurricane towards the two. The Demon King only heard the two speaking words like friendship and bonds. Subsequently, the black hurricane on the left collided with the right's colorful chakra, and the Demon King was engulfed by the colorful chakra, turning to ashes. The lights came on, signaling the nearing end of the film. Yunyu stood up and left the cinema, with others arriving at the cinema's lobby. Authorized action figures of the Princess of Wind and Cloud, special price only $9.99. Following the sound, she saw a group of colorful figures displayed on the counter, including the princess portrayed by Fenghua Xiaoxua and the wandering warrior played by Yunyu. "So expensive, who would buy such things?" Yunyu muttered her complaints. "Please wrap up all the Yunyu figures on the counter. Someone would indeed buy them, and they would buy her merchandise." Yunyu's jaw dropped in surprise. It was a fair-skinned girl with shoulder-length black hair. Especially striking were her dazzling red eyes, sparkling like jewels. Hong. Upon hearing someone call her name, Hong stopped rummaging through her wallet, turning to look at Yunyu. "Yunyun. You." At the moment, she saw Yunyu as she unexpectedly lowered her head, with a blush hiding the bag filled with Yunyu figures behind her. Long time no see." After a long while, Zairi, Hong managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Are you feeling feverish?" Yunyu frowned, and looked at her flushed face. No, it's nothing. Zaire Hong's gaze flickered her shoulders, trembling slightly. Speaking of which, Yunyu hadn't seen Hong for a long time, seemingly since graduation, with no news since then. To resolve her curiosity, Yunyu spoke up. By the way, Hong, where have you been making money recently? Making money? I mean, where are you working? Hong's voice hesitated slightly. Umbu. Yunyu almost shouted this out, as it was hard to associate such a cute girl like Hong with the group of killing machines in Umbu. Feeling Yunyu's unwavering gaze on her face, Zaire Hong's face turned even redder. Why did you choose to work in such a place? That is, because Yunyu was previously in. Whoosh, whoosh. The howling wind drowned out Hong's voice. The clear sky suddenly surged with dark clouds rolling and gathering above the Hokage building. Before they could comprehend the situation, a dazzling white lightning bolt sliced through the dark clouds, striking the roof of the Hokage building. With a dull roar, the rooftop was instantly blown apart, splinters and smoke flying. Flames rapidly spread from the struck area, igniting the rooftop in an instant. Yunyu saw Minato rush out of the building, shouting to the ninjas outside. Hurry, use the water from the water tank to put out the fire. Coming right away. Two ninjas stood by the firefighting water tank below, forming hand seals. The surface of the tank rippled, and then two columns of water shot into the sky, aiming at the rooftop of the Hokage building. Hong, standing next to Yunyu, looked at the Hokage building engulfed in flames, revealing a worried expression. As expected. Did the worst happen? Excuse me for a moment, I need to find Lord Hokage about something. Hong turned and rushed towards the Hokage building, not even noticing that a Yunyu figure had fallen from her bag. Yunyu picked up the small figure from the ground and shouted in the direction Hong had left. Hong, your figure fell. All that remained was the gust of wind brought by Hong's departure. She had already disappeared. What a hassle. Yunyu followed along with a slight headache. At that moment, on a distant hill, where one could clearly see the entire Hokage building, Naruto was panicking and shouting. Dad's building, you. His index finger trembled as it pointed at a little girl in front of him. Just 2 minutes ago, while training alone on the hill, Naruto had discovered a little girl painting on the slope. The girl sat upright on a small stool, painting on her easel. Naruto was drawn in by the little girl and walked toward her. The girl glanced back at Naruto with her peripheral vision and continued painting without a care. So you are painting? The painting on her easel depicted the Hokage building across the slope. Only the sky in the painting was filled with dark clouds. The little girl painting made Naruto's eyes flicker between the painting and the sky in confirmation. He puzzledly asked, but there are no clouds in the sky. The girl ignored him, and as she finished painting the last stroke of dark clouds, a howling wind swept through the surroundings, and the dark clouds crawled up into the sky. The sky truly filled with dark clouds, matching her painting, causing a drop of sweat to trickle down Naruto's forehead. The girl continued her actions, drawing a lightning bolt above the Hokage building on her easel. Naruto gaped in his astonished gaze. A thunderbolt indeed struck the rooftop of the Hokage building, quickly igniting a fire. Dad's building. Naruto covered his head, standing frozen like he had been struck by lightning. The girl put away her easel, placing her brush and palette into her bag before turning to leave. Wait, hey, hold on. Coming back to his senses, Naruto chased after the girl. Suddenly, 2 men in white coats leaped out in front of her, causing the girl to freeze instantly. Her wide eyes were filled with fear, her breathing becoming heavy and rapid. With a crash, the bag she held dropped to the ground, scattering her painting tools. The 2 men in white coats restrained the struggling girl. One of them pulled out a syringe from his waist and aimed it at the girl's neck. After a painful scream from the girl, she fainted. The other man hoisted the unconscious girl onto his shoulder and said to his companion with the syringe, "That really took us a lot of effort. Hurry and take her back." The companion put away the syringe, letting out a sigh of relief. Wait for me. It was Naruto shouting, and both of them turned to look at the approaching Naruto. Naruto frowned angrily, shouting at the two, "What are you doing?" Just as he was about to get closer to them, a shadow suddenly leaped out in front of him. Naruto took a few steps back, distancing himself from the figure clad in armor and wearing a mask. "Are you from Dad's Umbu?" Naruto's voice was somewhat hesitant. "Naruto, please leave here immediately." The cat-faced Umbu's voice showed no emotion. "But what did that guy do?" "That's an order from Lord Fourth. Please do not interfere with our work." "Listen well, Naruto, everything you see here must remain confidential." Naruto clenched his fists and questioned the Umbu in front of him. "What kind of joke is this?" "Wait for me." The Umbu waved his hand, signaling the 2 men in white coats to leave first, then turned to Naruto behind him and said, "Do not interfere with us." After saying that, he used body flicker to vanish from the spot. He actually disappeared. Damn it, what the hell happened? I need to find Dad and get to the bottom of this. Naruto ran towards the Hokage building, now blackened by flames. The Hokage's office was in disarray. Water dripped incessantly from the ceiling, the documents soaked, and the paper clinging together in a soggy mess. Kakashi sighed in the office. "Seriously, the important documents are all in a terrible state." He complained while helping Minato organize the files on the floor. "By the way, Kakashi, this stack also needs to be taken out to dry." Minato handed a pile of damp documents to Kakashi. "We'll take it out right now." "Please, Kakashi." Minato revealed an apologetic smile. Kakashi, holding a thick stack of documents, slowly walked towards the office door. He tightened the documents in his arms, finally managing to free one hand to open the door. Creak. The office door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A tremendous force slammed into Kakashi, causing him to stagger, and the documents in his arms scattered to the ground like snowflakes. The papers danced in the air, with a few even landing on Kakashi's head. He stood there dumbfounded, his face filled with shock. Frustrated, he thought about how he had painstakingly organized those documents, and now it was all in vain. Can't you at least knock before coming in? Not seeing. He shot a glare at the two figures entering, only to swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. The intruders were none other than his old classmates Yugao and Yunua. It's you, Kakashi. Bro, I'm really sorry about this. Yunua bent down to start picking up the scattered documents. Kakashi waved his hand. It's fine, you must have come here for an urgent matter. You go ahead, I'll handle the papers on the floor. Yunua clasped her hands together, expressing her apologies to Kakashi. Red Yunua, you two rushed in here. Is there something urgent? Minato placed an empty flower pot on the desk, perfectly positioned to catch the dripping water from the ceiling. Yugao clenched her fists and after a deep breath spoke. I came to discuss the situation regarding Arima Bayun with Lord Hokage. Yugao furrowed her brows tightly, her expression tense since witnessing that lightning strike. So it's about this matter. Minato pondered for a moment before looking at Yugao, hesitantly speaking. Do you suspect this incident is related to that child's awakening abilities? Yugao nodded. Exactly. If that child awakened her latent abilities, it would be easy for her to do so. Bayun's illusion techniques can sometimes summon lightning to start fires, and I'm well aware of that. Minato furrowed his brows slightly. This could be troublesome. Bayun turning out like that is my responsibility. Yugeo's knuckles turned white from clenching her fists as she lowered her head in guilt. No, rather it is precisely because of you that she has been safe until now. Minato shook his head. Where is that child now? Yugao took a deep breath, speaking decisively. She is currently at the villa near Rimi Hill under 24-hour surveillance by a team consisting of 2 medical ninjas and 1 Anbu member. Minato glanced at Yugao from the corner of his eye. Are you still worried about the child? Yes, I hope to put an end to this in my own way. Kakashi finally finished organizing the documents on the floor and walked towards the main door again. Bang! The door was slammed open from the outside, and this time Kakashi reacted, promptly stepping back. That was close, or I would have been busy for nothing again. Kakashi sighed in relief, but the next moment he heard the sound of slipping on the floor. It seemed fate was not ready to spare Kakashi. There's no time, quick, get out of the way, teacher Kakashi. Naruto burst into the office, slipping and losing his balance as he lunged toward Kakashi. With a crash, the documents in Kakashi's hands scattered to the ground like feathers. Naruto. Kakashi clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Sorry, teacher Kakashi. After apologizing, Naruto rushed to Minato's side in a hurry. He gestured animatedly. Dad, do you know what I saw this morning? After recounting his experience at Rimi Hill, Minato covered his head, looking helpless. It seems that Arima Bayun's abilities have indeed awakened. Arima Bayun. Is that the girl's name? Naruto blinked at Minato. Minato nodded slightly. The Arima clan's main family, the only daughter of Arima Tsungyun, Arima Bayun. Then what is the Arima clan? Naruto raised a hand, hesitantly asking like a student in class. It's normal if you don't know. The Arima family used to be a powerful and prestigious clan in the village. However, they have fallen into decline now. Minato seemed lost in thought, pausing before continuing. It started after the death of the main family's Tsungyun and his wife a year ago. After that, the clan began to fragment. Yunua added, I remember the Arima clan was known for their illusion techniques, right? That's correct. The Arima clan from which Bayun was born was once a family of illusion masters flourishing in Konoha, but in recent years, they have been unable to cultivate even Chunin or Jonin, gradually declining. Yugao looked at Yunua and slowly said, at that time a talented star of hope appeared in the Arima family, that is Arima Bayun. Her parents and relatives were filled with expectations for Bayun, the only daughter of the main family. But Bayun has been frail and sickly since childhood, and she wasn't even allowed to enroll in the ninja academy officially. Yes, precisely for this reason Bayun's father Tsungyun came to me, the Hokage, to discuss it. After our conversation, I decided to have Yugao, who was then an Anbu, train her. That child possessed a powerful talent for illusion, making her training under Yugao the most suitable choice. Minato said this, a hint of sadness in his eyes. But I failed to complete the task. I sealed Bayun's abilities. Yugao clenched her fists, trembling as she spoke. Why? Naruto looked at Yugao in confusion. Naruto. Minato tried to explain, but was interrupted by Yugao. Who knows, maybe because I am also an illusionist, I was envious of Bayun's outstanding latent abilities. Yugeo's tightly clenched hands relaxed, her red eyes sweeping over Naruto's face. Jealous. Naruto clearly found it hard to believe that jealousy was a word that could come from a teacher. Seeing Naruto's disbelief, Yugao continued, in the future with her gifted illusion talent, she would certainly surpass me, so I personally sealed her abilities. You're joking, right? You. Naruto looked at Minato, wanting to uncover the truth, but Minato remained silent. It's impossible for a teacher to do something so excessive out of jealousy for a student's abilities. Naruto looked at Yunua, only to find Yunua equally confused as he was. What? Why are you looking at me? I just arrived, I don't know. Naruto frowned. How am I supposed to believe this? Dad, you must have some unspeakable secrets, right? Not receiving any response from those around him, Naruto burst out the door. I'll investigate it myself. Naruto. He didn't even hear Minato's attempts to stop him. Huff. Minato let out a long sigh, his gaze falling on the silent and downcast Yugao. Are you really planning to live your life burdened by everyone's misunderstandings? Please, Lord Hokage, do not tell that child the truth. It is for her own good. Yunyue stepped between the two, raising her hand to interrupt their conversation. Stop, stop, stop. What exactly are you hiding? Yunyue observed Yugeo's subtle expressions. Her hands trembled continuously as she spoke about sealing Bayon's abilities. Clearly, sealing her abilities was not her true intention. Faced with Yunyue's probing, Minato hesitated for a moment before deciding to reveal the truth about that girl. The Arima clan produces a person with a special constitution every few generations, and that girl Bayun is one of them. Moreover, Bayun cannot control her own power and will unconsciously use it, which is quite frightening. The illusions created by Bayun can control people's five senses and reflect their true reactions in the brain. Turning illusions into reality, that is the terrifying ability of that girl. Yunyue nodded thoughtfully. So, if I believe I died in an illusion, my brain would also interpret it that way, leading to actual death. Minato and Yugao both responded with a mm. Just this alone isn't enough to warrant sealing her abilities. What Yugao truly wanted to seal is the monster that exists within Bayun. A monster. Bayun's incredibly powerful abilities have unknowingly nurtured a terrifying monster within her body. If the monster continues to grow, one day Bayun's consciousness will be devoured, merging with the monster. To protect Bayun, Yugao sealed her abilities to curb the monster's growth. Minato revealed the truth of the matter, and Yugeo's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. It's not an easy task to eliminate that monster while ensuring Bayun's safety. Because once you enter Bayun's illusion world, all rules will be controlled by Bayun. Not only is it difficult to capture the monster, but even preserving one's life is a challenge unless someone with an illusion stronger than Bayun comes along. As he spoke, Minato's gaze landed on Yunyue. Hey, why are you looking at me? At this moment, Minato cleared his throat, speaking of which, isn't it a bit inappropriate for only Yugao to deal with such a monster? In that case, Yunyue should take Team 8 and go to Rimi Hill with Yugao to work together to eliminate that monster. What do you think? Yugao greatly admires you. Admires me? Yunyue looked at Yugao in surprise, only to see her lower her head and avert her gaze. Yunyue was filled with questions, prompting her to check her bond value. Name Yugao bond value 100, huh? What is the reason for this? Because during the Nine Tails incident, the host saved Yugeo's father Yuin Mikoto while repelling the Nine Tails. So that's it. After the Nine Tails incident, Yunyue indeed received many notifications about her bond value increasing, but it was so frequent that she turned off the messages. With this, it all made sense. In the manner of Rigian Hill, two men from the medical team pushed open the large door and slowly walked out. One of them frowned slightly. The bell in the east rang. Is there an intruder? The shadow warriors behind them focused their gaze on the bushes to the east. Who is it? Come out. At that moment, a red figure slowly emerged from behind the bushes. Hong. The shadow warriors hesitated for a moment, but still sheathed their blades. Hong walked towards the manor's entrance and said, "Thank you for your hard work in monitoring for 24 hours. Let me go see Yakumo." One of the medical team members spoke in confusion. It's the middle of the night. Yakumo is resting. Hong approached the member of the medical team dressed in a white coat and said in a calm tone, "Can we have a moment alone?" The two medical team members nodded and replied, "Sure," stepping aside for Hong. Only the shadow warriors spoke warily, "But we can't take too long." As Hong passed by them, she whispered, "Just 10 minutes will do." All right. The shadow warriors watched Hong walk towards the manor's hall, unaware of the long sigh of relief she let out after leaving their sight. Once completely out of the shadow warriors' line of sight, Hong began rummaging through the various rooms of the manor. When she reached a locked door, her movements halted. She twisted the key in the lock. With a screech, the door creaked open, and a musty, dye-stained scent rushed out. The room was dark without a light, and the quietness allowed her to hear her own breathing. Various paintings were displayed on the floor. After entering the room, Hong closed the door behind her. Every painting on the ground exuded a bizarre atmosphere, depicting either abandoned houses or villages strewn with corpses. Hong couldn't help but gasp, "These paintings are too eerie." She reassured herself in a breathy voice, "I am a fearless person. I definitely won't be scared by such things." However, a distant painting caught her attention, as it was the only one hanging on the wall. Hong walked heavily towards that painting. The woman in the portrait had a sword piercing her heart, her eyes peacefully closed. Upon closer inspection, Hong realized that the woman's face was identical to hers. A chilling aura emanated from the painting, and an inexplicable sense of panic crept into her heart. What was even more terrifying was the ghostly image of a little girl appearing in the painting. She spoke in a pleading tone, "Hong Sensei, please. I really want to become a ninja." As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl's face twisted into a ghastly grin devoid of any warmth. She let out a chilling laugh towards Hong. Hee ha ha. The sharp piercing sound made Hong's pupils tremble, and she screamed in fright. Oh. Hearing the commotion in the manor, the shadow warriors and the two medical team members instantly realized something was wrong and rushed inside. Crash. The manor's window shattered as Hong broke through it, rolling out from the inside. At the moment of landing, a loud bang was heard. In that instant, Hong transformed into Naruto's appearance. Using a transformation technique, the panicked Naruto shouted, grabbing his ears and calling for help. Breathing heavily, sweating profusely, tears streamed from his eyes. Phew. Thankfully, my heart is still beating. That really scared the life out of me. The shadow warrior, realizing it was Naruto, spoke impatiently. Hey Naruto, why are you here again? You've transformed into Hong's appearance using an illusion technique. Naruto, instinctively leaning back, spoke with a trembling voice. What was that just now? Enough. The shadow warrior interrupted Naruto. Don't go probing too much, it's for your own good. Suddenly Naruto noticed a shadow on the ground. He looked up to see a little girl standing on the manor's loft glaring at him with angry eyes. Naruto quickly waved his hand and greeted her. Hey, you must be Yakumo, right? I want to ask you about Hong Sensei. Oh. Naruto let out a painful scream as his vision blurred, and the last thing he saw was the shadow warrior who knocked him out. Damn. Finally Naruto unwillingly closed his eyes. On the loft, Yakumo coldly addressed the unconscious Naruto. Fool. After knocking out Naruto, the shadow warrior's relief turned to anxiety once again. The reason was simple. The bells rang again, and this time alarms sounded from all four directions simultaneously. It seems we are surrounded. The shadow warrior spoke in a tone that sounded ominous. The two medical team ninjas behind him clenched their fists and said, We will contact the village immediately. I will hold them off first. After saying this, the shadow warrior vanished. In the next moment, he appeared in midair, throwing several shurikens towards a thicket. There. The medical team members heard the sound and quickly ran towards the direction of the thicket, throwing dozens of kunai at the people hiding inside. The sounds of screams echoed as several bodies of ninja wearing Konoha vests fell from the thicket. Are they ninjas from the Kuruma clan? Seeing the clan insignia on their arms, the shadow warrior couldn't help but click his tongue. However, the next second the bodies of the fallen ninjas began to twist and then vanished as if erased. What? The shadow warrior, holding his sword, looked around. Swish, swish, swish was the sound of something breaking through the ground. Vines grew from beneath their feet, climbing up their calves. In the blink of an eye, the shadow warriors and medical team members were bound by the vines, restricting their movements. Damn, when did I fall under an illusion? As the vines tightened, the shadow warrior was knocked unconscious. Outside the manor, several ninjas appeared beside the fallen shadow warriors and medical team. The leader was an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles. He spoke to the ninjas beside him. Do not let your guard down. Konoha ninjas are already rushing this way, so we must act quickly. You all go into the manor and take Yakumo away. The rest of us will deal with the approaching ninjas. Understood, clan leader Yunhai. After that, several ninjas rushed into the manor. It seems we have to take a hardline approach. Although they are from the same village, we must obtain Yakumo at all costs. Yes. Several miles away, Yunyu and Hong were leading Team 8 towards the manor. Hinata activated her Byakugan, observing every move of the people inside the manor. How's it going, Hinata? Yunyu looked at Hinata beside him. Did you see anything? Hong rushed to Hinata's side, asking anxiously. Hinata spoke seriously. Yunyu inside the manor has been attacked by someone. There are 5 people outside and 3 inside. One of them inside is Yakumo. What about the shadow warriors and the medical team? They have already been knocked out. Damn, Yakumo mustn't come to harm. Hong gritted her teeth and quickened her pace towards the manor. We are almost at the manor. Everyone prepare for battle. Yunyu reminded them, and the next moment a chubby figure in a Konoha vest appeared in the middle of the road. Sorry, but I can't let you interfere with our plans. After saying this, countless vines sprouted behind him, sweeping towards Yunyu and the others. An illusion technique. Hong frowned slightly, holding her kunai to create distance from the vines. Over here. Junmaru thrust his bone blade towards an empty spot. A scream came as Junmaru's bone blade pierced through a ninja's arm. How did you know my location? He looked at Junmaru with a gaze as if he were a monster. The white-haired boy in front of him should have been restricted in sight and unable to discover him. Fool, your breathing has already revealed your position. Do you really think a fool would fall for such a low-level illusion? As soon as Junmaru finished speaking, he heard a voice from behind you. No, let go of me. You rolled on the ground, not even responding when Akamaru called him from the side. Really now? Yunyu felt a bit awkward and rubbed his head, preparing to step forward to release you from the illusion. No need to trouble Lord Yunyu. I can handle this myself. Junmaru reached out to stop Yunyu and walked towards you. With a loud bang, he punched you away. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You covered his nose, wailing in pain. Yunyu's mouth twitched. That was quite a hardcore way to release someone from an illusion. Wait, where did the vines go? You looked at everyone in confusion, seeming to be the only one who was affected. You just fell under an illusion. Shino came to Ya's side, helping him up. Strange. Why are you all fine? You looked at everyone in bewilderment. Because my bugs cannot be affected by illusions, I discovered and dispelled it at the first moment. Such half-hearted illusions cannot affect me. Junmaru's tone was devoid of any emotion. Is that so? Just then an elderly voice came from ahead. A towering tree grew and an old man's face emerged from the bark. It's the clan leader of the Kuruma clan, Kuruma Yunhai. Oh, everyone be careful. This guy is troublesome. Yuhi Kurenai fixed her gaze on the elder in front of them. However, the next second vines suddenly sprouted from under everyone's feet, restricting their movements. Release. Yuhi Kurenai closed her eyes, attempting to dispel the illusion. What? I can't dispel it. Yuhi Kurenai stared in surprise at the old man in front of her. The others were no better, as they also couldn't break free after trying. Kuruma Yunhai chuckled twice and addressed the group. illusionist Yuhi Kurenai, and the genius from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yunyu. It is an honor to face you. I want to avoid unnecessary conflict, heed my advice, and do not proceed any further. Kuruma Yunhai displayed a confident expression. Even members of the Uchiha clan would not easily dispel my illusions. The illusions of the Kuruma clan are the most powerful. The previously silent Yunyu suddenly spoke up. Is that so? You'd better take a good look at yourself. What a... Kuruma Yunhai exhibited a shocked expression. The reason was simple: the vines binding the others disappeared, while he himself was ensnared by the vines. When exactly did you cast the illusion on me? Kuruma Yunhei's jaw dropped slightly, clearly startled by Yunyu. If your opponent is Uchiha when you feel you have the upper hand, it means you have already fallen into an illusion. Kuruma Yunhei's gaze fell on Yunyu's scarlet Freedomo, as if resigned he sighed. Is that so? Truly a monster more terrifying than Kuruma Yakumo. Perhaps only you can defeat that monster. Kuruma Yunhai raised the kunai in his hand and violently thrust it into his shoulder, the intense pain breaking his illusion. With a thud, my Yunhai fell from the backfired illusionary vines, hitting the ground. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat covering his forehead as blood gushed from the wound inflicted by the hidden dagger, staining his sleeve a deep crimson. He glanced at the nearby manor shrouded in thick mist, unable to suppress a muffled groan. The two I sent haven't returned yet. Indeed, that guy Bayun is gradually awakening. Hong furrowed her brows tightly, anxiety filling her eyes. Damn. Just as Hong's shoulders trembled, Yunyu placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here. Yun? You. Upon hearing Yunyu's reassurance, Hong's tightly knit brows finally relaxed a bit. Jina, the illusion won't interfere with your insects, right? Yunyu turned to the silent Jina and spoke. Jina adjusted his sunglasses, the reflected light flashing momentarily, then slowly replied. Yes, teacher. In an illusion, sharp senses become a hindrance. Ultimately, it's the human brain that processes sensory information and cognition, especially the developed brain, which can make errors when processing complex information. However, insects rely solely on sharp senses to act, and their method of information processing differs from humans, operating at a minimal level. Thus, the effect of illusions on insects is negligible. What about Hinata's Byakugan? Yunyu's gaze shifted to Hinata. Feeling Yunyu's gaze, Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, making a sound like a mosquito. Yun-sensei, if it's a regular illusion, I can still detect the enemy's true position. Seeing Hinata's face as red as an apple and her hands twisting the hem of her clothes, you couldn't help but reach out to pat her head. Wah! Hinata emitted a sound reminiscent of boiling water, her face growing even redder. That's enough. As long as you can locate the enemy, that's sufficient. Jina Hinata will accompany Hong and me to the manor to rescue Bayun. Ya and Juanma Lu will remain outside the manor to prevent any interference with our actions. After clarifying the roles, Ya and Juanma Lu answered in unison yes. Just as Yunyu and the others approached the manor entrance, Hinata stumbled and fell to the ground. Hearing Hinata's cry from behind, Yunyu turned to look at her. Hinata, did you trip over a tree root? Yunyu watched as Hinata slowly got up, puzzled. Hinata shook her head, pointing to the object that had tripped her. It was two legs protruding from the bushes. What is this? Hinata reached out and pulled the person lying in the bushes out. Naruto. Naruto lay sprawled on the ground, legs stretched out, arms splayed. His mouth slightly open, he emitted loud snores. Sleeping in a place like this, Jina crossed his arms over his chest as he directed the insects nearby to fly to Naruto's ear, buzzing in an attempt to wake him. Naruto. Seeing that the insects couldn't wake Naruto, Hinata gently nudged him twice. Naruto remained unresponsive, peacefully sleeping on the ground. Yunyu twitched the corner of his mouth. The fighting sounds from earlier hadn't even woken Naruto. He quickly walked over to Naruto, crouching down to pat his face. How can you sleep at a time like this? Given the dangerous situation around us, how can you possibly sleep? Wait, this is... Hong hastily stepped forward to check on Naruto. Naruto is trapped in an illusion. At Hong's words, everyone simultaneously exclaimed, Indeed, no matter how deeply one sleeps, it is impossible to be oblivious to the outside world. Hong crouched down, reaching out to touch Naruto's forehead. Release. Naruto's tightly shut eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the people in front of him, he spoke in a weak voice. Good morning, everyone. Naruto rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself, by the way, how did I fall asleep again? Hinata, Naruto, you fell under an illusion. Illusion? Naruto murmured, then exclaimed in surprise. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he hurriedly stood up. After I saw Bayun at the Rimi Mountain Manor and was about to ask her something, I was knocked out. You said Rimi Mountain Manor and Bayun. Did you see that child? Hong grasped Naruto's shoulders, speaking urgently. After pondering for a moment, Naruto hesitantly replied. Yeah, Bayun's demeanor was quite off. Why did she show such an expression? Naruto nodded, continuing. It was a mix of melancholy, disgust, and sadness. Is that so? You should go meet up with the others outside the manor. Well, handle Bayun's situation. Hong withdrew her gaze and spoke to Naruto behind her. No. Naruto directly refused, his eyes fixed firmly on Yunyu and the others. There must be some hidden truth in this. I said I would get to the bottom of this matter. So I will not give up. Just a reminder, going to the manor without knowing the opponent's abilities is quite dangerous. Hong kindly reminded Naruto behind her. In my dictionary there is no word for fear. Naruto raised his fist, replying resolutely. Yunyu. Hong looked at Yunyue, who gently nodded. Great. Seeing Yun-Yu-sensei agree to his request, Naruto's eyes instantly sparkled with brightness. The closer they got to the manor, the thicker the mist became, reaching a point where one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. Surrounding the manor, apart from the sound of insects and the occasional gust of wind, there was a complete silence. Creak. Yunyu cautiously pushed open the door and entered the manor. The moment they stepped through the entrance, an unfathomable darkness enveloped them. Naruto, go turn on the lights. Yunyu reminded Naruto behind him. Wait. Me. Go turn on the lights. Yes, the windows of the manor are sealed shut, and there's not a shred of light inside. How can you see without turning on the lights? But smack. A crisp sound came from behind Naruto, startling him into a scream. Ah, a ghost. Naruto, please don't panic, it's me. Hinata's voice came from behind Naruto, calming him down from his startled state. Naruto took a deep breath. Scaring myself. By the way, Hinata, what was that sound just now? Hinata wiped the sweat from her forehead, her voice trembling as she replied, it was the sound of me turning on the lights. But why didn't the lights in the manor turn on? Naruto asked in confusion. Probably broken, right? Hinata clearly had no idea what the reason was. Only Jina furrowed his brow slightly, looking at the light bulb in the hall. Yunyu tossed Naruto a flashlight he had prepared in advance, casting a faint light in the pitch-black manor. I know which room it is, everyone follow me. After saying that, Naruto walked toward the stairs to the second floor. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from above. That presence is unmistakable, it's Bayun. Hong's gaze fixated on the second floor. Naruto immediately rushed ahead with Yunyu and the others closely following. The door to the art room was ajar. Through the crack, Naruto spotted two Konoha ninjas sitting on the ground, leaning back against each other. Their eyes were open, but vacant drool dripping from the corners of their mouths. Hong stepped forward, lifting one of their faces, her eyes narrowing. Both of them have fallen into an illusion. Wah! Wah! A little girl's sobbing sound came from in front, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Byakugan. Hinata instantly activated her Byakugan, searching for the source of the sound. What is that? Did you find something, Hinata? Yunyu shielded Hinata and the others behind him, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Yunyu-sensei, there's a little girl behind that painting. Hong could no longer suppress her emotions as she removed the painting that was propped up on the ground. There, a thin silhouette of a little girl was hiding behind the painting, trembling slightly. She hugged her knees, burying her head between them and sobbing helplessly. Bayun. Hong called out the girl's name. Are you okay? The teacher is here. Upon seeing Hong, the little girl ran towards her in tears. Hong sensei, save me. Hong gently stroked Bayun's long hair, speaking softly. It's okay now, Bayun. We will protect you. Bayun kept her head down, tears streaming down her face. Hong sensei. Just as no one was paying attention, her trembling lips suddenly curled into a strange arc. It's good that you're okay. Since that's the case, let's return to Konoha. By the way, I felt this house was eerie from the moment I stepped in. Naruto shuddered, speaking softly to the others. Indeed, let's take Bayun back to Konoha Hospital for a checkup. Hong also agreed. The atmosphere here was overwhelmingly oppressive. Suddenly, the sealed windows were shattered and thick mists surged in through the openings. The mist spread rampantly within the manor, drastically shortening everyone's line of sight, making everything increasingly unclear. What on earth is this? Before Naruto could finish his sentence, his voice was swallowed by the mist, and the others disappeared from sight. After a few seconds, Yunyu's blurred vision gradually became clear, and the indistinct scenery before him grew increasingly real. Yunyu found himself in a small wooden cabin, yet everything around him felt so unfamiliar. In the center of the room was a stone fireplace, burning with charcoal, warm yellow light dancing continuously, while outside the cabin lay a vast forest. On the windowsill stood a few squirrels and pigeons, while a deer peeked its head through the window. Everything around was as tranquil and beautiful as a fairy tale. Yunyu furrowed his brows in confusion, taking a few steps only to find his movements hindered. The reason was simple. He had unknowingly changed into a heavy dress, the puffy sleeves making Yunyu feel quite uncomfortable. In the illusionary world, Yunyu's appearance. Is it another illusion? Yunyu's frown deepened. If that's the case, then he'll use the Sharingan to counter this illusion. As he prepared to forcibly break the illusion, the system's voice interrupted his actions. No host, this is the illusionary world created by the monster Idu within Onma Bayun. If you use the Sharingan to reflect it, Onma Bayun will also be harmed and will accelerate the fusion speed between the monster and Bayun. Then what should I do? Idu Bayun's inner demon only exists in the illusionary world. The host can find and kill it within the illusionary world. I see. Just as Yunyu was pondering how to find that monster, a pitch-black shadow slipped through the window and into the room. It was a skinny old lady, her face crisscrossed with deep wrinkles, with small sunken eyes and lips so dry they appeared purple. Draped in an old black robe, she looked like a witch. The animal friends on the window, after leaving a comment of ill measure, scattered in fright from this old witch. The once lively environment fell into a dead silence. The witch placed her hands on the bed, letting out a strange laugh as she spoke in a raspy voice. "A little one all alone at home, huh?" Yunyu glanced down at her own appearance and then at the old witch before her. Wait. This couldn't possibly be. She remembered a peculiar painting in the Studio One that featured this old witch. Thinking of Onma Bayon's abilities, this must be an illusion she created with her painting. That explained everything. The old witch noticed Yun Yu's silence and spoke again. Your friends are not around, are they? After scanning the wooden house with a sharp gaze, the witch revealed a strange smile. She produced a basket of fruit from behind her filled with apples and selected the reddest one, presenting it to Yun Yu. Would you like an apple? Oh my goodness, it looks absolutely delectable just by appearance, the witch exclaimed, bragging about it. The moment the apple was produced, Yun Yu was more certain of the theme of this painting, Snow White. And this witch before her was one of the iconic villains from the fairy tale The Evil Queen. Yun Yu took a few steps back, looking at the witch with disdain. She attempted to use the chakra within her body, but discovered that she couldn't use ninjutsu in this illusionary world. Seemingly sensing Yun Yu's skeptical gaze, the witch holding the apple actually started to laugh. Ah, why haven't you eaten such a wonderful apple yet? I dare not eat it, I've heard someone poison the apple. Yun Yu replied, making a difficult expression. Oh dear little one, you just love to joke. How could there be poison? Just take a bite, the witch urged. I refuse. Yun Yu stretched out her hand, forming an X gesture in front of her. The witch displayed an awkward expression and began to play the victim in a slightly sad tone. Little one, you don't believe those nonsense people, do you? Yun Yu nodded at the witch. I believe very much. If you haven't poisoned it, then why not take a bite to prove it? With that, Yun Yu pointed at the bright red apple. The witch paused, then forced out a smile. Little one, this apple is very precious. You should eat it first. I am just an old lady. How can I eat such a good apple? Yun Yu smirked. If you truly won't eat it, it means you poisoned the apple. The witch was drenched in sweat, cursing inwardly, thinking it was strange how the normally foolish princess had become so clever. Fortunately, I had prepared two options. Half of the apples were poisoned and half were not. The witch raised the apple and said to Yun Yu, all right, I'll eat. Eating an apple is such a delightful thing. The witch bit into the apple in front of Yun Yu. After swallowing a piece of the apple, she smacked her lips and remarked, so sweet and delicious, the taste is simply wonderful. After speaking, the witch patted her chest and said in a self-justifying tone, little one, see. Nothing wrong, right? Eat up before the apple spoils. Yun Yu took the apple and presented the unbitten side to the witch. You need to take a bite of this side too. Upon hearing this, the witch felt her throat dry up and unconsciously swallowed. I, she stammered nervously. Why aren't you eating? Could it be truly poisoned? Seeing Yun Yu press on, the witch finally bit into the other side of the apple. Reluctant to lose the child, the witch was willing to risk it all to get rid of the princess. Why are you just staring at me? Take a bite, come on, just one bite. Seeing Yun Yu remain unmoved, the witch was completely stuck. She slammed her bony hands like chicken claws on the table, angrily shouting at Yun Yu in the room. Damn it, why won't you eat? Eat. She placed her hands on the window, trying to climb in. Not eating, huh? Then I'll come in and choke you. Afraid to eat, scared to die, huh? Before she could finish, Yun Yu grabbed the witch by the neck, lifting her like a chicken. Not done, yet Yun Yu picked up the half-eaten apple that had fallen on the windowsill and forcefully shoved it into the witch's mouth. Eat, choke on it, you wretched witch. The witch's body froze, her hands instinctively trying to pry away the tightening grip on her neck, but to no avail. Her eyes widened in terror, her eyeballs almost bulging out of their sockets. Wait, did you grab the wrong script? Is this really a fairy tale? What kind of play is this? A dark fairy tale, princess. This was completely different from what Lord Edu had said. Didn't he say the person before her was just a little girl who couldn't even harm a chicken? Seeing the witch nearly out of breath, Yun Yu finally released her grip, leaving her gasping on the ground. You who exactly are you? Yun Yu moved her wrist, which had been tight for a long time, hearing the crisp cracking of her joints. Stop with the nonsense, you know where my other companions are, right? The witch made a sound like Donald Duck, her already hoarse voice becoming even more strained after Yun Yu's grip. You just need to answer yes or no, Yun Yu said coldly. Feeling the suffocating grip like a serpent, the witch frantically nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Yes. Yun Yu commanded, lead the way. If I find out you're trying to be clever, this stone will be your end. Yun Yu found a stone to stand on from the floor of the wooden house, applying slight pressure until the stone crumbled into powder. The witch, drenched in sweat, led the way with Yun Yu following closely behind. Strange, why are there so many stepping stones inside the wooden house? Under the guidance of the evil queen, Yun Yu arrived in front of a house. One of your companions is inside here, but... Yun Yu waved her hand. You stand there obediently if you run the consequences. Yun Yu lightly tapped a giant tree beside her, and it fell with a thunderous crash. The evil queen lay on the ground, tearfully replying, woo-woo. Why, don't worry, I won't run away. That's more like it, Yun Yu said, then pushed the door open and entered the house. Who is at the door? Yun Yu heard a familiar voice which sounded a bit shy. Is that Hinata's voice? Yun Yu walked toward the source of the sound, peeking into the room. Sure enough, the girl inside was Hinata, though her outfit had also changed like Yun Yu's. She wore a cute children's outfit, a white shirt with a frilled skirt, and the most eye-catching was a red hood on her head. So cute. Yun Yu couldn't help but exclaim, only to hear Hinata's shy voice moments later. Yun Yu-sensei, I don't know what happened. I found myself here when I came to my senses, and I am dressed like this now. Well, we have entered Onma Bayon's illusionary world, and it seems we can't use chakra or ninjutsu here. But don't worry, even without ninjutsu, I can still take down enemies with taijutsu. Back in the day, I used to clear all of Konoha's streets with the people from the security team. Truly deserving of the title Yun-Yusensai, you give people such a strong sense of security. Hinata blushed and lowered her head. Just then a hoarse voice came from inside the house. Oh dear Little Red Riding Hood, is there a guest? Hinata nodded slightly, replying yes. Yes, it's getting late, and I should probably leave. Inside came a slightly awkward voice. Is that so? Could you please bring the bread and wine to Grandma? Grandma can't get out of bed due to her legs. The grandmother covered by a blanket sighed. Hinata replied softly. Just as she was about to take the bread and wine on the floor to the room, Yunyu stopped her. Leave it to me, Hinata, you wait for me outside the door. Hinata blushed and nodded, standing at the door as Yunyu instructed. Once Hinata walked away, Yunyu's expression turned fierce, and she grabbed the wine bottle on the ground, smashing it violently against the corner of the table. Bang! With a loud crash, glass shards flew, and the wine bottle shattered, its sharp edges glinting menacingly. Dare to lay a hand on my disciple. You'll regret it soon enough. Yunyu entered the inner room, pulled out the key, locked the door, and revealed an evil smile. With actions and expressions as shown, Little Red Riding Hood, you are such a good girl. Let Grandma savor you. The wolf tore open the blanket, revealing a row of sharp teeth in its mouth. The wolf looked like a cartoon character, not only wearing a yellow shirt, but also walking on 2 feet. The sound of drool dripping onto the floor could be heard, with its bright eyes fixed intently on Yunyu. Not Little Red Riding Hood, but Snow White. You look very tasty, it said, wiping the drool from the corner of its mouth and lunging at Yunyu with its gaping maw. Crack was the sound of the wine bottle hitting the wolf's head, clearly unexpected by Yunyu's action. Having been careless, the wolf didn't dodge and was struck to the point of seeing stars. After a few seconds, as if regaining its senses, the wolf pointed at Yunyu with its paw, letting out a howl. Oh whoa, you rogue, that's not how one behaves in a fair fight. What? Yunyu dug at her ears and replied nonchalantly. Damn it, you rogue, take this, hungry wolf. Before it could finish, the wolf was struck again on the head with the wine bottle, staggering toward the window. With a misstep, its body fell out the window. Wolf King. Outside, the evil queen saw the wolf bloodied and battered and cried out in alarm. Is that you, evil queen? Look at all the stars in the sky. The wolf said, its head swaying back and forth, speaking incoherently. The evil queen slapped him twice, finally waking the wolf up. Why did you hit me? The wolf, dazed from the slaps, looked at the evil queen in confusion. If I hadn't slapped you awake, you'd still be counting stars. It seemed the wolf remembered being hit by Snow White with a wine bottle. It should have been the queen who dealt with Snow White. Instead of dealing with Snow White, the queen came here to hit him. Now it made sense, and the wolf angrily pointed at the evil queen's nose, saying, Evil queen, don't take your frustrations out on me just because you can't handle the princess. Hearing this, the queen instantly became furious, grabbing the wolf by the collar and replying defiantly, If I can't handle her, can you? Damn that Snow White queen, I will swallow you whole. The wolf arched its back and howled like a wolf, leaping towards the Snow White queen like a black lightning bolt after a low growl. The Snow White queen quickly dodged, and the wolf bit nothing but tore open the seams of her garment at the arm. The wolf spat out the thread ball from its mouth with a frown. The Snow White queen was infuriated by the wolf's actions. She pulled out a wand as thick as a wooden stick and swung it at the wolf. You lowly beast, wolf, how dare you ambush me? This bite has torn my clothes apart. Are you playing tricks on me? You will regret it. With a loud shout, the Snow White queen unleashed a brilliant bolt of lightning from the tip of her wand, striking the wolf directly. Zzz zap, zzz zap. Ugh. Whoa. The wolf's body trembled violently, its limbs twitching uncontrollably, its fur standing on end, each strand shimmering with fragmented electricity. The wolf's wailing was drowned out by the powerful sound of electricity, its yellow shirt charred black and wisps of blue smoke rising from its body. Now can you be quiet for a while, beast? The Snow White queen walked over to the wolf and disdainfully kicked it twice, saying, while Hinata stood outside the house, dumbfounded by the scene. Hinata, did you see where the wolf went? Yunyu opened the door and walked out, looking for the wolf's figure. Hinata averted her gaze and pointed in the direction of the wolf. Seeing the wolf twitching all over from the electricity, Yunyu revealed a puzzled expression. Strange, it only got hit with 2 bottles, it shouldn't be like this, right? Saying this, Yunyu walked over to the wolf, picked up a branch from the ground, and poked its charred body. The princess has returned. I saw this beast was unruly, so I thought I would make it quiet down, the Snow White queen said with a flattering expression towards Yunyu. Oh really, that's so kind of you. Not at all, it's what I should do. Just as the two were conversing, the wolf lying on the ground suddenly stood up and shook its body. Its fur instantly regained its sheen, and even the wounds disappeared. I wolf have returned. It exclaimed excitedly before locking eyes with Yunyu's cold gaze. In the next moment, the originally fierce wolf was sitting obediently on the ground, panting like a dog. Why did it change like this? Yunyu stood there in shock, noticing that the wolf was trembling as it stared at the object in her hand. A half bottle. Are you afraid of this? Yunyu moved her hand, holding the bottle closer, and the wolf trembled even more violently. It sat on the ground, hands together, speaking in a mournful tone. Oh dear, I truly apologize. I was blind to the greatness of the mountains. I swear by my great-great-great-grandfather, I will turn over a new leaf and become a proper wolf from now on. Seeing the wolf's attitude change completely, even Hinata couldn't help but start to feel sympathetic. Fortunately, Hinata wasn't hurt, otherwise I would have skinned you and made a coat out of your fur. The wolf gulped in fear and nodded repeatedly. Yun-Sensei, let's go find the others. Naruto and the others should be somewhere in this illusion world. You're right. This world doesn't allow the use of chakra or jutsu. It would be quite dangerous if we encounter enemies. But how do we find Naruto and the others, sensei? Hinata frowned slightly, her voice soft. Don't worry about that. The queen and the wolf should know where Naruto and the others are. Once we find everyone, we will deal with the creator of this illusion. Hinata looked anxious, a bit uneasy. Is it Kuruma Bayun? No, it's the monster ID inside her. Kuruma Bayun's parents were also killed by that monster. Hong is worried that Kuruma Bayun won't be able to handle the truth after finding out, so she has been keeping it from Bayun. Enduring the misunderstanding of students in silence must be very painful. Wait, if Bayun really hates Teacher Hong, then isn't Teacher Hong's situation now very dangerous? Hinata's face turned pale as if she suddenly realized something. That's right, so we must hurry. The wolf patted its chest at this moment, putting on a mask of accomplishment. You are looking for companions who came to this world, right? That's right, Mr. Wolf. Do you know where they are? Hinata politely asked. In this world, you outsiders have a unique scent. As long as you follow this scent, you should be able to find your companions. The wolf's voice was filled with confidence, displaying a demeanor as if it were a piece of cake. Since Wolf is here to help you, I shall take my leave first. The Snow White Queen quietly took 2 steps back, seemingly wanting to leave. Wait, you can't go. The Snow White Queen stiffened when called by Yun, almost losing her balance and falling to the ground. Haha, is there something else? You still need to help me find ID. You can't leave until we find it. The Snow White Queen lowered her face despondently. No, Princess ID is the master of this world. If he finds out I betrayed him, he will kill me. If you leave now, I will kill you, you know. Yun said with a friendly expression, uttering the most ruthless words. I was just joking, I'll lead you there now. The Snow White Queen inhaled sharply, replying with a sense of hopelessness. Follow this small path, and at the end there is a castle. One of your companions is inside the castle. The wolf sniffed the air, then told Yun about the whereabouts of the companion. The group followed the wolf towards the castle. As they were about to approach the castle's main gate, Yun heard the sound of an argument coming from the gates. I told you, no pets allowed in the castle. Hurry and leave. It's one thing to bring a dog as a pet, but who brings bugs as pets? The guard at the castle gate shouted loudly at the 2 in front of him. What pet? This is my companion Akamaru. Woof woof. The dog, wearing cat ear decorations on its head and boots on its feet, was arguing with the guard at the entrance. Shino stood silently beside Kiba. Kiba, Shino. Yun called out their names, and the 2 turned to look at Yun upon hearing her call. It's Teacher Yun. Kiba waved excitedly at Yun. I'm so glad you 2 are okay. Huh? Why are you here? Kiba waved his hand, looking helpless. Seriously, I just barely shook off that lion chasing me, almost got chewed up by it. Yun examined his outfit. I see you are dressed like the cat in boots from the fairy tale. Cat in boots. Kiba tilted his head, seemingly not understanding Yun's words. Where we are is the illusion world of Bayun. She trapped us in here with paintings. We plan to go in and check on the sleeping princess. Shino pushed up his sunglasses, revealing their purpose. Princess. That's right, I heard it's a princess with a few whiskers on her face. As Kiba spoke, he handed a newspaper with a photo of the princess to Yun. The newspaper's photo read, the king is currently looking for someone who can break the curse to awaken the princess. After receiving the newspaper and glancing at it, sweat trickled down Yun's cheek. Isn't that Naruto? Naruto. Hinata also gasped in disbelief. The current situation is that the guards at the entrance won't let us in. Of course, didn't I say no pets allowed? The guard stared back with even fiercer eyes. Moreover, bringing a pet inside with all the royal members, what if it bites someone? You would be responsible if anything happens. The guard showed no signs of backing down. Why don't we just fight our way in? It seems Naruto has gotten into trouble in the illusion world. We can't delay any longer. Just as Yun was about to take action, the Snow White Queen cleared her throat and stepped in front of the guards. The guards stopped their movements, astonished as they looked at the person in front of them. I am the Snow White Queen. These are all my esteemed guests. Q Queen. The guards lowered their heads nervously, instinctively stepping aside to make way. Then, what is that over there? The guards' voices trembled. My dog, do you have a problem with it? The Snow White Queen glared at the guards with a venomous gaze, and the few of them instantly fell silent. Please go ahead. Under the wolf's guidance, the group reached the castle's hall. Above them hung a dazzling crystal chandelier, and beneath their feet lay a bright red wool carpet bustling with people. Wow. There is a wolf. Someone spotted the wolf among the crowd and couldn't help but scream. Other people were frightened by this scream, and panic spread throughout the hall. Why is there a wolf in the castle? A woman in an elaborate gown hid behind a pillar, looking at the wolf in terror. Everyone, don't panic. This isn't a wolf, it's a dog. Yun stepped in front of the wolf, clapping her hands to signal everyone to be quiet. The scene was too chaotic. Continuing like this would only waste time searching for Naruto, so Yun began to persuade the people in the hall. That is obviously a wolf, just look at its teeth to know. Voices of dissent emerged from the crowd. How could anyone not tell the difference between a wolf and a dog? Everyone look at its tail. The one dragging down is a wolf, the one standing up is a dog. The wolf understood Yun Yu's intention in a second, sitting obediently on the ground, starting to wag its tail. Besides, when has a wolf ever wagged its tail at people? Hearing Yun Yu say this, everyone began to look at the obedient big dog, and people finally sighed in relief. Seeing that the crowd was no longer congested, Yun Yu asked the wolf, "Beast Senior, could you please tell me where my last companion is?" The wolf straightened its back, sniffed around, and pointed with its paw toward a room. "It's inside there." Suddenly the door to that room opened, and a witch with 2 sharp horns on her head and a wand in her hand walked out. Upon seeing the witch, the Snow White Queen exclaimed, "It's you, old hag." Hearing someone calling her the witch, turned her gaze in that direction. "Snow White Queen, what are you doing here? Could it be that the matter of selling her a defective magic mirror has been exposed?" "That shouldn't be." Then the witch noticed Yun Yu and the others, and her brow furrowed instantly. "I understand it was you who brought them here." The Snow White Queen snorted coldly. "So what? Where have you hidden that guy's companions?" The witch sneered twice. "It's a pity you arrived too late. I have already cursed that little brat per Lord ID's orders. Look at you, useless, you can't even handle a few magicless children. Ew, I truly feel ashamed for you." The Snow White Queen tightened her grip on her wand, gritting her teeth, and said, "Do you believe I will rip your mouth apart? Old hag, ugly creature, say that again, and try me." The witch glared at the Snow White Queen with sharp eyes. "Old hag, ugly creature." Bang! The witch swung her wand and launched an attack on the Snow White Queen. The Snow White Queen refused to back down, pulling out her wand to block the attack, while controlling the lightning to strike at the witch. "Come taste this." Zzz. Izzy. Accompanied by the Snow White Queen's eerie laughter, a powerful current surged down, and the witch hurriedly took out her wand to defend herself. Unexpectedly, the current in the air scattered like a fountain and struck the witch from behind. Oh hey. The witch let out a miserable scream, enduring the pain and reaching out her wand to counterattack. "You won't have it easy either." Boom. A loud explosion erupted in the hall. The crystal chandelier was violently shaken and fell from the sky. The people in the hall immediately started to scatter for their lives. Some were knocked down by the heat wave, others were struck by falling objects, and the hall was filled with wails. Kiba's hands trembled continuously, his gaze fixed tightly on the two battling. "Kiba, are you scared?" Yun Yu placed her hand on Kiba's shoulder, wanting to comfort him. "No, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time." As he spoke, Kiba pointed at the two engaging in combat. In the hall, the queen and the witch were not only using magic to attack each other, but also using words to inflict mental harm. "Ugly creature, with your low-level magic, you cannot defeat me. For an old witch like you, low-level magic is enough to deal with you." The distance between them continued to close, and in the end, they dropped their wands and began to tear at each other. "I will kill you, old thing. You should be the one to die. How dare you pull my hair? You too, let go." "You let go first." "I won't let go." The Snow White Queen elbowed the old witch in her back twice, as the old witch clung tightly to her waist. "My waist. You. I will bite." The witch bit at the queen's body, causing the queen to let out a piercing scream. Kiba watched the two with a silly grin, enjoying the spectacle, saying, "I love watching two women fight." Akamaru beside him also barked in agreement. "Stop looking, let's take this opportunity to save Naruto." Yun Yu lightly patted Ya's head. "Oh." Although reluctant, Ya still followed Yun Yu and the others towards the room ahead. The witch fighting the Snow Queen saw this scene and shouted, "No, stop right there." She waved her wand and her body transformed into a beam of light, swiftly appearing in front of Yun Yu and the others, blocking their path. Yun Yu and the others halted their steps, watching as the witch slowly emerged from the light. "You will face me, you cannot go anywhere." Black mist rapidly spread throughout the hall as the witch raised her hands, chanting incantations. The pitch-black fog enveloped her body, and in an instant a fierce wind howled, scattering everything within the hall. "Damn it." Ye held Chiwon tightly in his arms, struggling against the fierce wind. The witch's figure began to swell and twist rapidly, her wide black robe shaking violently like flames. With a deafening roar, the witch transformed into a massive black dragon, her enormous body smashing through the castle hall ceiling as if she could swallow the entire world. "Haha, I've changed my mind. Ooh, I will swallow you whole, skin and bones." The dragon transformed from the witch roared, opening its bloody maw, its coiled body lunging forward to bite Yun Yu and the others. "You all stay back, this dragon is mine." After saying that, Yun Yu kicked off the ground and shot towards the dragon like an arrow. "You think you can deal with me? How arrogant." The dragon aimed at the flying Yun Yu, opening its giant mouth, waiting for Yun Yu to jump in. "Teacher Yun Yu, be careful." Seeing Yun Yu about to be swallowed, Yu shouted in panic. "If it's too late now." The dragon's voice was filled with confidence as its rows of sharp teeth closed in on Yun Yu. "Danger." Ya and the others watched helplessly as Yun Yu was engulfed by the dragon. Just as they wanted to rush forward to save her, there came a series of loud crashes from the dragon's mouth. "There's a sound, this is." Hinata activated her Byakugan and after checking shouted to Shino and Ya, "Everyone get down." "Huh." Ya frowned in confusion, but the next second the dragon's teeth flew out like bullets, scattering behind Ya. "Oh." Ya screamed in fright, hurriedly covering his head and crouching down. The continuous sounds of bang, bang, bang were the sounds of Yun Yu inside the dragon, using brute force to knock the dragon's teeth away. Teacher Yin, you actually broke through the dragon's teeth. Yu lying on the ground spoke excitedly. Not only that, but she also knocked out the other teeth as well. Shino was similarly astonished by Yun Yu's power. So strong. Seeing Yun Yu unharmed, Hinata finally breathed a sigh of relief. As she looked at her blood-streaked teeth falling to the ground, the witch in dragon form trembled uncontrollably, her massive body crashing heavily to the ground, shaking the entire castle. The black mist surrounding the fallen dragon dissipated, and its enormous body began to shrink rapidly, ultimately transforming back into the witch. Cowering in the corner of the hall, the witch's withered hands clutched her tattered robe, tightly trembling, as she stared at Yun Yue, who was approaching step by step. Taking a deep breath, Yun Yu stomped her foot and shouted, "Ha!" Startled by Yun Yu's intimidation, the witch turned pale and suddenly knelt on the ground. Stop, I surrender. Take me to find my companions." Yes. The wooden door to the room where Naruto was located was gently pushed open, emitting a faint sound. The delicate sheer curtains fluttered slightly from the wind generated by the door, revealing a girl with skin as white as snow lying within. Naruto. Hinata hurried over to Naruto's side, looking worriedly at the sleeping Naruto. What happened to Naruto? Yun Yu cast a cold glance at the witch, causing her to shiver. Hiss, the witch gasped. This guy fell under my spell and has already fallen into a deep sleep. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and wake him. Upon hearing Yun Yu's words, the witch's gaze faltered, her voice trembling, as she replied, I can't break it. What do you mean? To break the curse, someone needs to kiss him. Hearing this, everyone except Yun Yu involuntarily exclaimed, Ha! You mean we have to kiss? He took a couple of steps back, looking hesitantly at Naruto. Is there no other way? Shino shrank his neck, using the collar of his clothes to cover his face. Meanwhile, Hinata's face turned as red as a steam train ugh. With a soft thud, she collapsed to the ground. Yun Yu glanced at everyone, and seeing their reluctance, waved her hand helplessly. Taking a deep breath, she addressed everyone, since you all seem troubled, I won't put you in a difficult position. Could it be that you, teacher, are willing to go that far for Naruto? You looked at Yun Yu in surprise. After hesitating for a few seconds, Yu raised his hand, first appearing indifferent to life and death. Teacher, don't trouble yourself, though I'll do it instead. Teacher, how about I do it instead? Hinata bit her lip and gently raised her hand. If there's truly no way, I can do it. Shino followed suit and raised his hand. Yun Yu smiled slightly, saying, It's alright, I've already made my decision. For some reason, Yun Yu felt the way they looked at her was filled with respect. Yun Yu lifted the witch with one hand and walked to the window where Naruto lay. Just kiss him on the lips and the curse will be broken. However, Yun Yu showed no reaction, quietly staring at the witch. Why are you looking at me? A sense of foreboding washed over the witch. Sure enough, the next second the witch saw Yun Yu wave her hand at her, her tone icy, as she commanded, You. Go. Me. The witch stared blankly at Yun Yu. Don't waste time. Are you making me do it? Under Yun Yu's pressure, the witch dared not refuse and could only comply. Under everyone's gaze, the witch leaned close to Naruto's face, lips touching. Naruto, please wake up. Yun Yu called out his name beside him. In his sleep, Naruto felt cold lips touching his own, a fragrant scent wafting over. Naruto. Wake up now. Naruto. The members of Team 8 also shouted Naruto's name along with Yun Yu. Soon Naruto's eyelids fluttered slightly. What's happening? Naruto struggled to open his heavy eyelids, seeing a blurry figure leaning over him. Is that you, Yun? Yun Yu, teacher. Was that a kiss? A trickle of blood seeped from Naruto's nose and his face flushed red. However, as his blurry vision gradually cleared, he let out a scream. The reason was simple. Before him was a witch's face as pale as paper. Startled, Naruto rolled off the bed, continuously retreating until he was backed against the wall. There's a monster. Haha. Seeing Naruto in such a panic, Yun instantly burst into laughter. Naruto, are you hurt? Hinata stood beside Yun Yu, gently asking. Hinata. Yeah, Yun Yu, teacher. Naruto clutched his ears and called out, trembling as he walked over to them. Naruto. Hearing a voice from behind, Naruto screamed again. Wah. He quickly turned his head to see it was Shino, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is that you, Shino? Is it? Seems like I've been overlooked again. Shino lowered his head, drawing circles on the ground. Sorry, I didn't notice you, because you wrapped yourself up too tightly. Naruto hurriedly stepped forward to comfort Shino, saying, You're lying. You can call out everyone's names, but mine. I really didn't mean to. Naruto flailed his arms in a panic, trying to explain. Liar. Shino continued doodling circles on the ground. Chiwan, do you smell something? Yu glanced at Naruto with a slight frown. Chiwan barked twice. What's the matter, Yu? Naruto noticed Yu and Chiwan looking at him with puzzled expressions and asked in confusion, What's wrong? By the way, bro, you smell really good, Naruto said, somewhat puzzled, but suddenly realized everything when he looked at the skirt he was wearing. I don't even know what happened. I just came to my senses and found myself in this outfit. Then how did you faint? Yun Yu looked at Naruto, asking curiously. At this moment, Naruto revealed an embarrassed smile, awkwardly raising his eyebrows as he explained. Well, that's because a sparkling spinning top suddenly appeared in the room. I reached out to touch it, and then it pricked my finger, and after that I lost consciousness. Yu looked at Naruto as if he were a fool, saying, Shouldn't you have been more alert when strange things appeared in the room? How could you go up and touch it? Naruto immediately retorted, How could I resist my curiosity when something strange appeared in the room? Seeing the two about to argue, Yun Yu reached out to pull them apart. Enough already. there's still one last companion whose whereabouts are unknown. Upon hearing this, the two stopped their movements. Right, we need to find Teacher Hong urgently. Just then the witch raised her hand and spoke in a hoarse voice. The companion you're looking for is named Hong, right? Do you know her whereabouts? Naruto asked anxiously. Yes, she is currently with Lord Idu. You will take us to find her, right? Yunyu clenched her fist, showing a friendly smile towards the witch. The witch immediately felt as if she were entangled in a nightmare, hastily nodding vigorously. She murmured incantations as she quickly waved her hands, her fingertips glowing with green light. The air ahead began to distort, and faint light gathered, forming a wooden door. Through the door, muffled voices could be faintly heard. Please, teacher, tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll have to. In the room, shrouded in black mist, Onma Bayun was wholly focused on the red image on the canvas in front of her. The brush in her hand trembled as she painted, and with each stroke a portion of the crimson figure behind her faded away. Why? The voice seemed to emanate from a frozen cavern devoid of warmth. Red's gaze was steadfast, showing no signs of retreat, as she quietly observed Bayun's back, her tone calm as she spoke. Sealing your illusionary powers was my decision alone. It has nothing to do with anyone else. You're lying. Onma Bayun glanced over her shoulder at Red, continuing to paint the image before her. The pitch-black paint covered the body of the image, causing half of Red's form to vanish just like the painting. Red lowered her head, her voice still devoid of emotion. If you must hate, then let it be directed at me alone. You should only hate me. Bayun's pupils trembled as her hand holding the brush shook uncontrollably. I heard you. You and the fourth Hokage planned to eliminate the Onma clan. Red shook her head, her brow furrowed as she stared intently at Onma Bayun, her lips trembling as she spoke. Bayun, you misunderstood. You're lying. How could my parents possibly die in a mere fire? Bayun shouted, her voice filled with disbelief. My parents were murdered. Just as Bayun was about to continue painting, a sudden, buzzing sound emanated from the tightly closed wooden door. What? Bayun's body quivered as her eyes fixed on the door. A swarm of black insects flew through the crack, their aim clear as they headed straight for Onma Bayun. The buzzing sound shattered the silence in the room, causing Onma Bayun to turn pale with fear at the sudden swarm of insects. She instinctively stood up, her hand clutching the brush, waving frantically in the air to fend off the insects. Get away. The swarm gathered around Onma Bayun's hand, hindering her movements. Red exclaimed in surprise, is it Shino? Bang! With a loud crash, the wooden door burst open as Yunue leaped in, holding Naruto. The moment they entered, the door closed automatically and vanished. Yunue, Naruto. Red turned to the two behind her, exclaiming in surprise. Sorry, we got delayed looking for Naruto. Yunue scratched her head, her voice slightly awkward. Naruto gazed at Red, whose body was only half visible, his body stiffening. Red-sensei, what's wrong with you? Upon seeing the image before Bayun, he instantly understood everything. Naruto frowned, clenching his fists tightly. Bayun, you did this, didn't you? Bayun, freed from the swarm of insects, turned to glance at Naruto, her tone matter-of-fact, as she replied. Because that person wanted to get rid of me. I merely made her face the consequences she deserved. You're wrong. At that moment, Yunue approached Red, waving her arm in the air. No, Bayun, you're mistaken. Naruto chimed in, his tone pausing before he continued. Yunue-sensei has already told me the truth. Shut up, Naruto. Red, who had remained calm until now, suddenly became flustered. Naruto glanced at Red, pondering for a few seconds, then continued. Listen, Red-sensei, and the fourth Hokage sealed your powers to protect you. Bayun's eyes widened, filled with rage as she glared at Naruto. What are you saying? Are you awake? You're not the only one in pain. Red-sensei has been hiding the truth, suffering alone. This was the reason Yunue brought Naruto along. Having Naruto as a mouthpiece was such. Yunue only needed to focus entirely on the battle to eliminate the mastermind, but for Naruto, who had to persuade Bayun, there were many things to consider. If Yunue had come alone, she would have certainly grabbed Onma Bayun by the collar and lifted her up, saying in an impatient tone, I can't wait for the monster inside you to act before I strike. Now is the time to take precautions. Quickly give me a current situation. Then force out Ido. Stop talking. Red shouted at Naruto, shaking her head in panic. Seeing Red's intense reaction, Naruto hesitated, only able to glare angrily at Bayun. Bayun seemed to have realized something, her furrowed brow relaxing as she hesitantly spoke. The truth. The brush in Bayun's hand fell, her eyes widened as she clutched her head in agony. What exactly is the truth? Naruto looked at Red, puzzled as he spoke. Sensei, what about Bayun? It's bad. Red's brow furrowed as she shouted at the tormented Bayun. Bayun, you don't know, you know nothing. Crack. An image fell from the air, landing right at Bayun's feet. Bayun lowered her head, staring in terror at the dark image. The black paint on the image, like patches of mud, gradually peeled away, forming a small mound on the ground. Indeed, within my heart something exists. Bayun clutched her head, crying out in pain. But what is it? Why can't I remember? How could this be? Red stared intensely at that mass, her tone tinged with reluctance. Yunue and Naruto, we must stop that thing. Red placed her hopes on the active Yunue and Naruto. Just as Naruto was still puzzled, a pitch-black hand reached out from the space behind him, seizing him. What on earth is going on? Naruto struggled against the restraint, but could not break free from the grip of those hands. Damn it, let me down. The black paint on the image fell away, revealing a painting of a burning house hidden beneath. The moment Bayun saw that painting, her pupils constricted sharply, and she gasped in shock. It was as if something had broken free from the shackles of the seal, surging into Bayun's mind. I remember now, yes, it was me. It was the other me inside who used illusions to kill my father and mother. Bayun dropped the brush in her hand, her eyes losing color as she numbly stared at her bloodstained hands. Red's forehead beaded with sweat as she shouted at the dazed Bayun. You've got it wrong, Bayun. That is not you. You are different from that monster. No, it's not wrong. Bayun lowered her hands, sobbing, because that thing resides in my heart. She picked up a kunai from the ground, glancing back at Red, tears streaming down her cheeks. Thank you, Red-sensei. With the kunai in hand, Bayun stabbed fiercely towards her own heart. Goodbye. Stop. Naruto and Red shouted, trying to prevent Bayun from doing something foolish. Yunyue swiftly appeared beside Bayun, grabbing her wrist to stop her from committing suicide. Yunyue extended her finger, pointing at the puddle of sludge in front of the painting, her tone angry as she spoke. It's all your fault. Stand up and face it. Why don't you dare show yourself? You don't even deserve to be a turtle. Ew. As soon as Yunyue finished speaking, the mass of black mud transformed into a hideous monster with a green face and sharp teeth. I do. What is that? Naruto stared at the emerging monster, a sinister chakra emanating from its body and spreading around. Yunyue glanced at the monster and explained to Naruto, that is the creature created by Bayun's subconscious. I do. That guy wants to erase the Onma clan and the entire Konoha from existence. The reason Onma Yunhai wants to take Bayun away is precisely this. Yunhai unjustly deprives innocent Bayun of her life solely because of that monster within her, which is something the fourth Hokage and Red will never allow. Speaking of monsters, Naruto glanced down at his abdomen. Since there was an even more terrifying monster inside him, he certainly understood Bayun's feelings. The only person who could completely seal the monster within Bayun was Yunyue, the only one Watergate could think of. Huh. The monster exhaled a cold breath towards Yunyue, speaking in a hoarse voice. Have I been discovered? Don't come closer. Bayun curled up, looking at the monster in terror. I heard the voice from your heart. You made me kill your oppressive parents and the ones who want me gone. Who are you? Bayun screamed defiantly at the monster. I am you and you are me. Bayun, the fourth Hokage, does not want to eliminate you, but that monster. Naruto shouted at the curled up Bayun, but she still shivered in fear on the ground. Let me take on your wishes and help you avenge your grievances. The monster trudged forward step by step toward Yunyue. First, let me take care of you, annoying pest. Its claws sliced through the air, striking down at Yunyue. Bang! The monster was knocked back, crashing into the painting before coming to a stop. What? You dare hit me? The monster's eyes gleamed red as it emitted a shrill scream at Yunyue. The monster rose, muttering to itself as if comforting itself. In my illusion, how could you bully me? Whether in illusion or reality, you have already lost. Since you and Bayun are apart, I will no longer hold back. Yunyue closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were stained crimson. The monster let out a disdainful laugh. Are you saying you can kill me at any moment? It swung its claws again, enveloping Yunyue's body in a mass of black mist, gradually spreading towards her head. As long as you are erased in the illusion world, you will die in the real world. Seeing Yunyue standing still, Red called out, Yunyue, quickly leave there. Once the black mist completely enveloped Yunyue, she would be erased from the illusion world by the monster, and thinking of this, Red couldn't help but swallow hard. It's too late. The monster wore a triumphant smile, believing it had already secured victory. Yunyue's body emitted waves of red light, and in the next moment the monster felt the world turn upside down as it switched places with Yunyue. How foolish. You should first take a good look at yourself. Yunyue coldly addressed the monster that had been struck by her illusion. Why I? After letting out a shriek, the monster's body swelled rapidly like a balloon before exploding. After the monster's demise, Red's body gradually returned to normal as she fell from the air. Watch out. Yunyue dashed forward, catching the falling Red. Red, it seems your body has returned to normal. Red nodded, her face slightly flushed, perhaps from the tension earlier. The effects of the illusion gradually faded, and the surrounding environment returned to the original scene of the villa. Yunyue set Red down and slowly walked towards the window. She placed her finger on the edge of the curtain and gently pulled it, allowing a ray of golden sunlight to illuminate the dim room, also shining on Bayun's pallid face. Bayun lunged towards Red. Red-sensei. It's all right, the teacher has always been here. Naruto observed the warm scene, a smile breaking across his face. That Bayun finally realizes who has been saving her. The door swung open. Yunyue-sensei. In barged Kiba, Hinata, and several others who, like Bayun, rushed towards Yunyue. It's all okay now. Yunyue ruffled the children's hair, smiling as she looked at them. 8,000 spears. This ability is extraordinary. From this day forth you shall live solely as a weapon. In a pitch-black void, several Uchiha clad in blue combat suits loomed over her. Their blood-red Sharingan eyes burned with ravenous greed, their voices laced with glacial coldness. If we transplant other ocular techniques into her body, their power will multiply several-fold. Their expressions mirrored starving wolves spotting fresh meat. They slowly reached out toward her, throats constricting with suppressed guttural swallows. A weapon needs no weak sentimental name. You shall live henceforth as the nameless weapon. Her wrists were seized as she struggled, but was instantly overwhelmed, pinned to the ground by a surging tide of bodies. A wave of utter despair crashed over her. Continue inscribing new seals upon her. This time it must succeed. But her body is already shattered from repeated sealings. Spare no concern. What matters is eliminating the enemy. Even if she breaks, so be it. No. A choked sob escaped her throat, only to be drowned beneath their scornful jeers and blistering rebukes. Do not cry. Crying changes nothing. In the next instant, countless hands seized her, and the world dissolved into absolute darkness. No. 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 Save me. Someone, anyone, save me. It felt as though she'd just woken from a strange, unsettling dream. In that dream, she had become a lone, helpless girl. Yunyu stirred awake on her spacious bed, sitting up slowly and massaging her temples. She strained to recall the dream's details, but the harder she tried, the more elusive the memories grew. Lately, such nightmares had haunted her repeatedly. Lady Yunyu, you're awake. Kimimaro as ever stood ready beside her bed, holding a cup of warm water and freshly laid out garments. Yunyu rubbed her drowsy eyes and offered him a quiet, grateful smile. Thank you. It is my duty. Breakfast is prepared. Unless you require anything further, I shall descend now. Yunyu blinked sleepily, her expression one of serene contentment. How wonderful. She couldn't shake the uneasy premonition under Kimimaro's unwavering care. She might well devolve into a panda-like creature, plump, pampered, perpetually drowsy. On this rare day off after breakfast, Yunyu strolled leisurely through the village. Just then a familiar figure emerged from the opposite street. At the sight of Yunyu, his face lit with sudden elation, and he broke into a sprint, racing straight toward her. Teacher Yunyu, what a coincidence. Did you also rush here at dawn to snag the new game? Game? Yunyu tilted her head, slightly puzzled by Naruto's words. Huh, you don't know? It's the game sweeping every nation right now. Naruto pointed animatedly toward a nearby shop, eyes gleaming with fervor. Following his gesture, Yunyu saw a serpentine queue snaking from the shop's entrance all the way to the street corner. So many people, she murmured, awestruck. What game could possibly draw such a crowd? Naruto clenched his fists, radiating fierce determination. The ninja heroes, of course. Ninja heroes. Exactly. Customize your own shinobi, then enter the Colosseum to battle legends across the ninja world. Even father and teacher Yunyu's official shinobi models are included. Me. Included too. Yunyu frowned, tapping her own chest with an index finger. Absolutely. Not only current shinobi, but also the first and second Hokage and famed ninjas from every nation. Well, gotta go. I'll catch you later, teacher Yunyu. With that, Naruto dashed off, vanishing into the throng. Naruto's enthusiasm ignited Yunyu's curiosity. This sounded uncannily like a game she'd played in her past life. She dispatched a shadow clone to join the queue, while her main body headed for the Hokage Tower to seek out lucrative missions. The office door stood ajar. Minato sat behind his desk, his gaze fixed with grave intensity upon a classified report. Kakashi and Shursui flanked him, brows knotted tight, the air thick with tension. Truly formidable, to steal so much yet vanish without a trace. Minato set the file down, his voice low, and waited. Shursui bowed, his head, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles whitened. No evidence remains, not a single trace. As if they appeared from nothing, and vanished just as silently. Kakashi exhaled sharply, as if echoing Shursui's grim assessment. This is going to be troublesome. Yunyu rapped lightly on the doorframe and peeked inside. At the sight of her leaning against the doorway, the three men instantly softened their stern expressions, feigning nonchalance as if nothing had occurred. Ah, Yunyu, come in. Minato waved her in warmly, offering a gentle, reassuring smile. She nodded softly, her gaze lingering with quiet inquiry. Something's happened, hasn't it? Why does everyone look so troubled? Kakashi and Shursui exchanged hesitant glances, until Minato cleared his throat twice and spoke with measured calm. Several days ago, an intruder breached our high-security vault, where we store hazardous artifacts, and stole several items. She recalled Minato had previously sealed the box of eternal bliss there. Had that been compromised? No wonder their alarm ran so deep. Yunyu pressed gently. What was taken? The Scroll of Seals, and a scroll titled Sealing Records of the Warring States Era. She knew the Scroll of Seals well. It was the original created by the second Hokage, but the Sealing Records of the Warring States Era. As if reading her unspoken question, Minato offered clarification. In brief, it compiles accounts of individuals sealed during the Warring States period. It lists both the reasons for their sealing and the precise locations of their prisons. That is precisely our gravest concern, Kakashi interjected, frowning deeply. The stolen scroll itself is alarming, but what truly terrifies us is what lies within it. Yunyu stepped forward, extending her hand. Shall I assist? Team 8 specializes in tracking. We may prove invaluable. Minato gave a slight appreciative nod. You've just lifted a tremendous burden from my shoulders. We retain a verified copy of the scroll. Using it as reference, we can locate every sealed site, and any intruder who visited those sites would inevitably leave traces. This is critical. Kakashi Shursui, you will lead AMBU units. Team 8 will coordinate with you. Divide the investigation. Cover all sites immediately. Understood. Yes, sir. Leaving the office, Yunyu contacted her team and met them at the village gate. All right, is everyone here? Next, Team 8 will be carrying out an investigation task located in parts of the northwestern forest of the Country of Fire. You complained a bit. Why today? I just bought a game and haven't played it yet. Your teacher Yin suddenly contacted us. There must be an emergency situation. Hinata softly comforted you. Why such a place? Yin hesitated for a moment, then looked at you. According to the mission report, it seems that some parts of the forest have shown abnormalities, and we are here to investigate the cause. Upon arriving at the mission site, they understood the abnormality Yin mentioned. The once tranquil forest floor appeared as if it had been slashed by something, forming a bottomless-shaped ravine. Surrounded by disheveled trees, those that were fallen or broken, it seemed as if they had been caught in some massive disaster. What? What happened here? Yu was clearly startled by the scene before him, stuttering as he spoke. Is this the scene? Hinata gently asked Yin. Yin nodded. Yes, that's right. However, I didn't expect it to be like this. A small insect flew onto Shino's hand, and he looked up at Yin. Teacher Yin, my insect tells me there is a village nearby? Yeah, and I will go gather information first. Alright, I'll stay here with Hinata and the others to investigate if there are any other clues. After half an hour, Shino and Yu returned to the destroyed forest. Shino, did you find anything? Kankuro, who was squatting on the ground looking for clues, stood up and spoke to the two who had returned from their investigation. It is obviously man-made. Only part of the forest has been destroyed. If it were a natural disaster, it would never have turned out like this. Yin exchanged information with Shino. Hearing Yin words, Shino nodded in agreement. Teacher Yin deduction is correct. We have gathered quite a bit of information. He continued to add, the abnormality occurred 2 nights ago during the deep night. A huge shockwave suddenly emanated from deep within the forest, and this tremor even reached the settlement. However, when they came here the next day, they found this tragic scene. Yin clicked his tongue, so the villagers don't know what happened. That is indeed the case, but one piece of information has us a bit concerned. Shino pushed up his sunglasses, speaking hesitantly. Several villagers said they saw a red giant in the forest. A red giant. Hinata's eyes widened, clearly startled by this information. But thinking about it, it's impossible, right? He shrugged his shoulders, helplessly, seeming to dismiss this piece of information entirely. I don't know why, but whenever the red giant is mentioned, I always think of Master Yunyu's technique. Kankuro frowned, looking at Yunyu, as if seeking confirmation for his thoughts. Yes, Susanoo, but I wouldn't use Susanoo to destroy the forest or chop mountains, that's just boring. Yas' eyes widened, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. No way, teacher, you really can. Yunyu shrugged, appearing nonchalant. Yes, if it were Susanoo, it could indeed be done easily. But I can't think of who could do such a thing, or for what purpose it might be. Let's go back to the village to report. The rest will be left to the Umbu for investigation. In the Hokage's office, Minato quietly listened to the report from Yunyu and the others. He sighed, feeling a bit of a headache as he spoke up. Man-made destruction. You've all worked hard. The remaining work will be handed over to the Umbu. After Team 8 left, Minato called out to Yunyu. Yunyu, do you have any thoughts on that red giant? I can't say much yet. From the description, it does resemble Susanoo, but I'm at a loss. Seeing Yunyu lost in thought, Minato put on an optimistic smile. Leave it to me. You should go home and rest well. You've really been a trouble lately. Every time Yunyu encountered difficulties, Minato always gave a reliable feeling. In fact, he was also a trustworthy partner. I understand. After bidding farewell to Minato, Yunyu returned home and opened the small box placed on his bed. Inside was the Ninja Hero game console brought back by the Shadow clone. This game console was compact and exquisite, with smooth lines and a matte texture when held. Following the instruction manual, Yunyu plugged in the game console to the internet and activated it step by step. I need to name it. How bothersome. Yunyu thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with a good name, so he simply used his real name to go online. Next was the character appearance. As soon as Yunyu glanced, he saw his own model, which had indeed been included. Although he looked quite good, Yunyu still chose to play as the second Hokage in the form of Edo Tensei. For the remaining adjustments, Yunyu casually selected and then clicked confirm, watching as the game console screen went white. Ninja Hero Start. Before him was a game hall that accurately replicated the village hidden in the leaves, filled with various players portraying ninjas coming and going. The game is quite realistic. Is this the Hall of Ninja Heroes? Yunyu manipulated the joystick, looking down to inspect his own body, which had truly transformed into the appearance of Edo Tensei's second Hokage. Interesting, huh? Just as Yunyu was immersed in his own world, a crisp voice came from behind. Hey, that lady over there, you're a newcomer, right? Yunyu turned around. The person was a girl wearing an orange trench coat and light shorts. Her long yellow hair was casually draped behind her, and the symbol on her head indicated to Yunyu that she was an NPC from the game. Woman, are you calling me? However, since Yunyu was currently using the second Hokage's appearance, he was unsure if she was talking to him. The NPC girl's expression briefly stiffened, her gaze flickering for a moment. Then she looked at Yunyu and continued, Hello, I am Wuming, responsible for explaining activities and related content. Unfortunately, there are no new activities right now. Yunyu waved his hand. That's fine. Is there a training ground? I want to try out the deceased second Hokage. Unlocking the training ground requires completing the beginner tutorial. Please complete the beginner tutorial before starting to play. Yunyu tilted his head, looking pained. Doing the beginner tutorial is so bothersome. I'm a fighting master. Can you let me skip the beginner tutorial and directly unlock the basic functions? Wuming glanced at Yunyu and like a machine repeated, Unlocking the training ground requires completing the beginner tutorial. Please complete the beginner tutorial before starting to play. Can I skip it? Other games allow players to jump directly to level 20. Yunyu clasped his hands together looking hopeful. Unlocking the training ground requires completing the beginner tutorial. Please complete the beginner tutorial before starting to play. No matter how Yunyu pleaded, Wuming always replied with the same words, so Yunyu couldn't help but pout and say, "You're just a repeater. Why can't it be directly unlocked in one step?" Wuming lowered her head, clenched her fists, and muttered in a very low voice, so annoying. Huh. Yunyu saw her little face frown and couldn't help but exclaim, "This game, do NPCs have emotions too?" Wuming placed one hand on her hip, her brows furrowing, even the mark on her head swaying slightly. She spoke to Yunyu in an annoyed tone. "How many times do you want me to say it? Just follow the instructions in the manual. Why is your attitude suddenly like this?" "I'm sorry, I was just too excited. I didn't expect someone to actually make this game." Yunyu lowered his head, sincerely apologizing to her. Wuming gently waved her hand. "Because you're too annoying. It's not just you. Now the entire ninja world is full of freeloaders when all they need to do is follow the manual, yet they keep asking questions." Yunyu slightly raised his head and glanced at her, whispering, "But aren't you responsible for answering players' questions?" Talkative. Wuming seemed to have gotten angry, turning her head away and ignoring Yunyu. After a few seconds, Wuming looked back at Yunyu, her frown easing as she spoke in an embarrassed tone. "Since you've begged me like this, I'll reluctantly take you through the beginner tutorial. Thank you so much." Yunyu excitedly bowed to Wuming as a gesture of gratitude. Seeing Yunyu's performance, Wuming shook her head helplessly. I really can't stand it. Just so you know, I'm only making an exception to let you skip this. The training ground has been unlocked for you. There are many ninjas available for practice. You can go inside and train with the dummies yourself. Just like that, please make yourself at home." Wuming extended his hand and lightly tapped twice in front of Yunyu, speaking up. "Wait a moment." Yunyu called out to Wuming, who was about to leave. "What is it?" Wuming halted his movement, placing his hands on his hips as he looked at Yunyu. "Is it only dummies for training? Can I set up enemies that will attack for practice?" Facing Yunyu's question, Wuming shook his head. "There's nothing like that." "Oh, I'm sorry for the inconvenience." Yunyu's expression showed some disappointment. Seeing you lower your head, Wuming sighed helplessly and shrugged. "So far I've encountered all sorts of players, but you're the first to constantly propose improvements and requests for the game. I don't know whether to call you shameless or naive." Wuming sighed again and continued, "Fine, I'll set up attacking enemies for the training ground as per your request." "That's great. You're actually willing to seriously consider players' suggestions." Yunyu exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling. She thought it would behave like her own system, always complaining about its own voice being too sharp and then pretending to be deaf. "Really, I can't deal with you. So, are we going into battle training now?" "Of course, sorry for the trouble." All right. It's just a matter of moving my fingers." The screen in front of them flashed white as Yunyu's game interface instantly transitioned to the character selection page. Wuming explained the rules to Yunyu. "Before the battle begins, you need to choose the character you will control. Remember, you mentioned you wanted to select Senju Tobarama Edo Tensei. Right. That's correct. Senju clan. Although I don't understand your reasoning, I don't want to know and won't ask further." As soon as Wuming's words fell, Edo Tensei Senju Tobarama appeared on Yunyu's screen. Next is the summoning beast. Panda. Yunyu's response to Wuming's inquiry was almost instantaneous. "What about the secret scroll?" "It must be the body enhancement." "Body enhancement?" Wuming sounded somewhat puzzled. "Is there this secret scroll in the game?" What was the full name of body enhancement again?" That's the forbidden technique in healing destruction." MHM. Under Wuming's guidance, Yunyu successfully entered the training ground. Opposite her stood Uchiha Izuna, controlled by Wuming. Sunlight spilled over the vast green lawn, sparkling with scattered light. The scene they were in was a flat training ground. "This scene is so realistic, it feels like I've truly entered another world." Wuming, controlling Izuna, smiled. "Of course I made it." But then she stopped, looked at Yunyu, and shook her head. "Never mind, just consider it me talking to myself." With the words, "Battle start," appearing on the screen, both of them simultaneously threw shurikens at each other. Clang was the crisp sound of the shurikens colliding as they took this opportunity to distance themselves and enter the formal battle. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Wuming gathered chakra, and a massive fireball erupted from her mouth, soaring towards Yunyu. Yunyu pushed off the ground with her legs leaping to the side to evade the fireball's attack. Not over yet. Wuming rushed in with her sword, shouting, "Uchiha sword technique." As her body quickly surged forward, she slashed upwards with her sword, aiming to send Yunyu flying. Shadow clone flying thunder god slash. A shadow clone marked with the flying thunder god technique appeared in front of Yunyu, swiftly slashing towards Wuming. The shadow clone successfully interrupted Wuming's skill, instantly putting her in a hit state. Seizing the opportunity, Yunyu continued to use the flying thunder god slash in 2 and 3 stages. Keeping distance from Wuming, the main body continuously engaged in skill exchanges with her opponent. Bang was the sound of the substitution technique being activated. Wuming had escaped the hit state and wanted to continue closing in on Yunyu for close combat. Yunyu's Edo Tensei displayed an evil smile. "You used a substitution, didn't you?" "Damn Uchiha brat, I'll take care of you myself." Yunyu pressed the body enhancement secret scroll, activating it to chase after Wu Ming. Water-style water vortex blade. Wu Ming at this moment attempted to use the secret scroll fire-style fireball to interrupt Yunyu's skill, but all the flames were blocked by the body enhancement. With her feet ensnared in the water vortex, Wu Ming couldn't move and could only endure the water spear in Yunyu's hand. During the cooldown time of Wu Ming's substitution, Yunyu seized the opportunity to deal some damage to her health with normal attacks. Bang! The time for Wu Ming's substitution technique had reset, and from behind her, she spat out a fireball towards Yunyu. Panda. Yunyu had already planned her response in her mind for when Wu Ming used her substitution. She directly summoned the panda, leveraging the body enhancement effect it brought to continue using the water vortex blade to inflict damage on Wu Ming. As Wu Ming's health dwindled to a sliver, Yunyu activated her ultimate, unleashing the finishing animation of Edo Tensei. Let me show you the burning will of fire within my heart. Let me show you the burning will of fire within my heart. On the ground, Uchiha Izuna, controlled by Wu Ming, turned into particles of light and vanished. The outcome has been decided. Appeared prominently in the center of Yunyu's screen. The battle training ends here, is that alright? Back at the game lobby interface, Wu Ming looked at Yunyu and spoke. Thank you. Next I will explore by myself. Yunyu expressed her gratitude to Wu Ming. That's great, finally free. Wu Ming sighed in relief. Seeing Wu Ming like this, Yunyu scratched her head, revealing an embarrassed smile. Hee, you're really nice. Huh. Wu Ming looked at Yunyu with a puzzled expression. Yunyu placed her finger on her chin, thinking for a moment before explaining. I don't know why, but I always feel a sense of closeness since I met you. Although you seemed unwilling at first, in the end you not only helped me skip the beginner tutorial, but also accompanied me for battle training. Wu Ming turned her gaze away, looking to the side. Humph. It's already quite late, see you tomorrow, Wu Ming. Yunyu found the gesture for goodbye in the game and waved to Wu Ming. After exiting the game, Wu Ming looked at the spot where Yunyu had disappeared, muttering to herself. What a strange person. Yunyu dropped the game console and stretched on the bed. This game is really well made. Just then a knock came from the door. Lady Yunyu. Outside was Junmaru's voice. Lady Yunyu, dinner is ready. Alright, I'll be down shortly. Just as Yunyu stood up, she felt a sudden darkness before her eyes. Yunyu reached out a hand to cover her head, exhaling. Is it due to sitting too long and suddenly standing up, causing insufficient blood supply to the brain? After a few seconds, Yunyu felt some improvement in her body, and only then did she open the door and head downstairs. The next day in the morning, Yunyu happened to run into Naruto and his friends on the street. Kakashi Sensei is so unreliable, he actually left us again. Naruto complained to Sasuke and Sakura beside him. There's nothing we can do about it. Even as Suma Sensei and the heavy brow teacher from the adjacent class have been reassigned, there must be an urgent mission. Sakura sighed, trying to calm Naruto with a soothing tone. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, nonchalantly spoke. I didn't expect much from that guy either. Yunyu listened to their conversation and instantly understood what was happening. Kakashi and the others must have gone to investigate the true culprit who stole the scroll. Yunyu stepped forward and greeted the three. Yahalo. The three turned around, surprised to see Yunyu. Good morning, Yunyu Sensei. What are you all doing here? This question made Naruto's face instantly show a dazed expression. Don't mention it. According to the plan, Kakashi Sensei was supposed to guide us in training today, but he skipped class again. So that's how it is. Naruto irritably tugged at his hair, looking frustrated. With the teacher absent, what's the point of class? Let's go online with the teacher. The others looked at Yunyu with puzzled expressions. Only Naruto's eyes brightened because he knew what Yunyu was referring to. Could it be that the teacher also plays that ninja hero game? Yunyu nodded. I just started playing yesterday. Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement. What a coincidence, I also started playing yesterday. At that moment, Yunyu noticed the surprised expressions on Sasuke and Sakura's faces. After a few seconds, Sasuke cleared his throat and looked at Yunyu. So you play too? Yunyu awkwardly laughed. Huh? How, what a coincidence, then Sakura, you wouldn't also? Sakura lowered her head, nodding shyly. If we go by time, we should be Yunyu Sensei's seniors. My ID starts with a 1, and if I remember correctly, Sasuke's starts with a 1 too. Sasuke nodded in response to Sakura and spoke. That's right. I thought someone like Yunyu Sensei wouldn't play games. To everyone's surprise, Yunyu did not feel angry about this. Instead, he lowered his head in disappointment. Is that so? I started with a 2. Looks like I really am behind. Since Yunyu Sensei has also bought it, why not add each other as friends and play together? Sakura, noticing Yunyu's disappointment, changed the subject. Sure, I actually wanted to take you all online together. Yunyu lifted his head, instantly excited at the mention of adding friends. But the training task Kakashi Sensei assigned us. If we don't complete it, he will get angry. Naruto showed a pained expression, unsure if he was purposely bringing this up in front of Yunyu. He dares, Yunyu exclaimed, which completely relieved Naruto and the others. Long live Yunyu Sensei. Alright, see you at the Game Hall's plaza. Understood, I will ensure to complete the task, Yunyu Sensei. Naruto stood at attention, looking serious as he spoke to Yunyu. See you later, Yunyu Sensei. After saying goodbye to Yunyu, they each returned home. Once back at home, Yunyu began to research various characters and secret scrolls. Equip the 4th Raikage with chakra. Give the 3rd a power body. Use the white mask for safety. Set it up like this. Alright, let them see my superb skills. Ninja hero activate. As the screen went white, Yin Yu's figure appeared at the plaza location in the game hall. Upon entering the game, Yin Yu realized something was wrong because he forgot to ask for everyone's game IDs. The key issue was that he didn't know what their characters looked like, which could be troublesome. With no other choice, Yin Yu took out a large loudspeaker from his game bag and shouted to everyone in the plaza, "Hey, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, are you in the plaza? I'm here now, and I'm coming to find you." As a result, not far in front of Yin Yu, the three characters turned their heads to look at him. "Teacher, there's no need to call my name so loudly." A player with the appearance of Uchiha Obito gently spoke. "Wow, it really is Yin Yu Sensei. You chose the second Hokage's appearance, how cool." A player resembling Namake's Minato youth approached, circling around Yin Yu to inspect him. "Teacher, it's us." The last player's appearance was Yin Yu's own likeness. Yin Yu moved closer to the group and awkwardly said, Sorry, since I didn't ask for your IDs beforehand, I had to use this method." "So you are Sasuke?" Yin Yu looked at the player resembling Shursue, tentatively speaking. "Yes, Shursue is a senior I respect, so I used him." Yin Yu nodded. "Oh, I can understand that. So the youth Minato is Naruto." That's right. Naruto used his father's appearance, which was also understandable. Only Sakura was left, which meant that the Uchiha Yin Yu in front of him. "Are you Sakura?" "Oh, that's right, teacher." "Sakura, why did you choose this appearance?" Yin Yu couldn't understand, so he asked Sakura. Sakura's character, which was controlled by her, shook its head repeatedly, like a child desperately hiding a secret from their parents. "Well, that's because Yin Yu Sensei is the ninja I respect the most. I want to become someone like Yin Yu Sensei in the future." Sakura's gaze kept dodging, and she stammered through those words. "Really? I'm a bit embarrassed by what you said. But speaking of which, what skills does the character Uchiha Yin Yu have?" Sakura hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "The first skill is Fireball, and the second skill is a forward punch." "Is that so? The skills seem a bit ordinary." Yin Yu frowned, seeming somewhat dissatisfied with the creator. At that moment, Sakura shook her head frantically. No, it's not like that. Yin Yu Sensei's first skill can deal over 1,000,000 damage. 3 punches can take down the opponent. Damn value monster. Yin Yu rubbed his forehead, admitting that in some respects it was quite accurate. "We have already accepted many tasks before and unlocked the team battles in the duel arena." "Team battles, is this what you mean?" Yin Yu sent an invitation for the team battle to the group. "That's right, that's it. I worked hard all night to unlock it." Naruto excitedly spoke to Yin Yu. "Really? I didn't accept the task. I skipped the beginner tutorial and directly unlocked it." Edge. Upon hearing Yin Yu's words, the group showed puzzled expressions. "Didn't teacher you skip the beginner tutorial? Why didn't anyone tell me?" Naruto had several question marks above his head, and not just him, even Sasuke and the others were confused. "Did you not encounter an NPC named Nameless?" Just then Yin Yu recalled Nameless words. "Just to be clear, I made an exception to let you skip it." So it was really her. "Teacher, let's get started." Yin Yu responded with an ahu, and then began matching. Matching successful. The words floated on Yin Yu's screen. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office of Yunin Village, the three Ida were intently staring at the screen. "Big brother, we found a match. The opponent's ID is Yin Yu." Karabi excitedly lifted the game console and spoke to the Raikage. Hearing the name Yin Yu, the Raikage instantly frowned, seemingly displeased with this game name, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Damn it, just thinking about that annoying little girl Yin Yu makes me angry. We need to thoroughly beat the other side this round." As the Raikage spoke, he slammed his palm on the table, causing the entire building to shake. "Yay, they'll take care of it." Karabi posed a rap gesture at the Raikage. Watching the two brothers, who initially got involved with the game due to technical research but gradually became engrossed. Darui sighed and weakly spoke. "What a hassle to be called for such things. But it's fine, I've familiarized myself with the game rules these past few days. This is a game of strategy, and I am confident I can win against the opponent." However, what they were about to face was the pure rookie and fake ninja King Yin Yu. "Teacher Yin Yu, are you sure you want to choose this lineup?" Little Sakura said, unconsciously touching her cheek. "The reason is simple. Teacher Yin Yu directly selected the third Hokage and recommended the two ninjas Edo Tensei Hashirama and the mysterious masked man for Naruto and Sasuke. But I can't play Edo Tensei Hashirama." Naruto typed in the chat box while sending a sweating emoji. "It's okay, I'll use the cage transformed by Enma to hold the opponent, then it's your turn, you just use whatever skills you have." But Naruto wanted to say something more, but then saw Sasuke's reply of understood. Naruto, who wanted to continue speaking, instantly stopped and replied with understood, just like Sasuke. The game rules are that both teams select 3 ninjas to fight, and ninjas can switch during the game, with each of the 3 ninjas having their own health bar. The victory conditions are the same as in normal mode: defeat all enemies to win. This round consists of a team formed by Yin Yu and Naruto and Sasuke facing the opponent. As the selection of ninjas, summoning beasts, and secret techniques was completed, Yin Yu and the others entered the game loading page. They immediately saw the 3 black-skinned ninjas selected by the opponent, the 3rd Raikage Killer Bee and the 4th Raikage. Especially the conspicuous game title No Elbow Strikes. It took Yin Yu a second to realize which village the players belonged to. Are they players from the Hidden Cloud village? To think they would choose these 3. Before Yin Yu could think more, the game had finished loading, with the words "Battle Start" appearing. It signaled that the game had begun. This scene takes place in a steamy bathhouse with the swirling mist acting like a thin veil between the third Hokage controlled by Yunyu and the third Raikage on the opposite side. Yunyu quickly retreated with the third Hokage creating distance from the third Raikage. As for why he did this, Yunyu had a premonition that the opponent must be a reckless player who would definitely elbow strike at the start. And indeed, as Yunyu expected, the third Raikage's eyes widened in anger, veins bulging on his forehead. 4 books of the Convergence lunge. In an instant, he vanished like lightning, appearing before Yunyu, his palm stabbing towards him like a sharp blade. Fortunately, Yunyu had created distance in advance. If he had stood still, he would definitely have been struck by the opponent's palm. Alright, so this is how we're playing, huh? Yunyu decided not to gamble with the opponent and directly summoned his valuable first summoning, calling forth Enma to smash towards the third Raikage. The opponent clearly did not expect someone to summon so decisively. Their brain seemed to not react in time, standing there dumbfounded as Enma struck them. Taking advantage of the opponent's moment of shock, Yunyu threw the Rui Jingu Bang forward. The moment it struck the third Raikage, the staff transformed into a cage trapping him. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Yunyu launched a massive fire dragon from the cage with all skills hitting the trapped third Raikage. With Enma's boost to critical hits, both skills landed critical strikes, instantly reducing the third Raikage's health to half. Sasuke, it's your turn. Understood. The third Hokage controlled by Yunyu retreated, while the mysterious masked man controlled by Sasuke used space ninjutsu to appear above the third Raikage, forcefully swinging a chain covered in explosive tags at him. Boom. The deafening explosion echoed across the land. However, the attack was not over as the third Raikage was still trapped in the cage. Seeing that he still had skills, Sasuke decisively launched a great fireball into the cage. Unfortunately, the great fireball did not trigger a critical hit, leaving the third Raikage with a sliver of health, allowing him to break free from the cage. Not knowing if it was due to the adrenaline, the third Raikage disregarded his health and roared as he charged at Sasuke's mysterious masked man. Just then it was time to switch characters, and since Sasuke's skills were all on cooldown, he decisively chose to withdraw, signaling Naruto to take over. Alright, watch this. Naruto, who fell from the sky, clapped his hands and shouted, would release the advent of the tree realm. The sound of the bathhouse tiles shattering echoed as powerful tree trunks shot up from the ground, attacking the third Raikage who was pursuing Sasuke. Bang! The sound of the tree trunk hitting the third Raikage was heard as the invincible third Raikage crashed into a tree and was knocked out cold. Yunyu glanced at the time and spoke in a calm tone, 12 seconds to take down the third Raikage. Without time to mourn for the third Raikage, the next to appear was the second position Killer Bee. Killer Bee descended from the sky, appearing behind Edo Tensei Hashirama. Not good. Naruto, seeing Killer Bee sneak up from behind, was momentarily stunned, and he started to panic. His finger accidentally pressed on another skill of Edo Tensei Hashirama. Realizing it, Naruto's face fell as the enemy was behind him, making it impossible to hit them if he launched a skill forward. Just as Naruto stood there in a daze, the trees surrounding Edo Tensei Hashirama rapidly grew, forming a gigantic wooden figure. Not only that, a writhing wooden dragon coiled around the wooden figure, crushing everything in its path, including what was behind it, and roared forward. The unfortunate Killer Bee was caught in the wooden dragon's path, brutally slammed to the ground. Huh, what's going on with Teacher Yunyu? Naruto asked Yunyu in confusion, only to hear Yunyu's stifled laughter. Well, haha, when Edo Tensei Hashirama has full chakra, holding down the skill can consume chakra to add a wooden dragon to the wooden figure. Naruto, you must have held down the skill right. After Yunyu's reminder, Naruto recalled that after accidentally triggering the skill, he had kept his hand on it, inadvertently activating the wooden dragon. Naruto let out a few bitter laughs, realizing he had turned himself into a vegetable while playing. Alright, my skill is ready. Let me take over Naruto. Oh, got a teacher, Yunyu. Naruto clicked the switch button, and instantly Yunyu's third Hokage descended from the sky, stepping on the fallen Killer Bee. Killer Bee decisively chose to use the body replacement technique to create distance, and then charged at Yunyu, who was still swinging at the air. Lightning quick strike. As Killer Bee's chakra gathered on his arm after a brief charge, he lunged forward at Yunyu, delivering a powerful punch that sent Yunyu flying. Bang! It was Yunyu who was hit using the body replacement technique. In the next moment, Yunyu appeared behind Killer Bee. How about looking behind you? Yunyu revealed a mischievous smile. Bye-bye, Killer Bee in front of the screen replied in a sing-song tone, sighed, and then put down the game controller. Wind release cyclone. Yunyu created a wind cyclone around him, attracting and knocking away Killer Bee, who was still in the skill's after effect. After landing a few hits on Killer Bee, Yunyu once again threw the Rui Jingu Bang at him. Killer Bee, just like his elder brother, was trapped in a cage, then Sasuke stuck explosive tags on him, feeding him a great fireball. Next, Naruto's advent of the tree realm continued to bind him, and he was pressed down by the wooden dragon, acting as a slowing device. Only one fourth-generation Raijin controlled by Dalui remains. After making his entrance, Dalui shook his head and said, I really can't stand this. It's exhausting to finish the battle in one go without any motivation. Faced with the nearly fully equipped Yunyu and his own fourth-generation Raijin, who lacked even armor, Dalui felt no desire to fight. However, for the sake of Yun-In's reputation, Dalui decided to demonstrate his impressive skills. Against such a pure novice, let me show you my positioning first. While playing the game, Dalu also taught Raijin and Karabi about strategies and techniques. Yunyu rejected the gamble, coming directly to Dalui's face, commanding the Rui Jingu Bang to spin in place with his combination skills while using wind release to increase its speed. The resulting whirlwind drew the 4th generation Raijin in, allowing Yunyu to easily seize the initiative. Oh, you actually used that move to start. No worries, I still have a substitution. Watch my strategy closely. Dalui calmly executed the substitution technique while striking towards Yunyu. Before being hit by the blade, Yunyu summoned a second spirit panda and continued to pursue Dalui. This is ridiculous, this pure novice. I'm sorry, but I have to make you look foolish. Dalui used a secret scroll to dispel the invulnerability effect, but Yunyu swiftly eliminated the substitution. Dalui summoned the spirit he had been holding back, a crab. What will you do next? I will use the spirit to counter. Yunyu's substitution executed the secret scroll's invulnerability, then braced himself against the impact from the spirit crab. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. A jet of fire sent the 4th generation Raijin flying, and he swung the Rui Jingu Bang down fiercely towards the 4th generation Raijin. It's fine, I shouldn't die from this. Dalui continuously reassured his Raijin brothers beside him while also comforting himself. Don't underestimate the bond between me and the ape demon. Yunyu threw Raijin into a cage and continued to beat him with the staff. The only regret was that the great dragon fire was still on cooldown, otherwise he could have finished off Raijin directly. Let me have a go, I want him to see the great golden dragon. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. No way, Naruto's opponent knows how to play, oh just leave it to the teacher. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Raijin's substitution technique was ready, and he created distance from Yunyu. Just as Dalui was considering how to pull back, Yunyu surprisingly stood still, continuously sending handshake emojis to Dalui. Seeing that the opponent was not attacking Dalui, he furrowed his brows in confusion. He tentatively approached and struck at Yunyu a few times, only to find that the opponent still did not retaliate. Dalui seemed to understand the opponent's intention. He exhaled softly, looking relieved. Do you want to reconcile with me? It seems I misunderstood my opponent. I didn't expect them to have such a spirited attitude towards the game. Dalui seemed to have made a certain resolution, clenching his fists as he gazed at the 3rd Hokage on the screen. Alright, I will give my all to win this match. Just as a few seconds remained in the match, Yunyu executed a substitution and released his last spirit, a slug. In an instant, Dalui felt a shadow overhead as something fell. He was crushed by the incoming slug. Then Yunyu sent a few comforting emojis to the opponent. The outcome is decided. A few large characters appeared on the screen, and Raijin in the office instantly turned red with anger. He clenched his fists, veins popping on his forehead, and slammed his fist down onto the table. Give me a rematch. Cowards, get me a rematch. Seeing Raijin furious, no one dared to speak up. Meanwhile, Yunyu received a rematch invitation from Raijin. Yunyu, the outstanding battle just now completely ignited my fighting spirit. As a ninja, the most important thing is to have the perseverance to never give up. I want to challenge you to another match, or will you accept the challenge? No elbow strikes. Accept rematch or politely decline. Teacher, should we accept? Naruto also received the message and sent it to Yunyu. Definitely decline the rematch. If he bans our ninjas in the next match, our abilities will be exposed. Without a second thought, Yunyu directly refused. Oh, I see. Then he'll refuse right away. Don't decline directly, let him wait a while before replying. Yunyu stopped Naruto from declining. Huh. Teacher, aren't there only 2 options? Naruto sent a confused emoji. Yunyu thought for a moment and replied to Naruto. Just keep the rematch page open, neither agree nor decline, to let the opponent cool off. Right now the opponent is enraged, and any choice they make will be irrational, so we need to give them 60 seconds to calm down before responding. Understood. Naruto sent an emoji of understanding, then he and Yunyu left the opponent hanging. After 60 seconds, the system automatically declined the rematch. In Raijin's office, the furious Raijin was seething after being left hanging for 60 seconds. Damn Yunyu, I will kill you. I will. Suddenly Raijin's voice stopped as he held his head, feeling darkness enveloping his vision. At the same time, he heard his secretary Mabu shout, Dalui, what's wrong with you? Turning to look, it seemed Dalui had collapsed on the ground. What on earth happened? The 4th Raijin struck the wall with a fist in frustration, then collapsed as well. Big brother. Before closing my eyes, I could only hear Kiraba's call. In the Ninja Hero game hall, Yunyu lazily stretched. You all need to work harder or practice with heroes like the 3rd Hokage to gain some fake points. Sasuke twitched his lips, unsure of what to say. Only Naruto smiled beside him. Yeah, how should I put it? Playing as the 1st Hokage has really lifted my spirits. It's like the folds in my cerebral cortex have been gently smoothed out strolling through the Konoha forest. That's right, when playing games you have to have fun. Yunyu flashed a teachable smile at Naruto. By the way, teacher, did you really just start playing recently? Sakura showed a doubtful expression from the battle just now. You didn't seem like a newcomer at all. Yunyu rested his hands behind his head, looking relaxed. Of course, because I'm a teacher with great gaming talent. Is that really the case? Sakura looked at Yunyu with skepticism. Being scrutinized by Sakura, who bore a resemblance to Yunyu, made him feel inexplicably anxious. Of course it is. So that's how it is. No wonder you're teacher Yunyu. Sakura clearly had completely believed in Yunyu and revealed a bright smile. However, the number of players is really increasing. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, glanced around. Yet compared to when we first started playing, there should be more than double the players now. Sakura recalled the scene in the hall when they first started and responded to Sasuke with surprise. Just as Yunyu was surveying the surroundings, he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Wuming, who had just sent one player away with a reluctant expression. Wuming. Yunyu waved and called out her name. Wuming turned to see Yunyu approaching slowly, her voice pausing for a moment before speaking. It's you again. Yunyu's eyes sparkled. Wuming, did you see my performance just now? Oh. Wuming frowned. My combination technique as the third Hokage, wasn't it impressive? And my guidance for a few disciples. Did you notice anything that could be improved? Wuming shook her head. No, I didn't see. It's not like I would go and watch your match. What? I thought you would see my performance at its peak. Yunyu lowered his head, a bit disappointed. You mean summoning at the start? Wuming shrugged while speaking. Summoning at the start also requires skill. Suddenly, Yunyu's head shot up. Huh. Wuming, did you watch my recent match? Hearing Wuming's critique, Yunyu's disappointment vanished. Wuming turned her head away with its tsundere expression. I wouldn't peek at your match. But you did. No. Seeing the two of them bicker back and forth, Sasuke looked at them in confusion. Are they really that familiar with an NPC in the game? Sakura, as if realizing something, sighed. Let's not talk about familiarity. The attitude of that NPC towards us and teacher Yunyu is completely different, right? I remember she must be a preset programmed character, right? Naruto chimed in. It's incredible how it changes attitude based on who they're talking to. This game is really amazing. Perhaps someone is controlling all of this behind the scenes. Sasuke took his hands out of his pockets and walked over to Naruto. Naruto chuckled, haha, but that's also a possibility. After bidding farewell to Wuming, Yunyu approached the three. Sorry, I saw someone I know. Sakura shot him an envious glance. No wonder you're teacher Yunyu. You're so popular everywhere. Oh, come on. Yunyu waved his hand, looking a bit shy. Haha, really? Glancing at the time, Yunyu said to the three, it's getting late. Remember to rest your eyes after logging off. Do some eye exercises. Got it. See you next time, teacher. After logging out of the game, Yunyu lay down on his big bed. Ugh. Playing games for too long can lead to headaches. I guess you really can't play for too long. Next time I need to find a character that can take out 3 ninjas in a minute. With such thoughts, Yunyu quickly fell into a deep sleep on his pillow. Meanwhile, in a cold underground room, dust floated in the dim light. Cobwebs in the corner crisscrossed, forming a giant web connecting everything. In the center of the room stood a row of control panels, each monitor flickering with ghostly light. Images flickered on the screens as various scenes from the Ninja Hero game switched back and forth, accompanied by the occasional hum of electronic devices. It's truly marvelous. This time I will not fail. At night, on the My Commercial Street. The street is illuminated by warm yellow lanterns with the paper window panes casting a comforting glow. The light and the aroma of fine sake waft through the windows, cascading down to the street outside. The street is bustling with people, the sound of wooden sandals echoing rhythmically on the ground. Just then, a red beam of light appears in the center of the street, filling the vision of the surrounding crowd. The previously noisy street fell silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. People seemed unable to believe their eyes, instinctively retreating away from the source of the light. Of course, there were curious individuals who leaned in to investigate. After a while, the light gradually dimmed, and it seemed as though 2 figures emerged from within. A few minutes later, at the My Security team, 2 members of the security team sat upright in the interrogation room, their gazes sharp and focused. Opposite them, a brown-haired man appeared, calm, the purple mark beneath his eye particularly striking. The brown-haired man had his hands folded on the table, occasionally looking up to meet their eyes, offering a slight smile to the members of the security team. Beside him, a white-haired girl rested her chin on her hand, appearing rather bored. The white-haired girl said, so tell us who you are and why you caused a commotion in the village. One of the security team members cleared his throat, breaking the silence in the room. The brown-haired man scratched his head, speaking in an embarrassed tone, we are performers. Hearing his words, the white-haired girl beside him couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? The My Security team shot a glare at the girl. She immediately stifled her laughter, took a deep breath, and replied, it's nothing, I just thought of something amusing. I'm not joking with you. Quickly be honest. The security team member slammed his hand on the table, speaking in an impatient tone to the 2 suspicious individuals. Calm down, we really aren't suspicious individuals. Typically, suspicious individuals would say the same thing. Another security team member, who was recording their conversation, suddenly chimed in. This immediately caught the brown-haired man off guard. Cough, cough. The girl could no longer hold back, shaking her head at the brown-haired man in disbelief. She beckoned the security team member to come closer. Oh, are you ready to be honest now? Just as the security team member leaned in, he happened to lock eyes with the girl's crimson gaze. In an instant, the security team member was stunned, his eyes becoming vacant. Hey, what do you want to do? Another companion attempted to step forward to stop the girl, but was knocked unconscious by the brown-haired man, who suddenly appeared behind him. You could have done this earlier. The girl gently closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her crimson gaze had returned to normal. The brown-haired man covered his face, looking pained. You 2 have very similar personalities. If it were my mom here, she would have probably trapped them in an illusion from the moment they met. Even if Uncle Dato came, he wouldn't have let me be taken here. The girl placed her hand on her chin, pondering before responding to the man. If that guy Dato came, it would be the members of the My Security team who would end up trapped in a small dark room, and the brown-haired man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Moreover, it's fortunate that she as the Hokage and Dato from the roots are handling the aftermath in the village, otherwise they wouldn't have time to come here. But I really didn't expect that guy Mu Jin would escape to this world. We need to capture that guy quickly. The man led the girl away from the security team, and the two chatted as they walked down the street. By the way, where should we look for clues about Mu Jin? The girl lowered her head, lost in thought. Just then she felt a tap on her shoulder, and she shrugged, speaking to the brown-haired man. Don't bother me, I'm thinking. No, I meant for you to look at that. The girl followed the direction the brown-haired man was pointing. She could tell that the figure was a girl, but the large box she was holding obscured her face, making it impossible to see her features. The large box she cradled was emblazoned with the words Ninja Hero Collector's Edition. Oh, it's that ridiculous game, the white-haired girl exclaimed, and the person holding the box clearly heard her voice. The person walked step by step toward the white-haired girl. Are you talking about this game? The white-haired girl puffed out her chest and retorted, of course. Thus a quarrel broke out between the person holding the box and the white-haired girl. Playing games without playing Ninja Heroes is like reading without reading Passion Paradise, indicating that this person lacks cultural knowledge and self-cultivation. He fails to understand this inner high art and can only see the surface, remaining oblivious to its profound spiritual core, leading to a relatively unsuccessful life. The white-haired girl countered defiantly, excuse me, are the game developers your parents? Why are you defending this game so fiercely? The person being retorted furrowed their brow, evidently getting a bit angry. Damn, I see you're looking to be invited to my security team for tea. No one in my dares to speak to me like that. The person set down the box, their jet black eyes sweeping over the two. Mom. Upon seeing the other person, the white-haired girl's chin lifted involuntarily, and she exclaimed, to beg for mercy, you're even calling out for your mom. Kid, you really lack backbone. I disdain you. Yin raised an eyebrow, looking at the white-haired girl with contempt. Then she noticed the brown-haired man beside the girl and moved her little face closer. In an instant, beads of cold sweat trickled down the brown-haired man's forehead, and he swallowed hard. Have we met somewhere before? No, I believe this is our first meeting. Yin averted her gaze. Although the man appeared quite nervous, she could tell from his eyes that he was not deceiving her. Are you sure you're not some suspicious characters? Yin asked doubtfully, at which point the white-haired girl raised her hand. I swear on my parents, we are really not suspicious characters. Please don't involve me in your oath. The brown-haired man shot a reluctant glance at the white-haired girl. Then your parents must be quite cheap. Yin sighed in relief. At least from the moment they met, she felt no hostility from the two. After Yin left, the brown-haired man let out a long sigh of relief. With the little incident over, Yin couldn't wait to tear open the packaging of the collector's edition of Ninja Heroes when she got home. Ninja Heroes Start. As the loading completed, Yin found herself back in the game's lobby. Let's see what extra content the collector's edition has compared to the regular version. The collector's edition added some extra chapters, such as the battle of the three ninjas against the salamander, the duel between Uchiha Madara and Hashirama, and a locked Warring States chapter. The rest were some limited outfits, but the only thing that piqued Yin's interest was the locked chapter. The requirement to unlock the chapter was to clear all chapters and gather the necessary items. Just as Yin stood there in a daze, she inadvertently noticed a figure standing in the plaza of the lobby. Yahalo. Yin greeted the figure, who sighed upon hearing her voice. Oh, you're here again. Just how idle are today's ninjas? Hearing the figure grumbling about her, Yin shyly lowered her head. It's surprising that there are games that complain about players being online for too long. Is a health system that limits gaming time going to be introduced next? Yin spoke to the figure in a half-joking tone. The figure, with one hand on her hip, shrugged slightly. Never mind, it has nothing to do with me. Yin leaned in closer to the figure, observing her expression. Huh, are you feeling unhappy? I've heard that playing a couple of rounds with young Watergate and Impure World Hashirama can relieve stress. Do you want to give it a try? Why are you suddenly getting so close to me? The figure took a small step back, then looked at Yin with a foolish expression. Are you responsible for explaining the event while I play the game? That does sound a bit odd. Yin revealed an embarrassed smile. But wouldn't it be great if we could both enjoy the game together? Then let me ask you, do you really think this game is fun? Oh. Upon hearing the figure's question, Yin tilted her head slightly. Are you conducting a player survey? The figure shook her head. No, it's because I heard from other players that this game has a sure difficulty chapter. If you can't clear it, then you can't be considered a true gaming master. So it's better for you to worry about yourself. Yin clapped her hands in realization. Oh, so that's why I felt that the adventure chapters had no difficulty at all. The figure's voice became somewhat hesitant as she continued, and if you can clear the Shura chapter, then I might be a little surprised and think the game is somewhat interesting. The figure's small hands fidgeted, her fingers trembling slightly. Who knows, that might happen. Seeing her cute, prideful expression, trying to hint at wanting to play without saying it directly, was utterly adorable. This reminded Yin of the previous encounter with Hanwha. She also had this prideful character desperately wanting to maintain her dignity. They were truly quite similar. Yin immediately agreed, raising a hand as if to fist bump the figure. Okay, I'll go challenge the Shura chapter and win to show you. The figure shook her head, beginning to argue again. I was just joking. How could I possibly be happy over something like that? No, even if it was a joke, I still want to try. Saying this, Yin smiled at the figure. The figure retracted her hands from her hips, her sparkling eyes meeting Yin's. You. Don't take jokes seriously. What does it matter? Because this game is truly fun, and having a goal makes it more motivating. I want to become the strongest player in this game. The figure sighed, slowly walking to Yun Yu's side. It seems that refusing you is pointless. I understand so far no one has cleared it, not even the first chapter, which is very hard to pass. In fact, some people have tried dozens of times and still got stuck on the first chapter. Yun Yu nodded. I see. Alright, watch me clear it on my first try and you'll be astonished. The figure shrugged indifferently. Well, feel free to do so. In the Shura dungeon challenged the legendary ninja, there are a total of 5 dungeons with opponent's strength divided by rank. The highest level ninjas can rival the legendary ones. Perfect clearance condition: defeat the enemy ninja with more than 30 seconds remaining and without using potions during the battle. After clicking confirm, Yun Yu arrived at the ninja selection interface. As the joystick moved, the cursor for selecting a ninja skimmed over many ninjas before finally landing on the icon of the young ninja Wave Wind Minato. It's decided, it's you. As the game loaded, Yun Yu saw his first opponent to challenge. The first assassin of the ninja world who had assassinated the first Hokage, Kaguya. A kunai shimmering with golden light flew in from the screen and lodged itself into the soft earth of the grass. With a bang, a golden light appeared on the left side of the screen. It was the young Minato, controlled by Yun Yu, who bent slightly and reached down to grab the kunai from the ground. Am I late? As the entrance sound faded, Minato picked up the kunai from the ground and threw it into the air. After a spin in the air, Minato caught the kunai and assumed a battle stance against Kaguya. The battle begins. Got you. Rasengan. Minato spun around, and a bright blue sphere appeared in his right hand. Holding the sphere, Minato charged towards Kaguya, his speed kicking up dust and stones behind him. At that moment, the words "battle start" on the screen hadn't even vanished when the sphere had already struck Kaguya. The air word as the Rasengan spun, originally the size of a balloon, it expanded at a visible speed, ultimately engulfing Kaguya completely. Bang! That was the sound of the substitution technique activating, and the Kaguya behind the substitute controlled its tentacle fist to smash down at Minato. Seeing the opponent's substitution, Yun Yu controlled Minato to turn and threw countless flying thunder god kunai towards Kaguya. This was Minato's first skill, Heavenly Soaring Swallow Dance Light, flashing zero style. Just as the name implies, Minato's figure vanished like an afterimage, constantly teleporting among the thrown kunai to attack Kaguya. Then let's finish this in one go, how about that? Kaguya's body was kicked around in the air like a ball by Minato, ultimately being kicked down to the ground. Huh. Yeah. Soar. Huh. After a flurry of punches, Kaguya's health reached the kill line. Minato bent his knees, holding 4 flying thunder god kunai in each hand and threw them at Kaguya in the air. There's no other way, I can only use that move. It's called the Spiral Heaven Light Extreme, Sharp, Slash, Flash 1 style. Minato transformed into a golden flash, continuously teleporting, bringing Kaguya into a small grove and ultimately delivering a fatal blow with the Rasengan. Although you were my opponent, you weren't too bad. Ultimate slaughter. Victory is determined. Seeing all of his skills on cooldown, Yun Yu gave himself a perfect score. The next few enemies were even more challenging, but relying on Yun Yu's 4 great treasures. First, the dominating Rasengan at the start. Second, the substitution technique, directly releasing summoning. Third, holding down the basic attack without letting go. Fourth, the 213 full combo. With this clear strategy, Yun Yu passed all the Shura dungeons without a hitch. Half an hour later in the game hall, just as Wu Ming let out a sigh of relief for successfully sending Yun Yu away, a familiar voice shattered her rare moment of tranquility. Oh, it was Yun Yu, who had deliberately circled behind her and shouted in an attempt to scare her. Wu Ming's body shrank back, then turned to look at Yun Yu. Childish. She stood with one hand on her waist, expressionless as she spoke. Seeing that Wu Ming was not frightened, Yun Yu revealed an awkward smile. Then Yun Yu's expression shifted as he donned the achievement mask. Hee, how about that? I successfully cleared the Shura dungeon. Am I the #1 in the entire server now? Wu Ming's face showed a hint of wavering, and she exclaimed in surprise. So are you stunned? Are you so surprised that you can't speak now? Wu Ming shrugged her shoulders, shaking her head helplessly, her voice somewhat hesitant. No, I'm just dumbfounded. You really went to challenge the Shura dungeon? Oh, I've never seen someone so idle. Hearing Wu Ming call her idle again, Yun Yu lowered his head, feeling a bit disappointed. Wu, I challenged it for you. It's too much to say that. Seemingly sensing Yun Yu's emotions, Wu Ming lowered her head in silence for a while before speaking again. I'm sorry, but I have to ask, where's the fun in seeing me surprised? Because you always look unhappy, I just want to make you happy. Smile, smile. While speaking, Yun Yu placed his hand by his lips and gradually revealed a smile, as if performing a magic trick. Wu Ming's body trembled, then quickly returned to normal. So what should I do with you? It's not that I want you to do anything, it just feels like you're a lot like a friend of mine. I thought about it for a while, and continued, she also looks cold just like you, but once you treat her sincerely, her heart will open up. Can I be your friend? Wu Ming looked up in surprise, her voice slightly trembling. Friend? You? And me? Yun Yu nodded, gently appearing somewhat shy, but his tone was very firm. That's right, let's start with sincerity. My name is Uchiha Yun Yu, please take care of me. After saying that, Yun Yu reached out a hand towards Wu Ming, wanting to shake hands with her. But Wu Ming hurriedly turned her head and disappeared in an instant. Oh, leaving Yun Yu looking bewildered. Lord Yun Yu, dinner is ready. Hearing Junma Lu's voice, Yun Yu turned off the game and walked downstairs. Huff. So tired. Was it because I played for too long? Galugulu, that was the sound of his stomach growling. He was so hungry and didn't even realize it. If Junma Lu hadn't called him to eat, he might have continued playing. Yin took a deep breath, realizing how terrifying it was to lose oneself in play. I must play less and exercise more. The next day in the morning. The morning light pierced through the dim light, dyeing the sky with soft pink-orange hues, and the first ray of dawn entered the room. Yin curled up in bed, poked his head out, and hazily glanced at the clock in the room. What? Still 5 minutes until meal time. Rather than dawdling in the room, why not start a game? With that thought, Yin wrapped himself in the quilt and picked up the game console from the table. Enough, I can take down several ninjas in 5 minutes. Saying this, Yin started the game. Although it was early morning, the game plaza was crowded with people. Everyone got up so early. Yin couldn't help but exclaim, and one passing player heard the voice and looked at Yin with a strange expression. Early riser. Shouldn't you be asking what time they went to bed? Yin mouth twitched. You made it to dawn, you're invincible kid. At that moment, Yin received 2 friend requests. The 2 IDs were Big Dog Chew and Little Cat. Surprised that someone had taken the initiative to add him as a friend, Yin first felt astonished, then agreed to the 2's friend requests. In an instant, he received a message from Big Dog Chew. Big Dog Chew, are you there? You are Yin, right? Yin, you say? Big Dog Chew, how should I put this? I have something important to tell you. Is it convenient to meet at the izakaya in the commercial street? Yin meet Nuwa. Big Dog Chew. Forget it. Just as he exited the friend's chat box, he heard someone behind him calling his name. Yin, we meet again. It was a player resembling Kakashi Hitaki, and a girl was following behind him. Yin was astonished for a simple reason. The other party used the appearance of Uchiha Yin from Team 7. Who are you two? Yin looked at the 2, wondering about their identities. As if sensing Yin confusion, the other party spoke up to break the silence. My name is Skya, we should have met before. The girl rolled her eyes at the man, then cleared her throat and said, "I'm sorry for what happened last night." She bowed apologetically to Yin, her tone very sincere. Could it be that you are from last night? Yin blinked in disbelief, looking at the 2. Oh, the girl nodded slightly. You 2 came in too. The girl came to Yun's side and spoke in a complaining tone. You know, to buy this game and meet you again, I ran all over Konoha's shops, damn. What did you say? Hearing Yun's voice, the girl hurriedly covered her mouth, and after blinking, her eyes changed her words. I mean, to buy this game, I ran all over Konoha, damn it. Is that so? Then that really wasn't easy. Oh. Yin glanced at the 2's appearances, feeling somewhat confused by the way. Your appearance. I originally wanted to use my own appearance, but I didn't have it, so I could only use Yun's appearance. The girl raised her hand to observe carefully, revealing a helpless smile. Honestly, using Yun's appearance makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. Yin looked at the person with Kakashi's appearance, who seemed to notice Yun's gaze, and also turned his head. You didn't just come to apologize, did you? There must be something else, right? The person with Kakashi's appearance shrugged, looking as if it were a common occurrence. You really can't hide anything from you. This time I came to remind you that person named Wu Ming. It's really you. Yin felt a wave of surprise as Wu Ming was actively walking towards him. Did something happen? Wu Ming stopped in front of Yin. Yin complained, you suddenly ditched me before I thought something happened. Wu Ming lowered her head and hesitantly said, I usually have a lot to be busy with. Who is this? The girl looked at Wu Ming, showing a puzzled expression. She's the NPC in charge of game events, named Wu Ming, my friend. You're friends with this guy? The person with Kakashi's appearance looked at Wu Ming, sizing up the relatively young girl. Who are they? Wu Ming frowned as she had seen the 2 trying to get close to Yin all along, which is why she had come over. Seeing Wu Ming, who had always been cold, approach actively, Yin felt a wave of disbelief. It's fine, they're all my friends, no need to be nervous.